In an era where martial arts prevail, everyone can perform 51-handed push-ups with ease, yet you break into a sweat and your hands tremble after just one. Your parents, believing you were completely hopeless, abandoned you when you were 10, leaving you to depend solely on your young aunt. By the time you finally turned 18 and could do 100 push-ups in one go, your aunt also left you on your birthday. Everyone thinks you are a failure with zero martial arts talent, but only you know that your push-ups are different from others. This is because you unlocked the self-discipline system at age 18. Every horse stance and every punch thrown before that age could be recorded into combat power storage. Having worked diligently for all these years, you have accumulated no fewer than 100,000 push-ups, all of which are converted into combat power and surge into your body at this very moment. In an instant, you transform from a weakling mocked by everyone into a cultivation prodigy of the martial arts world. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, a 10 kilometers run. As long as you continue to complete various self-discipline achievements, you can earn discipline points to exchange for various skills and magical items, further enhancing your strength. Chapter 1: Spatial Invasion. Beihai District, Beluga City. Gloomy dark clouds hung in the sky, and a cold drizzle drifted through the air, creating an oppressive atmosphere. On bus number 12, Chen sat in a window seat, watching the crowded flow of traffic and pedestrians outside, a look of bewilderment flashing in his eyes. It had been 3 days since he transmigrated to this world, and even now, he still felt a sense of trance, as if he were in a dream. One second he was working overtime through the night, and the next, he snapped to his senses only to find his soul had transmigrated into a strange new world. The body he now occupied belonged to a student in the General Studies Department at Haiyan University in Beluga City. The reason it was specified as the General Studies Department was that Haiyan University also housed a major known as the Warrior Department. That's right, Warrior. This world was worlds apart from his previous one, for it possessed a transcendent strength known as martial arts. Those with sufficient talent can cultivate skills, temper their bodies, and eventually become powerful warriors. According to the memories in Chen's mind, a formidable warrior can even cleave a 20-story building with a single blade strike and withstand a missile head-on with their physical body, remaining completely unscathed. What seemed like pure fantasy to Chen was a reality that had actually occurred in this world. A warrior, huh? Chen let out a sigh. His physical aptitude for martial arts was far from exceptional. Mediocre was the only way to describe it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up in the General Studies Department instead of the highly coveted Warrior Department. Although he had practiced a few skills, he held little advantage over an ordinary person. In this perilous world, it was difficult to feel any sense of security without sufficient strength to protect oneself. Chen instinctively touched his forehead. When he first woke up in this world, he found himself lying in an alley, covered in blood, with dried bloodstains matted all over his head. It was clear that his predecessor had been murdered, which paved the way for his soul to cross over. Perhaps due to the nature of the transmigration, the injuries on his body had completely healed, saving him the time needed for recovery. However, the unease in Chen's heart did not diminish in the slightest. If the killer discovered he wasn't dead, would they come back to finish the job? Even worse, if the killer was a powerful warrior, he would have absolutely no strength to resist. If only I possessed formidable martial arts strength as well. Chen let out another sigh. His predecessor's memories contained no trace of the killer's identity, leaving him with no way to take precautions in advance. As he was fretting, a sudden commotion broke out outside, interrupting Chen's contemplation. Just as he was about to see what was happening, he suddenly felt the phone in his pocket vibrate. Almost simultaneously, everyone's phone in the carriage vibrated or rang, creating a cacophony of different alerts and ringtones. The vast carriage suddenly became incredibly noisy. Chen immediately recalled a certain experience from his memory, and his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly pulled out his phone. Sure enough, it was a spatial invasion warning message, advising him to head to the nearest shelter for cover. Ever since the occurrence of the spatial tides 300 years ago, this world has been connected to countless alien dimensions. Numerous alien races, possessing their own unique cultural heritages and existing as sentient beings alongside humanity, have since set their sights on this world and its abundant resources. In order to conquer this world and plunder its resources and population, these alien races attempt to open spatial rifts at regular intervals to launch invasions, carrying out mass slaughters across the globe. Such events are known as spatial invasions. In his predecessor's memory, he had experienced more than 10 spatial invasions in total. The highest-rated spatial invasion among them was Grade D. The lowest was Grade E. However, even that lowest Grade E spatial invasion resulted in over 1,000 casualties. While Chen was momentarily dazed, the bus driver had already opened the front and rear doors. Passengers swarmed out of the carriage in a frantic rush, running toward the nearest shelter. Snapping back to his senses, Chen opened the window directly and climbed out of the bus with great agility, then followed the map navigation on his phone to rush toward the nearest shelter. On the way, he looked up at the sky. At some point, a massive dark red vortex had appeared in the leaden sky, with faint flashes of lightning flickering inside, exuding a heart-pounding sense of oppression. That was the spatial rift, the precursor to an alien race invasion. The streets had descended into total chaos. The crowded masses surged forward like ants, with shouts and curses echoing incessantly. Hurrying as fast as he could, Chen finally managed to slip inside the shelter just before it closed. Not long after entering the shelter, a mechanical female voice broadcast echoed in the ears. "The shelter passage is about to close. The shelter passage is about to close." More than 10 seconds later, the steel gates of the shelter slammed shut, instantly isolating the interior from the outside world. Everyone inside breathed a collective sigh of relief. "Thank God. Yang, where are you? Has anyone seen a 7 or 8-year-old child?" After temporarily escaping danger, the crowd began searching for their missing family members. The shelter instantly fell into a state of chaos, with the faint sound of soft sobbing echoing through the air. According to the Federation regulations, all signals are cut off within the shelter. The people inside cannot leave until the Defense Corps and civilian transcendent organizations have completely eliminated the invading alien race. This duration could range from a few short hours to as long as 10 days or a fortnight, depending on the severity of the spatial invasion. Fortunately, shelters were generally stocked with sufficient food and water reserves, ensuring there would be no survival crisis for at least 2 or 3 months. Chen found a corner to sit down, staring blankly in a daze. Having experienced an evacuation firsthand, he felt the dangers of this world more deeply than ever, and his thirst for strength became unprecedentedly urgent. If he were a powerful warrior, he wouldn't have to flee in panic. He could hunt down the alien race just like a bounty hunter. He could even collect materials from the alien race and exchange them for substantial monetary rewards. The more Chen thought about it, the more depressed he became. Was he really destined to be an ordinary person for the rest of his life? Spatial fluctuations detected. Self-discipline system initiating. Self-discipline system. Self-discipline system initialization complete. No pain, no gain. Self-discipline is the path to true power. You can check your stats at any time via the system panel. What is this? Chen jolted, instinctively sitting bolt upright. He stared wide-eyed at the text floating before him and reached out to touch it, but his palm passed right through the characters. Startled, Chen quickly scanned his surroundings, only to find that everyone else seemed completely oblivious to the text. Even those sitting right next to him remained entirely unaware of the words suspended in the void. Seeing this, how could Chen not understand? A surge of ecstasy instantly welled up in his heart. A cheat code. The legendary perk of every transmigrator. I've finally been waiting for you. Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the joy in his heart, and silently called out, "System panel." In an instant, the text before him vanished rapidly, replaced by a translucent floating box. Name, Chen. Level, 1. Stat Strength 12, Constitution 13, Agility 10, Spirit 16. Discipline points 0. Skill. Whale Devour Breathing Skill Proficient 78 200. Rushing Thunder Fist Beginner 85 100. Chapter 2 Achievement Discipline Points. So these are my stats. Chen stared blankly at the system panel before him. The level 1 indicated in the level column likely refers to his current energy level. In the new era following the spatial invasion, the Federation invested significant manpower and resources into long-term systematic research. Using humans as the benchmark, they created energy level as the standard for classifying extraordinary strength. The higher the energy level, the higher the level of life and the stronger the power. This range spans from ordinary people who exercise regularly and have strong physiques to elite soldiers who are agile and rigorously trained, all of whom fall within the scope of energy level 1. Chen is currently at this level. According to the unified standards of the Federation, only biological entities with an average of 20 points across their 4 primary dimensions can be classified as energy level 2. Looking at the system panel, Chen's current 4-dimensional average is still less than 13 points. This places him in the lower ranks even within energy level 1. Among his attributes, the highest stat is Spirit, which has reached 16 points, far exceeding his other stats. Chen suspects this is likely due to the nature of his transmigration. Agility was the lowest at only 10 points, which was the same as the average for a normal adult male. Strength and constitution were slightly above average, thanks to the predecessor's hard work and cultivation over the past 2 years. As for skill, Chen glanced at the skill column, a flash of helplessness crossing his face. The whale devour breathing skill was the foundational skill promoted by Beluga City. More than 90% of young people practice this skill when they first embark on the path of martial arts. Despite its grand-sounding name, the whale devour breathing skill is essentially just a breathing technique designed to improve gastrointestinal digestion efficiency, squeezing more energy from each unit of food for the body to absorb. It belongs to the most common and ordinary category of skills. Practicing it over the long term can slightly enhance one's constitution. In addition, everyone who has just started their journey in martial arts will practice a hand-to-hand combat skill to temper and refine their body. And Chen chose the Rushing Thunder Fist. Unfortunately, his talent was mediocre, and his Rushing Thunder Fist remained at the beginner level to this day. So, how exactly is this self-discipline system going to make me stronger? Just as the doubt surfaced in Chen's mind, the box in front of him suddenly flashed, and new text appeared. Self-discipline exercise can make you stronger. Push-up novice, perform 100 push-ups to receive 50 discipline points upon completion. Current progress, 0-100. Squat novice, perform 100 squats to receive 50 discipline points upon completion. Current progress, 0-100. Sit-up novice, perform 100 sit-ups to receive 50 discipline points upon completion. Current progress, 0-100. Long-distance running novice, run 10 kilometers to receive 50 discipline points upon completion. Current progress, 0-10. Chen wore a peculiar expression. The requirements of this self-discipline system are a bit too ordinary. I wonder what these discipline points are actually used for. Chen thought for a moment and decided to give it a try first. No sooner said than done, he immediately dropped down and began doing push-ups. A few people nearby glanced at him strangely but said nothing, quickly looking away and ignoring him. The shelter was a scene of utter chaos. Most people were consumed by panic and unease, with hardly anyone paying any attention to Chen's actions. Even with a constitution of 13, Chen was drenched in sweat and breathing heavily after rapidly completing 100 push-ups. Without stopping to rest, he immediately summoned the system panel. Achievement Push-Up Novice reached. Gained 50 discipline points. Redemption Shop is now open. Redemption Shop. Chen's eyes lit up as he hurriedly opened the shop. Redemption Shop next refresh in 23 hours 59 minutes 57 seconds. Random stat card targeted stat card, increases stats by 3 points upon use. Price, 100 discipline points. Random skill EXP card, grants 100/500 skill proficiency upon use. Price, 100 discipline points. Lootbox ticket, grants a random item upon use. Price, 300 discipline points. This is great stuff. Chen was ecstatic. Setting aside the lootbox ticket for a moment, the random stat card, targeted stat card, and random skill EXP card are undoubtedly excellent items. One increases stats. The other levels up skills. Despite the inherent randomness, the benefits far outweigh the drawbacks. Chen's heart instantly flared with excitement. Looking back at the achievement list, the spot previously occupied by Push-Up Novice had been replaced by a new one. Push-Up Elite, perform 500 push-ups to earn 100 discipline points. Current progress, 0-500. It's a tiered achievement series. Chen grinned. After a brief rest, he immediately began performing squats without a moment's pause. Achievement Squat Novice unlocked, awarded 50 discipline points. With the second achievement completed, Chen now had 100 discipline points in hand. Without hesitation, he exchanged them for a random stat card and a targeted stat card. He was tempted to use them immediately, but after a moment's hesitation, Chen suppressed the urge. There was no telling if using a random stat card or a targeted stat card would cause a visible commotion with so many eyes around. It would be safer to wait until he got home. The self-discipline system was his greatest secret and his sole reliance for gaining a foothold in this world. It could never be exposed. That being said, he couldn't afford to waste any time. Once his stamina had mostly recovered, Chen immediately began doing sit-ups. Except for long-distance running, which could not be performed inside the shelter, the remaining 3 types of exercise could be completed by making the most of the available time. Time slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 hours had passed. After completing several more sets of push-ups, Chen stopped, drenched in sweat, and summoned the system panel. Push-Up Elite, perform 500 push-ups to receive 100 discipline points upon completion. Current progress, 358-500. Squat Elite, perform 500 squats to receive 100 discipline points upon completion. Current progress, 213-500. Sit-Up Elite, perform 500 sit-ups to receive 100 discipline points upon completion. Current progress, 195-500. Long-Distance Running Novice, run 10 kilometers to receive 50 discipline points upon completion. Current progress, 0-10. Chen nodded inwardly. It seemed it wouldn't be long before he could complete these achievements. Closing the system panel, he looked toward the security door. Is the spatial invasion not over yet? Just as Chen thought he would have to spend the night in the shelter, a broadcast suddenly rang out. Spatial invasion alert cleared. The shelter is now opening. Please exit in an orderly manner. As the announcement concluded, the green light on the shelter's security door flickered on, and the door swung open once more. Seeing this, people let out sighs of relief, one after another dragging their weary bodies out of the shelter. Chen's spirits lifted as well, and he followed the flow of the crowd out of the shelter. The sky outside remained a heavy, murky gray. The dark red vortex high in the atmosphere had vanished without a trace. Traffic police and tow trucks began appearing on the streets one after another, directing traffic and clearing obstacles as the city's transportation network gradually returned to normal. The casualties from the battle had been rushed to hospitals or taken away, and the corpses of the alien race had been thoroughly cleared out. If not for the numerous craters and the dark, dried bloodstains still marring the road surface, no one would have guessed that a fierce and bloody struggle had taken place here just a short while ago. People hurried along in silence, some heading home while others started their night shifts. Everything seemed business as usual. It wasn't that they had grown numb, but rather that they had to adapt to this way of life to get used to spatial invasions. Chen didn't continue his bus ride, choosing instead to run the rest of the way home. It was the perfect opportunity to complete the long-distance running novice achievement. The residential complex where Chen lived was located in the old southern district of Beluga City. The environment wasn't exactly scenic, but it had the advantage of affordable rent. By the time he reached the residential area, Chen had run less than 6 kilometers, so he did another lap outside until he completed the 10-kilometer long-distance run before turning back into the complex. After half a day of exercise, Chen felt as if his body were filled with lead, and he was overcome with extreme exhaustion. My constitution is still a bit too weak. Chen shook his head, then pulled himself together and summoned the system panel, fixing his gaze on the random stat card and the targeted stat card. Use. The moment he muttered those words, Chen felt a surge of warmth welling up inside him, instantly flowing through his limbs and bones, significantly easing the exhaustion throughout his body. Chen moved his body around and was pleasantly surprised to find that he seemed to have grown a bit stronger. He hurriedly summoned his personal system panel. Name, Chen. Level, 1. Stat Strength 12, Constitution 15, Agility 11, Spirit 16. Discipline points 100. Skill. Whale Devour Breathing Skill Proficient 78 200. Rushing Thunder Fist Beginner 85 100. Constitution increased by 2 points, and Agility increased by 1 point as well. Chen was overjoyed. No wonder he felt a significant enhancement in his physical fitness. An improvement of 2 points was by no means small. Many students in the warrior department might not even increase their constitution stats by 2 points after several months of training. If I can increase my stats by 3 points every day, then in 9 days at most, my 4-dimensional average will exceed 20 points. Chen's breathing suddenly grew heavy. An energy level of 2 was enough to rank in the middle tier even among students in the warrior department. According to the data released by Haiyan University last month, only 64% of the entire warrior department had reached energy level 2. In other words, in just 9 short days, he would reach the same level as a student in the Haiyan University warrior department. No, that's not right. Chen then came to his senses. With the self-discipline system in his possession, he was destined to become one of the top powerhouses in this world. He needed to set his sights further ahead, rather than focusing on the mere warrior department of a single university. Chen turned to look at the bright moonlight outside the window, his heart surging with excitement. The days of misery were finally coming to an end. Chapter 3, Skill Breakthrough. Amidst his surging emotions, Chen suddenly felt the phone in his pocket vibrate. He pulled it out and saw that a call was coming in. The name Yan was displayed on the screen. Yan's full name was Yan. She had been a close friend of his late mother, and the two shared a deep bond. In Chen's memory, Yan had always treated him very well. After Chen's parents passed away, Yan could have easily stood by and done nothing at most. Providing a bit of financial aid would have been more than enough to honor her friendship with his mother. Instead, she adopted Chen without a second thought and raised him all the way through to university. To this day, Yan still sends him his monthly living allowance right on schedule. Although she was Chen's mother's best friend, Yan is actually not that old, only 27 or 28 this year. Because of her natural beauty and fine features, she looks like she's in her early 20s. Standing next to Chen, people would easily believe it if they were told they were siblings. That was why Chen always called her Yan, rather than addressing her as an aunt. Coming back to his senses, Chen quickly answered the call, and a pleasant voice soon came through from the other end of the phone. "Achuan, are you all right?" Yan's tone was laced with concern and anxiety. "I'm fine. When the spatial invasion occurred, I wasn't far from the shelter and managed to make it in time." There was a long sigh of relief from the other end of the line. "That's good. I'll be back in 2 or 3 months, and I'll cook something delicious for you then." Chen felt a wave of helplessness. Even though he was already in college, Yan still treated him like a child. The two chatted for a while before Yan hung up in a hurry, seemingly having something urgent to attend to. Chen didn't think much of it. In his memory, Yan was always extremely busy and often went on business trips. He had grown accustomed to their frequent separations. Putting away his phone, Chen suddenly felt a pang of hunger. He realized he hadn't eaten lunch or dinner yet, so he turned and headed into the kitchen. After some tinkering, he cooked a large bowl of beef noodles and began to eat heartily. After finishing his meal, he immediately went to the living room sofa and sat cross-legged, wasting no time in practicing the whale devour breathing skill. Under the operation of the skill, the food he had just consumed was quickly absorbed and converted into energy, merging into every part of his body. About half an hour later, Chen opened his eyes and summoned the system panel to take a look. Whale Devour Breathing Skill Proficient 79 200. Proficiency increased by 1 point. Chen's eyes lit up. He remembered that just moments ago, his Whale Devour breathing skill was only at Proficient 78 200. Practicing once increases proficiency by 1 point. Doing it 3 times a day adds 3 points. At this rate, I can reach a depth level in the Whale Devour breathing skill in about 40 days. Chen was somewhat shocked. It should be noted that it had previously taken him about 2 years to raise the Whale Devour breathing skill from beginner to proficient. Now, reaching adept level in just 40 days meant the speed was incomparably faster than before. Could it be because of the system? The more Chen thought about it, the more sense it made. With his strength quantified into data, every time he practiced a skill, he gained at least 1 point of proficiency. Consequently, the speed of his skill improvement naturally increased significantly. Chen was overjoyed. A warrior's strength is not solely determined by their 4-dimensional stat skills are an equally vital factor. Having both 4-dimensional stats and skills progress hand in hand is the best way to enhance one's strength. With his proficiency levels now visible, Chen felt a surge of motivation and immediately began practicing the rushing thunder fist in the living room. The rushing thunder fist was a relatively common skill in Beluga City, yet its power was anything but ordinary. It was said that once mastered, every punch would be accompanied by the roar of thunder, possessing devastating power. Even when executed by someone at energy level 1, it was potent enough to punch through a 1 centimeter thick steel plate. Consequently, many warriors utilized this fist technique to temper and refine their physiques. Even among the students of the Haiyan University Warrior Department, many practice this skill. It is said that after reaching mastery, one can transition to the advanced technique, the Great Thunderclap Fist. Chen was completely immersed in his training, practicing for nearly 2 hours before finally stopping. Checking the system panel again, the progress of Rushing Thunder Fist had changed to Beginner 88-100, an increase of 3 proficiency points. Chen nodded with satisfaction. If he truly focused on his training, he could practice the Rushing Thunder Fist more than 10 times a day at most. At this rate, he would be able to break through to the proficient level of the Rushing Thunder Fist by tomorrow. This speed was simply incredible. If other warriors found out about this, their jaws would likely drop in utter disbelief. Suddenly, Chen remembered something. After achieving the long-distance running novice achievement, the discipline points in his possession had increased to 100, exactly enough to exchange for a random skill EXP card. Chen immediately opened the shop and exchanged them for the Random Skill EXP card without hesitation. Random Skill EXP card grants 100-500 skill proficiency upon use. Price, 100 discipline points. Whale Devour Breathing Skill Rushing Thunder Fist Proficient. Even if his luck was poor and he only received 100 skill proficiency points, it would be enough to break through Rushing Thunder Fist to the proficient level. Use. Chen muttered to himself. In an instant, a new message popped up before him. Gain 329 skill proficiency points. Chen was immediately overjoyed. Although it wasn't the maximum 500 points, 329 skill proficiency points was still quite good. Chen Rushing Thunder Fist 1-2 Skill Proficient. Rushing Thunder Fist Proficient 0-200. In an instant, Chen felt a massive influx of insights and memories regarding fist technique cultivation surge into the depths of his mind. At the same time, the muscles throughout his body began to heat up in waves, as if his bones and sinews were being tempered, becoming tighter and more resilient. This sensation lasted for a full 10 seconds before slowly dissipating. Chen immediately summoned the system panel. Name, Chen. Level, 1. Stat Strength 14, Constitution 16, Agility 11, Spirit 16. Discipline points 0. Skill. Whale Devour Breathing Skill Proficient 79-200. Rushing Thunder Fist Proficient 0-200. Strength increased by 2 points, Constitution increased by 1 point. A look of pleasant surprise appeared on Chen's face. He hadn't expected that a breakthrough in skill realm would also cause his stats to increase. But on second thought, the Rushing Thunder Fist naturally possessed the effect of tempering and refining the body. It was just that the improvements used to be subtle and gradual, whereas now they were instantaneous through skill proficiency, making the sensation naturally far more pronounced. Just breaking through to proficient added 3 stat points. If I reach adept, how many more points will I gain? Chen grew excited and, without hesitation, invested another 200 skill proficiency points into Rushing Thunder Fist. In an instant, that familiar sensation surged forth once again. This time, it lasted for a full 30 seconds before Chen finally finished digesting the information that had abruptly surfaced in his mind. The trembling and heat radiating from his muscles gradually subsided. Looking at the system panel again, significant changes had already taken place. Name, Chen. Level, 1. Stat Strength 16, Constitution 17, Agility 12, Spirit 16. Skill. Whale Devour Breathing Skill Proficient 79 200. Rushing Thunder Fist Adept 0 300. Chapter 4, A Massive Surge in Strength. A slight smile played across Chen's lips. Strength increased by 2 points, while Constitution and Agility each increased by 1 point, a total gain of 4 stats points. He finally understood that the physical enhancement from Rushing Thunder Fist primarily favored strength, followed by Constitution, and lastly Agility. I wonder which stats the Whale Devour breathing skill will improve. Constitution. Chen glanced at the system panel. He had 117 skill proficiency points remaining. After a moment's thought, he simply poured everything into the Whale Devour breathing skill. Whale Devour breathing skill proficient 196 200. Only 4 proficiency points left. I'll buy more meat tomorrow and strive for a breakthrough. Practicing the Whale Devour breathing skill requires the support of food, with energy-rich meat being the best choice. Chen had heard of a type of mana beast meat that came from powerful creatures of another world. Its flesh contained incredibly rich essence, and even a small piece was enough to sustain a warrior's cultivation for an entire day. If used for practicing the Whale Devour breathing skill, a small piece would likely be enough to increase proficiency by more than 10 points. However, mana beast meat is only sold in specialized shops for warriors, and the price is extremely expensive, far beyond what a mere student like Chen could afford. Closing the system panel, Chen moved around on the spot. He could feel that his strength, speed, and reaction time had all significantly improved by a large margin. It could be called an all-around enhancement. It made sense. After all, increasing a full 10 points of stats in a single night, it would be hard for the change not to be obvious. Don't be fooled by it being just 10 points. Many students in the warrior department might not even manage to increase their stats by 10 points after an entire year of cultivation. Yet, Chen accomplished this in just a single night. This rate of improvement was simply terrifying. With another 19 points added to my stats, my energy level will break through to level 2. Chen was filled with joy. Originally, he thought it would take 9 days to break through to level 2. But now, it was clear that it wouldn't take nearly that long. Breaking through skill realms increases stats. It seems the random skill EXP card offers much better value for the money. Chen glanced at his fist and suddenly threw a punch, the dull sound of breaking air exploding through the living room. The power was worlds apart compared to when he was in the beginner realm. As expected of the adept level. I wonder just how powerful the Rushing Thunder Fist becomes at expert or mastery level. Chen felt a surge of anticipation. In just this short amount of time, most of his physical strength had already recovered. Seeing this, Chen simply resumed his workout. After the stat boost, he clearly felt that exercising had become much easier. The next day was Sunday, so there were no classes. Chen woke up early and went out to buy meat. His current monthly living allowance was 3,000 star coins. To be honest, this amount was more than enough to cover a typical student's monthly expenses. A typical family of 3 spends no more than 4 or 5,000 star coins a month. In this regard, Yen did not mistreat him in terms of living standards. It could even be said that she pampered him somewhat. However, if he were to increase the frequency of his Whale Devour breathing skill practice, 3,000 star coins a month would be a bit tight, as purchasing meat alone would be a significant expense. Chen had no intention of asking Yan for more money, as he didn't want to add to her burden. Fortunately, he still had some savings set aside, which would be enough to support him for the time being. As for what to do once his savings ran out, as long as his strength improved, why worry about not being able to earn money? In this world, warriors were the wealthiest class of all. After purchasing an ample supply of meat and returning home, Chen immediately cooked a meal. As soon as he finished eating, he began practicing the Whale Devour breathing skill without a moment's rest. Once all the food in his stomach had been converted into energy, he struck while the iron was hot and started doing push-ups, squats, and sit-ups. Cooking, eating, practicing the Whale Devour breathing skill, exercising. The cycle repeated until late into the night, when the Whale Devour breathing skill finally broke through to the next level. Name, Chen. Level 1. Stat Strength 17, Constitution 19, Agility 12, Spirit 16. Discipline points 300. Skill. Whale Devour Breathing Skill Adept 0300. Rushing Thunder Fist Adept 6300. Increased 2 points of Constitution and 1 point of Strength. Adept Whale Devour Breathing Skill Stats Rushing Thunder Fist 1. Chen guessed it likely had to do with the skill's rank. It is evident that, as a foundational skill, the Whale Devour Breathing skill is a step below the Rushing Thunder Fist. Regardless, an increase in stats is always a good thing. He was now one step closer to breaking through to Energy Level 2. Chen then opened his achievement list. After more than half a day of exercise, he had completed 3 achievements: Push-Up Elite, Squat Elite, and Sit-Up Elite, earning a total of 300 discipline points. The shop refreshes in just over 10 minutes. Chen glanced at the redemption shop. At this moment, the only item remaining in the redemption shop was the loot box ticket. However, the uncertainty of this item was too high, and Chen did not intend to waste his precious discipline points on it for the time being. The top priority was still to improve his strength first. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The moment the countdown hit 0, the redemption shop refreshed instantly. Redemption shop next refresh, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Random Skill EXP card, grants 100/500 skill proficiency upon use. Price, 100 discipline points. EXP Crystal, apply to a designated skill to gain 5 years of cultivation experience and insights for that skill. Price, 500 discipline points. Stamina Potion, instantly restores all stamina upon consumption. Price, 200 discipline points. These are all top-tier items. Chen was salivating at the sight of them. The Random Skill EXP card went without saying, but the 2 newly appeared items were equally impressive. If used correctly during combat, a stamina potion could very well be a lifesaver. Although it only restores physical stamina rather than healing injuries, it is still quite impressive. The EXP crystal goes without saying, its effects are clearly superior to the Random Skill EXP card. 5 years of cultivation experience and insights, even based on his own average aptitude, should increase his proficiency by at least 700 or 800 points. If used on the Rushing Thunder Fist, it might even allow him to break through directly to mastery. Unfortunately, this item costs 500 discipline points, so Chen can only look at it for now. Snapping back to his senses, Chen quickly exchanged for a Random Skill EXP card and used it without hesitation. Obtained 402 skill proficiency points. Chen was instantly overjoyed. His luck was good, the skill proficiency he gained was even more than yesterday. Without a moment's delay, Chen directly upgraded Rushing Thunder Fist. The data on the system panel changed once again. Name, Chen. Level, 1. Stat Strength 20, Constitution 20, Agility 13, Spirit 16. Discipline points 200. Skill. Whale Devour Breathing Skill Adept 0300. Rushing Thunder Fist Expert 6500. As expected, following the breakthrough in the Rushing Thunder Fist realm, Chen's stats surged accordingly. What's more, they increased by a full 5 points all at once. Both Strength and Constitution have soared to 20 points. In terms of Strength and Constitution alone, he has already reached the level of Energy Level 2. With my current strength combined with expert Rushing Thunder Fist, I doubt any level 1 warrior could withstand a single punch from me. Chen was overjoyed. In just 2 short days, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. This cheat is truly powerful. With 200 discipline points remaining, Chen thought for a moment and decided to save them for now. While the stamina potion was good, he didn't currently need to engage in life and death combat, so it wasn't of much use. It would be better to save them to exchange for an EXP crystal later. Having made his decision, Chen summoned the achievement list once again. He was momentarily taken aback by what he saw. A new set of achievements had suddenly appeared on the list. Push-Up Master, perform 2000 push-ups to earn 200 discipline points. Current progress, 0-2000. Squat Master, perform 2000 squats to earn 200 discipline points. Current progress, 0-2000. Sit-up master, perform 2000 sit-ups to earn 200 discipline points. Current progress, 0-2000. Long distance elite, run 50 kilometers. Upon completion, you will receive 100 discipline points. Current progress, 1050. Gaining combat experience is also a form of self-discipline. Only by combining cultivation with real combat can one become stronger. Combat I, defeat 3 warriors. Requirement, total stats must not be lower than 60 points. Upon completion, you will receive 300 discipline points. Current progress, 0-3. Defeat warriors? Chen was momentarily stunned. This achievement is actually quite peculiar. Fortunately, it poses no difficulty for him. His total 4-dimensional stats now reach as high as 69 points, and he has mastered the expert rushing Thunder Fist. Dealing with an opponent whose total 4-dimensional stats are 60 points is no problem at all. After a moment of reflection, Chen quickly came up with an idea. In this era where martial arts flourish, it is not difficult to find a few warriors to spar and compete with. As far as he knew, there were over a dozen combat clubs within Beluga City, specifically designed to provide warriors with venues to practice skills and engage in sparring matches. In some of the more renowned combat clubs, one could even find high-level experts with energy levels of 4 or 5. If he went to these places, he would definitely be able to find opponents to spar with. Chen made up his mind to visit a combat club after class tomorrow. Chapter 5. Beating up your friends too. In the era of martial arts, the importance of theoretical knowledge courses has significantly diminished. Conversely, courses related to martial arts have received unprecedented attention. Many private organizations are racing to invest in the field of martial arts education, establishing private martial arts universities specifically to cultivate warriors. Following this trend, some prestigious ordinary universities have also begun to establish warrior departments to maintain their status as elite institutions. Haiyan University, where Chen is enrolled, belongs to the latter category. At Haiyan University's Warrior Department, theoretical knowledge courses account for a very small proportion of the curriculum. Students spend most of their time on martial arts courses and self-cultivation, allowing for a relatively flexible schedule. The General Studies Department, however, does not enjoy such luxury. The course schedule remains no different from that of an ordinary university. When Chen arrived at the classroom, most of the students had not yet shown up. Only about a dozen people were scattered around, huddled in small groups chatting in low voices. "Chen, over here!" A familiar voice reached his ears. Chen looked toward the sound and saw Hui waving at him from a seat in the back row. Chen was quite introverted and didn't have many friends in class. Hui was one of his closest. "How come you're here so early today?" Sitting down next to Hui, Chen asked casually. In his memory, Hui would always arrive for class at the very last second, nearly being late on several occasions. Yet today, he was even earlier than Chen, which was completely unlike him. Hui chuckled at the remark. "I'm just accompanying someone else to school." Chen understood instantly and teased, "Got yourself a girlfriend?" Hui nodded somewhat shyly, then suddenly asked, "What about you? Don't you plan on getting a girlfriend? I've noticed quite a few girls in class seem to have a crush on you." As he spoke, we couldn't help but feel a hint of envy. Chen was handsome and radiated a sunny disposition, making him exactly the type that girls admired. If he wanted a girlfriend, he could stop being single in a heartbeat. Pass. Chen waved his hand dismissively. "I don't have time for dating." With his cheat code active, he was in a critical period of rapid growth. How could he spare any time for romance? Hui curled his lip. "I'm telling you, you're not even in the warrior department. Why spend so much time practicing martial arts? Aren't you just going to end up as an office worker after graduation anyway? You might as well make the most of your youth while you can. Wouldn't it be better to get a few girlfriends? If I had your looks, I'd have a body count of 100 by now." Chen rolled his eyes, acting as if he hadn't heard a word. We rambled on for a while, but seeing no reaction from Chen, he finally shut his mouth in frustration. After a moment, he sized Chen up and suddenly remarked, "How come it feels like something about you has changed after just one weekend?" Chen was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, but quickly realized what was happening. As one's strength improves, their spiritual outlook naturally undergoes a transformation. To be more specific, the person as a whole becomes significantly more confident. However, this was difficult to explain in detail, so Chen gave a slight smile and casually brushed it off. We didn't give it much thought, and since the school bell happened to ring at that moment, the matter was dropped. The entire morning was spent enduring tedious theoretical lessons. Chen hadn't thought much of it before, but now he found the time exceptionally difficult to bear. Having spent over a decade in school in his previous life, he truly had no desire to repeat the experience after transmigrating. He felt that this time would be better spent practicing the rushing thunder fist. At the very least, it could increase his proficiency by a few points. Perhaps I could apply for a transfer? A sudden flash of inspiration struck Chen's mind. Haiyan University has a major transfer system. Students in the General Studies Department can apply to transfer to the Warrior Department as long as they meet certain criteria. Chen vaguely remembered that the requirements for transferring seemed to be reaching energy level 2 and mastering one adept level skill. He had already met half of these requirements, and the remaining half would likely be satisfied before long. Transferring majors would be almost effortless for him. The more Chen thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. To ensure he would have more time to focus on increasing his strength in the future, transferring departments was imperative. As soon as my energy level breaks through to level 2, I'll apply for a transfer immediately. Chen quickly made his decision. When the bell rang, we couldn't wait to rush out of the classroom, likely hurrying to meet his girlfriend. Chen shook his head with a faint smile and followed the crowd out of the classroom. After leaving school, Chen was about to head to the downtown combat club, but he came to a sudden halt as he passed a small alleyway. In the dim alley, Hui was surrounded by 3 tall, burly boys. They seemed to be in the middle of a heated argument, with frequent pushing and shoving. At that moment, the leader of the group suddenly swung his fist and struck Hui hard in the abdomen. Hui instantly collapsed to the ground, his body curled up like a shrimp. Chen's gaze sharpened, and he quickly rushed into the alley. "Stop!" Hearing the voice, the 3 boys turned their heads to look. Seeing that it was only Chen, the leader of the group immediately barked coldly. "Get lost! Mind your own business!" Hui, lying on the ground, struggled to lift his head. He froze for a moment upon seeing Chen, then hurriedly winked at him, signaling for him to leave at once. Unexpectedly, this subtle movement was caught by the lead boy. He immediately realized that this newcomer knew Hui and was likely also a student from the General Studies Department, so he gave his companions a cold, knowing smirk. The other 2 boys immediately approached Chen with menacing grins. Seeing this unfold, Hui hurriedly shouted in an anxious voice. "Dangbin, this is between you and me. Don't drag anyone else into this." Dangbin glanced at him sideways and sneered. "You're quite loyal, aren't you? But I'm in a bad mood right now, and I'm planning to beat up your friend along with you. What are you going to do about it?" Huey's face flushed with anger, yet he felt utterly helpless. Dangbin and his 2 companions were all students from the Warrior Department with impressive fighting skills. They were simply not someone that General Studies Department students like them could contend with. If these 3 were dead set on thrashing them, they truly had no way to resist. Hui could accept being beaten himself, but now that he had dragged Chen into this, his heart was filled with overwhelming guilt. By this time, the 2 boys had reached Chen. Seeing him standing there motionless, neither turning to flee nor putting up a fight, they assumed he was paralyzed with fear, and their faces immediately twisted into expressions of contempt and disdain. "This kid is such a coward. If you want to blame someone, blame your own lack of judgment for choosing to get involved." Watching the 2 of them slowly close in, Chen felt no fear. Instead, he felt a surge of anticipation, eager to test his strength. The reason he rushed into the alley without hesitation was, on one hand, because he couldn't stand by and watch Hui be bullied, and on the other, because he had noticed the badges on the chests of these 3 individuals. Those were the emblems of Warrior Department students. Aren't students from the Warrior Department warriors too? The 3 people in front of him might just be the ones to help him complete the actual combat achievement. While Chen was lost in thought, the boy on the left couldn't restrain himself any longer and took the lead, throwing a direct punch aimed straight at Chen's chest. Judging by his stance, it was unmistakably the rushing thunder fist. Chen let out a silent, mocking laugh and struck back with the exact same rushing thunder fist. Seeing this, a flicker of ridicule flashed in the boy's eyes. His rushing thunder fist had already reached the adept level. For a student from the General Studies department to dare to go head-to-head with him was simply overestimating his own strength. With a cold sneer in his heart, the boy increased the force in his hand, swinging his fist violently toward Chen. In the blink of an eye, the two fists collided head-on in the air without any fancy maneuvers. In an instant, a muffled thud echoed, followed by a scream. The boy who had struck first flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground, clutching his hand and wailing in agony. "My hand, my hand!" By the dim light of the alleyway, one could see that the boy's right hand had turned a bruised shade of blue and purple. The bone was clearly broken. The crowd watched the scene in stunned silence, their mouths agape, unable to utter a word. Chapter 6. Is this a student from the General Studies department? Dangbin stared at his fallen companion on the ground, his face filled with utter disbelief. The other boy was frozen in place, paralyzed by fear and not daring to take a single step forward. Although the boy who had been knocked down was only a level 1 warrior, his total 4-dimensional stats reached 61 points, making him not much weaker than Dangbin himself. Yet he was sent flying by a single punch from the man before him, his wrist bone shattered. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Is this guy really a General Studies student? Fuck me. Since when did students from the General Studies department become so formidable? Lying on the ground, Huey's eyes were now vacant, his expression completely dazed. So powerful. To think he knocked down a warrior department student with a single punch. Why didn't we realize Chen was this strong before? While the opponent was too terrified to strike again, Chen had no intention of letting him off. The moment he knocked the boy down, he immediately summoned his achievement list for a glance, discovering to his delight that the progress bar had changed to 1-3. In other words, all three of them were warriors who met the achievement criteria. As long as he defeated them, Combat I would be completed. With a cold sneer, Chen took several large strides toward another boy and threw a punch with the same force. Amidst a dull sound of breaking air, the boy quickly followed in his companion's footsteps, collapsing to the ground in a series of agonizing wails. The sound of those wails jolted Dangbin out of his state of shock. His expression instantly turned incredibly grim, his gaze fixed intently on Chen. "I didn't expect you to be a trained martial artist. It seems I misjudged you." Chen, however, had no intention of wasting words with Dangbin and launched an attack without saying a word. Seeing Chen treat him with such contempt, Dangbin grew even more infuriated, meeting the charge with a dark, sullen face. Hui finally snapped back to his senses at this moment, and his expression shifted drastically upon seeing the situation. Dangbin was far more formidable than those two boys. Word had it that his total 4-dimensional stats reached as high as 65, and his rushing thunder fist was just one step away from reaching the expert level. Facing such an opponent, Chen could suffer a major setback if he were even slightly careless. Hui suddenly froze, a look of utter bewilderment crossing his face. 7 or 8 meters away, Chen and Dangbin were locked in a fierce struggle, the sound of fists striking flesh echoing incessantly. However, contrary to what Hui had expected, it was actually Dangbin who was on the defensive. Under Chen's fierce offensive, Dangbin was in a wretched state, scrambling to parry from all sides and completely suppressed to the point where he couldn't even lift his head. In fact, Dangbin was so frustrated at this moment that he felt like vomiting blood. It wasn't until they actually engaged in combat that he realized with a shock that Chen was even more formidable than he had anticipated. The terrifying whistle of the punching wind made his skin sting the moment it brushed past him. It was foreseeable that once a single punch landed, he would be nearly incapacitated, if not losing his combat effectiveness on the spot. Dangbin also practiced the rushing thunder fist, so he was incredibly familiar with this skill. At this point, how could he not see that this guy's rushing thunder fist had definitely reached the expert level? Heaven have mercy, he was a dignified warrior department student, yet his rushing thunder fist was only at the adept level. How on earth did a General Studies department student manage to train the rushing thunder fist to the expert level? Is he even going to give others a chance to live? Dangbin was filled with immense regret. Had he known this kid was so formidable, he would have had to be dropped on his head to ever provoke him. Compared to Dangbin's pathetic state, Chen was thoroughly enjoying himself. The power of the expert rushing thunder fist was far greater than he had imagined. To be honest, Dangbin's physical fitness was not much inferior to his own. His total four-dimensional stats were at most a few points lower. In terms of physical fitness alone, Chen's advantage was not particularly obvious. The reason he could suppress Dangbin so completely was primarily due to the expert rushing thunder fist. The power gap is so vast, even with only a single realm of difference. Chen marveled inwardly, his anticipation for the power of the mastery rushing thunder fist growing even stronger. A prolonged defense is bound to reveal a flaw. Before long, Chen landed a heavy punch squarely on Dangbin's abdomen. The force of 20 strength points instantly sent Dangbin to his knees, his face contorted in silent agony. The intense, searing pain instantly stripped him of his combat capability. Without even glancing at Dangbin, who was curled up like a boiled shrimp, Chen strode over to Hui and helped him up. "Are you all right?" I'm fine." Hui stammered, still unable to recover from the shock. He never imagined that things would turn out this way. 3 skilled students from the warrior department had been easily taken down by Chen, and were now lying on the ground groaning in pain. The scene felt surreal, as if he were caught in a dream. We used to believe that students in the General Studies department didn't need to invest much energy into martial arts training, but now, his conviction was wavering. Should he be spending more time practicing his skills? Perhaps he could become as formidable as Chun? Seeing that Hui was largely unharmed, Chen signaled for him to leave together, leaving Dangbin and the other 2 lying pitifully on the ground. On the way, Chen casually asked Hui how he had ended up provoking Dangbin and his 2 companions. Hearing this, Hui scratched his head in embarrassment and stammered, "My current girlfriend, she used to date Dangbin." He didn't finish the sentence, but Chen already understood it was nothing more than another case of romantic rivalry and jealousy. His interest vanished instantly, and he dropped the subject without asking further. Upon returning home, Chen immediately checked his messages. Achievement I-300 discipline points. A smile appeared on Chen's face. With this, he now had 500 discipline points in his possession. It was just enough to exchange for an EXP crystal. Chen immediately opened the shop, redeemed the EXP crystal, and then directly applied it to Rushing Thunder Fist. In an instant, scenes flashed through Chen's mind like a cinematic montage, every single one of them depicting himself practicing the Rushing Thunder Fist. Countless insights surged out of thin air, etched deeply into his soul like a brand. In Chen's perception, it felt as though he had undergone years of cultivation, yet in reality, only a fleeting moment had passed. After a brief moment of trance, Chen snapped back to his senses and discovered that the Rushing Thunder Fist on the system panel had already broken through to a new realm. Name, Chen. Level, 1. Stat Strength 24, Constitution 22, Agility 14, Spirit 16. Discipline points 0. Skill. Whale Devour Breathing Skill Adept 0300. Rushing Thunder Fist Mastery 451 1000. I've finally reached mastery. Chen was ecstatic. The effect of the EXP crystal was even more powerful than he had imagined, increasing his proficiency by over 900 points in one go. But what surprised Chen even more was that mastery wasn't the limit of the Rushing Thunder Fist. There's a realm even higher than mastery? Chen thought back, but unfortunately, as a General Studies department student, he didn't know much about skill knowledge. I'll find a warrior department student to ask another day. Chen shifted his focus back to the system panel. This realm breakthrough increased his stats by a total of 7 points, Strength 4, Constitution 2, and Agility 1. His total 4-dimensional stats value had soared to 76 points in one fell swoop. Only 4 points away from breaking through to Energy Level 2. Closing this gap wouldn't be difficult. He just needed to upgrade his Whale Devour breathing skill to expert level. The Adept Whale Devour breathing skill had already provided a 3-point stat boost at expert level. It would grant at least 4 points, which was more than enough for him to promote to a level 2 warrior. At that thought, Chen grew restless with anticipation. In just over 2 hours, the redemption shop is set to refresh. As long as I get one more random skill EXP card, it should be enough for the Whale Devour breathing skill to break through to the next realm. But before that, I need to complete achievements to earn discipline points. Exchanging for the EXP crystal has drained all of his discipline points. Chen is now completely tapped out, not a single point left. Chapter 7 1-star skill, 2-star skill. Opening the achievement list, Chen discovered that a new achievement had appeared. Combat 2, defeat 10 warriors. Requirement, total value of the 4 primary stats must be no less than 80 points. Upon completion, you will receive 1000 discipline points. Current progress, 0-10. Chen clicked his tongue in secret amazement. Total 4-dimensional stats of no less than 80 points? That would put it at the level of energy level 2. This difficulty level is significantly higher than Combat I. It looks like I'll have to find an opportunity to visit the combat club again. Chen had made up his mind. However, that is something to consider only after becoming a level 2 warrior. For now, he decided to focus on completing those exercise-related achievements first. Without delay, Chen began exercising right there in the living room. With his current constitution as high as 22 points, simple push-ups and squats were a complete piece of cake for him. He could average 50 to 60 repetitions per minute. And that was the kind of pace he could maintain for 10 or 20 minutes without even taking a break. More than 2 hours later, a sweat-drenched Chen looked at the completed push-up master, squat master, and sit-up master tasks, feeling a profound sense of achievement. 600 discipline points. As expected, a new achievement appeared along with it. Push-up expert, perform 5,000 push-ups to receive 300 discipline points upon completion. Current progress, 5,000. Squat expert, perform 5,000 squats to receive 300 discipline points upon completion. Current progress, 5,000. Sit-up expert, perform 5,000 sit-ups to receive 300 discipline points upon completion. Current progress, 5,000. I wonder how many achievements are in this series. Chen pondered secretly, then immediately looked further down. The achievements for push-ups, squats, and sit-ups have all reached the expert level, while long-distance running alone remains at the elite level. After all, long-distance running is an outdoor activity and isn't as convenient as the other 3, so Chen has always focused his energy on the former. It looks like I'll have to find an opportunity to go out for a run. After a brief rest, Chen opened the redemption shop, and the items listed had already been refreshed. Lootbox ticket, grants a random item upon use. Price, 300 discipline points. Lootbox ticket, grants a random item upon use. Price, 300 discipline points. Random stat card, targeted stat card 3 agility 100 discipline points. Redeemable items can be duplicates? Chen was taken aback. It would have been fine if it were 2 random skill EXP cards, but instead, it was 2 lootbox tickets. Chen was momentarily speechless. Fortunately, there was still one decent item available. 100 discipline points random stat card, targeted stat card random stat card, targeted stat card. Chen decisively exchanged for the random stat card and the targeted stat card, using them immediately. In an instant, his agility stats rose to 17 points. Strength and constitution are both over 20, but agility and spirit are still only in the teens. The gap is a bit too wide. Chen contemplated whether he should find a movement technique or Qigong manual to cultivate in order to boost his agility. Without sufficient agility, no matter how high your strength and constitution are, you're nothing more than a tank. Once you encounter an enemy with high agility, you will likely end up in a situation where you are being beaten one-sidedly. For ordinary warriors, trying to balance the growth of all 4 stats usually results in a mediocre outcome where no single aspect stands out. But Chen is different with his cheat code, he can achieve comprehensive growth in every direction. Without hesitating for long, Chen quickly made up his mind, his next step would be to find a way to acquire a movement technique or Qigong. Immediately afterward, he shifted his gaze toward the spirit stats. Speaking of which, what kind of skill do I need to practice to increase my spirit stats? Among the 4 primary stats, spirit could be considered the one least valued by warriors. It was also the most difficult stat to improve. To this day, Chen still did not know what kind of impact the strength of one's spirit had on a warrior's power. However, since spirit is categorized as one of the 4-dimensional stats, it must have its uses. With the future in mind, Chen did not intend to neglect the improvement of his spirit stat. What a pity, I'm still 1 stat point away from breaking through to level 2. Chen looked toward the loot box ticket. Maybe I should give this a try? With 500 discipline points remaining, Chen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately unable to suppress his curiosity, he exchanged them for a loot box ticket. Use. As Chen's thought flickered, a roulette wheel with a pointer instantly appeared before him, its surface densely packed with items written in tiny, fly-spec script. Under Chen's astonished gaze, the wheel spun rapidly, taking a full 10 seconds before it finally slowed to a halt. Get 1-star skill, 2-star skill shadow step. 1-star skill, 2-star skill? A look of confusion appeared on Chen's face. Skills have levels too? Chen rubbed his temples. It seemed he really needed to learn more about the common knowledge regarding skills in this world. Shifting his attention back to the system panel, Chen checked the skill description. To his surprise, it turned out to be a movement and lightness technique. Talk about perfect timing, it's like being handed a pillow just as I was getting sleepy. A joyful smile appeared on Chen's face. In this way, the shortcoming in his agility was finally compensated for. Without hesitation, Chen immediately learned the skill. Skills produced by the system could be directly instilled into his mind, saving him the effort of comprehension. In an instant, a vast amount of insight and understanding regarding the skill flooded into Chen's mind. Name, Chen. Level, 1. Stat strength 24, constitution 22, agility 17, spirit 16. Discipline points 200. Skill. Whale devour breathing skill adept 0300. Rushing thunder fist mastery 451 1000. Shadow step beginner 0200. Beginner about to 200 proficient. Chen clicked his tongue in secret amazement. The upgrade requirements were a full 2 times higher than those for Rushing Thunder Fist and Whale Devour Breathing Skill. Whale Devour Breathing Skill, Rushing Thunder Fist should belong to 1-star skill, 2-star skill. Whale Devour Breathing Skill might be slightly weaker, it probably ranks at the bottom of 1-star or 2-star skills. However, these were still just Chen's speculations, the specifics would have to wait for future verification. Regardless, the loot box ticket had given him a pleasant surprise. It made sense after all, something worth 300 discipline points couldn't possibly be subpar. Exhaling a breath of joy, Chen's eyes flickered slightly. He abruptly vanished from his spot, and by the time he reappeared, he was already 5 or 6 meters away. In the spacious living room, Chen's figure shifted unpredictably from left to right. He moved like a phantom, leaping and dodging with the speed of a lightning bolt. Like a child with a brand new toy, Chen experimented for a full 5 or 6 minutes before finally stopping, still craving more. As expected of a 1-star skill, 2-star skill, this speed is truly staggering. Chen could hardly conceal the excitement in his expression. In the world of martial arts, speed is the only thing that cannot be defeated. With Shadow Step, his combat effectiveness has undoubtedly been significantly enhanced. His survivability in battle has also leaped to a whole new level. This is only at the beginner stage. I wonder just how fast I'll be once I reach expert or even mastery. Chen felt a surge of anticipation, wishing he could upgrade Shadow Step right this instant. However, the redemption shop wouldn't refresh until tomorrow night. After a moment's thought, Chen decided to head out for a run now to grind out the long-distance running achievement and accumulate some discipline points. Chapter 8, The Dark Raven Mask. It was past 11 o'clock at night. The streets were silent, with only a few scattered figures visible. The old town was a far cry from the city center, lacking the glitz and glamour of the neon-lit nightlife. Chen ran through the dim streets wearing nothing but a short-sleeved t-shirt, the oncoming night breeze carrying a faint, biting chill. However, with his constitution now at a high of 22 points, Chen was effectively immune to the common cold and had no reason to worry about catching a chill. Running with his head down, Chen soon arrived at a park about 3 or 4 kilometers away from his residential complex. The park was located in a remote area and had clearly been abandoned for years. There wasn't even a single functional streetlight. The moonlight filtered down, passing through the swings and slides in the park and casting long shadows on the ground, appearing somewhat eerie in the dead of night. However, this was exactly what Chen wanted. In such a secluded place, almost no one would come, allowing him to focus entirely on running without restraint. An agility stat of 17 would have been at the level of a world-class athlete in his previous life. And that was referring to the speed attribute alone. In the classification system of the Federation, agility encompasses far more than just speed. It includes a suite of capabilities such as neural reaction time, dynamic visual acuity, muscular coordination, and overall body control. It is significantly more complex than mere velocity. Chen's running speed wasn't particularly fast, covering only a little over 20 kilometers in an hour. However, the formidable stamina granted by his high constitution allowed him to run for over 2 hours without much rest, completing the elite long-distance runner achievement in one go. 100 discipline points. Chen wiped away his sweat, sat down on a park bench, and opened his achievement list. As expected, the long-distance running achievement had also been updated. Long-distance runner, run 100 kilometers to earn 200 discipline points. Current progress, 0-100. 100 kilometers, ha! Chen did a quick mental calculation. Since he didn't have classes until tomorrow afternoon, he could complete the achievement in a single day if he ran both morning and night. With his plan set, Chen leaned back against his chair to relax and casually opened the redemption shop. I have 300 discipline points on hand, which is enough to exchange for another loot box ticket. Should I do it? After a moment of thought, Chen decided to go ahead with the exchange. It would be even better if he could pull another powerful skill. Exchange for loot box ticket. Use. After the familiar scene of the roulette wheel spinning, a prompt quickly popped up. Obtained Dark Raven Mask. Dark Raven Mask? A look of curiosity flashed in Chen's eyes as he immediately clicked on the description. Dark Raven Mask, when worn, it blocks all detection methods and blurs others' impressions of the wearer. There's actually an item like this? Chen clicked his tongue in wonder. This was practically an essential tool for arson and murder. Once he put it on, he wouldn't have to worry about his identity being exposed. Although Chen was somewhat disappointed that he hadn't pulled a skill, the effect of the Dark Raven Mask seemed decent. He might be able to use it in the future, so it was acceptable. After resting for over 10 minutes, seeing that the night had grown deep, Chen prepared to head home and sleep. But just as he made a move, he suddenly heard bursts of shouting and yelling coming from the distance. Looking toward the sound, he could vaguely see several figures sprinting toward him, occasionally turning back to engage in combat. Chen's expression tightened slightly. Public security in the old district was far from good. Incidents like robberies and thefts were a common occurrence. Especially at night. As the saying goes, martial arts practitioners use their prowess to violate prohibitions. Once humans gain strength, they become restless and prone to action. The slightest misstep can easily lead one down a crooked and evil path. In this world where martial arts prevail, both the number of criminals and the brutality of their crimes far exceed the harmonious society of Chen's previous life. In his memory, several homicide cases occurred in the old city district just last month. Chen had no desire to invite trouble, so he immediately turned around and headed in the opposite direction. But while he wanted no part of trouble, trouble came looking for him. Accompanied by the sound of whistling air, a tall man suddenly burst into the park, sprinting like a gale toward the exit on the far side. And Chen happened to be right in the path of the tall man's escape. Get out of the way! The tall man swung his fist toward Chen's back without a moment's hesitation. Before the fist even landed, the violent gale from the punch had already pinned Chen's clothes tightly against his body. The man and woman chasing from behind witnessed this scene, and their expressions shifted drastically. Stop! Both were desperate to intervene, but they were still over 10 meters away from the tall man. There was simply no time to reach him. Seeing that the person was about to die under the tall man's fist, He Quan and Shirjiai's faces instantly filled with looks of unbearable pity. But in the next instant, both of their eyes widened in shock. Just as the tall man's fist was about to connect, the figure suddenly flickered, shifting 4 or 5 meters to the side like a ghost and evading the punch entirely. With his strike missing its mark, the tall man's expression shifted slightly. He never expected a random passerby to possess such skill. Delayed by Chen's intervention, He Quan and Shirjiai had already caught up. The two of them flanked the tall man from the front and back, staring him down with expressionless faces. "Xu Wu, surrender now!" He Quan shouted in a deep voice. The tall man named Xu Wu ignored He Quan, instead glaring fiercely at Chen. If this guy hadn't blocked his path, he would have been long gone and never caught by the defense corps. Chen stepped out from the shadows, the dark raven mask already fixed upon his face. In the brief moment he had dodged Xu Wu's attack, he had taken advantage of the cover of night to put on the mask. After all, the newcomer's identity was unknown, and he did not wish to reveal his own. The white mask with black patterns shimmered with a cold, metallic luster under the moonlight. The slender black lines danced across the surface, sketching the silhouette of a dark crow in flight, exuding a sense of eerie mystery in the night. As their gaze fell upon Chen's mask, a flicker of surprise flashed through the eyes of He Quan and Shirjiai. They had initially thought he was just an ordinary passerby, but now it seemed that was not the case. What ordinary person wears a mask in the middle of the night? Besides, an ordinary person wouldn't possess such exceptional skills. One must remember that Xu Wu is a wanted warrior criminal, explicitly flagged by the defense corps, with strength very close to level 2. Even a highly trained special forces soldier with sharp reflexes wouldn't last a single exchange against him. For that person to dodge Xu Wu's sneak attack so swiftly, their agility stats must be at least 17 or 18 points. He wouldn't even be considered weak among level 1 warriors. After sizing Chen up for a few moments, He Quan quickly withdrew his gaze. The most important thing right now was to capture Xu Wu. Everything else was a minor detail that could be ignored for the time being. "Xu Wu, you can't escape. Our people will be here soon. You won't be able to fly away tonight even if you had wings," He Quan said in a deep voice. Xu Wu glanced at him sideways and let out a disdainful sneer. "Is that so? Then why did I hear that Wu Cheng took his team to Baekwon Road? In reality, only the two of you are hunting me tonight, right?" As soon as those words were spoken, the expressions of both He Quan and Shirjiai changed simultaneously. Captain Wu leading a team to Baekwon Road for a mission was classified information. How did a wanted criminal like Xu Wu find out? Did someone tip him off? He Quan's face instantly turned extremely grim. It was no wonder that Xu Wu, who had been hunted by them like a cornered rat, had the audacity to come out and commit a crime so brazenly tonight. It turned out he had received a tip-off from a mole. Chapter 9, People Will Die. After being exposed by Xu Wu, the expressions of both He Quan and Shirjiai turned incredibly grim. The realization that there was a traitor within their squad left them both shocked and infuriated. However, He Quan quickly regained his composure, realizing that the immediate priority was to take down Xu Wu first. As for the mole, it wouldn't be too late to deal with them after reporting to Captain Wu. With this in mind, He Quan wasted no more time and exchanged a look with Shirjiai. Having worked together for a long time, the two reached a silent understanding with just a glance. They struck simultaneously, attacking Xu Wu from the front and back. Faced with the pincer attack, Xu Wu showed no fear. Instead, he laughed maniacally. "You two think you can take me down? You're dreaming." During this period, Xu Wu had been chased relentlessly by the defense corps, jumping through hoops to evade them. Deep down, he had long harbored a profound hatred for these Federation lackeys, and now that he had a chance for revenge, he naturally wouldn't let it slip away. "I really want to see what kind of expression Wu Chang will make when he discovers the corpses of you two." Amidst his sinister laughter, Xu Wu curved his 5 fingers into a claw, lunging fiercely toward Shirjiai's face with a sharp, piercing howl. Before the claws even reached her, the incomparably sharp wind from the strike made the girl's skin sting with pain. It was foreseeable that once this claw struck, her face would likely be riddled with 5 holes in an instant. Shirjiai's expression changed abruptly as she scrambled to dodge out of the way. Little did she know that Xu Wu's strike was merely a feint. His true target was He Quan, who was charging from behind. By the time He Quan realized this, Zhu Wu's other palm had already struck his chest. Screech! The dull thud of tearing muscle and the sound of splashing blood erupted simultaneously, sounding jarringly out of place in the silent dead of night. In an exchange lasting barely 4 or 5 seconds, He Quan had sustained significant injuries. 5 shocking, bloody holes now marred his chest as he flew backward, his face deathly pale. Zhu Wu intended to pursue, but Shi Jiayi held him back with desperate tenacity. Having caught his breath, He Quan braced himself and resumed his assault on Zhu Wu. However, even with their combined efforts, the two were no match for Zhu Wu and were being completely suppressed, unable to gain any ground. The situation had become extremely dire. Not far away, Shen watched the scene unfold without blinking. Judging by the conversation just now, this man and woman appear to be members of the Defense Corps. The identical style of their uniforms also confirms this point. The regular army of the Federation is divided into 2 types. One is the Central Defense Corps, which is fully funded by the Federation and directly under the jurisdiction of the Military Affairs Bureau. Its role is to resist alien race invasions. It is generally stationed in military bases within the Central State District and is rarely seen in the other 4 districts. The other type consists of local defense corps established by various base cities under the jurisdiction of the 4 major districts outside the Central State District. These are funded by local tax revenue, with ranks unified by the Bureau of Military Affairs, and are subject to dual management by both the military and the base city officials. Their responsibilities include repelling spatial invasions within the city, as well as suppressing criminal incidents and violent unrest. Between these 2 types of forces, the Central Defense Corps might sound more like the regular army. However, the local defense corps are by no means ragtag units. They wield considerable power within their respective regions. In particular, the defense forces formed by certain key base cities are well funded and superbly equipped, possessing strength that is not significantly inferior to that of the Central Defense Corps. Both the Central Defense Corps and the Local Defense Corps are further subdivided into special forces and conventional forces. Among them, the special forces are composed entirely of warriors, specializing in hunting down warrior criminals and handling violent incidents triggered by supernatural strength. If nothing else, the man and woman in front of him likely hail from the special forces. Chen watched for a while and gained a general understanding of the trio's strength. The man and woman were not particularly powerful, being roughly on par with Deng Bin. They likely did not originate from the warrior department. The warrior departments of various universities are essentially gathering grounds for martial arts geniuses. Even students from the warrior departments of comprehensive universities typically reach the level of rank 2 warriors by the time they graduate. If they choose a military career, they start at least as warrant officers, a starting point far higher than that of ordinary soldiers who enter the army through standard recruitment procedures. For those graduating from the warrior departments of transcendent universities, a commission as a second lieutenant is practically guaranteed. Should they join a corporate private army, $1 million annual salary is easily within reach. It is fair to say that students from the warrior department are highly sought after in Beluga City. Meanwhile, this man and woman appeared to be at least 24 or 25 years old. To have not yet become a level 2 warrior at this age meant their talent was mediocre at best. There was no way they could be students from the warrior department. As for the wanted criminal named Zhu Wu, his strength was actually quite formidable. Had it been yesterday, before his rushing thunder fist had reached mastery, Chen estimated that the odds between them would have been a 50-50 split. Ah! A sharp scream suddenly rang out, snapping Chen out of his deep thoughts. He looked up, only to see the sight of He Quan being sent flying backward. By now, He Quan was covered in wounds. Upon hitting the ground, he spat out a large mouthful of blood with a gasp, his entire being visibly withered as he lost all capacity to fight. Shi Jiayi soon followed in He Quan's footsteps, sent flying by a punch from Zhu Wu and crashing to the ground with a face full of agony. Ha ha ha! Zhu Wu threw his head back and laughed, his face brimming with smugness. The Defense Corps are nothing special after all. He Quan and Shi Jiayi turned pale, their hearts filled with bitterness. They had actually believed that by joining forces, they would surely be able to capture Zhu Wu. Who could have imagined that this guy was powerful to such an extent? The consequences of their misjudgment had instantly plunged them into a death trap. Don't worry, I won't let the two of you die so easily. There is still a long time left tonight. We can take our time and enjoy this. Zhu Wu's cold words swept across Yiquan and Shiji's hearts like a frigid wind, leaving them both deathly pale. Shiji, in particular, felt a wave of chills surging through her heart as she sensed Zhu Wu's viper-like gaze constantly scanning her body. But before that, I have to deal with the extra person first. Zhu Wu turned abruptly, his gaze piercing toward Chen like a sharp sword. Only then did Yiquan and Shiji realize that the man had been standing there from beginning to end, never taking the opportunity to leave while they were fighting. Run! Yiquan shouted a hurried warning. What is wrong with this guy? How can you be so oblivious? Anyone with half a brain could tell that Zhu Wu was going to silence the witness. What are you still standing there dazed for? Trying to run? Too late. Zhu Wu approached Chen with a sinister grin. Although he didn't know the background of this strange masked fellow, since he had witnessed what just happened, he couldn't let him leave. Kid, in your next life, remember not to be so curious. It'll get you killed. The moment the last word fell, Zhu Wu had already streaked forward like lightning, his clawed palm tearing through the air as it lunged straight for Chen's head. It's over. Yiquan's heart sank. However, facing Zhu Wu's aggressive onslaught, Chen remained remarkably calm. He clenched his fingers into a fist and threw a heavy punch, meeting Zhu Wu's fierce, claw-like palm head-on. Rumble! A thunderous roar suddenly erupted, tearing through the silence of the night. A claw and a fist collided heavily in the void without any fancy maneuvers. In an instant, a deafening explosion erupted, followed immediately by the scalp-numbing sound of crisp bone fractures. Under the impact of the fist and claw, Zhu Wu's fist and his entire right arm were instantly shattered. His defenses were blown wide open, allowing Chen's fist to drive straight through and smash directly into the center of his chest. Yiquan and Shiji, standing to the side, only saw a flash before their eyes as Zhu Wu was suddenly sent flying. With a thunderous crash, he slammed into a street wall over 10 meters away, his entire body deeply embedded in the masonry as rubble rained down. His chest was a mangled mess of flesh and blood, his eyes were wide open, and he had clearly ceased breathing. The entire park fell into a sudden, dead silence. Chapter 10, Reaching Level 2. Yiquan and Shiji stared blankly at the scene before them, their heads buzzing as they struggled to process what they had just witnessed. What just happened? Am I hallucinating? Zhu Wu, who was so powerful that the two of them combined couldn't stand a chance, had actually been killed in a single blow by that masked man? A profound sense of shock flooded their hearts. For a moment, Yiquan and Shiji felt as though they were trapped in a dream. Not far away, Zhu Wu's corpse was embedded in the wall, his eyes wide and bulging, with a lingering expression of disbelief and terror frozen on his face. A light breeze brushed past, and a few pebbles tumbled down with a clatter. The crisp sound jolted Chen out of his daze. He looked at his fist, a surge of joy welling up in his heart. He hadn't expected the mastery-rushing thunder fist to be this powerful. To think he had killed a warrior whose strength approached level 2 in a single strike. On second thought, however, his 4-dimensional stats were only a step away from level 2 combined with a mastery skill. Such power was only to be expected. It's a pity this guy was only a level 1 warrior and didn't meet the target criteria for actual combat too. Otherwise, I would have been 1/10 of the way through the mission progress. Chen felt a slight sense of regret. Glancing up at Yiquan and his companion, Chen turned and walked away. Carrying a secret like the self-discipline system, he had no desire to deal with members of the defense corps. Yiquan stared blankly at Chen's retreating figure, only snapping out of it once the latter had vanished into the night. Recalling the scene from just moments ago, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Fists striking like cannons, accompanied by the sound of thunder. This is the hallmark of mastery-rushing thunder fist. What that person just performed was definitely mastery-rushing thunder fist. Yiquan turned his head to look at Shiji, meeting her gaze just as she looked over. Her eyes were equally filled with shock. Clearly, Shiji had come to the same conclusion as he had. It was impossible for the two of them not to be stunned. The path of skills is profound and vast, as deep as a boundless ocean. As long as one is willing to invest enough time and energy, reaching the expert level in a skill is eventually achievable. However, mastery is a different story altogether. Without day and night of contemplation and practice, and without sufficient talent, mastering a skill to the level of mastery is simply impossible. Unless one waits until their energy level reaches a higher stage and then returns to practice lower level skills, only then leveraging superior physical attributes does the possibility of achieving mastery significantly increase. That man just now was incredibly powerful, but he likely hasn't reached the level of a rank 2 warrior yet. A rank 1 warrior mastering a skill to the mastery level is simply unheard of. If anyone had told Hequan such a thing before tonight, he would have dismissed it with utter disdain. It took a long while before the two of them finally snapped out of their shock. "What do we do now?" Shi Jiayi asked. Hequan hesitated for a moment before saying, "Let's notify the team first and have them come handle the scene and the bodies." It was only then that the realization hit him, and he felt a lingering sense of relief. If they hadn't encountered that mysterious masked man, he and Shi Jiayi would likely have met a fate worse than death tonight. A brutal criminal like Zhu Wu had far too many ways to torture his victims. After a brief pause, Hequan added another word. "And about that masked man, we need to report it to Captain Wu as well." Shi Jiayi nodded. With such a mysterious and powerful warrior appearing within their jurisdiction, it was the responsibility of the Defense Corps to investigate. Although the man's face was hidden by a mask, judging by his build. Shi Jiayi's eyes suddenly widened. She realized with a shock that she couldn't even recall what the man's physique looked like. Forget the physique, she couldn't even recall whether the person was male or female. The only thing remaining in her memory was a dark crow mask with black patterns on a white background. Hequan, do you remember what that person's build was like?" Shi Jiayi asked, stammering. Hequan was about to answer when he suddenly froze in place, his eyes gradually widening. "What's going on? I seem to have forgotten what that person looked like. I only remember he was wearing a mask." The two exchanged glances, both wearing expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Despite having just killed someone, Shin inexplicably didn't feel much of a sense of reality. Even less did he experience the nausea or urge to vomit often described in novels. This left him quite puzzled. After a moment of fruitless reflection, Shin stopped dwelling on it and quietly returned home under the cover of night. After taking a shower, he went straight to bed to rest. The night passed in silence. The next day, Shen got up early for a run. By noon, he was more than halfway through his 100-kilometer goal. After a quick shower to wash away the sweat, Shen hopped on a bus heading to Haiyan University. When he arrived at the classroom, Hui was already in her seat. Seeing Chen, a complex expression appeared on Hui's face. Yesterday's experience had been a massive shock to him, and even now, he felt somewhat dazed. It felt as if a classmate, whose grades were usually similar to his own, had suddenly displayed a doctoral level of knowledge, leaving him caught off guard and finding it hard to accept. Chen, however, remained perfectly composed, sitting down beside Hui with a calm expression. After a moment of hesitation, Hui whispered, "Chen, Deng Bin is narrow-minded and vindictive. You should still be careful lately." Chen glanced at him and smiled, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." To be honest, he hadn't really taken the matter to heart. With the self-discipline system, his strength was increasing at a speed far beyond what a normal person could imagine. If Deng Bin wanted revenge, he'd better hurry, otherwise, in another 10 days or half a month, even bringing a level 3 warrior might be useless. Hearing Chen's words, the worry in Hui's heart only intensified. Word has it that Deng Bin has a cousin in the warrior department who is a rank 2 warrior. If Deng Bin were to bring that cousin along to seek revenge, both he and Chen would be in serious trouble. After class, Chen politely declined Hui's invitation to grab a meal and headed straight back home. Taking advantage of the fact that the redemption shop hadn't refreshed yet, he went out for another run. Of course, he didn't choose the same park as last night, opting instead for a different secluded location. An hour or so later, the long-distance runner achievement was successfully unlocked. 200 discipline points. A new achievement appeared immediately after. Long-distance expert, run 500 kilometers to receive 300 discipline points. Current progress, 0-500. After running another 20-odd kilometers and seeing that it was getting late, Shen finally headed back home. The moment he stepped through the door, the redemption shop refreshed as well. Redemption shop next refresh, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Random skill EXP card, grants 100/500 skill proficiency upon use. Price, 100 discipline points. EXP crystal, apply to a designated skill to gain 5 years of cultivation experience and insights for that skill. Price, 500 discipline points. Random stat card, targeted stat card, increases spirit by 3 points upon use. Price, 100 discipline points. All 3 items appearing this time were ones that had been seen before. Nevertheless, Chen was still quite delighted. Random skill EXP card EXP crystal. Both of these were exactly what he needed most at the moment. After spending 100 discipline points to exchange for the random skill EXP card, Chen used it immediately. Obtain 318 skill proficiency points. Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad, his luck wasn't too terrible. Although 318 proficiency points weren't enough to level up the Rushing Thunder Fist, they were more than sufficient to upgrade one of the other 2 skills. After a moment of reflection, Chen decided to see things through and upgrade the Whale Devour breathing skill first. While the Whale Devour breathing skill offers little help in actual combat, its importance is by no means low. Without the Whale Devour breathing skill to catalyze food absorption and convert it into energy, the body simply wouldn't be able to sustain frequent skill cultivation. As for Shadow Step, it wouldn't be too late to upgrade it after accumulating enough discipline points to exchange for EXP crystals. Steadying his mind, Chen immediately upgraded the Whale Devour breathing skill. In an instant, a massive influx of insights and understandings regarding the Whale Devour breathing skill appeared out of thin air, making his head feel slightly bloated. But Chen no longer had the leisure to pay any attention to that. At the same time, the muscles, bones, and tendons throughout his entire body suddenly trembled violently, and a sour, burning sensation instantly flooded his system, making him feel exceptionally uncomfortable. Fortunately, this sensation left as quickly as it had arrived. The physical abnormality vanished rapidly. Chen moved his limbs and felt as if a layer of shackles had been lifted from his entire body. He felt completely transformed, as if he had been reborn. He understood instantly. He was now a level 2 warrior. Chapter 11, Iron Fist Club. Feeling the surging strength within his body, Chen was filled with ecstasy, wishing he could let out a long howl to vent his excitement. Every level increase in energy level represents a leap in the stage of life and a massive boost in overall power. Don't be fooled by the fact that there is only a 1-level difference between a level 2 warrior and a level 1 warrior. The gap in their actual strength is immense. In a real fight, it would be incredibly easy for a level 2 warrior to defeat a level 1 warrior. Strictly speaking, someone at energy level 1 isn't considered a warrior in the true sense of the word. After all, ordinary people also fall within the scope of energy level 1. In warrior circles, only those who have reached level 2 are recognized as true warriors. Even university warrior departments use the attainment of level 2 as the criterion for deciding whether to award students their graduation certificates. In the military, reaching energy level 2 is a rigid requirement for promotion to a non-commissioned officer. It took a good while before Chen managed to calm the wild ecstasy in his heart. Now that he had been promoted to a level 2 warrior and mastered the mastery Rushing Thunder Fist, he met the requirements to transfer to the warrior department. It was time to apply for the change of major. Composing himself, Chen summoned his personal system panel. Name, Chen. Level, 2. Stat Strength 25, Constitution 24, Agility 17, Spirit 16. Discipline Points 100. Skill. Whale Devour Breathing Skill Expert 0500. Rushing Thunder Fist Mastery 451 1000. Shadow Step Beginner 0200. Strength increased by 1 point, Constitution increased by 2 points, only 3 stats in total? Chen frowned slightly, feeling somewhat puzzled. Back then, the adept level Whale Devour breathing skill had increased his stats by 3 points. Logically speaking, the expert Whale Devour breathing skill should have increased them by at least 4 points. Could it be because my energy level has increased? Chen mulled it over and realized this was the only plausible explanation. It seems that as my energy level rises, the strengthening effect from skill breakthroughs diminishes accordingly. I expect that once I reach level 3, practicing 1-star or 2-star skills won't provide much of a boost anymore. Chen made a mental note to prioritize collecting higher star skills from now on. If I had known, I would have upgraded Shadow Step instead. Chen smacked his lips. It seemed that proficiency points should be prioritized for high star skills. As for the Whale Devour breathing skill, he would rely on daily practice to level it up slowly. By grinding 3 or 4 proficiency points a day, he would eventually break through to mastery. With dozens of proficiency points remaining, Chen poured them all directly into the rushing Thunder Fist. With only 100 discipline points remaining, it was far from enough to exchange for an EXP crystal. After some thought, Chen simply exchanged them for a random stat card and a targeted stat card, directly increasing his spirit by 3 points. As his spirit stats improved, he keenly felt his mind become much clearer. It was as if a layer of dusty glass covering the entire world had been wiped clean, making everything appear sharper. He could even clearly perceive a mosquito flying past the balcony more than 10 meters away. Keep in mind that it was currently the middle of the night. After reflecting for a moment, Chen wore a thoughtful expression. Perception. Cognitive speed. The spirit stats encompassed at least these 2 aspects. As for the rest, it remains to be studied in the future. After this series of upgrades, Chen's total 4-dimensional stats have soared to 85 points. According to the unified standards of the Federation, advancing to energy level 3 requires an average of 30 points across the 4-dimensional stats. In other words, a total value of 120 points. Still 35 points short, there's still a long way to go. Sitting down on the sofa, Chen pondered his plans for the immediate future. The first priority, naturally, was to apply for a transfer between departments. However, there was no rush, he could simply take care of it when he headed to school for classes. The second task was to pay a visit to the combat club. Now that he had reached level 2 warrior status, it was time to complete the Combat 2 achievement. Chen was salivating at the prospect of the 1,000 discipline points rewarded by the achievement. There are no classes tomorrow, so it's the perfect time to head downtown. The next day, Chen woke up early and took the bus to the city center. Last night, he had already conducted a detailed online search regarding the combat club. Since entering the martial arts era, various martial arts halls and combat clubs have sprouted up like mushrooms to satisfy people's pursuit and passion for martial arts. Unlike martial arts dojos, whose primary function is to teach skills, a combat club is more of a place for martial arts enthusiasts to exchange ideas and spar with one another. Although they do offer skill instruction and sparring partner services, their main purpose is to provide paid venues for warriors to test their skills against each other. Within Beluga City, there are over a dozen legitimate combat clubs. Among them, 5 are particularly well known. After researching a vast amount of information, Chen finally selected the Iron Fist Club from among these 5. The Iron Fist Club was chosen simply because it boasted the highest concentration of level 2 and level 3 warrior members among over a dozen combat clubs. After getting off the bus downtown, Chen walked for a short distance and soon arrived in front of a large building. Looking up at the Iron Fist Club sign hanging at the top of the building, Chen nodded inwardly. To occupy such a massive building in the prime real estate of the city center, the Iron Fist Club's resources were indeed formidable. The interior of the building was stylishly decorated, with a spacious and brightly lit lobby. Several young women in professional attire, boasting pleasant features and slender figures, stood behind the front desk. As soon as Chen stepped through the main entrance, one of the receptionists approached him with a welcoming smile. "Welcome, sir. How may I assist you today?" Chen took a quick look around and said, "I'd like to sign up for a membership." Upon hearing that he was there to become a member, the receptionist's smile grew even warmer as she hurriedly led Chen toward the front desk. "Sir, please fill out this form." The receptionist handed over a form and a pen. Chen glanced at it. The form consisted of standard items such as name, mobile number, and home address. The only additions were energy level and the total value of the 4-dimensional stats. Noticing Chen's gaze, the receptionist explained with a smile. Sir, our club offers matchmaking services and can arrange sparring sessions with suitable opponents for our members. We only require you to fill out your strength profile so that we can find the most appropriate match for you. As she spoke, the receptionist brought out an object about the size of a fist that looked like a transparent blue crystal ball and placed it in front of Chen. This is a life energy tester. You just need to place your hand on it. The life energy tester, as the name suggests, is used to measure one's energy level. This device, invented and promoted by the Federation, can roughly measure a person's total four-dimensional stats. It is said that even more precise instruments exist, capable of measuring the detailed data of each of the four stats individually. However, the latter type of equipment is primarily controlled by the Bureau of Military Affairs and major private transcendent organizations, with very little circulation on the open market. Chen had heard of life energy testers before, but this was his first time seeing one in person, and he couldn't help but marvel at it. He reached out and pressed his hand against the surface of the tester. His palm felt a slight warmth, and a second later, he felt the device vibrate gently. After removing his hand, a number was immediately revealed in the center of the tester. 83 foot. Chapter 12, with no woman in the heart, drawing the blade becomes divine. 83 points? Chen's eyes flickered slightly. His total attributes across the four dimensions amounted to 85 points, which align closely with the data provided by the testing device. The device was only designed to provide approximate readings to begin with. Chen remained unfazed, but the girl at the front desk was visibly startled. Given how young Chen looked, she had initially assumed a total attribute score of 60 or 70 would be quite impressive for him. She never expected him to be a level 2 warrior. Such a young level 2 warrior, could he be a student from the warrior department of some university? The receptionist's gaze toward Chen shifted instantly, a hint of burning admiration flickering in her eyes. In today's society, being a student in the warrior department is almost synonymous with having a brilliant future. Whether they enlist in the military or join a corporate conglomerate after graduation, they are guaranteed a path to success. This was especially true for the young man before her, who also possessed such bright and handsome features. The receptionist's smile grew even warmer as she guided Chen through the form with a gentle tone, then asked, "Mr. Chen, our club offers 3 membership tiers, Gold, Platinum, and Diamond. Which one are you considering? What are the differences?" Chen asked. The receptionist immediately handed him a list. It clearly detailed the pricing and privileges associated with each membership level. Among them, the Gold membership has an annual fee of 8,999 star coins and only provides access to the club's matchmaking services. The Platinum membership costs 19,999 star coins per year. In addition to matchmaking services, members can use the club's cultivation rooms and attend high-level warrior lectures held by the club from time to time. The Diamond membership has an annual fee of 59,999 star coins. Beyond the aforementioned privileges, it includes a dedicated manager for one-on-one service and the ability to initiate matches in special modes. More importantly, Diamond members have the freedom to choose their opponents during member matches. Of course, the privileges mentioned above do not include skill guidance or instruction. All of these programs require additional fees. After reviewing the list, Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Warriors truly are wealthy people. Just for matchmaking services and venue provision, the annual membership fee starts at a minimum of 8,999 star coins. The top-tier Diamond membership even costs nearly 60,000 star coins. It's worth noting that many ordinary people might not even earn that much in an entire year. However, Chen was not among the ranks of the wealthy warriors. He was still just a student. "I'll go with the Gold membership." Chen took out his bank card, feeling a slight pang of regret in his heart. With nearly half of his savings gone in an instant, it seemed he would have to find a way to make some money. Otherwise, I won't even be able to afford the meat required to practice the whale devour breathing skill in the future. "Alright, please wait a moment." The receptionist took the bank card with a smile and skillfully processed the transaction on the computer. In less than 2 minutes, she completed the procedure and handed the bank card back to Chen along with the membership card. "The battle hall is on the 3rd floor. You can take the elevator at the end of the corridor to get there. Thank you. Chen took the cards and suddenly felt something unusual about the texture. Looking down, he saw a small slip of paper sandwiched between the two cards. A name and a phone number were written on it. Chen froze for a moment and glanced at the girl at the front desk. The girl's face was slightly flushed, and her watery eyes were fixed on him, her gaze carrying a hint of anticipation beneath her shyness. Chen shook his head inwardly, but not wanting to embarrass the girl, he prepared to tuck the note away and find a secluded spot to dispose of it later. But in the next second, a notification suddenly popped up in front of him. With no woman in your heart, your blade will naturally find its spirit. Staying single and focusing your energy on cultivation is also a form of self-discipline. Heart of Iron, accumulate 10 rejections of romantic advances from the opposite sex. Upon completion, you will receive 1,000 discipline points. Current progress, 0-10. Chen was completely dumbfounded. This self-discipline system is overstepping its bounds. It won't even let my love life slide? Chen was somewhat speechless. Fortunately, there were no penalties for failing to complete these achievements. Otherwise, if a bachelor series of achievements ever cropped up, wouldn't he be destined to grow old alone? After harshly criticizing the self-discipline system in his mind, Chen's expression turned serious as he spoke to the girl at the front desk. I'm sorry, but I already have a girlfriend. Placing the note on the counter, Chen turned and walked away without looking back, leaving the receptionist standing there in a daze. Sorry, girl, but they're just offering too much. A reward of 1,000 discipline points is no less than what the Combat 2 achievement offers. However, achieving this particular goal would not be easy. Unlike previous achievements, which Chen could take the initiative to complete on his own. Even for Combat 2, as long as one's strength improves, completing it is not particularly difficult. However, the Heart of Stone achievement is quite unique. It can only be achieved by rejecting a member of the opposite sex after they have expressed their affection. This puts one in a passive position. Chen couldn't exactly go around manipulating people's feelings, could he? Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't be able to do it. The only saving grace was that the achievement had no penalties or time limits, allowing Chen to complete it at his own pace. This incident was merely a minor interlude. Chen quickly put it out of his mind and took the elevator to the combat hall on the 3rd floor. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, a wave of clamor rushed toward him. Looking ahead, the bright and spacious hall was divided into 6 distinct areas. A martial arts arena stands within each designated area. Pairs of warriors are engaged in fierce combat upon the stages, the relentless sound of clashing fists and kicks filling the air, while crowds of onlookers surround them, shouting in excitement. The entire hall is enveloped in a feverish, high-spirited atmosphere. Chen took a lap around the facility and found that, just as the internet suggested, the skill level of the members is mostly concentrated between level 2 and level 3. Among them, level 2 warriors make up the vast majority. At this moment, the warriors competing on all 6 stages were level 2 warriors. Chen stopped at stage 3 and looked up. The 2 warriors on the stage were both quite strong. Judging by their movements, their total 4-dimensional stats likely exceeded 90 points. After watching for a while, Chen gradually felt more confident. Although his own 4-dimensional stats were not as high as those of the 2 men on stage, he was absolutely certain he would win if they actually fought. After all, the skill levels of these 2 warriors were not particularly advanced. One practicing the willow palm technique. One who practices the spirit snake fist. Both were at the expert level. These 2 skills were similar to the rushing thunder fist, both being relatively common skills. Even without using Shadow Step, Chen was confident he could defeat the 2 of them relying solely on his mastery of the rushing thunder fist. Leaving Ring 3, Chen turned and walked toward the counter in the corner of the hall, where he filed his application for a match. The Iron Fist Club follows its own set of rules for matchmaking. First, members applying for a match are categorized into different tiers based on their total 4-dimensional stats. For instance, Level 1, Level 2, and Level 3 all belong to distinct tiers. Furthermore, each energy level is subdivided into different ranks. Taking Level 2 as an example, a stat total of 80-89 constitutes a specific tier.
90 to 99 represents one tier. And so on.
Only members within the same tier are randomly matched for combat. This helps prevent an excessive power gap between opponents, which would otherwise compromise the combat experience. Chen's tested total for his 4-dimensional stats is 83, placing him in the first tier. In other words, the opponents he is about to face will all have total 4-dimensional stats ranging between 80 and 89. Mr. Chen, your match application has been processed. Please wait a moment and keep an eye on the electronic screen in the lobby. It will display your ring number and match schedule. The staff member respectfully handed back the membership card. Chen offered his thanks and turned toward the lobby's electronic screen, quickly locating his information. Ring 4, match 15 of the day, member ID 58395 versus member ID 00284. 58395 was indeed his membership ID. Chapter 13, The Rookie Hunter. Chen arrived at Ring 4. The 14th match was currently underway on the stage, and the clash between the two warriors had already reached its final stages. After just over 2 minutes, the battle came to an end. The defeated warrior walked off the stage in dejection, while the victor held his head high, basking in the cheers of the crowd. Ring 4, match 15, member ID 58395 versus member ID 00284. The announcement echoed through the hall. Chen cracked his neck and strode onto the ring. Instantly, numerous gazes from the surroundings fell upon him. A new face. Is he a new member? Judging by the ID, it should be him. He looks quite young. I wonder what level he is. Probably level 1. Level 1? Then there's not much to see. The crowd whispered among themselves. Just then, Chen's opponent also stepped onto the arena. He appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle that shone with grease, and his expression carried a hint of frivolity. His martial arts uniform was clearly of high value at a single glance. As the man stepped onto the stage, a stir immediately rippled through the surrounding crowd of spectators. It's that guy Zhao Yu again. This guy must be using his diamond member privileges again. Doesn't he ever get tired of bullying newcomers every single day? Wait, that's not right. Zhao Yu is a level 2 warrior. Does that mean this rookie is a level 2 warrior too? That last remark left quite a few people stunned. Exactly. According to the matching rules, only a level 2 warrior can face off against another level 2 warrior. In other words, this newcomer is definitely a level 2 warrior as well. Such a young level 2 warrior, could he be a student from a university's martial arts department? The gaze of the crowd toward Chen was instantly tinged with a hint of astonishment. Students of the martial arts department are all, without exception, martial arts geniuses. However, soon after, many people secretly shook their heads. It was a pity that this newcomer had such bad luck. Of all the people to run into, he had to cross paths with a psychopath like Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu came from a wealthy family. It was said that his father was the chairman of a large corporation. His own martial arts aptitude, however, was nothing to write home about. An ordinary person might never manage to break through to level 2 in their entire lifetime. However, Zhao Yu's father possessed the superpower of deep pockets. He spent a fortune purchasing a massive quantity of physical enhancement serums, forcibly boosting Zhao Yu's energy level to level 2. Warriors who increase their energy level through such methods essentially lose any possibility of further advancement. But Zhao Yu didn't care. He would have been perfectly satisfied just to break through to level 2. To satisfy his desire of being a martial arts master, he joined the Iron Fist Club and even signed up for the highest tier diamond membership. His sole purpose was to ensure he could pick opponents weaker than himself for every match, allowing him to savor the taste of victory indefinitely. Furthermore, because the veteran members were all well aware of his tactics, they would forfeit immediately even if matched with him, refusing to spar with him at all. Consequently, Zhao Yu generally set his sights on the newcomers who had just joined the club. Over time, he earned the somewhat mocking nickname of Rookie Hunter. Yet Zhao Yu felt no shame at all. Instead, he took great pride in the title. It just so happened that a moment ago, he spotted a newcomer who had just joined the club, whose total 4-dimensional stats were only 83.5 points lower than his own. Furthermore, given the opponent's young age, their skill mastery certainly couldn't be that profound. Without a doubt, this was the perfect opponent. Without hesitation, Zhao Yu selected the newcomer named Chen for a matching battle. This guy is likely a student from the warrior department. Everyone outside brags about how formidable they are, but he's still going to end up defeated by my hand. Zhao Yu cast a smug glance at Chen, who stood opposite him. By this time, Chen also sensed that something was amiss. It seemed his opponent wasn't exactly a conventional individual. That being said, he didn't pay much attention to it. The staff member serving as the referee stepped onto the edge of the ring at this moment. Glancing left and right to see that both sides were ready, he announced the start of the match. The moment the words left his mouth, Zhao Yu immediately launched an offensive. With a few large strides, he rushed in front of Chen, swinging both palms in succession as he attacked Chen with a fierce, gusty force. Chen had spent quite a bit of time recently cramming martial arts knowledge online and had watched many videos demonstrating skills. He immediately recognized that what Zhao Yu was performing was a palm technique known as layered heavy waves. As the name suggests, this palm technique emphasizes a continuous and relentless offensive.
Once unleashed, the strikes flow like surging waves, unending and overlapping.
With each movement, the speed increases and the strength intensifies, eventually reaching a point where the opponent can neither block nor evade. This skill is far superior to common techniques like the spirit snake fist. According to Chen's estimation, this skill is highly likely a 1-star or 2-star skill, much like the shadow step. Upon realizing that Zhao Yu was utilizing the layered heavy waves, Chen's mind sharpened instantly, and he immediately rallied his spirit to face the challenge. However, after exchanging blows for a few moments, a strange expression gradually crept onto his face. It was because he discovered that Zhao Yu's mastery of this skill was nowhere near as high as he had imagined. At most, it was at the adept level, falling significantly short of the power of the expert-level layered waves he had seen in the video. Furthermore, Zhao Yu used only this single skill from start to finish, clearly indicating that he had poured all his energy into it and had no capacity left to cultivate other skills. In fact, that was exactly the case. Zhao Yu's natural aptitude for skills was never particularly good to begin with. He spent 7 or 8 years focusing solely on cultivating the layered heavy waves technique, barely managing to reach the adept level. Fortunately, layered heavy waves is a 1-star skill, 2-star skill with formidable power. By relying on his adept level mastery, Zhao Yu could often gain the upper hand against other level 2 warriors whose total 4-dimensional stats were similar to his own. In his expectations, today should have been no different from any other day. Unfortunately, he happened to run into a monster like Chen, who simply cannot be measured by common logic. After seeing through Zhao Yu's true capabilities, Chen suddenly burst into a derisive laugh. It turned out he was nothing more than a flashy but useless showpiece. No longer intending to keep playing along with Zhao Yu, Chen's figure flashed like a whirlwind, instantly circling behind Zhao Yu and throwing a twisting punch. He only used 60 to 70% of his strength for this punch, not even triggering the sound of thunder. Yet, such was the formidable power of the mastery-rushing thunder fist that with a muffled bang, Zhao Yu was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the ground at the edge of the arena.
The surroundings instantly fell silent.
The crowd watched the scene in stunned silence. The referee was also momentarily dazed. Seeing that Zhao Yu hadn't gotten up for a long while, he walked over to check, only to find that Zhao Yu had already fainted. The winner of this match is member ID 58395. As the referee announced the outcome, the surrounding crowd immediately erupted into an uproar. Although Zhao Yu's behavior was met with disdain and contempt, his actual strength was by no means weak. At the very least, within the competitive tier of level 2 warriors 80-89 range, Zhao Yu's prowess was undoubtedly among the best. Otherwise, he would have been taken down long ago. How could he have remained so arrogant until today? Yet now, he had been knocked unconscious with a single, effortless blow. Such a bizarre turn of events left everyone in utter shock. Is it over already? What was that just now? Such incredible speed. It must be some kind of movement technique or qigong. That rushing thunder fist was fierce, too, at least at the expert level.
TSK, I thought the newcomer was going to suffer, but it turns out he's a total tiger. Heh, Zhao Yu really bit off more than he could chew today. Many onlookers now gazed at Chen with a hint of genuine awe. Not only has he reached level 2 warrior at such a young age, but he has also mastered an expert skill. This level of talent is enough to look down upon all his peers. I wonder which university's warrior department this student belongs to. Chapter 14, Taking a Beating for Nothing. Chen had no idea that many people had mistaken him for a student from the warrior department. After defeating Zhao Yu, he immediately checked the progress of Combat 2, and saw that it had updated to 110, nodding to himself in satisfaction. If all went well, he might even be able to complete the achievement today. Stepping down from the ring, Chen headed straight to the counter to apply for another match. It was still Ring 4, but this time he was scheduled for the 19th match. Including the 16th match currently in progress, there were 2 more bouts ahead of him before his turn. Chen was in no hurry, waiting patiently by the arena while observing the battles on stage. He noticed that most of the level 2 warriors who stepped into the ring had mastered 2 skills. However, their proficiency levels were not particularly high. Most were at the adept level, with only a few reaching expert. As for mastery, there wasn't a single one. Seeing this, Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. It was all thanks to the self-discipline system that he was able to make such rapid strides in his skills. Otherwise, if he had followed a conventional cultivation path, his rushing Thunder Fist would likely have only just reached the proficient level by now. It was worth noting that Chen also observed that the skills practiced by the warriors present were mostly on par with the rushing Thunder Fist. As for 1-star or 2-star skills like the layered heavy waves, he hadn't seen anyone other than Zhao Yu perform them yet. It seems 1-star and 2-star skills are even rarer than I imagined. Chen pondered silently, and soon felt a sense of joy. With the self-discipline system, he had a way to obtain high-star skills. Shadow Step was the proof. About half an hour later, it was finally Chen's turn. When they saw Chen stepping onto the stage again, many people were taken aback. It's him again. This newcomer is pretty fierce. He's been constantly requesting matches since his first day. He's probably hit a bottleneck with his skill and is looking for a breakthrough in combat. That's possible. Amidst the chatter, Chen's opponent also stepped onto the stage. Unexpectedly, his opponent for this match was a young man who appeared to be around the same age as him. Although his features were somewhat ordinary, he was full of spirit, and his eyes shone brightly. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, the young man said to Chen, "My name is Yu Xingfeng, from the Haiyan University Warrior Department. How should I address you, brother? Which university are you from?" Yu Xingfeng had also been below the stage watching the previous battle between Chen and Zhao Yu. He was deeply impressed by Chen. Like most people, Yu Xingfeng assumed Chen was a student from the warrior department of some university, so he felt inclined to make his acquaintance. "Chen, also from Haiyan University," Chen said candidly. Yu Xingfeng was stunned upon hearing this. He hadn't expected the other man to be from the same university as him. However, a look of confusion quickly crossed his face. "You're also from the Haiyan University Warrior Department? But how come I've never seen you before?" Haiyan University is a comprehensive university. The established warrior department consists of only a little over 200 students. After more than 2 years, Yu Xingfeng felt that even if he couldn't remember everyone's name, he had at least some impression of every single one of them. Yet, in his memory, he had never seen Chen. Chen shook his head. "I'm not from the warrior department." Yu Xingfeng was stunned for a moment, but then quickly realized what it meant, his eyes widening instantly. General Studies Department. That's right. Upon receiving confirmation from Chen, Yu Xingfeng stood there as if struck dumb. Even if he racked his brains, he never would have imagined that Chen was actually from the General Studies Department. Since when did the General Studies Department produce such a formidable figure? It is important to realize that even within the warrior department, not every student has reached level 2 warrior status. Not to mention, Chen clearly possesses formidable strength. Even within the warrior department, he would undoubtedly rank among the top 10%. How could someone like this be a student from the General Studies Department? Was this some kind of joke? Upon hearing the conversation between Chen and Yu Xingfeng, the crowd surrounding the arena was also stunned. Holy crap, this kid isn't from the warrior department? That's insane. With skills like that, he still can't get into the warrior department? Is the threshold for high-end university's warrior department really that high? No way, a level 2 warrior is more than qualified to enter the warrior department of any transcendent university. I've really seen it all today. Many people wore expressions of utter shock. It was the first time they had ever seen such a formidable student from the General Studies Department. Yu Xingfeng snapped back to his senses, his heart filled with uncertainty and suspicion. However, given the current situation, it wasn't the right time to press for answers, so he could only suppress his confusion for the moment. Seeing that both parties were ready, the referee immediately announced the start of the match. Yu Xingfeng struck first, lunging at Chen like a lion or tiger pouncing on a rabbit, his momentum fierce and peerless. "It's the tiger walk," someone in the crowd exclaimed. Yu Xingfeng's tiger walk had long reached the adept level. His speed was as swift as a gale, and in the blink of an eye, he charged to Chen's right, twisting his fist to deliver a powerful blow. He thought this strike was a guaranteed hit, believing Chen would either have to endure it or meet it head-on. To his surprise, in the next second, Chen's figure flickered, instantaneously sweeping to his side and launching a backhand punch. Yu Xingfeng was clearly much stronger than Zhao Yu, and his skill mastery was far beyond what Zhao Yu could ever compare to. Thus, Chen did not hold back, putting his full strength into this punch. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted across the arena. As Chen threw the punch, a majestic and peerless force surged toward Yu Xingfeng like a crashing tidal wave. Yu Xingfeng's expression changed drastically in an instant. The surroundings fell into a sudden silence, followed immediately by a massive uproar. Mastery rushing thunder fist. Chen actually possesses a mastery skill. Shock spread across the faces of many in the crowd. For a warrior of this age, mastering an expert skill would already be considered outstanding. To have mastered a mastery skill, it was something they hadn't even dared to imagine. The situation on the stage took a sudden and dramatic turn. Facing the full force of the mastery-rushing thunder fist, Yu Xingfeng didn't dare to meet it head-on and scrambled to dodge. However, Chen's speed was ghost-like, clinging to him like a shadow. No matter how Yu Xingfeng tried to evade, he could not shake him off. Finally, Yu Xingfeng's breath faltered, and his movements stalled for a split second. Chen keenly seized this flaw and unleashed a devastating punch. Yu Xingfeng's scalp tingled with dread, but with no other choice, he could only brace himself and throw a punch to meet the attack. Bang! In the next instant, Yu Xingfeng was sent flying backward. After hitting the ground, he stumbled back several more steps, only managing to steady himself once he reached the very edge of the arena. Seeing that Chen intended to continue his assault, Yu Xingfeng's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly cried out in a panicked voice. "I concede." Chen paused his movements, glanced at Yu Xingfeng, and finally stayed his hand. Seeing this, Yu Xingfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him and couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Damn it, a mastery skill? How the hell is anyone supposed to fight that? You'd probably need a total 4-dimensional stats value at least 10 points higher than Chen's just to stand a chance against him. This guy shouldn't even be in the 80-89 bracket, he should be fighting members in the higher tiers. At that moment, the referee finally snapped back to his senses and hurriedly announced Chen as the winner. As the words fell, the surrounding crowd snapped out of their daze, and exclamations of wonder erupted one after another. I never expected to see a mastery skill here. This is way too fierce. At this age, how on earth did he train a skill to mastery? Not far away, Zhao Yu stood frozen in place with a blank expression, his mouth agape in utter disbelief. After waking up in the lounge, he simply couldn't believe he had been defeated so easily. Chen must have used some kind of trickery. Thus, he immediately rushed to the battle hall, intent on finding Chen for a rematch to wash away his humiliation. As it happened, he arrived just in time to witness Chen performing the mastery-rushing thunder fist, leaving him completely dumbfounded. Once he regained his senses, Zhao Yu slunk out of the hall without a word. You've got to be kidding me! A powerhouse who has mastered a mastery skill could crush him with a single hand. He could forget about ever avenging this humiliation. It seemed today's beating was suffered in vain. Chapter 15: A completely different path of martial arts. Stepping down from the ring, Chen was just about to apply for another match when he suddenly heard a voice from behind him. "Chen, wait a moment." Chen turned around to see that it was Yu Xingfeng. Approaching him, Yu Xingfeng extended his hand with a face full of smiles. "We're from the same school, we should exchange pointers more often in the future." Despite having lost to Chen, Yu Xingfeng felt no resentment. Instead, his admiration for Chen had only grown. After all, this was a powerhouse who had managed to promote to a level 2 warrior and master a mastery skill while still in the general studies department. There was everything to gain and nothing to lose by staying on good terms with such a formidable individual. Since one does not strike a smiling face, Chen gave a slight smile and shook hands with Yu Xingfeng. "Chen, you're incredibly strong and already meet the requirements to transfer to the warrior department. Why are you still staying in the general studies department?" Yu Xingfeng couldn't help but ask. This was the question he had never been able to figure out. Chen replied calmly, "I only recently broke through to level 2, and I was planning to apply for a major transfer soon." Only then did Yu Xingfeng feel a sense of relief. "Then we'll be classmates in the same department from now on. We should get together when you have the time." Chen saw no reason to refuse. After a brief conversation, Chen parted ways with Yu Xingfeng and continued toward the counter. Over the next few hours, Chen repeatedly applied for matches. It wasn't until evening that he finally secured his 10th victory. Watching the achievement notification pop up, Chen couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. "Once I have some extra cash, I definitely need to upgrade to a diamond membership." Diamond level members possess a special privilege, the ability to initiate a King of the Hill challenge. A single member occupies the arena, while other members take turns coming up to challenge them. The loser steps down, and the winner remains in the ring. This continues until no one else challenges the one who remains as the champion. By choosing this mode, one can save a significant amount of time spent waiting in the matchmaking queue. Regardless, Combat 2 was finally complete. 1,000 discipline points acquired. This was the largest sum of discipline points Chen had received to date. With this, he could finally exchange them for an EXP crystal. Chen felt a surge of excitement and couldn't wait to leave the Iron Fist Club. As he passed through the first floor lobby, the girl at the front desk gave him a resentful glance. Chen could only pretend not to see it, quickening his pace as he left the gate. Upon returning home, Chen immediately opened the redemption shop and exchanged for an EXP crystal. He then decisively applied it to Shadow Step. That familiar sensation surged once again. A flurry of images flashed through Chen's mind in an instant. In a daze, it felt as though he had already undergone 5 years of rigorous cultivation. Looking at the system panel again, significant changes had already taken place. Name: Chen. Level: 2. Stat: Strength 26, Constitution 26, Agility 25, Spirit 19. Discipline points 500. Skill: Whale Devour Breathing Skill Expert 2 500. Rushing Thunder Fist Mastery 473 1000. Shadow Step Adept 341 600. Strength increased by 1 point, Constitution increased by 2 points, and Agility increased by 8 points. A total of 11 stats added. Chen was instantly overjoyed. The EXP crystal is indeed powerful. In an instant, Shadow Step skipped the beginner and proficient stages, breaking through directly to the adept level. It also boosted his stats by 11 points in one go. As a result, his total 4-dimensional stats soared to 96 points. Only 24 more stat points to reach the level 3 standard. Chen grinned. At this rate, he would likely break through to level 3 in less than half a month. Such a rate of power progression was simply appalling. Chen executed Shadow Step, shifting and leaping across the living room. It was only after several minutes that he stopped, satisfied with the results. After breaking through to the adept level, the speed of Shadow Step had surged significantly once again. If he were to face Yu Xingfeng now, the opponent would likely be knocked off the stage before even managing to touch the hem of his clothes. It can only be said that 1-star and 2-star skills truly live up to their reputation. I definitely need to keep leveling up Shadow Step. But I can't let Rushing Thunder Fist fall behind either. Chen was curious what realm lies beyond mastery? And just how much power would it hold? Snapping back to reality, Chen turned to open the achievement list. Push-up expert, perform 5,000 push-ups to receive 300 discipline points upon completion. Current progress, 741 5,000. Squat expert, perform 5,000 squats to receive 300 discipline points upon completion. Current progress, 632 5,000. Sit-up expert, perform 5,000 sit-ups to receive 300 discipline points upon completion. Current progress, 145 5,000. Long-distance running expert, run for 500 kilometers to receive 300 discipline points upon completion. Current progress, 54 500. Combat Practice 3, defeat 100 warriors, requiring a total combined value of the 4 primary stats to be no less than 120 points. Upon completion, receive 2,000 discipline points. Current progress, 0-100. Heart of Stone, accumulate 10 rejections of romantic advances from the opposite sex. Upon completion, receive 1,000 discipline points. Current progress, 110. There are 6 achievements in total. Among them, Heart of Stone and Combat Practice 3 are not tasks that can be completed in a short period of time. Therefore, Chen decided to focus his upcoming energy on the 4 exercise-related achievements. If all 4 achievements are completed, there will be a total of 1,200 discipline points, which is quite a significant amount. Moreover, the difficulty isn't high, they can be finished in just 3 or 4 days. The redemption shop won't refresh for another 3 hours. Chen glanced at the clock on the wall, planning to eat first and practice the whale devour breathing skill before coming back to grind the achievements. However, just as he reached the kitchen door, he heard his phone start to ring. He pulled it out and saw that it was a call from Yan. "Hello, Yan." "Ah, Chuan." Yan's voice came through the phone, as pleasant and refreshing as ever. "How have you been lately?" "Great, everything is going smoothly." Chen thought to himself that things couldn't be better. He had already become a level 2 warrior. "Have you still been practicing martial arts lately?" Yan suddenly asked. Chen gave a vague response. In his memory, Yan didn't really support Chen's martial arts training. Instead, she hoped he could be an ordinary person and find a job at a company after graduation. Sure enough, after hearing this, Yan said softly, "Ah, Chuan, it really doesn't matter even if you can't become a warrior. Warriors are often involved in fighting and killing. The risks are not small. On the contrary, it's better to be an office worker, stable, without much danger, living a peaceful life." Had it been the former Chen, he might have actually chosen that path. After all, his predecessor's martial arts talent was mediocre, with no hope of becoming a level 2 warrior in his entire lifetime. There was no other way out except for going to work. But things were different now with the self-discipline system. Chen had already embarked on a completely different path of martial arts. The term ordinary person was no longer applicable to him. However, since he couldn't explain these things to Yen in detail, Chen could only offer a casual response. Yen naturally didn't miss the perfunctory tone in Chen's voice and couldn't help but say with a slight pout, "Just wait until I get back to give you a proper lecture. Then I shall eagerly await your arrival," Chen joked back. After chatting for a while longer, the two finally hung up the phone. Chen quickly finished his dinner, practiced the whale devour breathing skill once, and then immediately began his workout without a moment's rest. It wasn't until 3 hours later, when the redemption shop refreshed, that he finally stopped and sat down on the sofa to open it. Lucky dice increases luck for 24 hours after use. The magnitude of the boost depends on the number rolled. The higher the number, the greater the boost. Durability, 5-5. Price, 1,000 discipline points. E-rank dungeon key, opens an E-rank dungeon upon use. Upon completion, rewards are granted via treasure chests based on the clearance rating. Durability, 3-3. Price, 500 discipline points. Recovery potion, instantly heals all injuries upon consumption. Price, 1,000 discipline points. Chapter 16, The Burial Wilderness. The refreshed shop page took Chen by surprise. To his surprise, there were 3 entirely new items. This was a first. However, what shocked him even more was the price tag. The cheapest item cost at least 500 discipline points. But they're all top-tier stuff. Chen's eyes lit up. A recovery potion capable of instantly healing all injuries in a critical moment. This is effectively a second life. It can be described as the ultimate trump card for survival or turning the tide of battle. Chen was salivating with envy. Unfortunately, with only 500 discipline points in hand, he could do nothing but stare and imagine. The lucky dice is also a decent item. Luck is something far too mysterious and beyond control. Yet, at certain moments, it can produce unexpected results. If one encounters danger, using these lucky dice to boost their luck might just turn a crisis into an opportunity. In a sense, much like recovery potions, lucky dice can be considered a trump card for a comeback. However, the lucky dice also require 1,000 discipline points to exchange. Chen could still only look on and sigh in frustration. Of the 3 items, the only one he could actually exchange for was the E-rank dungeon key. Can I get treasure chest rewards after clearing it? Chen was lost in thought. Glancing once more at the recovery potion and the lucky dice, he finally gritted his teeth and exchanged for the E-rank dungeon key. I hope you don't let me down. Looking at the small bronze key in his palm, Chen followed the instructions that had appeared in his mind. He walked to the bedroom door, closed it, and inserted the key into the lock. Even though the key and the keyhole were a complete mismatch, the key slid inside perfectly. Chen then opened the door. What met his eyes was no longer the familiar sight of his bedroom, but a slowly rotating, blood-red vortex. A fierce and ominous aura emanated from within, signaling the danger that lay inside the whirlpool. Chen looked on solemnly upon the surface of the blood-red vortex. A line of pitch-black characters hovered in mid-air. Name, Corpse Burial Wilderness. Difficulty, E. Recommended challenge level, 2. Corpse Burial Wilderness, it certainly has the dungeon-style flair. Chen's gaze fell upon the challenge level. Does 2 refer to energy level 2? Chen reread the instructions in his mind once more. After confirming that he could withdraw at any time simply by wishing it, he no longer hesitated and stepped into the blood-red vortex. His vision was instantly saturated with a deep, thick crimson. By the time his sight cleared, Chen found himself standing in the middle of a vast, desolate wilderness. A faint mist lingered in the surrounding air. Indistinct figures could be seen flickering in the distance. Chen composed himself and cautiously walked toward the figures in the distance. As the distance closed, he soon saw the true form of the silhouette. It was a humanoid creature with grayish-white skin. It looked somewhat like the legendary Walking Dead, though its physique was leaner and tougher. Its shriveled body was clad in a layer of tattered leather armor. Its weapon was a rusted steel blade. A line of text floated above its head. Corpse Soldier Level 1. It seems this is the monster of the dungeon. Chen suddenly had the illusion that he was playing an immersive VR game. However, the scene before him was far more realistic than any game. Both the environment and the monster fit the style of a horror movie perfectly. A more faint-hearted person would likely be paralyzed with fear right here. As if sensing the breath of a living person, the corpse soldier, which had been stumbling across the wilderness, suddenly jerked to a halt. It whipped around, letting out a low growl, and lunged at Chen while swinging its blade. Chen licked his lips. Instead of retreating, he charged forward to meet it head-on. The 2 figures crossed paths in the blink of an eye. The corpse soldier's steel blade failed to strike Chen. Instead, the latter landed a punch squarely on its neck. The neck, unprotected by leather armor, was incredibly fragile. Bone and muscle snapped and tore instantly. The grayish-white head went flying far into the distance. The headless corpse swayed in place for a few moments before collapsing with a heavy thud. As expected, it's only at level 1 caliber. Chen felt relieved. It seemed that the level of this dungeon referred to the energy level. With his doubts cleared, Chen continued walking forward.
Along the way, corpse soldiers jumped out one after another, launching fearless charges at him. Unfortunately, the gap in strength was vast, and with their necks being a known weakness, Chen dispatched them with ease. After killing more than 30 corpse soldiers, a new type of monster finally appeared. High-rank corpse soldier level 2. Compared to the standard corpse soldiers, the high-rank corpse soldier was taller and better equipped. It wore a slightly worn but relatively intact set of thick leather armor. Its weapon was a gleaming steel saber. Chen's expression grew slightly more serious. The battle erupted in an instant. Although the high-rank corpse soldier was a level 2 monster, it wasn't exceptionally strong. Its total stats were estimated to be no more than 90 points. Therefore, Chen handled it quite easily. The only thing that posed a threat to him was that sharp steel saber. After a brief struggle, Chen successfully took down the high-rank corpse soldier. This battle also served as a reminder to him. I need to cultivate a weapon-based skill as soon as possible. When fighting against weapons, bare hands and feet are bound to be at a disadvantage. Previously, he hadn't practiced weapon-based skills because training unarmed skills was more effective for tempering the body. However, now that Chen had been promoted to level 2, it was time to cultivate a weapon-based skill. Otherwise, he would easily find himself at a disadvantage once a battle broke out. Setting this thought aside for the moment, Chen continued deeper into the wilderness. As for the steel saber on the ground, he ignored it completely. Without having trained in saber techniques, the power he could exert with a steel saber was inferior to a casual strike from his rushing thunder fist. On the road ahead, the number of monsters decreased significantly. However, their levels had doubled. Without exception, they were all high-tier zombie soldiers. Fortunately, with Shadow Step, Chen could dispatch the monsters unscathed even with his bare hands. About 10 minutes or so passed. A hillside suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Atop the 7 or 8 meter high slope, a tall and hideous humanoid creature stood majestically. A massive physique that exuded a powerful sense of oppression. Silver scale armor covered in scars from blades and swords. A steel blade gleaming with a cold, chilling light. The monster that abruptly appeared before his eyes radiated a terrifying pressure from head to toe that made one shudder. Zombie General Level 2, Boss. This must be the boss. Chen stared at the zombie general atop the slope as if facing a formidable enemy. As long as he took down this monster, he should be able to clear the dungeon. Seemingly provoked by Chen's hostility, the zombie general suddenly let out a fierce roar and charged down the slope, crushing toward him like a charging chariot. Without hesitation, Chen utilized Shadow Step to evade, then twisted his fist to strike at the zombie general's neck. Most of the zombie general's body was encased in scale armor. The only exposed vital points were its head and neck. Therefore, all of Chen's attacks were directed at these two spots. Unfortunately, the zombie general's body was incredibly hard. Even after taking a full-strength blow from the mastery rushing thunder fist to a vital spot like its head, it remained unharmed. Its body merely swayed a few times before it continued its assault on Chen as if nothing had happened. Its total 4-dimensional stats must be at least 100 points, and its constitution definitely exceeds 30. Luckily, its agility isn't high. Seizing an opening, Chen finally struck the zombie general's neck. A crisp cracking sound rang out instantly. The zombie general roared in pain and swung its blade back at Chen in a horizontal slash. Chen dodged quickly and observed closely, noticing that the zombie general's movements had clearly become sluggish. He immediately realized his attack had been effective. The battle quickly evolved into a fight of hit-and-run tactics. Relying on the ghostly speed of Shadow Step, Chen continuously circled the corpse general, launching sudden ambushes from time to strike at its neck. Despite its towering and imposing stature, the poor corpse general was being toyed with by Chen as if he held its life in the palm of his hand. After more than 10 minutes of intense grappling and taking 7 or 8 hits to the neck, the corpse general finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed, filled with overwhelming resentment. Chapter 17, Tongues Can't Scaring Anyone. The moment the corpse general breathed its last, a door-shaped, dark red vortex abruptly appeared over 10 meters away. Chen reacted instantly. This should be the dungeon exit.
Chen was about to step forward when a sudden flash of inspiration hit him. He picked up the steel blade dropped by the corpse general and then walked toward the exit. After a momentary blur of vision, he found himself back in the living room. Chen looked down, only to find that the steel blade in his hand had vanished at some unknown point. It seems items from the dungeon cannot be brought into the outside world. Feeling a slight sense of regret, Chen looked up at the dark red vortex. New text had already appeared on it. Cleared E-rank dungeon, burial wilderness. Clear time, 1 hour 23 minutes 45 seconds. Final grade, B. Silver chest obtained. Only AB? Chen frowned slightly. On second thought, however, this was his first time entering the dungeon. For the sake of safety, he had been cautious throughout the entire journey, so his pace naturally wasn't very fast. This factor alone had wasted a significant amount of time. Secondly, he lacked a proper weapon. Fighting monsters, especially the final boss, the corpse general with his bare hands, had drastically lowered his efficiency. The combination of these two factors resulted in an overly long clear time, which dragged down his evaluation. Once he understood this, Chen shook his head inwardly. Fortunately, the E-rank dungeon key still had 2 points of durability left, meaning he could enter twice more. Once his strength improved further and he had mastered some weapon-based skills, he would definitely be able to grind for a high grade the next time he entered the dungeon. Open the silver chest first. Chen muttered the command to open it. Obtained pale bone. Pale bone, a blade forged from the essence of white bone, sharp enough to slice through iron like clay and sever a hair with a mere breath. It absorbs a trace of soul power upon slaying living beings. Once the soul power is fully accumulated, it can be released in a single burst to deal massive damage. Chen's eyes immediately lit up. He had just been thinking about practicing a weapon-based skill, and he happened to pull a blade. Talk about incredible luck. The key was that this blade seemed anything but ordinary. Especially that final trait regarding the absorption of soul power. It feels just like a game mechanic where you build up energy to unleash an ultimate skill once the meter is full. Good stuff. Chen nodded with satisfaction. He had originally been hesitating over which weapon-based skill to cultivate. Now, there was no longer any need for hesitation. It's decided, I'm choosing the saber technique. This dungeon key is definitely worth 500 discipline points. A B-grade silver chest could actually yield something as good as the pale bone. This made Chen look forward to higher-rated chests even more. Aside from that, the dungeon actually offered another benefit. That is, gaining combat experience. Although Chen had experience sparring with warriors, practice matches are ultimately just practice and cannot compare to a true life and death struggle. The fierce fight in the corpse burial wilderness provided him with a wealth of experience and several new insights. Sooner or later, I will have to face the alien race. It's good to adapt to combat in advance. In addition, Rushing Thunder Fist and Shadow Step also gained dozens of proficiency points. It was all improved through combat. In addition to cultivation, fighting can also increase skill proficiency. And real life and death struggles increase it even more than sparring. No wonder I've heard of some warriors breaking through skill bottlenecks during life and death battles. A look of contemplation flashed in Chen's eyes. Glancing at the night sky outside and seeing that it was still early, Chen continued grinding for achievements. The next day, Chen arrived at school right on time. Just as he stepped through the main gate, he ran into Hui. Hui was accompanied by a girl with delicate features and a petite stature, the type that easily triggers a protective instinct in boys. The two were holding hands, appearing quite intimate. Seeing Chen, Hui's face flushed red, looking a bit bashful. Chen couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Aren't you going to introduce me to your girlfriend?" Hui hurriedly said, "Her name is Liu Yan." He then immediately pointed at Chen and introduced him to Liu Yan. "This is my friend, Chen." Liu Yan greeted Chen in a poised and generous manner. "I heard from Hui that Deng Bin was giving him trouble last time and you saved him." "Thank you. No need to be so polite. Hui and I are friends. It's only natural for us to help each other out," Chen said with a smile. Liu Yan had a decent personality and was quite skilled at livening up the atmosphere. The three of them walked toward the teaching building, chatting and laughing.
However, halfway there, a group of people suddenly blocked their path.
It's this kid, Brother Hai. You have to avenge me.
Among the crowd blocking the way, Dangbin, his right arm in a cast and slung around his neck, pointed at Chen with a face full of grief and indignation as he spoke to the leading youth. The youth was tall and sturdy, standing at least 1.9 meters tall with a physique of solid muscle. He had likely cultivated some kind of physical hardening skill. Following Dang Bin's lead, the youth's gaze pierced toward Chen like a sharp sword.
You're Chen?
I didn't expect to find a student with such decent skills in the General Studies department.
I won't make things too difficult for you.
Break your own right arm, kneel down, and kowtow to Dang Bin to apologize, and I might let you off the hook. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of both Hui and Liu Yan changed instantly. Hui's face turned pale, and he seemed quite fearful of the young man, yet he still forced himself to stand forward despite his dread.
Zhang Xiuhai, don't do anything reckless. This is a school, aren't you afraid the teachers will punish you?
Zhang Xiuhai shot Hui a disdainful sidelong glance and ignored him, his eyes fixed intently on Chen.
Kid, you can hide for a moment, but you can't hide forever.
I won't touch you while we're in school, but once you step outside those gates, who's going to protect you? If you know what's good for you, you'll do exactly as I say. Otherwise, don't even dream of living in peace at Haiyan University from now on.
The area near the teaching building was already heavily crowded. Zhang Xiuhai and his group's actions in blocking the path quickly drew a large crowd of onlookers. Those are students from the warrior department. What are they doing in front of the General Studies department's teaching building? It looks like someone offended them, and they're here to corner them. Blocking someone in front of the teaching building in broad daylight? Can the warrior department really be this arrogant? I'm going to tell the teacher.
Before the person could finish speaking, their companion quickly covered their mouth.
Are you crazy? Don't talk nonsense.
That man is Zhang Xiuhai from the warrior department, a level 2 warrior. As soon as the words level 2 warrior were uttered, the student who had just threatened to find a teacher instantly withered, shrinking back into the crowd for fear of being noticed by Zhang Xiuhai.
The warrior department held a transcendent status at Haiyan University. Very few students from the General Studies department would dare to provoke those from the warrior department. Otherwise, if they were bullied, there would be no guarantee of ever getting justice.
Furthermore, students who can promote to level 2 warriors before graduation are the elite of the elite within the warrior department.
No one dares to cross them.
Upon hearing that Zhang Xiuhai was a level 2 warrior, the surrounding crowd immediately looked at Chen and his two companions with eyes full of pity and sympathy. Those who were aware of Zhang Xiuhai's past history of arrogance and dominance, in particular, felt a deep, secret sympathy for Chen. Being targeted by such a great demon king, it seemed unlikely they would get away without suffering some serious hardship. Listening to the discussions around him, a smug expression appeared on Dang Bin's face, his gaze toward Chen filled with malice and ridicule.
So what if he had decent combat skills? The warrior department is full of people far more powerful than you.
A mere general studies student daring to offend someone from the warrior department, you're practically begging for death. Facing Zhang Xiuhai's threat, Hui was already breaking out in a cold sweat, looking at Chen with a worried gaze. Liu Yan had also lost her previous cheerful and generous demeanor, her face turning pale. Only Chen remained composed from beginning to end, appearing completely unbothered. He looked at Zhang Xiuhai with a calm gaze and spoke indifferently.
A wagging tongue won't intimidate anyone.
The words sounded flat, but upon closer reflection, they were brimming with provocation.
The surroundings suddenly fell silent.
No one expected that, faced with the threat of a level 2 warrior, Chen, a student from the General Studies department, would not only show no fear but even dare to voice such a provocation.
Everyone was momentarily stunned. Zhang Xiuhai's face instantly turned deathly pale and gloomy. Chapter 18, Thunderous Counterattack.
It took a good while before the onlookers suddenly erupted into a massive commotion. I thought this guy was a total pushover, not daring to make a sound even when threatened to his face. I never expected that he simply didn't care at all.
See that warrior department student in the cast? This is the guy who did it. Could someone who can beat a warrior department student into such a pathetic state be an ordinary person? TSK, tongues can't scare people, that's a real barb. He's insulting him without even using a swear word. Listening to the discussions around him, Zhang Xiuhai's face turned increasingly pale with anger. He stared fixedly at Chen and said in a low voice, "If a tongue can't scare people, then what can, kid?" Chen's expression remained calm and composed. "I've heard that students in the warrior department often settle their disputes through duels. Why don't you and I have one as well?" As soon as these words were spoken, another wave of commotion broke out among the onlookers. No one expected that after provoking him, Chen would actually have the audacity to initiate a challenge. This was beyond bold. His opponent was a level 2 warrior. An elite among the warrior department. Is a general studies department student's initiative to challenge someone to a duel a sign of reckless impulsivity and madness, or does he truly have something to rely on? Zhang Xiuhai was also taken aback. But immediately after, his face contorted into an expression of undisguised contempt and ridicule. A general studies department student actually dared to challenge him to a duel? He truly has no idea how high the heavens are or how deep the earth is. Fine, I accept your challenge. Zhang Xiuhai agreed immediately, a sinister grin spreading across his face. If you lose, you must kneel before everyone and apologize to Deng Bin. No problem. Chen smiled faintly, his gaze shifting toward Deng Bin. And if you lose, I'll break this guy's other hand. Deng Bin's expression changed drastically upon hearing those words. His right hand was already fractured and required a period of recovery. If his left hand were broken as well, it would take at least several months to fully recover. Being unable to cultivate for such a long time would have a significant impact. By the time his injuries healed, he would likely have been left far behind by the others. They might even end up falling to the very bottom of the warrior department's ranks. No problem. Zhang Xiuhai agreed without a second thought. Deng Bin suddenly grew anxious and hurriedly said, "Brother Hai." Before he could finish, Zhang Xiuhai shot him a sharp glare. "What are you panicking for? You think this kid can actually win?" Deng Bin snapped back to his senses immediately. That's right, what was he so worried about? Chen was definitely no match for Brother Hai. In that case, it didn't matter at all what the stakes were. With that thought, Deng Bin's mind was completely at ease. When he looked back at Chen, his eyes were filled with smugness. After today, let's see how you have the nerve to stay at Haiyan University. Both Chen and Zhang Xiuhai tacitly avoided mentioning each other. Most martial artists possess vigorous vitality, and since those in the warrior department are all young and hot-blooded, conflicts over various matters are common, leading to frequent duels. In past duels, it wasn't unheard of for students to get injured or even suffer broken limbs. However, in a duel, fists and feet have no eyes. It is only natural for injuries to occur. Haiyan University encourages competition and has always turned a blind eye to such matters. As long as it doesn't escalate into a major incident involving loss of life, the school administration and teachers generally do not interfere. Zhang Xiuhai had already made up his mind that during the upcoming duel, he would give Chen a proper thrashing. He would make sure this arrogant kid couldn't get out of bed for months. Facing Zhang Xiuhai's malicious gaze, Chen remained completely unmoved. In a place invisible to others, 2 lines of text floated in the void before him. Self-discipline does not mean backing down. One must strike back decisively when facing malice. Thunderous counterattack, defeat a person harboring malice in full view of the public. Upon completion, you will receive 500 discipline points. Just as Zhang Xiuhai was threatening Chen, a new achievement suddenly appeared. This was also the reason why Chen took the initiative to challenge them to a duel. This is basically discipline points delivering themselves right to my doorstep. Chen looked at Zhang Xiuhai and the others with a faint, knowing smile. With these 500 discipline points, plus the completion of 2 more exercise-related achievements, he would be able to exchange for either the lucky dice or the recovery potion. This was undoubtedly a pleasant and unexpected windfall. Staring into Chen's eyes, which looked as if they were tracking prey, Zhang Xiuhai felt a sudden, inexplicable surge of unease deep within his heart. However, he quickly suppressed that flicker of anxiety, dismissing it as nothing. A mere level 1 warrior was no match for him at all. Since this guy dared to provoke him in public, he would have to pay the price. Giving Chen a fierce glare, Zhang Xiuhai turned and walked out of the crowd. Deng Bin glanced sideways at Chen and said, "Don't you dare back out at the last minute." As soon as he finished speaking, he hurried to catch up with Zhang Xiuhai. Haiyan University has specialized venues dedicated to the daily training of students from the warrior department. However, as things have evolved to this day, these venues have taken on an additional function, hosting duels. Zhang Xiuhai is quite well known within the warrior department. The news of his impending duel with a student from the General Studies department spread through Haiyan University like a hurricane. By the time Chen arrived at the cultivation arena, the massive venue was already packed to the rafters with students who had heard the news. Out of necessity, Chen had no choice but to squeeze his way through the crowd. "Hey, quit pushing. If you're late, stay in the back." The person who had been jostled turned around with a look of dissatisfaction. Chen said helplessly, "Brother, I'm here for the duel." The man froze for a moment, then his eyes widened as he sized Chen up. "So you're the warrior from the General Studies department. Everyone, make way. One of the duelists is here." The crowd parted with a sudden rustle, clearing a path. Countless eyes focused on Chen one after another. Curiosity, admiration, pity, mockery, the reactions were varied and complex. Many looked at him as if they were watching a praying mantis recklessly trying to stop a carriage. After all, a duel between a general studies student and a warrior department student was, in the eyes of many, no different from seeking self-inflicted pain. Not to mention that Zhang Xiuhai was already a level 2 warrior. In contrast, Chen had previously been nothing more than an obscure, ordinary student at Haiyan University. Absolutely no one believed he stood a chance against Zhang Xiuhai. Chen seemed completely oblivious to the gazes surrounding him, walking through the passage and into the center of the venue with a calm expression. A spacious area had already been cordoned off with white lines to serve as a makeshift arena. Zhang Xiuhai stood at one side of the clearing with his arms crossed, staring coldly at Chen. Chen didn't care in the least, leisurely walking to the other side of the field to take his stance, before calmly looking toward his opponent. This composed and indifferent demeanor made Zhang Xiuhai extremely irritated. He let out a cold snort and said sinisterly, "I hope you can keep up this act in a moment." Chen said flatly, "You really talk too much nonsense." These words reminded Zhang Xiuhai of the earlier comment about how tongues can't scare people, and his expression instantly darkened. The air on the field suddenly grew stagnant, and the atmosphere became explosive. Watching this scene, the surrounding crowd revealed looks of excitement and anticipation. "This is my first time seeing a duel between the General Studies department and the Warrior department." "Me too. I never expected a student from the General Studies department to actually dare to challenge someone from the Warrior department. Regardless of the outcome, that kind of courage alone is worth admiring." Courage, my foot. It's more like recklessness. Isn't this just asking for a beating? That's not necessarily true. If this guy dares to duel Zhang Xiuhai, he likely has something up his sleeve. What kind of trump card could possibly allow someone to defeat a level 2 warrior across ranks? In my opinion, there's no suspense left in this duel. Discussions broke out one after another among the crowd. Most people had, in fact, already anticipated the outcome of the duel. They had come here more for the spectacle than anything else. After all, a duel between a general studies student and a warrior department student was a first in the history of Haiyan University. As the sounds of discussion reached his ears, a flash of smugness flickered in Zhang Xiuhai's eyes. The next second, his expression turned fierce. He suddenly lunged forward, pouncing toward Chen with the overwhelming force of a lion hunting a rabbit. The battle erupted in an instant. Chapter 19, A Punch Even Steel Cannot Withstand. Facing the aggressively charging Zhang Xiuhai, Chen did not retreat. Instead, he advanced to meet him head-on without a trace of fear. In the blink of an eye, the two collided violently in the center of the field. Immediately, a series of muffled thuds resounded one after another. The two met strength with strength, clashing head-on with unyielding force. Though both fought bare-handed, the momentum was like two giants trading blows, producing a deafening roar. The fierce wind from the punch surged outward, kicking up a ring of dust around the two of them. The noisy chatter from the surroundings vanished at some point without a trace. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button. The massive venue suddenly fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared at the scene before them, dumbfounded, their faces filled with utter disbelief. That general studies student is actually going toe-to-toe with Zhang Xiuhai. He's not a level 1 warrior at all. Whoosh! The surrounding crowd suddenly erupted into an uproar. Level 2 warrior. Am I seeing things? How is this possible? There's actually a level 2 warrior in the general studies department? Unbelievable! Exclamations of wonder rose and fell one after another. Many couldn't help but show expressions of bewilderment and shock. Even in their wildest dreams, they never would have imagined that an obscure student from the General Studies Department could be a level 2 energy expert. This discovery completely shattered their understanding. Dang Bin was even more dumbfounded, his eyes staring blankly. How is this possible? Dang Bin's head was buzzing. Just a few days ago, Chen was clearly only a level 1 warrior. How could he possess level 2 strength now? Could he have been hiding his true strength when he dealt with me before? At this thought, a cold sweat instantly broke out across Dang Bin's back. However, the one most shocked was Zhang Xiuhai, who was currently trading blows with Chen. In his heart, he was already cursing Dang Bin to high heaven. To rush into seeking revenge without even thoroughly investigating Chen's background and capabilities was sheer folly. Clearly a level 2 warrior, yet he claimed to be only level 1. That incompetent waste of space. Zhang Xiuhai cursed Dang Bin inwardly, his expression growing increasingly grim. No wonder Chen dared to initiate the duel. He had initially thought the boy was just an arrogant novice who didn't know his place, but now it was clear he had the strength to back it up. After only a brief exchange of blows, Zhang Xiuhai keenly discovered that Chen's physical fitness was actually a notch stronger than his own. Damn it! Is this guy really a student from the General Studies Department? Zhang Xiuhai's total attribute stats reached a full 89 points. If Chen's were even higher than his, wouldn't that mean they had already exceeded 90 points? Stats of this level would be enough to rank within the top 20 even in the warrior department. Zhang Xiuhai's face was incredibly gloomy, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth, lowered his stance, and began to circulate his inner energy. Bang! Chen landed a punch on Zhang Xiuhai, but it felt as if he had struck a solid steel plate, producing a dull, metallic clanging sound. A horizontal refinement skill. Chen's eyes flashed as he quickly recalled the skill data he had researched recently, and the words soon escaped his lips. Iron Bone Technique. Zhang Xiuhai sneered, "You have some insight." Iron Bone Technique is a relatively obscure discipline among external martial arts skills. In the early stages of cultivation, it can only temper a warrior's bones, having no effect on the muscles, skin, or internal organs. Because of this, it is almost as useless as a chicken rib in actual combat. However, once cultivated to the expert level, this skill begins to temper the muscles, skin, and internal organs from the inside out. Once the power is channeled, the entire body instantly turns as solid as a single sheet of iron, granting formidable defensive capabilities. It is said that it can even withstand small-caliber bullets without sustaining a single scratch. Upon reaching mastery, the body's defensive strength becomes comparable to hardened iron even without actively channeling power. Chen's eyes narrowed instantly. Expert-level iron bone skill is, in some respects, no longer inferior to 1-star or 2-star skills. Noticing the look on Chen's face, Zhang Xiuhai assumed he was intimidated. A sinister grin instantly spread across his face as he swung his fist to attack Chen. Chen's figure flickered like a ghost, easily evading the strike. The speed of the adept shadow step was incredibly swift. Zhang Xiuhai's 4-dimensional stats were primarily concentrated in constitution and strength, while agility was his weak point. Once Chen went all out to dodge, Zhang couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Instead, he ended up taking several hits for nothing. After several consecutive misses, Zhang Xiuhai's face flushed red with rage. Is dodging all you're good at? You want a head-on confrontation? Fine, I'll give you exactly what you want. Chen let out a cold sneer and came to an abrupt halt. In the next instant, he sank his waist and twisted his fist, channeling the strength of his entire body into his right hand before hurling it fiercely at Zhang Xiuhai with a terrifying momentum. As his fist tore through the air, the atmosphere seemed to recoil to either side as if scorched, creating a visible distortion in its wake. At the same time, a deafening thunderclap erupted, seeming to pierce straight through the heart and causing everyone present to shudder involuntarily. Seeing Chen launch a direct frontal assault, Zhang Xiuhai was initially overjoyed. However, the scene that followed immediately caused his expression to change drastically. The fist struck like a cannon blast, accompanied by the roar of thunder. This kid had actually cultivated the rushing thunder fist to mastery. In the midst of the shock, Chen's fist had already landed on Zhang Xiuhai. A mastery rushing thunder fist executed by a level 1 warrior is enough to pierce through a 1 centimeter thick steel plate. Not to mention that Chen was already a level 2 warrior, with a strength stat as high as 26 points. With the rushing thunder fist unleashed by him, even a steel plate 2 or 3 centimeters thick would be pierced through in a single punch. The defensive power of expert iron bone skill was comparable to steel, but it was only comparable. How could Zhang Xiuhai possibly withstand an attack that even genuine steel could not resist? Suddenly, with a muffled thud, Zhang Xiuhai looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His body convulsed violently for a split second as if electrocuted, and in the next moment, he was sent flying backward, crashing onto the floor and sliding a full 7 or 8 meters. The moment he came to a halt, Zhang Xiuhai sprayed a large mist of blood from his mouth, and his vitality visibly withered away. He had clearly sustained significant injuries. The surroundings instantly fell into a dead silence. The spectating crowd stared at Chen in the middle of the field, their faces filled with shock and awe. Mastery skill. Not a single person in the entire warrior department could be found who had trained a skill to mastery, yet today, they were seeing it achieved by a general studies student. How could this not be utterly staggering? Especially those warrior department students who were usually so full of themselves right now, their eyes were nearly popping out of their heads. Amidst the numerous shocked and bewildered gazes, Chen slowly walked toward Zhang Xiuhai. Zhang Xiuhai was severely injured. Just as he was struggling to push himself up from the floor, he saw Chen walking toward him. Terrified out of his wits, he hurriedly let out a shout. "I Suren." Before he could finish his sentence, Chen's figure, still 7 or 8 meters away, suddenly vanished. Like a ghost, he appeared instantly by Zhang's side, his foot lashing out like lightning to strike Zhang's right arm. Crack! The crisp sound of bones snapping erupted. The words of surrender that Zhang Xiuhai hadn't yet managed to voice were instantly replaced by a blood-curdling scream. Chen showed no mercy, raising his foot to stomp down and break Zhang Xiuhai's left hand as well. The excruciating pain caused Zhang Xiuhai's eyes to roll back, and he blacked out instantly. From beginning to end, Chen maintained a calm and indifferent expression. He had always believed in a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. When dealing with those who intended him harm, showing mercy was the height of stupidity. In fact, had this not been a formal duel conducted under the watchful eyes of the public, Chen, whose hands had already been stained with blood, might well have eliminated the threat entirely to prevent any future trouble. Without so much as a glance at the unconscious Zhang Xiuhai on the ground, Chen turned his head, his sharp gaze piercing toward Deng Bin like a whetted sword. Chapter 20, Application for Department Transfer. Before today, if anyone had told Deng Bin that Zhang Xiuhai would be defeated by a student from the General Studies Department, he would not only have disbelieved it but would have mocked them mercilessly. Yet at this very moment, this inconceivable scene had unfolded right before his eyes. Watching his cousin whom he usually held in awe lying miserably on the ground with both arms broken and unconscious, Deng Bin felt his mind go blank, completely losing his ability to think. By the time he snapped back to his senses, Deng Bin suddenly realized that everyone around him was looking at him with strange expressions. What happened? Deng Bin was filled with shock and instinctively looked toward the arena. He happened to meet Chen's indifferent gaze. Deng Bin shuddered violently as he suddenly remembered the stakes of this duel. Once Zhang Xiuhai was defeated, he would have to pay the price of having his other hand broken. At this thought, Deng Bin's face suddenly turned deathly pale. He instinctively took a step back, looking at Chen with a terrified expression. Wait a minute, Chen, let's talk this over. Chen, however, had no intention of listening to his nonsense. With a flicker of his figure, he was already standing right in front of Deng Bin. Deng Bin let out a strange cry, turned around, and bolted toward the main gate. But after only a few steps, a powerful force struck from behind, sending him flying through the air before he crashed miserably to the ground. Before he could even get up, a sudden, sharp pain shot through his left arm. Ah! Deng Bin let out a shrill scream of agony, rolling frantically on the ground. His left arm had already been snapped into a grotesque, unnatural angle. Chen didn't even spare him a glance as he turned and left the arena. It wasn't until Chen's figure vanished through the entrance that the silent crowd suddenly erupted into a frenzy. He was really hiding his light under a bushel. I never expected Chen to be this powerful. Even Zhang Xiuhai suffered a crushing defeat at his hands. With that kind of strength, he'd easily rank in the top 20, even in the warrior department. More than that, I'd say the top 10 is possible. It was obvious that Chen wasn't even going all out just now. Speaking of which, Chen is so powerful, why didn't he join the warrior department? Who knows? But with his current strength, transferring to the warrior department would be more than easy. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Many people were excitedly talking about today's events. A general studies department student defeating a warrior department student and a level 2 warrior at that was something unprecedented at Haiyan University. If word of this were to spread, there is no telling how many people would have their jaws drop in sheer disbelief. The crowd was buzzing with excitement, completely ignoring Zhang Xiuhai and Deng Bin lying on the ground. These two had always acted with such arrogance that the students of the General Studies Department had long since grown to loathe them. Now that they had seen the pair dealt with by Chen, it was a mercy that they weren't kicking them while they were down. There was no way they were going to offer any help. Even within the warrior department, the two were far from being well liked. Only a few lackeys, drenched in sweat, helped the two men up and carried them toward the infirmary for treatment. In a corner of the arena, Hui stood frozen in place, still reeling from the shock. It wasn't until Liu Yan gave him a gentle nudge that he snapped out of it, his expression becoming incredibly complex. He had thought Chen was impressive enough just for defeating Deng Bin earlier. Who would have thought that wasn't even the full extent of Chen's strength? Now, even Zhang Xiuhai, who was quite famous in the warrior department, has been defeated by him. In a daze, we felt that this friend she had known for over 2 years seemed somewhat like a stranger. It seemed she didn't truly know him at all. Liu Yan, standing aside, didn't think much of it. Her face was simply full of admiration, her eyes sparkling. I never expected Chen to be such a martial arts expert. You really can't tell just by looking at him. Women are naturally drawn to the strong. This is especially true in this era where martial arts prevail. A young, handsome, and powerful warrior will easily earn the admiration and favor of women wherever he goes. If Liu Yan didn't already have a boyfriend, she would likely have been smitten by now. Leaving the venue, Chen found a secluded spot to check his achievements. As expected, Thunderous Counterattack had been successfully completed. 500 discipline points. Chen felt a surge of joy. Now, he only needed to complete 2 more exercise-related achievements to exchange for a recovery potion or a lucky die before the redemption shop refreshed. Closing the system panel, Chen glanced at the time. He had already missed the start of class. However, he didn't mind. He had already planned to transfer departments anyway, so missing a few classes didn't matter. I might as well go and handle the transfer paperwork right now. Chen quickly made up his mind and turned toward the administration building. He had already looked into the matter and knew that transferring departments required seeing Director Dong on the 4th floor of the Academic Affairs building. Upon arriving at the 4th floor office, he found the door wide open. Chen stood at the entrance and gave it a light knock. Inside the office sat a single middle-aged man wearing glasses. Hearing the sound, he looked up at Chen and asked in a gentle tone, "How can I help you, student?" Chen had seen the middle-aged man's photo on the bulletin board and knew he was Director Dong Haiyang, the person in charge of department transfer procedures, so he got straight to the point. "Hello, Director Dong. I am Chun from the General Studies Department, and I would like to apply for a transfer."
Unexpectedly, upon hearing Chen's words, a look of surprise flashed across Dong Haiyang's face.
You are Chen? The General Studies Department student who defeated Zhang Xiuhai? Chen was slightly taken aback. This news is spreading incredibly fast. It hasn't even been half an hour since he left the arena, yet word has already reached the Academic Affairs Office. Seeing Chen's expression, Dong Haiyang understood immediately. He looked him up and down with a look of keen interest. You're quite the celebrity at Haiyan University now. It's not just the students, many teachers now know that a student from the General Studies Department defeated Zhang Xiuhai. Dong Haiyang appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually quite astonished. Zhang Xiuhai's strength was considered quite good even within the warrior department. Yet, he had lost a duel to a student from the General Studies Department. Word had it that he lost miserably. Upon learning of this, Dong Haiyang immediately pulled up Chen's profile to review it. To his surprise, however, Chen's enrollment records were remarkably ordinary. His total four-dimensional stats didn't even reach 60 points. Still, cases of late bloomers were not unheard of. Dong Haiyang marveled for a moment but didn't dwell on it further. Come in. Dong Haiyang gestured for him to come over. Once Chen was seated, he pulled out a form and motioned for Chen to fill it out. According to school regulations, students transferring departments are originally required to undergo a proficiency test. The transfer can only be processed if both the energy level and skill mastery meet the standards. However, given your unique circumstances, we can skip this process. The video of Chen's duel with Zhang Xiuhai had already been circulating for some time. Dong Haiyang had also seen that video. Chen's level 2 strength and his mastery of the rushing Thunder Fist were undeniable and genuine. He had already significantly exceeded the standards for transferring departments. There was no need to waste any more time on testing. Once Chen finished filling out the forms, Dong Haiyang took them back and said warmly, "The transfer process takes 2 to 3 working days. I'll notify you once it's finalized, and then I'll go into more detail with you about the warrior department." "Thank you, Director," Chen said with a nod. Walking out of the Academic Affairs building, Chen looked up at the clear sky, his heart filled with emotion. When he first entered Haiyan University, he used to think how wonderful it would be if he could change his major. Back then, however, transferring was nothing more than an extravagant hope. But now, that hope was about to become a reality. In just a few short days, his life had undergone a complete transformation. Sometimes, in the quiet of the night, Chen would look back and feel as if he were living in a dream. However, the sentiment was fleeting. Chen quickly composed himself and stepped forward. Everything had only just begun. The path of martial arts is long and fraught with obstacles. He still had a long way to go. Chapter 21, The True Martial Realm. 4897. 4898. 4899. In the living room. Drenched in sweat, Chen was doing push-ups. Sweat had long since soaked the floor, forming a shallow puddle. A few minutes later, the final push-up was completed. Chen leaped up from the ground and let out a long sigh of relief. Following, squat expert, and sit-up expert, push-up expert, was also completed in quick succession. 900 discipline points. The discipline points in Chen's possession suddenly surged to 1,400. Grabbing a towel to wipe away his sweat, Chen sat down on the sofa and casually opened the redemption shop. Lucky Dice increases luck for 24 hours after use. The magnitude of the boost depends on the number rolled. The higher the number, the greater the boost. Durability, 5. Price, 1,000 discipline points. Recovery potion, instantly heals all injuries upon consumption. Price, 1,000 discipline points. Which one should I exchange for? Looking at the two items, Chen fell into deep thought. In terms of sheer practicality, the recovery potion was undoubtedly the top choice. This item was essentially equivalent to having a second life. Despite Chen's current peaceful and stable life, revolving solely around school and home, the scene of his arrival covered in blood from the transmigration remains vividly etched in his memory. This matter is like a thorn buried deep in his heart.
Until the day he finds the culprit who killed his predecessor, he will never be able to truly set his mind at ease. If he had recovery potions on hand, he would undoubtedly feel much more secure. However, the utility of the lucky dice was equally high. If only the redemption shop could refresh according to my will. Chen let out a sigh. Looking at the remaining cooldown of over 10 minutes, he hesitated for a moment before finally choosing the recovery potion. After 1,000 discipline points were deducted, a bottle of potion instantly appeared in Chen's hand. The potion was only the size of a thumb. It looked somewhat like a cork test tube. Through the transparent glass casing, one could see a bright green liquid inside that resembled jelly. Even through the glass, the vibrant vitality contained within the liquid was palpable. After carefully putting away the recovery potion, Chen sat on the sofa and waited patiently. More than 10 minutes later, the cooldown timer hit 0. But an unexpected scene unfolded. The redemption shop had not refreshed. Redemption shop refreshes available, 1. Chen froze for a moment, then immediately realized what was happening, his face lighting up with joy. So it turned out that refresh opportunities for the redemption shop could be saved. But why hadn't this happened before? Could it be that it only works if I set it myself? Chen recalled his earlier complaints. In any case, this was a good thing. This way, whenever he encountered a good item in the future, he could keep it and wait until he had accumulated enough discipline points to exchange for it. He no longer had to worry about missing out on good things. Snapping out of his excitement, Chen hurriedly opened the achievement list. Push-up Master, perform 10,000 push-ups to receive 500 discipline points upon completion. Current progress, 10,000. Squat Master, perform 10,000 squats to receive 500 discipline points upon completion. Current progress, 10,000. Sit-up Master, perform 10,000 sit-ups to receive 500 discipline points upon completion. Current progress, 10,000. Long Distance Running Expert, run for 500 kilometers to receive 300 discipline points upon completion. Current progress, 78,500. As expected, 3 new exercise-related achievements appeared. I have 400 discipline points left. As long as I complete any 2 more achievements, I can exchange them for the lucky dice. Full of motivation, Chen immediately started doing push-ups in the living room. With his current physical fitness, doing 70 or 80 push-ups in a single minute was incredibly easy. Even including the rest periods in between, it only took him about 2 hours to complete the Push-Up Master achievement. However, this time, no new achievement appeared. It seems the master level is the endpoint for exercise-related achievements. Chen felt a slight sense of regret. Exercise-related achievements could be considered the simplest among those he had encountered so far. The completion rewards were not low, either. Once all the exercise-related achievements are completed, it won't be as easy to rack up discipline points as quickly as he is doing now. Fortunately, self-discipline achievements appear frequently enough that he doesn't have to worry too much about a shortage of discipline points. Steadying his resolve, Chen resumed his squats. It wasn't until past midnight that he finally completed the Squat Master achievement. His discipline points instantly surged to 1,400. Chen exchanged for the lucky dice without hesitation. The lucky dice was similar in shape and size to a common die, except its entire body was a dazzling gold. Chen examined it for a moment before putting the lucky dice away. Having exchanged all 3 items in the redemption shop, he chose to refresh immediately. Random Skill EXP card, after use, randomly gain 301,000 skill proficiency. Price, 200 discipline points. Random Stat Card Targeted Stat Card, increases stats by 3 points upon use. Price, 100 discipline points. Stamina Potion, instantly restores all stamina upon consumption. Price, 200 discipline points. At first glance, Chen thought that all the items refreshed were the same old ones. However, he soon realized something was wrong. The effect of this Random Skill EXP card was different from before. The previous Random Skill EXP card provided a random gain of 100 to 500 skill proficiency. But this time, it provided a random gain of 300 to 1000 skill proficiency. The effectiveness has been significantly enhanced. Naturally, the price has also doubled. Without hesitation, Chen directly redeemed the random skill EXP card and the random stats card. As for the stamina potion, the remaining 100 discipline points were no longer enough to redeem it. Chen planned to come back and redeem it after completing the Sit-Up Master achievement. While the effects of a stamina potion aren't as potent as a recovery elixir, it is still a rare and valuable find. In the past, he simply didn't have the means, but now he definitely couldn't afford to miss out. Random stat card, targeted stat card. A surge of warmth instantly coursed through his entire body. Chen summoned the system panel and took a quick look. The 3 stat points gained were distributed as 1 point each to strength, agility, and spirit. Not bad. Chen nodded inwardly and continued to use the random skill EXP cards. Gained 572 skill proficiency. Chen curled his lips. His luck wasn't as good this time as it had been the previous few times. Fortunately, over 500 skill proficiency points were enough to level up the Rushing Thunder Fist. 494 skill proficiency system panel. Rushing Thunder Fist. Rushing Thunder Fist. In an instant, a vast amount of information flooded into Chen's mind. It took him a good while to digest all the information before he opened his eyes, his gaze filled with astonishment. Chen had originally thought that by breaking through further with the mastery Rushing Thunder Fist, the power of the skill would increase accordingly. But in reality, this was not entirely accurate. The power of a true martial realm skill and a mastery skill was actually not that different. The only difference is that true martial realm skills include an additional type of move known as the true martial form. Once unleashed, its power is peerless and overwhelming, far exceeding the strength of a skill in its normal state. The only drawback is the immense consumption it requires. Isn't this just like an ultimate move in a game? Chen pondered slightly. While the skill's power hasn't increased significantly, having another formidable technique at my disposal is certainly a plus. Let's check my stats. Name, Chen. Level, 2. Stat strength 30, constitution 27, agility 26, spirit 20. Discipline points 100. Skill. Whale Devour breathing skill expert 6500. Rushing Thunder Fist. Shadow Step adept 368 600. 3 points in strength and 1 point in constitution, only a 4-point increase in total stats. I suppose it's decent enough. Chen nodded to himself. The true martial realm didn't offer much in terms of physical enhancement. It was actually less significant than the strengthening gained at the expert level. Clearly, the benefits of breaking through to the true martial realm were meant to be concentrated in the true martial forms. This made Chen look forward to the power of the true martial forms even more. Should I give it a try in actual combat? Chen's gaze fell upon the dungeon key. Chapter 22, Shadowless Blade Technique. Name, Corpse Burial Wilderness. Difficulty, E. Recommended challenge level, 2. In the end, Chen could no longer suppress his eagerness and activated the dungeon. Taking a deep breath, he strode into the dark red vortex. Drawing from his previous experience, Chen didn't linger for a second this time. Upon entering the burial wilderness, he immediately activated Shadow Step and dashed forward without pause. The corpse soldiers he encountered along the way would often just spot him, only to have their heads blasted off by a punch before they could even launch an attack. Only the high-tier corpse soldiers were able to slightly hinder his progress. But in the face of Chen going all out, a high-level corpse soldier could only hold out for 10 seconds at most. In less than 20 minutes, Chen arrived before the corpse general. Roar! Perhaps it was a case of enemies being moved by extreme hatred upon meeting. As soon as the corpse general spotted Chen, it roared and charged down the slope, rushing toward him with murderous intent. Chen flashed like a whirlwind, instantly dodging the steel blade swung down by the corpse general and appearing behind it. In the next instant, he planted his feet and sank his hips, throwing a powerful punch. A terrifying sonic boom suddenly erupted. Simultaneously, the distinct crackle of lightning could be heard. In that instant, Chen's fist even shimmered with a blinding flash of thunderous light.
In the blink of an eye, the fist had already landed on the corpse general's back. Despite being a strike of terrifying momentum, when the fist actually connected with the corpse general's back, it produced only a faint sound of flesh hitting flesh. On the contrary, an invisible shockwave, clearly visible to the naked eye, rippled outward from the point of impact, whipping up gusts of violent wind. The corpse general's hulking, towering frame suddenly froze. In the next split second, its entire upper body abruptly exploded, its scales tearing apart like brittle paper and scattering in every direction. Bang! The remaining lower half of its body swayed unsteadily for a moment before crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Chen stood there, somewhat dazed. Although he had expected the true martial form to be powerful, its actual might far exceeded his expectations. Even an entity as strong as a corpse general was insta-killed in a single blow. One must remember that just yesterday, he had fought a grueling battle for over 10 minutes before finally managing to take down this boss. This is absolutely insane. Chen looked at his own fists, a look of sheer ecstasy surfacing on his face. This true martial stance is truly formidable. A definitive finishing move. I'm afraid even a level 3 warrior would struggle to withstand a direct hit. In the midst of his ecstasy, Chen suddenly felt waves of exhaustion surging through his body, and his expression instantly turned solemn. This true martial stance is powerful, but the consumption is indeed staggering. With my current physical strength, I can perform it twice at most within a short period. Any more than that, and I'm afraid I would fall unconscious immediately. That being said, Chen was already quite satisfied. If the consumption is high, the worst-case scenario is simply to save it as a trump card. Using it at a critical moment could completely turn the tide of battle. Having caught his breath, Chen left the dungeon and returned to the living room. Settlement text had already begun to surface over the dark red vortex. Cleared E-rank dungeon, burial wilderness. Clear time, 24 minutes 19 seconds. Final rating, A+. Obtained gold treasure chest. A+ rank, huh? I wonder if there's an S rank. Chen estimated silently in his mind. Once his strength improved further and he mastered weapon-type skills, enabling him to kill high-level corpse soldiers in a single strike, he should be able to shorten the time to within 20 minutes. He had a gut feeling that the 20-minute mark would be a critical turning point. I hope I pull something good this time. Just as Chen was about to open the treasure chest, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him, and he pulled out the lucky dice. If my luck is boosted, the probability of getting something good should increase as well. No sooner said than done, Chen immediately tossed the dice. 4. Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If he had rolled a 1 or a 2, it would have been a terrible waste of an opportunity. The lucky dice only had 5 points of durability, and each roll consumed 1 point. Chen focused his senses for a moment, and after finding nothing different about himself, he opened the treasure chest directly. Obtained 3-star skill, Shadowless Blade. This is a blade technique. Chen was immediately overjoyed. It seems the lucky dice really worked. I happened to draw a blade technique right when I needed one. Now, Pale Bone can finally be put to good use. More importantly, this was a 3-star skill. The practicality and power of the 1-star and 2-star versions of Shadow Step had already been thoroughly proven through numerous battles. If the 1-star and 2-star versions were already this exceptional, just how powerful would a 3-star skill be? Without hesitation, Chen immediately fused the Shadowless Blade technique. In an instant, countless insights and understandings regarding the Shadowless Blade technique materialized out of thin air within his mind. After processing the information in his mind, Chen opened his eyes, which were now brimming with joy. The Shadowless Blade technique emphasizes chasing the wind and capturing shadows, pursuing the stars and catching the moon. With a single strike, the speed is as swift as a bolt of lightning. Enemies often have no time to react before their lives are claimed by the blade. This is a blade technique that leans toward speed. Chen felt a secret surge of delight. In the world of martial arts, speed is the only thing that remains undefeated. There is no doubt that this Shadowless Blade technique is an exceptionally powerful skill. Steadying his mind, Chen drew out the Pale Bone. In terms of appearance, the Pale Bone looked no different from an ordinary steel saber.
However, its entire body was forged from white bone, exuding a heart-palpitating, ghastly pallor. Running down the center of the blade was a groove about the width of an index finger. According to the information in his mind, this groove would gradually turn blood red as it absorbed soul power. Once the groove was completely filled with blood red, it could unleash a strike of immense power. Chen gripped the blade and began to execute the shadowless saber technique. In an instant, sharp and short-lived whistles of the blade rang out through the living room. The cold, sharp glint of the blade filled the void, casting a stark white hue over nearly the entire living room. After a long while, Chen finally stopped, a look of lingering satisfaction on his face. With the shadowless blade technique in his repertoire, his combat prowess had undoubtedly reached a new level. Sheathing the pale bone, Chen summoned his personal system panel. Name, Chen. Level, 2. Stat Strength 30, Constitution 27, Agility 26, Spirit 20. Discipline points 100. Skill. Whale Devour Breathing Skill Expert 6500. Rushing Thunder Fist. Shadow Step Adept 368 600. Shadowless Blade Technique Beginner 0500. It takes 500 proficiency just for the beginner stage. Chen grimaced. This level of proficiency is already on par with the expert stage of a 1-star or 2-star skill. Whale Devour Breathing Skill Expert Mastery 500 Proficient. And this was only a 3-star skill. Once he reached even higher tier skills, the required proficiency would likely be even more terrifying. Fortunately, with the self-discipline system at his disposal, he could quickly level up any skill, no matter how much proficiency was required. Having exhausted a great deal of physical energy in the dungeon, Chen decided against grinding for more achievements and instead washed up and went to bed. Early the next morning, Chen woke up full of energy and headed to school. Although he had applied for a department transfer, he remained a student of the General Studies Department until the process was officially completed. Missing a class or two occasionally was fine, but skipping for several days in a row would draw unwanted attention. Chapter 23, Highly Popular. Stepping through the school gates once again, Chen keenly sensed a difference. Many people along the way were pointing and whispering in his direction. Is that Chen? That's him. He's the one who defeated Zhang Xiuhai from the warrior department in a duel yesterday. Impressive. A general studies student defeating a warrior department student. This is the first time I've ever heard of such a thing at Haiyan University. More than that, Zhang Xiuhai is a level 2 warrior. For Chen to defeat him, that level of strength would make him a standout even within the warrior department. Damn, we're both from the General Studies Department, so why am I not as badass as Chen? Stop daydreaming in broad daylight. Listening to the chatter around him, Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It looked like he was going to be stared at by everyone for a while. As he was lost in thought, 2 figures suddenly jumped out in front of him. Chen looked closely and saw 2 young, beautiful girls. One of them, a girl with long hair, was quite pretty. Her face was flushed, and her eyes darted away as she looked at him, appearing somewhat shy. Beside her, another short-haired girl kept urging her on, whispering something into her ear. After a bit of pushing and pulling between the two, the long-haired girl finally stepped forward with a flushed face and said softly, "Hello, I'm Fong from Class 2. Hello." Class 2 usually held its lessons right next door to Chen's class. However, as he searched his memory, he realized he had no impression of Fong at all. Fong had no idea what was going through Chen's mind. Summoning her courage, she said, "I watched your duel with Zhang Xiuhai yesterday. I thought you were really cool." By now, even the most oblivious person would have caught on. Chen's expression instantly turned incredibly strange. Fong, however, didn't notice his reaction. She lowered her head, shyly twisting her fingers together. "I'd like to get to know you. Would it be alright if we exchanged phone numbers?" Looking at the girl's rosy and pretty face, Chen sighed inwardly. "For the sake of discipline points, I'm sorry, girl. Sorry, I don't really use a cell phone. I have to get to class. Let's talk later when I'm free." With those words, Chen calmly bypassed the girl and headed toward the teaching building without looking back, leaving the 2 girls standing there in a daze. Heart of Stone, accumulate 10 rejections of romantic advances from the opposite sex.
Upon completion, you will receive 1,000 discipline points. Current progress, 210.
This achievement is a real deal breaker for my reputation with girls.
Chen couldn't help but grumble to himself.
However, deep down, he felt a slight sense of relief. Previously, he had felt that completing this achievement would require a long period of slow grinding. But looking at it now, it seemed it wouldn't take that long after all. As it turned out, Chen had still underestimated the impact of defeating a student from the warrior department. All the way to the classroom door, he encountered several more waves of girls trying to strike up a conversation.
Sorry, I don't really use social media apps.
I have martial arts practice in the evening, and I'm not really interested in karaoke. I don't have any plans to start a relationship for the time being.
Actually, I prefer older women.
Chen racked his brains to come up with all sorts of excuses for rejection. By the time he arrived at the classroom, he was already quite mentally exhausted. He would rather fight a fierce battle against a corpse general than go through this kind of thing again. Fortunately, after all that effort, the progress of Heart of Stone had reached 610. We arrived at the classroom early. After a day, he had already adjusted his mindset. Seeing Chen sit down beside him, he teased with a smile.
So, did any of the girls catch your eye?
On his way to the teaching building this morning, we spotted Chen. He had originally intended to greet him, but upon seeing a girl approach, he immediately slowed his pace and trailed behind. As a result, he witnessed the entire scene of numerous girls striking up conversations with Chen, leaving him absolutely green with envy. Hearing this, Chen waved his hand, dismissive and unwilling to dwell on the subject.
Hui chuckled and said, "You're the man of the hour at Haiyan University now.
Plenty of girls are just waiting for the right moment to get close to you.
Students of the warrior department have bright futures upon graduation, they immediately enter the elite ranks of society. At Haiyan University, students from the warrior department are arguably the most popular group among female students.
Many girls take great pride in having a boyfriend from the warrior department. Although Chen is a student in the general studies department, he is actually a level 2 warrior, making him more powerful than many students in the warrior department. Furthermore, rumors are circulating that Chen has already applied for a department transfer. In just a few more days, he will be a student of the warrior department. The key is that Chen is also handsome. High looks, high strength, and high talent. This is undoubtedly the template for a Prince Charming in the eyes of girls. It would be hard not to be popular.
That's an exaggeration, Chen said dismissively. But immediately after, we took out a stack of envelopes and handed them to Chen.
Here, these are letters the girls asked me to give to you. A few of them are even from girls in our class. Looking at the heart-shaped stickers on the envelopes, Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Obviously, this was a stack of love letters. Chen was tempted to ignore them, but thinking of the Heart of Stone achievement, he could only bite the bullet and open them. Most of the letters expressed fond feelings for Chen and a desire to be friends. That was the euphemistic way of putting it. A few were direct about wanting to date him.
After reading them, Chen set them all aside.
In the end, he only kept 4 letters that invited him to meet at specific locations after class. Chen had already figured out the pattern for the Heart of Stone achievement. Only when a member of the opposite sex expresses their feelings or makes a romantic gesture in person, and he rejects them, does the achievement progress increase. Therefore, he had to actually show up for these 4 invitations.
The process of meeting them went smoothly.
After rejecting them politely using pre-planned excuses, the girls were downcast, but they didn't cause a scene or persist. Chen breathed a sigh of relief, and as soon as he returned home, he opened his achievement list. Unsurprisingly, the stone-hearted achievement has been achieved.
1,000 discipline points.
Chen's face beamed with joy. There are still over 5 hours before the redemption shop refreshes. I'll focus on the exercise achievements first. Chen immediately began doing sit-ups in the living room. By now, only 2 exercise achievements remained, sit-ups and long-distance running. After spending 2 hours grinding out Sit-Up Master, Chen headed out to run without a moment's rest. By nighttime, with just over 10 minutes left until the redemption shop refreshed, long-distance running expert was also successfully completed. Achievement 800 Discipline Points. The discipline points in Chen's possession suddenly surged to 1,900 points. He redeemed the stamina potion without the slightest hesitation. The stamina potion looked similar to the recovery potion, except the liquid inside was milky white at first glance. One might mistake it for milk. With another trump card in his hand, Chen was in high spirits. Looking at the achievement list again, only 2 achievements remained. Long Distance Running Master, run 1,000 kilometers. Upon completion, earn 500 discipline points. Current progress, 13,000. Combat Practice 3, defeat 100 warriors, requiring a total combined value of the 4 primary stats to be no less than 120 points. Upon completion, receive 2,000 discipline points. Current progress, 0-100. Chen didn't mind it much. Even without new achievements to gain discipline points, he could still increase his skill proficient levels through cultivation. At most, the speed would be slightly slower. In fact, even this slower speed was already far beyond what it used to be. Once the 10 minutes passed, Chen immediately refreshed the redemption shop. Random Skill EXP card, upon use, randomly gain 100-500 skill proficient level. Price, 100 discipline points. Random Stat card, targeted stat card, upon use, increases spirit by 3 points. Price, 100 discipline points. Spatial Backpack, upon use, grants a 5x5x5 spatial backpack. If a spatial backpack is already owned, increases capacity by 5x5x5. Price, 500 discipline points. Chapter 24, Spatial Backpack. Random Skill EXP card, Random Stat card, targeted stat card. Chen was unfazed by the first 2. However, the third item took him by surprise. Once he clearly read the description for the spatial backpack, Chen was instantly overjoyed. Up until now, the items he redeemed from the shop appeared as physical objects that could only be stored in the real world. Each of these items was incredibly precious, and Chen stored them away with the utmost care. But even so, it was still very inconvenient. If nothing else, how could things like recovery potions and stamina potions be used in time during a dangerous situation if they weren't carried on his person? As for the pale bone, the weapon could technically be carried around. At Haiyan University, it was common to see students from the warrior department walking around with weapons. In this era, restrictions on cold weapons were not particularly strict. However, the pale bone's appearance was extremely eye-catching. If Chen were to carry it with him everywhere, it would likely draw a great deal of unwanted attention. But if he had a spatial backpack, everything would be different. Overjoyed, Chen immediately exchanged for the spatial backpack without hesitation. The 500 discipline points were well worth it. Once the exchange was complete, a backpack option instantly appeared on his personal system panel. Chen immediately threw everything: the stamina potion, recovery potions, pale bone, lucky dice, and dark raven mask into it. The spatial backpack has a capacity of 5x5x5. That is to say, a space of 125 cubic meters. It was much larger than his own bedroom. Furthermore, the storage rules for the spatial backpack were quite unique. As long as the total volume of the stored items did not exceed 125 cubic meters, it could accommodate them perfectly. This volume was large enough to fit more than a dozen sedans. It was more than enough to accommodate a few items. Furthermore, retrieving items from the spatial backpack was equally convenient. With just a single thought, they could be taken out instantly. Chen tested it for a while and was very satisfied. Snapping back to his senses, he went on to exchange for an EXP crystal, a random stat card, and a targeted stat card. After using the random stat card and targeted stat card, Chen's spirit stats surged to 23 points. His thinking speed and perception were noticeably enhanced once again. Immediately following that, Chen used the random skill EXP card. Obtained 229 skill proficiency. His luck was neither good nor bad. With over 200 skill proficiency points being far from enough to upgrade the Phantom Blade technique, Chen simply invested all of them into Shadow Step.
Shadow Step Adept 597 600. Only 3 proficiency points left. Chen decided to practice Shadow Step right there in the living room. After spending over an hour, the final 3 proficiency points for Shadow Step were finally completed. Name, Chen. Level, 2. Stat Strength 31, Constitution 28, Agility 31, Spirit 23. Discipline points 1000. Skill. Whale Devour Breathing Skill Expert 9500. Rushing Thunder Fist. Shadow Step Expert 01000. Shadowless Blade Technique Beginner 3500. Strength 1, Constitution 1, Agility 5. A total of 7 stat points have been added. Chen nodded with satisfaction. His total combined stats have now soared to 113 points. He is now only 7 points away from reaching Energy Level 3. As long as either Shadow Step or the Shadowless Blade Technique breaks through to the next realm, he should be able to promote to a Level 3 warrior. In fact, with his current 4-dimensional stats and skill mastery, Chen felt that he even stood a chance in a fight against a Level 3 warrior. Reflecting on how he had grown from a Level 1 warrior to this level in just one short week, Chen couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Early the next morning. As soon as Chen arrived at school, he received a notice asking him to go to the Academic Affairs office. Could it be that the transfer procedures have already been processed? Chen immediately headed to the Academic Affairs office. In the 4th floor office, Dong Haiyang was buried in paperwork. He looked up at the sound of footsteps, and seeing it was Chen, a warm smile spread across his face. The department transfer paperwork is all finished. Congratulations! As of today, you are officially a student of the Warrior Department. Dong Haiyang handed Chen a folder with a smile on his face. Inside were the transfer documents, a student ID, and other related items. Teachers generally prefer gifted students. This is a universal rule in any school. The Warrior Department of Haiyan University was no exception. The fact that Chen could promote to a Level 2 warrior while still in the General Studies Department was a feat of talent that left many teachers in awe. Furthermore, through his previous interaction with Chen, Dong Haiyang could see that Chen was not a person of bad character. As for the conflict with Zhang Xiuhai, subsequent investigations had confirmed that it was Zhang Xiuhai and his group who instigated it. The fault did not lie with Chen. While breaking both of Zhang Xiuhai's arms was a ruthless act, he was a warrior. After all, young and full of vigor, it was understandable. The world of warriors is not child's play. Being ruthless, decisive, and demanding an eye for an eye is actually seen by many as an admirable trait. He possessed outstanding talent and decent character, and he wasn't arrogant or flamboyant like many other students in the Warrior Department. Dong Haiyang held great appreciation for a young man like this. He was very optimistic about the young man's potential. The Warrior Department has few mandatory courses and fully respects the students' wishes. You are free to choose whether to attend classes and which ones to take. The specific course schedule will be posted on the bulletin board outside at the beginning of each month. All facilities in the cultivation area are open to Warrior Department students and can be accessed with your student ID. If you have the time, head over there more often. Many of the facilities are highly beneficial for physical training and cultivating skills. Out of his appreciation for Chen, Dong Haiyang explained everything in great detail. Chen listened intently, nodding in agreement from time to time. By the time Dong Haiyang finished speaking, he had gained a general understanding of the Warrior Department. Just as he had previously thought, the Warrior Department was far more liberal and free than the General Studies Department. If necessary, he could even skip classes entirely. The skill courses in the Warrior Department are quite useful for ordinary students. However, for Chen, who possesses the self-discipline system, they offer very little benefit. Instead of spending time in class, it would be better to practice his skills more often to increase his proficiency. As for theoretical knowledge, he could simply look it up at the Warrior Department library. However, the freedom granted by the Warrior Department is built upon an annual assessment. Every year, Haiyan University conducts evaluations for all students within the Warrior Department. Students who fail to meet the passing standards for 2 consecutive years will be advised to withdraw from the university. This is the price of freedom. The school can grant you full autonomy in your cultivation, provided that you deliver satisfactory results on your exams. After waiting patiently for a moment, estimating that Chen had mostly digested the information, Dong Haiyang continued. The timing of your transfer to the warrior department is a bit awkward. The annual assessment happens to be in just 2 days. Fortunately, with your strength, meeting the passing standards shouldn't be an issue. But if possible, I still hope you'll give it your all and achieve an outstanding result. After a few more words of encouragement, Chen took his leave and exited the office. Watching Chen leave, Dong Haiyang nodded secretly to himself. The Beluga City University Martial Arts Exchange Competition was just around the corner. With the addition of a genius student like Chen, Haiyan University's hopes of achieving good results would increase significantly. Thinking of this, Dong Haiyang couldn't help but let out a sigh. After all, Haiyan University was only a comprehensive university, and the overall strength of its warrior students was far inferior to that of professional supernatural universities. In previous years' university exchange competitions, transcendent universities have always dominated the scene and stolen the spotlight. Comprehensive universities, more often than not, are merely there to make up the numbers. One wonders if this situation can be changed this year? Chapter 25, The Anomaly. Chen. Just as he stepped out of the academic affairs building, Chen suddenly heard a voice calling out from behind him. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Chen turned around and saw that it was indeed an acquaintance. It was Yu Xingfeng, whom he had met at the Iron Fist Club a few days ago. With a look of excitement on his face, Yu Xingfeng jogged over to Chen's side. I heard you transferred to the warrior department? Chen nodded. I just finished the paperwork. Then we're classmates from now on. Come on, let me treat you to a meal. Yu Xingfeng appeared very enthusiastic. After their sparring session at the Iron Fist Club that day, he knew Chen was no ordinary person and was destined for great achievements in the future. That was why he took the initiative to get close to Chen and build a good relationship. And as it turned out, his judgment was correct. In just a few days, Chen had actually defeated Zhang Shouhai. The latter was an elite ranked in the top 30 of the warrior department. Upon hearing this news, Yu Xingfeng was utterly shocked, and his resolve to befriend Chen grew even stronger. Today, after hearing that Chen had arrived at the academic affairs office, he rushed over in a hurry, wanting to strike while the iron was hot and further cultivate his relationship with Chen. Chen happened to have some questions for Yu Xingfeng as well, so he agreed without hesitation. Yu Xingfeng's family background seemed to be quite well off. The place he chose for his treat was an elegant tea house. Upon entering the tea room, a girl wearing a cheongsam brewed a pot of fragrant tea and then withdrew. Many bamboo trees were planted outside the window. The faint, ethereal sound of a guzheng drifted through the air. The music flowed like a gentle breeze through the bamboo grove, bringing a sense of peace to the heart. The two sipped their tea, engaging in casual conversation. Yu Xingfeng was outgoing and cheerful by nature, and while Chen was not particularly social, he was far from being a dull conversationalist. Before long, the atmosphere became relaxed and easygoing. Chen quickly shifted the conversation to the warrior department's annual assessment, inquiring about the details of the evaluation. Having been in the warrior department for over 2 years, Yu Xingfeng was well acquainted with the assessment and began explaining it offhandedly. Haiyan University is a comprehensive university, so the warrior department's annual assessment isn't overly strict. Unless someone is exceptionally lazy, it's rare for anyone to fail. It's said that, on average, only one student is asked to withdraw every 2 or 3 years. Chen asked, "What is the format of the assessment?" At the mention of this, Yu Xingfeng wore a mysterious expression and said, "Have you ever heard of anomalies?" Chen shook his head. Seeing this, Yu Xingfeng hurried to explain. In essence, an anomaly is actually another form of spatial invasion. A spatial invasion occurs when an alien raceplane briefly connects with our world, opening a temporary spatial tunnel to allow their armies to pass through and launch an invasion. Consequently, these do not last long, ranging from a few hours at the shortest to half a month at the longest. Even if the Federation military were to ignore them, they would eventually vanish on their own before long. However, anomalies are different. It is a permanent spatial gateway. Unless specific measures are taken to close it, it will never disappear. Anomalies can be either man-made or naturally occurring. The former are typically engineered intentionally by alien races. Once successful, they can establish an outpost within this world. They can continuously mobilize armies from their home plane to clash and fight with the Federation's forces. If all goes well, they might even manage to occupy a piece of territory. There are currently several regions within the Federation occupied by alien races. Like a stubborn case of psoriasis, they are a constant source of distress for the Bureau of Military Affairs. The latter type, natural anomaly points, are relatively unique. These types of anomalies are typically born from accidental spatial fluctuations. They often connect to peculiar planes of existence. Among them are high-risk types teeming with ferocious mana beasts. There are also types devoid of intelligent life that possess strange and unique effects. Once the Federation has thoroughly explored these latter types of anomalies, they take control of them and utilize them for various purposes based on their specific characteristics. In the developmental history of Federation martial arts, these anomalies can be said to have played a significant role. After listening to Yu Xingfeng's account, Chen clicked his tongue in wonder. So you're saying the school's assessment is related to an anomaly? That's right. Yu Xingfeng gave a mischievous grin. In fact, Haiyan University controls a small-scale anomaly, which we call the Dragon Bone Tower. The Dragon Bone Tower has 9 floors in total, and each floor is inhabited by a large number of ferocious mana beasts. These mana beasts aren't truly alive. Even if you kill them, they will respawn the next time you enter. Because of this unique trait, the Dragon Bone Tower has always been used by Haiyan University as an assessment site. The higher the floor a student reaches in the Dragon Bone Tower, the better their results will be. Chen was secretly astonished. He had previously assumed that the Warrior Department's annual assessment would involve students sparring with one another or being tested by the instructors. I never expected it to take this form. Yu Xingfeng picked up his tea, took a sip, and continued. According to the rules of previous years, the top 3 students in the annual assessment will receive rewards from the school. I heard this year's rewards are quite generous. First place gets a bottle of 12 essence tempering pills, plus a 50,000 yuan bonus. Second place receives 8 body tempering pills plus a 30,000 bonus. Even third place gets 5 body tempering pills and a 10,000 bonus. Chen's eyes instantly lit up. He had heard of body tempering pills before. It was said that taking them could enhance one's physical fitness, and they were effective even for level 3 or 4 warriors. More importantly, this type of elixir has no side effects. It will not affect one's foundation. Unlike some potent but harsh drugs, which may be effective but damage the body's foundation. Once a bottleneck is encountered in the future, there is almost no possibility of a breakthrough. This kind of medicine trades future potential for present strength, which is no different from drinking poison to quench thirst. Zhao Yu, whom he encountered at the Iron Fist Club, had forcibly enhanced his strength using that type of drug. Compared to those drugs, the essence tempering pill was undoubtedly much better. If one had to point out a flaw, it would be that it was very easy to develop a drug resistance to it. A person could take a maximum of 12 essence tempering pills, any taken after that would have no effect at all. Despite this, the essence tempering pill remained highly sought after. Many warriors dream of obtaining a bottle of body tempering pills. However, these pills are far from cheap. A single body tempering pill has a market price as high as 5,000 star coins. This is equivalent to the monthly salary of an average white-collar worker. Ordinary families simply cannot afford them. A bottle of origin tempering pills is worth 60,000 star coins. Combined with the prize money, the first place reward is valued at a staggering 110,000 star coins. Haiyan University is truly being incredibly generous. Chen's eyes flickered slightly. The origin tempering pills went without saying. The 50,000 star coins prize was an equally significant temptation for him. If he could secure those 50,000 star coins, he wouldn't have to worry about the meat required for practicing the whale devour breathing skill for the next several months. He could even purchase mana beast meat to accelerate his cultivation progress. Just as Chen was thinking this, text suddenly popped up in front of him.
Self-discipline is the pursuit of progress as a warrior. One must strive to be the best. Chief, secure first place in the High-End University annual assessment to receive 1,000 discipline points upon completion. Current progress, 0-1. Chen was slightly stunned for a moment, then immediately became overjoyed. Another new achievement. And the reward is a full 1,000 discipline points. Needless to say, Chen made up his mind right then and there. I must take first place in the assessment this time. Chapter 26, My goal is first place. With rewards like essence tempering pills, cash bonuses, and discipline points on the line, Chen was naturally extra focused on the upcoming assessment. Who were the top 3 finishers last year? Yu Xingfeng replied without a second thought. First place is Xiao Liqing. Back then, he was admitted to High-End University with the highest score. In the 2 subsequent annual assessments, he also took first place both times. It's said that Xiao Liqing's total 4-dimensional stats have already exceeded 100 points, and he has mastered 2 expert skills. Many believe that Xiao Liqing will definitely become a level 3 warrior before graduation. Chen nodded non-committally and asked, and who came in second? Second place is Cheng Xiu. Her strength is only a notch below Xiao Liqing's. At this point, Yu Xingfeng winked at Chen, giving him a knowing look. Cheng Xiu is a well-known beauty at High-End University. Many people in the warrior department are her suitors. However, Chen showed no interest in this and signaled Yu Xingfeng to continue. Third place is Liao Quan. His strength is not much different from Cheng Xiu's. Last year, he only took third place due to a bit of bad luck. Barring any surprises, these 3 should occupy the top 3 spots again this year. Yu Xingfeng picked up the teacup and poured a cup of tea for Chen. Chen, you are very strong as well. If you put in the effort, there is still a high possibility of making it into the top 10. Although the rewards for the top 10 aren't as good as the top 3, they aren't bad either. Back at the Iron Fist Club, Yu Xingfeng already knew that Chen had signed up for a gold membership. Therefore, it was speculated that Chen's family background was likely ordinary, which explained why such a comment was made. Chen smiled slightly and did not respond, simply taking a sip of his tea. Top 10? His goal was first place. Night. Chen returned home, drenched in sweat. Ever since his last encounter with the martial artist criminal and the defense corps, he hadn't returned to that park. Instead, he had scouted out a different, more secluded location. Perhaps his bad luck had all been used up during that previous incident. In his subsequent night runs, he hadn't encountered any further emergencies. Chen had originally thought that if he happened to encounter a few thugs blocking his path for a robbery, he could take the opportunity to punish evil while earning some extra cash on the side. Unfortunately, his wish never came true. After wiping away his sweat, Chen sat on the sofa to check his achievements. The Progress 4, long-distance running master, was already more than halfway complete. With over 400 kilometers remaining, barring any accidents, he should be able to finish it tomorrow. Given Chen's current stats of 28 constitution and 31 agility, running 400 kilometers in a single day was an easy task. As for the remaining 2 achievements, Actual Combat 3 and Chief, neither could be completed right now, so he set them aside for the time being. Checking the time, he saw there was still over half an hour left before the redemption shop refreshed. Chen simply took out the dungeon key, intending to use up its remaining durability. With pale bone in hand, Chen felt a surge of confidence and stepped into the vortex without hesitation after opening the dungeon. Compared to his last entry into the burial wilderness, not only had Chen's total stats increased by over 10 points, but his shadow step had also reached a new level, and he had mastered the absolute shadow blade technique. His strength had truly advanced by leaps and bounds. Along the way, neither the corpse soldiers nor the high-rank corpse soldiers could withstand a single blow from him. Often, the blade would flash past, and the monster would be decapitated before it even had time to react. Chen glided along like the wind, barely pausing for a single moment. As expected of a 3-star skill. This shadowless blade technique is truly formidable. After engaging in actual combat, Chen realized the immense power of the shadowless blade technique even more profoundly. With a weapon skill like this, combined with the bone-cleaving sharpness of pale bone, slaying monsters of the same level was as easy as slaughtering livestock. The boost to his combat power was simply immense. If there was one regret, it was that the monsters in the dungeon were not truly living beings. Even when killed, they provided no soul power for pale bone to absorb. Sprinting all the way to the corpse general, Chen wasted no words and unleashed a true martial-style rushing thunderfist, obliterating the general on the spot. Dungeon cleared successfully. Cleared E-rank dungeon, Burial Wilderness. Clear time, 18 minutes 57 seconds. Final grade, S. Platinum chest obtained. Chen let out a long breath, his face beaming with joy. He had finally achieved an S-rank evaluation. And the treasure chest had been upgraded to a platinum chest. From the looks of it, an S-rank evaluation and a platinum chest were likely the absolute limit. In fact, even if he were to promote to level 3 right now, the time taken to clear the dungeon wouldn't be shortened by much. Before opening the treasure chest, Chen followed his usual routine and tossed the lucky dice onto the coffee table. 2. Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to give it another throw. The number that came up this time filled Chen with joy. It was actually a 5. Without hesitation, he opened the treasure chest immediately. Obtained Amulet of Protection. An Amulet of Protection? Chen quickly clicked on the description. Amulet of Protection, when worn, it can trigger an invisible shield at any time to provide all-around protection against external damage. Durability, 1000. Good stuff. Chen's eyes lit up. He could never have too many life-saving items like this naturally, the more, the better. Although he didn't know exactly how strong the protective jade pendant's defense was or how long its durability would last. Items obtained from a platinum chest would certainly not be subpar. One look at the pale bone and shadowless blade techniques was enough to tell. After securing the jade pendant, Chen finally turned his attention to the redemption shop. Before long, the countdown hit 0. Chen immediately refreshed the shop. Lucky dice, increases luck for 24 hours after use. The magnitude of the boost depends on the number rolled. The higher the number, the greater the boost. Durability, 5. Price, 1000 discipline points. Spatial backpack, upon use, grants a 5x5x5 spatial backpack. If a spatial backpack is already owned, increases capacity by 5x5x5. Price, 500 discipline points. 9 pattern sword, fine grade weapon. Price, 500 discipline points. Chen felt a slight sense of disappointment. None of the items refreshed this time were things he urgently needed. The lucky dice in his hand still had 2 points of durability remaining, so he didn't need a new one for the time being. The spatial backpack capacity is sufficient for now, so there is no immediate need for expansion. The last item, the 9 pattern sword, was a new addition. Unfortunately, Chen used a saber. But, what does exquisite grade mean? Do weapons also have detailed grade classifications? Chen suddenly thought of Sangu. He wondered what grade of weapon Sangu belonged to. After a moment of fruitless contemplation, Chen temporarily pushed the doubt to the back of his mind. It seems the lucky dice's effect doesn't work on the redemption shop. Otherwise, it wouldn't have offered 3 items that I currently have no use for. Closing the system panel, Chen began practicing the shadowless blade technique in the living room. Although various items could boost his skill proficiency, he couldn't afford to neglect his daily training. Every single point of skill proficiency gained was a step forward. Chen would never overlook his routine practice just because he possessed the self-discipline system. After transferring to the warrior department, Chen was no longer restricted by a fixed curriculum. The next day, he skipped school entirely and found a place to go for a run. By evening, the long-distance running master achievement was successfully completed. 500 discipline points. The discipline points in Chen's possession had now increased to 1,500. That night, the redemption shop refreshed. Lucky dice, increases luck for 24 hours after use. The magnitude of the boost depends on the number rolled. The higher the number, the greater the boost. Durability, 5.
Price, 1000 discipline points. Lucky dice, increases luck for 24 hours after use. The magnitude of the boost depends on the number rolled. The higher the number, the greater the boost. Durability, 5-5. Price, 1000 discipline points. Chi Gathering Gloves, enhances palm protection and increases the power of unarmed skills by 20%. Only effective for skills below 4-star rank. Price, 2000 discipline points. Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was one thing to have the lucky dice show up yesterday. But today, 2 of them had appeared at once. In a sense, it was indeed quite fortunate. On the other hand, these Chi Gathering Gloves are a fine piece of equipment. Palm techniques, fist techniques, finger techniques, these are all unarmed skills. Rushing Thunder Fist is naturally included among them. Although these Chi Gathering Gloves only take effect for skills of 4 stars and below, they are still exceptionally rare. Do not underestimate the power of a 20% bonus. When warriors of the same level clash, a difference of just a few percentage points is often enough to decide the outcome. Let alone a full 20%. If nothing else, if the power of the Rushing Thunder Fist, true martial form, could be increased by another 20%, the mere thought of it is spine-tingling. Chen was instantly tempted. But looking at the price tag of 2000 discipline points, he couldn't help but shake his head. He currently only had 1500 discipline points on hand. He simply couldn't afford to exchange them for the Chi Gathering Gloves. Fortunately, the annual assessment is tomorrow. As long as I take first place and complete the chief achievement, I'll have enough discipline points to redeem the Chi Gathering Gloves. Chapter 27, Annual Assessment. Early the next morning. Chen arrived at school shortly after 9 o'clock. He had already learned the location of the annual assessment from Yu Xingfeng, so he headed there immediately upon arrival. The annual assessment was being held at the school's back mountain. It was a barren, bald hill. Desolate and bleak, it offered no scenery to speak of. Yet at Haiyan University, this was a well-known restricted area. The university had installed wire fencing around the back hill and stationed security guards to patrol the perimeter day and night. Any student caught entering the back hill without university permission would face penalties ranging from a formal demerit to disciplinary probation. Today, however, a large crowd of students had gathered outside the fence at the foot of the mountain. By the time Chen arrived, there were already over 200 people at the base. They stood in small groups of 2s and 3s, whispering and huddling together. Chen had intended to keep a low profile and find a quiet corner to wait. To his surprise, he had barely reached the foot of the mountain when a boy noticed him. The person seemed to be a spectator who had watched the duel that day, and blurted out without a second thought. Chen. In an instant, hundreds of gazes snapped over, converging on Chen. The news of the duel between Chen and Zhang Xiuhai had already become common knowledge after days of fermentation and spreading. Every student in the warrior department knew that a powerhouse had emerged from the general studies department. However, many had only heard the rumors and had never actually seen Chen. Upon hearing this, they immediately began craning their necks to get a look. Chen? Where is he? There, that's the guy. TSK, I thought someone brave enough to go head-to-head with Zhang Xiuhai would be some burly, muscular brute. I didn't expect him to be such a hottie. Wow, he's totally my type. I wonder if he'd mind dating an older woman? It's broad daylight, could you stop being such a fangirl? In the blink of an eye, Chen became the center of attention. Chen. Yu Xingfeng trotted over and asked with a beaming smile. How is your preparation going? It's all right, Chen replied with a slight nod. That's good then. Yu Xingfeng glanced around the room, then suddenly lowered his voice. Zhang Xiuhai and Dang Bin didn't show up. Chen's eyes flickered, though he wasn't particularly surprised. He had broken both arms of both Zhang Xiuhai and Dang Bin. Even if this world's medical standards far surpassed those of his previous life, they wouldn't be recovering in less than 10 days to half a month. The two were destined to miss this year's annual assessment. Just as Chen was lost in thought, Yu Xingfeng suddenly nudged his arm, signaling him to look toward the front right. Look, that's Xiao Liqing.
Chen followed his gaze and saw a tall, slender young man standing about 20 meters away. The young man's features were quite ordinary, the kind that would easily blend into a crowd. However, his gaze was exceptionally sharp and left a deep impression. As if sensing Chen's gaze, Xiao Liqing suddenly turned his head to look over. Meeting Chen's gaze, he froze for a moment before giving a slight nod of acknowledgement. He's a completely different type from the overbearing Zhang Shouhai. Chen thought to himself, returning the nod to Xiao Liqing. Just then, a sudden commotion broke out among the crowd. Many of the boys began craning their necks to see what was happening up ahead. Chen's expression shifted slightly as he turned his head to look. Not far ahead, 4 or 5 girls were walking toward him in a group. The girls were all at a youthful and beautiful age, and none were lacking in looks. However, the gaze of the vast majority of the boys fell upon the girl leading the group. The girl wore her hair in a long ponytail. She had a healthy complexion and bright, sparkling eyes. She wore a white t-shirt that fit snugly over her full chest. On her lower half, she wore a pair of athletic shorts that revealed a pair of firm, slender legs. A shimmering fine chain adorned her delicate ankle, further accentuating the well-proportioned form and smooth curves of her feet. Her facial features were even more striking, a true beauty in every sense. Chen understood instantly. This girl was Chang Siyu, the dream girl of many boys in the warrior department. Chang Siyu's arrival caused a stir among the boys. Immediately, several boys went up to greet her. Among them was a fair-skinned boy with slightly curly hair. Yu Xingfeng pointed at the curly-haired boy and whispered, "That guy is Liao Quan. He's also pursuing Chang Siyu." Chang Siyu had a bright and generous personality, getting along well with both the opposite and same sex. Faced with a crowd of boys trying to win her favor, including Liao Quan, she neither put on airs nor showed any impatience. Instead, she treated them normally while maintaining an appropriate distance. Chen observed them for a moment before withdrawing his gaze and paying them no further mind. Chang Siyu, however, overheard her companions mention Chen and glanced over at him with a hint of curiosity. After Chang Siyu's arrival, hardly any more students showed up. Another 10 minutes or so passed before a group of 7 or 8 teachers arrived together. Leading the group were 2 middle-aged men in their 40s. One of them was Dong Haiyang. As the teachers arrived, the surrounding chatter instantly died down. Stepping to the front of the crowd, Dong Haiyang scanned the area. Seeing everyone standing quietly in place, a look of satisfaction immediately appeared on his face. He then began to introduce the teachers in the group. Only then did Chen learn that the middle-aged man accompanying Dong Haiyang was named Tan Ziyuan. Like Dong Haiyang, he was also a teacher at the director level. After the introductions were finished, Dong Haiyang got straight to the point. "I won't waste any more words. Follow me up the mountain now to the assessment site." With those words, Dong Haiyang and Tan Ziyuan turned and began walking up the mountain. The rest of the teachers followed a step behind. The group of students also hurried to keep up. Everyone there was a warrior, with physical fitness far exceeding that of ordinary people. They walked briskly, and since the peak was not high, they reached the summit in no time. The desolate mountaintop was completely bare, without even a single tree. Only a stone monument, about a meter high, stood prominently in the center. Tan Ziyuan strode up to the monument and reached out to press his hand against it. Without any visible movement on his part, the void behind the stone tablets suddenly began to twist, rippling with wave after wave of distortion. In the next second, as if a concealing curtain had been pulled back, a colossal skeleton abruptly materialized out of thin air within the void. The skeleton was shaped like a dragon, standing 500 or 600 meters tall, exuding an aura of desolation amidst its towering majesty. The pale dragon bones coiled and wound upward, faintly forming the shape of a massive tower. At the very peak sat a massive skeletal dragon head crowned with menacing horns. The azure martial power was potent, carrying an indescribable aura of majesty. The hollow dragon eyes gazed down at the crowd below. The dragon eyes held a divine charm, as if staring at everyone across time and space. Chen stared blankly at the bone tower before him, his mind shaken. Although he had guessed some clues from the name Dragon Bone Tower, he was still deeply shocked the moment he saw this towering bone structure with his own eyes. Looking around at the crowd, everyone stood frozen in place, dazed. No matter how many times I see it, it's still breathtaking. Yu Xingfeng murmured to himself. Tan Ziyuan had long since grown accustomed to this sight. He waited patiently for a moment until the students gradually snapped out of it before slowly speaking. The assessment begins now. Those whose names are called enter the Dragon Bone Tower in groups of 10. Reaching the third floor is considered a passing grade. Final scores will be determined by the highest floor reached and the duration of time spent there. Chapter 28, Climbing the Dragon Bone Tower. After finishing the routine reading of the rules, Tan Ziyuan waved his hand without the slightest hesitation. Begin! A teacher immediately stepped forward, holding a list and beginning the roll call. Guo Gang. Guolan. Changbingyi. One by one, the students whose names were called walked forward. The teacher did not stop calling names until 10 students were gathered, then pointed toward the entrance of the Dragon Bone Tower. Go on in. The 10 students exchanged glances and stepped into the tower, their expressions a mix of excitement and trepidation. The Dragon Bone Tower was divided into distinct, clearly defined levels. In the exact center of each floor, a massive, perfectly round golden orb was embedded. As the students entered the tower, the orb on the first floor suddenly erupted with a golden glow. At the same time, the surface of the stone tablet shifted abruptly, revealing rows of densely packed text. Upon closer inspection, it displayed the names of the 10 students who had entered the tower, along with their current floor and elapsed time. Less than 2 minutes after the golden orb on the first floor lit up, the one on the second floor followed suit. At that same moment, Changbingyi's name on the stone monument flickered and jumped to the first line. Changbingyi, currently on the second floor, elapsed time, 1 minute and 56 seconds. Chen quietly observed his surroundings. Everyone's expression remained normal. Clearly, this was a very mediocre result. Another half-minute passed, and the rest of the students began arriving at the second floor one after another. Before long, the golden orb on the third floor suddenly lit up. Changbingyi remained in the lead, with a recorded time of 6 minutes and 48 seconds. Closely following him, the other students also reached the third floor in succession. However, this time, a full 5 or 6 minutes passed, and the golden orb on the fourth floor showed no sign of lighting up. During this time, people continued to emerge from the Dragon Bone Tower one after another. Some looked dejected. Others appeared relieved and joyful. About 2 minutes later, Changbingyi also came out, looking utterly crestfallen. It was clear he was deeply frustrated at failing to reach the fourth floor. Tan Ziyuan's expression remained unchanged as he said indifferently. Next batch. Another 10 students walked into the tower. Chen finally understood. The Dragon Bone Tower could only accommodate a maximum of 10 people at a time per round. On average, each round could be completed in just over 10 minutes. So far, even the one with the poorest performance managed to climb to the third floor. It just took a bit more time. Yu Xingfeng was right, the annual assessment isn't that difficult. The key is what kind of results one can actually achieve. Chen thought to himself. By the third round, someone finally managed to reach the fourth floor. During the fifth round, another student ascended to the fifth floor. After observing for a while, Chen quickly noticed that the students who reached the fourth floor were, without exception, level 2 warriors. It seems the third floor is a threshold. This distinguishes level 1 warriors from level 2 warriors. So, which floor serves as the threshold between level 2 and level 3 warriors? Chen looked toward the upper section of the Dragon Bone Tower. The sixth floor? Or somewhere even higher? Just then, a sudden commotion broke out in the surroundings. It turned out the teacher had called out Liao Quan's name. As the third-place finisher in last year's annual assessment, Liao Quan was a celebrity in the warrior department. It's finally Liao Quan's turn. I wonder which floor he can climb to this year. I reckon it'll be the same as last year. The fifth floor is just too difficult to break through. That's not necessarily true. A year has passed, and Liao Quan's strength has surely improved significantly. Listening to the discussions around him, a flash of smugness flickered in Liao Quan's eyes. He glanced at Cheng Siyu, but seeing that the girl was chatting with a friend nearby and paying no attention to him at all, he couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. However, he quickly rallied his spirits and, with his head held high and chest out, entered the Dragon Bone Tower. In just 1 minute, the golden beads on the second level lit up. 2 minutes later, the golden beads on the third level emitted a dazzling golden light. In less than 10 minutes, Liao Quan had climbed to the 5th level. It wasn't until he reached the 5th level that Liao Quan's speed finally began to slow down. However, about 10 minutes later, the golden beads on the 6th level suddenly flared to life. The crowd suddenly erupted into an uproar. The 6th floor. See, I told you Liao Quan's results this year would definitely surpass last year's. TSK, Xiao Liqing only reached the 5th floor last year. Liao Quan has already matched that record. I wonder if he can go up one more level. Many people stared wide-eyed at the Dragon Bone Tower. However, the golden light of the 7th floor failed to light up for a long time. Instead, 4 or 5 minutes later, the golden light on the 6th floor suddenly dissipated, and Liao Quan walked out of the Dragon Bone Tower. Although he failed to climb to the 7th floor, persisting for over 4 minutes on the 6th floor was a result that far exceeded last year's. Liao Quan was still very joyful in his heart as he walked back into the crowd, brimming with satisfaction. Not far away, Tan Ziyuan watched the scene, and a faint smile finally appeared on his consistently calm face. That's right. Dong Haiyang nodded with satisfaction. The 6th floor of the Dragon Bone Tower is a critical milestone. Over the years, students who have managed to reach the 6th floor and hold their ground for more than 3 minutes have generally been able to achieve level 3 warrior status before graduation. Liao Quan's performance left him highly satisfied. This also ignited a competitive spirit among the crowd. The students were all eager and ready, pushing themselves to achieve a high score. Unfortunately, in the following rounds, the best performer only managed to reach the 5th floor. And they stayed there for less than 3 minutes. It was far inferior to Liao Quan's performance. It wasn't until the 14th round that the teacher finally called out Cheng Siyu's name. Everyone's spirits lifted as they collectively turned their heads to look at Cheng Siyu. But in the very next second, Xiao Liqing's name was also called. The crowd froze for a moment, followed immediately by expressions of excitement and anticipation. Last year's top-ranked and second-ranked students have actually been assigned to the same group. This is a rare sight indeed. This round is going to be worth watching. Tan Ziyuan and Dong Haiyang were also slightly surprised. The assessment list is grouped randomly. They were also unaware that Xiao Liqing and Cheng Siyu had been assigned to the same group. However, this worked out well, as it allowed for a direct comparison of their performances. With Liao Quan's brilliant performance setting the bar, Tan Ziyuan and Dong Haiyang were already beginning to look forward to how Xiao Liqing and the other would fare. Amidst numerous excited and admiring gazes, Xiao Liqing and Cheng Siyu entered the Dragon Bone Tower one after another. In just half a minute, the golden light of the 2nd floor suddenly flared up. The text on the stone tablets suddenly shifted. Judging by the timing, Xiao Liqing and Cheng Siyu reached the 2nd floor almost simultaneously. A low gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd. Liao Quan's expression froze. This was a full 10 seconds faster than his own time. However, the most shocking part was yet to come. With an unstoppable momentum, Xiao Liqing and Cheng Siyu broke through one floor after another in rapid succession. In less than 15 short minutes, the two of them had reached the 6th floor one after the other. There was only a gap of about 10 seconds between them. This achievement was a full 6 or 7 minutes faster than Liao Quan's. Staring at the golden light illuminating the 6th floor, Liao Quan's expression stiffened. The high spirits he had displayed moments ago had long since vanished. He had thought that after a year of painstaking cultivation, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He was certain that in this year's annual assessment, he would surpass Xiao Liqing and Cheng Siyu to claim the top spot. But reality had just dealt him a brutal slap in the face. Instead of closing the gap with Xiao Liqing and Cheng Siyu, he had failed to surpass them, and the distance between them had only grown wider. The thought left Liao Quan feeling a wave of dejection. 10 minutes later. The main entrance to the Dragon Bone Tower swung open, and Chang Siyu stepped out, unable to hide the look of regret on her face. In the end, she had still failed to break through the 6th floor. At that very moment, the 7th floor of the Dragon Bone Tower suddenly erupted with a brilliant golden light. The surroundings fell into a sudden hush, followed by a wave of uproar. Xiao Liqing has reached the 7th floor. Chapter 29, What kind of hellish speed is this? He's on the 7th floor. Impressive, as expected of the warrior department's top student. This is far beyond last year's results. It looks like Xiao Liqing will take first place again this year. Exclamations of wonder rose and fell one after another. Xiao Liqing's performance had truly exceeded many people's expectations. Even Tan Ziyuan and Dong Haiyang could not help but show expressions of astonishment. The 7th floor, this is almost catching up to the all-time record, isn't it? Pretty much. I remember the highest record was staying on the 7th floor for 8 minutes and 36 seconds. A smile appeared on Tan Ziyuan's face. 2 people had reached the 6th floor, and 1 had reached the 7th floor. This year's results would be considered quite impressive even when compared to the assessments of previous years. This batch of warrior department students did not let him down. On the other side, Chang Siyu stared at the golden light on the 7th floor, momentarily stunned. A complex expression soon crossed her face as she let out a soft sigh and returned to the crowd. Liao Quan's face turned ashen. The 7th floor, this was a level he could not reach at all. Unknowingly, Xiao Liqing had reached a height that he could only look up to. That's insane. Yu Xingfeng stared with wide eyes, his face full of admiration. He had already entered the Dragon Bone Tower. In the end, he only managed to climb to the 4th floor. He couldn't even make it to the 5th floor. As a result, they had a profound understanding of the Keel Tower's difficulty. Naturally, they held great admiration for Xiao Liqing, who was able to ascend to the 7th floor. Chen gazed at the Keel Tower, his eyes flickering with thought. Time passed steadily. When the clock hit the 6-minute and 47-second mark, the golden light on the 7th floor finally began to dim. Xiao Liqing's figure appeared before the main gates of the Keel Tower. He looked back at the tower, a faint sigh escaping his heart. It was so close. If he had held on for just 2 more minutes, 1 minute and 50 seconds, he would have broken the assessment record. What a pity that, in the end, he fell just 1 step short. Xiao Liqing shook his head inwardly and walked toward the crowd. The onlookers, unaware of the regret in his heart, cast glances of admiration and worship toward him. 6 minutes and 47 seconds on the 7th floor. This achievement was more than enough to leave many warrior department students far behind in the dust. At this moment, they felt nothing but profound respect for Xiao Liqing. Tan Ziyuan raised his hand to quiet the commotion before turning his gaze toward the teacher holding the roster. Continue. The assessment resumed. However, following Xiao Liqing's stellar performance, the subsequent evaluations suddenly felt dull and uninspiring. Had it not been for the strict rule forbidding anyone from leaving before the assessment concluded, many would likely have slipped away by now. Before long, the vast majority of the 200-plus students had completed their assessments. Only the final group of 6 students remained. Chen. The teacher finally called out Chen's name. The crowd, which had been quiet, finally stirred once more. Many people turned their heads to look at Chen, their expressions varying. They were all eager to see just how this warrior department freshman, who had recently risen to fame, would perform during the assessment. Tan Ziyuan also noticed Chen, a strange glint flashing through his eyes. Is that the student who defeated Zhang Xiuhai? That's right. Dong Haiyang nodded with a smile. The boy has good talent and strength, and his character is quite commendable as well. Tan Ziyuan remained non-committal, though his interest was piqued. After all, students from the General Studies Department with level 2 strength were a rare sight. He wanted to see just how many floors this student could ultimately climb. He hoped he wouldn't be disappointed. Go for it, Chen. Yu Xingfeng patted Chen on the shoulder, offering him words of encouragement. Chen gave a faint smile and walked toward the Dragon Bone Tower with a composed expression.
Under the gaze of many curious or scrutinizing eyes, he stepped through the main gates without a moment's hesitation. The world before him suddenly plunged into darkness. When his vision cleared again, Chen found himself standing in a dim, cavernous hall. The hall was incredibly spacious. It appeared to be roughly the size of 2 standard basketball courts. Deep within the hall, a pack of ferocious beasts each about the size of a large dog and resembling miniature raptors prowled about. There were at least 20 of them by visual estimate. Upon spotting Chen, the raptor-like beasts immediately let out roars and charged toward him. Chen remained composed, and with a slight flicker of thought, Palebone appeared out of thin air in his palm. In the next instant, his figure suddenly blurred. When he reappeared, Chen had already arrived in the midst of the beast tide. A chilling blade light erupted in an instant, sweeping through the void. The 7 or 8 dragon beasts at the very center of the pack didn't even have time to react before their heads were severed in an instant. Warm blood splattered everywhere, but before it could even hit the ground, it was shattered into a crimson mist by the sudden, explosive flash of the blade. With Shadow Step executed at full power combined with the all-out assault of the shadowless blade technique, Chen had completely transformed into a human meat grinder. In a mere 4 or 5 seconds, more than 20 dragon beasts were wiped out entirely. The moment the last dragon beast collapsed, Chen's vision blurred, and he found himself standing in a new hall. The 2nd floor. Chen fixed his gaze. The hall remained exactly as it had been before. There were still over 20 dragon beasts. However, the dragon beasts were noticeably larger and far more ferocious. A faint light flickered in Chen's eyes as he swung his blade. Amidst the sharp, piercing ring of the blade, a new round of slaughter erupted instantly. Outside the Dragon Bone Tower, everyone stared intently at the 1st floor. I wonder how many floors Chen can climb. Chen is a level 2 warrior, he should at least be able to reach the 4th floor. If luck is on his side, even the 5th floor is possible. It's a pity. If Chen had been in the warrior department since enrollment, his strength would likely be on par with Liao Quan's by now. The last remark drew nods of agreement from many in the crowd. The warrior department provides specialized instructors to teach skills and guide cultivation. Furthermore, there are many fellow warriors of the same age to spar with, allowing them to validate and refine their cultivation insights together. Whether in terms of cultivation resources or the overall training atmosphere, the General Studies Department is far from being able to compare. Chen General Studies Department Achievement 2 Warrior. If he had entered the Warrior Department 2 years earlier, it truly might have been possible for him to reach Liao Quan's level. Listening to the discussions around him, Liao Quan let out a cold snort inwardly. Xiao Liqing and Chang Siyu were one thing, he admitted he was not as good as those two. But what was Chen supposed to be? So what if he beat Zhang Shouhai? What's there to be so proud of with such a minor achievement? Besides, there are no ifs in this world. The reality is that Chen is inferior to him. He's nothing more than a gimmick, just a student from the General Studies Department. Now that he's in the Warrior Department, his true colors will be exposed in a year or two. A genius? There aren't that many geniuses in this world. Liao Quan sneered inwardly. After looking down on Chen for a moment, his frustration eased considerably, and he regained a slight sense of superiority. However, in the next second, a sudden change occurred. The golden light on the 2nd floor of the Dragon Bone Tower suddenly flared up. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Immediately after, a massive uproar broke out. He's on the 2nd floor already? No way, it hasn't even been half a minute. It's right there on the stone tablet, 13 seconds. How is that possible? That's way too fast. Everyone stood frozen in place, their faces filled with disbelief. Even those as strong as Xiao Liqing and Chang Siyu took half a minute to clear the 1st floor. But what about Chen? It's only been 13 seconds. That's not even half the time of Xiao Liqing and Chang Siyu. It's simply unbelievable. Among the crowd, Liao Quan stared at the 2nd floor in stunned silence, his mouth agape and unable to utter a word. What kind of ungodly speed is this? Chapter 30, like a hot knife through butter. Liao Quan instinctively rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he was hallucinating. But no matter how many times he looked, the time displayed on the stone tablet remained unchanged. It was indeed 13 seconds. How is that possible? Liao Quan found it utterly absurd. Even Xiao Liqing and Cheng Xiu took half a minute to break through the first floor. How could Chen have done it in only 13 seconds? Something must have gone wrong with the Dragon Bone Tower. Either that, or Chen cheated by using some kind of item. Liao Quan turned his head to look at the group of teachers. Dong Haiyang and Tan Ziyuan were also filled with shock at this moment. Once they regained their composure, their first instinct was to inspect the Dragon Bone Tower. Yet the results showed absolutely no issues. As for cheating with items? That was even more impossible. Inside the Dragon Bone Tower, nothing can be used except for one's own strength and weapons. Even regarding weapons, it is impossible to use anything above the refined grade. The restrictions are extremely stringent. There is absolutely no possibility of cheating. Observing the reactions of the two teachers, everyone realized that there was nothing wrong with Chen's results, and they became even more astonished. Liao Quan's expression was even more dazed. No problems? Could Chen really be this powerful? Buzz! Just then, the Dragon Bone Tower changed once more as the third floor suddenly erupted with a golden light. He cleared the second floor? Everyone felt a jolt in their hearts, and their first instinct was to look toward the stone monument. It clearly displayed the time it took for Chen to pass the second floor. 35 seconds. Still more than twice as fast as Xiao Liqing and Cheng Xiu. Whoosh! The surrounding crowd suddenly erupted into an uproar. It only took 30-some seconds? This clearing speed is way too fast. Could Chen actually be even more formidable than Xiao Liqing and Cheng Xiu? Liao Quan stood there dumbfounded, his eyes staring blankly in shock. Even Xiao Liqing and Cheng Xiu wore expressions of utter disbelief. Tan Ziyuan and Dong Haiyang exchanged a glance, both seeing the profound shock reflected in each other's eyes. They had originally assumed that, at best, Chen's results would reach around the fifth floor. But looking at it now, Chen's strength is clearly even more formidable than they had anticipated. His completion times for the first two floors were significantly shorter than even those of Xiao Liqing and Cheng Xiu. Could it be that another student is about to reach the seventh floor? At this thought, the breathing of both individuals grew noticeably heavy. Just as the crowd outside was being profoundly shocked by Chen's performance. The individual involved, however, was completely immersed in clearing the level. The third floor also contained over 20 dragon beasts. However, the size of each dragon beast was now comparable to that of an adult water buffalo. Their total four-dimensional stats were at least 70 points or more. With such a lineup, it would be virtually impossible for a level 1 warrior to handle. Only a level 2 warrior could handle more than 20 monsters, each with total stats exceeding 70 points. No wonder the third floor is the dividing line between level 1 and level 2 warriors? Chen understood clearly, yet his hands didn't slow down in the slightest. Even high-level level 2 zombie soldiers couldn't last a single exchange against him, let alone these dragon beasts. In just over half a minute, all the dragon beasts were completely wiped out. With a blur before his eyes, Chen had already arrived at the fourth floor. The hall remained the same as ever. However, the guardian monsters had been replaced by 3 hideous dragon beasts, each as large as a sedan. Roar! The dragon beasts roared as they lunged forward to kill. Chen's expression remained unchanged. With a flash of his figure, he had already brushed past the foremost dragon beast. A massive head suddenly soared into the sky. Crimson blood erupted from the severed neck like a fountain. A level 2 monster. Its strength is roughly on par with a high-rank corpse soldier. Its total 4-dimensional stats won't exceed 90 points. With a flash of the blade, the remaining 2 drakes followed in their companions' footsteps. The reduction in the number of drakes was actually a blessing for Chen. In fact, clearing the fourth floor took even less time than the previous ones. The entire process, from start to finish, took only 7 or 8 seconds. Dragon Bone Tower, 5th floor. The number of guardian monsters surged,
becoming 10 dragon beasts. Their strength level was roughly the same as those on the 4th floor. Chen cleared the stage with ease, taking only a little over 10 seconds. The 6th floor. The number of dragon beasts increased to 20, doubling instantly. However, for Chen, this lineup was no more difficult to deal with than those of the previous 3 floors. In just over half a minute, Chen effortlessly slaughtered all the dragon beasts. It seems the 6th floor isn't the dividing point between level 2 and level 3. Chen's eyes flickered slightly. While the lineup of guardian monsters on the 6th floor was indeed formidable, far beyond the reach of an ordinary level 2 warrior, it still wasn't enough. However, as long as the total value of the 4-dimensional stats reaches over 100 points, combined with an expert skill, it is still possible to pass with a bit of time. Take Xiao Liqing, for example. His strength level should be roughly at this tier. While he was reflecting, the environment before his eyes underwent another change. In the blink of an eye, Chen appeared on the 7th floor of the Dragon Bone Tower. A fierce and murderous aura permeated the air. In the center of the dim hall, a dragon man stood towering, over 2 meters tall and upright. Its powerful body, covered in hard scales, shimmered with a cold, metallic luster under the faint light. It exuded a heavy sense of oppression. The dragon man also held a spear as tall as a person. Roar! The moment Chen appeared, the dragon man let out a furious roar and charged forth like a gale. The spear in its hand pierced through the void like a bolt of lightning, thrusting straight toward Chen's chest. Chen grinned and swung his blade, meeting the attack without a shred of fear. Clang! The crisp sound of clashing metal immediately echoed throughout the hall. After only a brief exchange, Chen had already gauged the dragonman's true strength. It's somewhat stronger than a corpse general. Its total 4-dimensional stats shouldn't be lower than 110 points. Its agility likely exceeds 35 points, followed by strength, with constitution being its weakest attribute. Chen's own agility was already as high as 31 points. Even so, he was only barely able to suppress the dragon man by relying on shadow step. It was clear that this dragon man was an agility-based monster. However, Chen was not intimidated in the least. The shadowless blade technique was a skill known for its speed. He had no reason to fear an agility-based monster. He didn't even need to resort to the true martial form, confident that his standard strength would be enough to deal with this dragon man. Outside the Dragon Bone Tower, a deathly silence fell over the mountain peak. Everyone was immersed in profound shock, unable to utter a word for a long time. After breaking through the 3rd floor in just over half a minute, Chen's already astonishing clearing speed surged once again. He actually cleared the 4th floor in a mere 8 seconds. It's simply unbelievable. Keep in mind that the 4th floor of the Dragon Bone Tower is guarded by 3 level 2 monsters. Does that mean these monsters couldn't even last a single exchange against Chen? What kind of strength is this? A massive wave of shock surged through everyone's hearts. By the time Chen cleared the 5th floor in just over 10 seconds, they had already become somewhat numb to the shock. That's freaking incredible. Yu Xingfeng's eyes were wide and vacant with disbelief. He had originally thought that Chen defeating Zhang Xiuhai was impressive enough. He never expected that the man still had another ace up his sleeve. It was only then that he realized he had completely underestimated Chen's strength. Judging by this momentum, let alone the top 3, it was highly probable that Chen would take first place. Recalling his words from not long ago telling Chen that he could break into the top 10 if he worked hard, Yu Xingfeng felt his face burn with embarrassment, feeling like a complete amateur who had seen nothing of the world. Chapter 31, Breaking the Record. Cheng Xiu stared blankly at the shimmering golden light of the 6th floor, her expression unable to conceal her profound shock. When she first heard of Chen's exploits, she was merely intrigued. But she never imagined that this warrior department freshman could be so formidable. It had taken her and Xiao Liqing 15 minutes to reach the 6th floor. But what about Chen? It hadn't even been 5 minutes in total. The gap between the two was simply staggering. This left Cheng Xiu feeling somewhat dazed and bewildered. Gifted with exceptional talent, she had been hailed as a prodigy since childhood, garnering envy and admiration wherever she went. And she had indeed lived up to those expectations.
In her early 20s, she was already a level 2 warrior. In 6 months at most, she would be able to promote to a level 3 warrior. Regarding this, Chung Siyu didn't say it out loud, but she was actually quite proud in her heart. Even toward Xiao Liqing, who was a cut above her, Cheng Siyu only felt admiration and had no intention of admitting defeat. She was confident that as long as she worked hard, surpassing Xiao Liqing was only a matter of time. However, Chen's performance today gave rise to the feeling that he was simply incomparable. Such an astonishing clearing speed was far beyond her reach. On the other side, Xiao Liqing also pursed his lips tightly, his mind racing with turbulent thoughts. The moment he stepped out of the Dragon Bone Tower, he thought the position of top student this year was once again securely in his grasp. Who would have expected a dark horse like Chen to emerge out of nowhere? The key point was that Chen's clearing speed for the first 5 floors had left him far behind in the dust. Judging by this trend, it was highly likely that Chen's final score would surpass his. Just what is this guy's background? Xiao Liqing wondered inwardly. With this level of talent and strength, he should, by all rights, be a direct descendant painstakingly cultivated by some prominent martial arts family. Yet, no matter how hard Xiao Liqing racked his brain, he couldn't recall any martial arts family having a figure like Chen. Could it be that Chen does not come from a martial arts family? Xiao Liqing was inwardly startled. If that were truly the case, then Chen's talent was simply terrifying. To be able to reach such an achievement coming from an ordinary background describing his natural aptitude as that of a peerless genius would not be an exaggeration at all. Just then, the crowd suddenly erupted into a frenzy. Xiao Liqing snapped out of his contemplation and looked up, instantly frozen in shock. He saw that the golden bead embedded in the 7th level had, at some unknown point, begun to glow with golden light. Xiao Liqing instinctively glanced at the stone tablet. It clearly displayed Chen's completion time for the 6th level. 3 minutes and 5 seconds. It was less than 1/5 of the time he had taken to clear the 6th floor. Xiao Liqing froze for a moment, followed by a bitter smile. This warrior department freshman is a total monster. Tan Ziyuan and Dong Haiyang also took a sharp breath, their faces unable to conceal their shock. Clearing the first 6 floors of the Dragon Bone Tower in just over 8 minutes was something unprecedented at Haiyan University. Since the implementation of the annual assessment, there has never been such a staggering result. This Chen, was he really a student from the General Studies Department before? Tan Ziyuan couldn't help but ask. Dong Haiyang understood what he meant and said in a somewhat dazed tone. I've seen Chen's file. He was indeed admitted to the General Studies Department. His total 4-dimensional stats test result at the time of enrollment was also very ordinary, less than 60 points. After a brief pause, Dong Haiyang added another remark. Chen's family background is very unremarkable. That last sentence was the key. Tan Ziyuan's gaze narrowed slightly, his mind far from calm. Most martial arts families possess long-standing heritages and profound foundations. After a dozen or 20 generations of genetic refinement, those born into martial arts families rarely lack talent. Every generation sees the emergence of breathtaking geniuses. Coupled with the support of ample resources, the achievements of these prodigies often far surpass those of their peers. If Chen had come from a martial arts family, such a performance would have been acceptable to him. But Chen was anything but ordinary. Coming from a humble background and enrolled in the General Studies Department, yet possessing such formidable strength, his talent was simply breathtaking. Our school has produced someone truly extraordinary this year. Tan Ziyuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Beside him, Dong Haiyang nodded with a look of profound agreement. Chen's performance today undoubtedly gave him a massive surprise. It was exceptionally quiet atop the mountain. There was only the faint whistling sound of the breeze blowing past. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the Dragon Bone Tower, glancing occasionally at the time displayed on the stone tablet. Chen had already climbed to the 7th floor. As long as he could hold on for 6 minutes and 48 seconds, he would surpass Xiao Liqing and take first place. If he could hold out for 8 minutes and 37 seconds, he would break the all-time assessment record. Time ticked away, and soon, more than 6 minutes had passed. Just as the clock hit the 6-minute and 35-second mark, the golden light on the 7th floor flashed violently before suddenly dimming. Everyone was taken aback. Did Chen fail?
This score was still more than 10 seconds behind Xiao Liqing's.
Could it be that this year's top spot still belongs to Xiao Liqing?
Just as everyone was filled with doubt and uncertainty, the 8th floor suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden light.
The surroundings fell into an abrupt silence. In the next instant, a massive uproar broke out. The 8th floor. Chen has cleared the 7th floor. Holy crap, doesn't this mean he broke the record? He definitely broke it. No one has ever reached the 8th floor before.
Like boiling oil splashed with water, the crowd erupted in an instant.
The record for clearing the Dragon Bone Tower was 8 minutes and 36 seconds on the 7th floor.
Although many had speculated that Chen might break the record, no one expected him to do it so decisively, charging straight into the 8th floor. Xiao Liqing froze for a moment, then followed with a bitter smile, any remaining desire to compete with Chen completely vanishing from his heart. He had fought against the guardian monster of the 7th floor. That powerful dragon man was simply not an opponent he could defeat at his current level. Yet Chen had not only defeated that dragon-headed beast, but had done so in just over 6 minutes. This level of strength completely crushed his own. One couldn't help but be filled with admiration. Tan Ziyuan and Dong Haiyang exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of astonishment. There was no longer any suspense regarding this year's first-place winner. Next, it remains to be seen just how far Chen can go. Chen had no idea that his performance had caused such a massive stir. At this moment, he was locked in combat with the guardian monsters of the 8th floor. No fewer than 3 dragon men, wielding long spears, launched a fierce assault against him. Even for Chen, dealing with such a lineup proved to be somewhat taxing. He unleashed Shadow Step with full force, transforming into a blurred afterimage as he darted and leaped between the 3 dragon men with extreme agility. The pale bone in his hand slashed repeatedly, its chilling blade light tearing through the air, effectively encircling the 3 dragon men in return. The pale bone's property of cutting through iron like butter was demonstrated to its fullest extent at this moment. Under the edge of the pale bone, the dragonman's hardened scales were no better than fragile tissue paper. After more than 10 minutes of fierce fighting, the 3 dragon men were covered in wounds. Chen seized an opening and was the first to slay one of the dragon men. Minutes later, he sent the head of another dragon man flying with a powerful strike. With 2 out of the 3 eliminated, the rest of the battle became significantly easier. Before long, the final dragon man followed in the footsteps of its companions. Watching the last dragon man slowly collapse to the ground, Chen let out a long sigh of relief. The 8th floor is virtually impossible to clear unless a peak level 2 warrior takes action. He only managed to pass smoothly by relying on the sharpness of the pale bone and 2 powerful skills, the Shadowless Blade Technique and Shadow Step. It's a pity that killing monsters in the Dragon Bone Tower doesn't allow for the absorption of soul power, otherwise, this would be much easier. Chen glanced at the pale bone in his hand. The place where this weapon could truly prove its worth would likely be on the battlefield, locked in slaughter against the alien race. Within the dungeons and the Dragon Bone Tower, its capabilities were truly being stifled. As he was lost in thought, the environment before his eyes suddenly blurred. By the time clarity returned, Chen had arrived in a new hall. The final floor. Chen's expression turned solemn as he fixed his gaze forward. A majestic and mighty dragon man stood tall and straight in the center of the hall. Compared to the dragon men on the previous 2 floors, this one possessed a much more burly physique. His height was estimated to be over 3 meters. He was even clad in a suit of silver armor, and held a bright silver spear in his hand. Majestic and awe-inspiring, with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Chapter 32, Level 3 Lifeform. As early as the 8th floor, Chen had speculated about what kind of guardian monster would appear on the 9th. Given that the 8th floor was difficult enough to require a peak level 2 warrior to clear, it was expected that a level 3 monster would appear on the 9th floor. The scene before his eyes undoubtedly confirmed his suspicion. Even from 20 or 30 meters away, Chen could feel the powerful sense of oppression radiating from the silver-armored dragon man. There was no doubt that this monster was a level 3 creature. Chen's expression grew slightly more serious. For every level of difference in energy level, there is a massive gap in strength.
For example, the difference between a total of 119 points and 120 points in four-dimensional stats. Although the difference is only a single point, the gap in strength is worlds apart. Crossing this threshold is not as simple as merely gaining one additional point in stats. Rather, it represents yet another comprehensive elevation of one's life level. This increase in energy level is incredibly profound, and the Federation has yet to fully unravel its mysteries. What is certain, however, is that even 5 dragon men from the 8th floor combined would not pose as much of a threat as the silver-armored dragon man standing before him. Roar! A low, muffled roar escaped from the silver-armored dragonman's throat. It slowly leveled its spear, the razor-sharp tip pointing directly at Chun from a distance. The next moment, the silver-armored dragonman's figure suddenly blurred as it charged, appearing before Chen almost in the blink of an eye. The spear thrust straight toward his chest like a sharp arrow. So fast! Chen was startled, and he decisively executed Shadow Step, narrowly evading the strike. Failing to land the blow, the silver-armored dragon man roared and charged again with his spear. The speed of the silver-armored dragon man was more than a notch faster than the dragon men on the previous 2 floors. His agility stats very likely exceeded 40 points. Even with Shadow Step, Chen still held no advantage whatsoever in terms of speed. He couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. It was a good thing he had upgraded Shadow Step to Adept earlier. Otherwise, he would likely have been defeated by now. In the blink of an eye, the battle reached a fever pitch. The relentless clanging of clashing metal echoed throughout the hall. Blades and spears clashed incessantly, sending a constant shower of sparks flying. Chen, intent on testing the gap between himself and a level 3 lifeform, did not immediately unleash his true martial form. Instead, he focused his mind and engaged the silver-armored dragonman in close combat. After a brief exchange, and drawing from his experiences on the previous 8 floors, Chen gained a general understanding of his own power level. Under normal conditions, ordinary level 2 lifeforms no longer posed any threat to him. Any creature with a total sum of 4-dimensional stats below 100 points was nothing more than a single strike away from death. Creatures with over 100 points would, at most, require a bit more effort to handle. They were no longer a significant threat. Even when facing a level 3 creature, he now possessed the strength to put up a fight. But it was merely the strength to put up a fight. He could currently hold his own against the silver-armored dragon man with some difficulty, but if the battle dragged on, he would undoubtedly be the one to lose. Upon realizing this, Chen felt a slight sense of regret. His strength was still a bit lacking after all. It was fortunate that the others didn't know what he was thinking, otherwise, they would have surely spat in his face. How could challenging someone of a higher level be that easy? Countless level 2 warriors couldn't even last a single exchange against a level 3 lifeform. To be able to hold one's ground for even a moment could already be considered formidable. If outsiders were to witness Chen's performance, countless people would likely have their eyes popping out in sheer disbelief. And yet, he still wasn't satisfied? It was absolutely infuriating. Clang! Deflecting the incoming spear with a single slash, Chen's figure flickered as he vanished, reappearing instantly behind the silver-armored dragon man. Having obtained the answers he sought, he had no intention of prolonging the struggle with the silver-armored dragon man. It was time to play his trump card. Amidst a low, rumbling thunder, Chen's fist shot out like a cannonball, striking the silver-armored dragon man's back with a deafening whistle of displaced air. In an instant, a visible shockwave rippled outward from the two of them, kicking up swirling clouds of dust. The silver-armored dragon man's body froze stiff. In the next second, his body convulsed as if struck by a sudden bolt of electricity, and his massive, majestic frame was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the hall wall over 10 meters away with a thunderous bang. Dust fell in thick showers. The entire hall seemed to tremble for a moment. Chen slowly withdrew his fist and fixed his gaze forward. The silver-armored dragon man was embedded deep within the wall. The silver armor on his back had long since vanished, revealing mangled bone and viscera. He was already drawing his final breaths. Watching this scene, Chen nodded secretly. The power of the rushing thunder fist, true martial form, was as formidable as ever. In fact, as his strength stats increased,
its power had become even greater than when he had slain the corpse general. If he had the chi-gathering gloves with their 20% power bonus, this single strike would likely have been enough to kill the silver-armored dragon man instantly. Chen strode toward the silver-armored dragon man, preparing to deliver the final blow. Outside the Dragon Bone Tower. As the golden light of the 9th floor flickered to life, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. My God, he even cleared the 8th floor. The key is his speed. It's only been a little over 10 minutes. Chen was really hiding his true strength. That record was absolutely shattered. I wonder if anyone will ever be able to break it again? The crowd erupted in wave after wave of amazement. Chen's performance today was truly breathtaking. Tan Ziyuan and Dong Haiyang had finally recovered from their shock, and joyful smiles involuntarily spread across their faces. They were naturally overjoyed to have such a peerless genius emerge within the warrior department. Especially since the Beluga City University Martial Arts Exchange competition is just around the corner. Chen's appearance could be described as incredibly timely. Perhaps Haiyan University can achieve results far exceeding those of previous years. Dong Haiyang glanced at the stone monument. The time displayed on it showed that Chen had already been on the 9th floor for over 5 minutes. I wonder how long he can hold out on this level. As a director-level instructor at Haiyan University, Dong Haiyang naturally knew what the guardian monster of the 9th floor was. That is a level 3 life form. It is simply impossible for a level 2 warrior to win. Being able to hold out for 5 or 6 minutes against that level 3 monster would already be quite an achievement. Tan Ziyuan was equally aware of this. He glanced at the stone tablet and nodded inwardly. It had been nearly 6 minutes. It seemed Chen's strength had indeed reached the peak of a level 2 warrior. At the same time, the crowd of students also began to grow curious about the guardian monster on the 9th floor. The quicker-witted students immediately ran over to ask Xiao Liqing and Chang Xiu. Both of them came from martial arts families, so they surely knew some inside secrets regarding the Dragon Bone Tower. Xiao Liqing was approachable and easygoing. Upon hearing the question, he didn't hide anything and spoke candidly. When they heard that the guardian monster on the 9th floor was a level 3 silver-armored dragon man, many people couldn't help but gasp in shock. A level 3 life form? How is it even possible to defeat that? I thought there wouldn't be any level 3 monsters in the Dragon Bone Tower, but I never expected one to be on the final floor. Does that mean Chen is going to stop at the 9th floor? Most likely. No matter how powerful Chen is, could he really take down a level 3 monster? Even if he stops at the 9th floor, Chen's performance is already outstanding. Didn't you see that even Xiao Liqing stopped at the 7th floor? That's true. Everyone nodded in agreement. The difficulty of the 9th floor was clearly on a different level compared to the previous 8. It was only natural that he couldn't pass. Besides, Chen's performance was already stunning enough. Even if he failed to clear the 9th floor, it wouldn't diminish his breathtaking talent. But just then, a sudden hum echoed in everyone's ears. A sudden voice interrupted everyone's conversation. They all turned to look, only to find to their astonishment that the Dragon Bone Tower was radiating a dazzling golden light at some point. Amidst the soaring golden light, a dragon soul soared high into the sky. A resonant dragon roar echoed over the mountain peak. At this moment, everyone at Haiyan University heard the sound of the dragon's roar. Chapter 33, Complete Clearance. What is this? Someone asked, stuttering. No one answered the question. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them, standing frozen in place with their mouths wide open. Only a few quick-witted individuals immediately grasped a startling realization, their expressions instantly becoming a sight to behold. Tan Ziyuan and Dong Haiyang stood slack-jawed, their gazes fixed blankly on the dragon soul high in the sky. The students were unaware, but as teachers, they knew all too well. The dragon soul manifests, and its roar echoes through the heavens. This was clearly the sign of a complete clearance of the Dragon Bone Tower. This means Chen defeated that level 3 monster on the 9th floor and successfully cleared the entire Dragon Bone Tower. Even individuals as experienced and knowledgeable as Tan Ziyuan and Dong Haiyang were now filled with shock, their expressions dazed. At this moment, the students also began to gradually realize what was happening. Could this be the sign of clearing the 9th floor? Most likely. Even the dragon soul has appeared. Such a spectacular sight could only be possible by completely clearing the dragon bone tower. Wasn't the guardian monster on the 9th floor supposed to be level 3? Did Chen actually win? Is there any other explanation? Everyone looked at one another in stunned silence. A wave of intense shock spread through the crowd like a hurricane. In truth, by this point, everyone already knew the answer in their hearts. There is no other explanation for the vision before their eyes except for a complete clearance of the dragon bone tower. It was just that this fact was so staggering that they found it impossible to accept for a moment. After all, those were level 3 monsters. To defeat level 3 creatures as a level 2, it was simply unimaginable. Just how far had Chen's strength truly reached? Even Xiao Liqing and Chang Xiu stood frozen in place, their expressions filled with a sense of daze and trance. From the initial surprise and shock, to the subsequent admiration and the feeling of being inferior. As Chen broke through layer after layer, their perception of him was constantly being updated. Until this moment, looking at that soaring golden dragon soul, both of them simultaneously felt as though their entire understanding of reality had been completely rewritten. In the crowd, Liao Quan's eyes were fixed in a stare, his face wearing an expression as if he had just seen a ghost. A level 2 warrior defeating a level 3 creature? Is this Chen guy some kind of monster? Thinking back to his previous internal mockery of Chen, Liao Quan suddenly felt a wave of guilt and unease. Fortunately, he had only kept those thoughts to himself and hadn't insulted Chen to his face, otherwise, he would be utterly humiliated right now. But then, realizing that Chen had completely cleared the Dragon Bone Tower while he couldn't even get past the 6th floor, he was instantly overcome by a sense of profound dejection. Buzz! After hovering in the high sky for a while, the dragon's soul slowly dissipated. The golden light enveloping the Dragon Bone Tower also gradually dimmed. With a flash of light, Chen's figure appeared at the main gate. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned toward Chen in unison. Shock, admiration, worship, jealousy, wonder, all sorts of gazes converged upon him. At this moment, Chen had undoubtedly become the center of attention. Facing the various gazes from those around him, Chen remained perfectly composed. When he decided to take first place to complete the achievement, he had already mentally prepared himself for this situation. As his strength gradually increased, he was bound to attract significant attention sooner or later. Rather than being secretive and inviting suspicion, it was better to take advantage of this assessment to openly display his prowess as a genius. This way, even if his strength skyrockets in the future, it won't arouse too much suspicion. As for whether being too outstanding would attract unwanted envy or greed, Chen felt such concerns were entirely groundless. In this era where martial arts reign supreme, geniuses are as numerous as crushing carp crossing a river. Within Haiyan University, the talent he was currently displaying might be considered stunning. But when placed in the context of the entire Beluga city, or the whole Federation, he was still far from being peerless among his generation. Of course, with the self-discipline system in place, Chen was confident that such a day would eventually come. And by then, he would surely possess enough strength to protect himself. There would be no more need to worry about the covetous eyes of others. Holding on to this thought, Chen appeared remarkably calm at this moment. He was neither ecstatic nor complacent just because he had cleared the Dragon Bone Tower. But the others had no idea what he was actually thinking. In the eyes of the onlookers, Chen's composed demeanor was seen as a sign of someone who remained unfazed by either honor or disgrace. With such exceptional strength and talent, coupled with such a steady and mature temperament, Chen's future achievements will undoubtedly be extraordinary. Tan Ziyuan marveled inwardly, his appreciation for Chen growing even deeper. Dong Haiyang's gaze toward Chen was likewise filled with nothing but admiration. If even the two teachers reacted this way, the students were naturally even more stunned. Aside from a few envious individuals, the majority of the students were thoroughly impressed by Chen's performance, their hearts filled with genuine admiration. Some of the girls stared at Chen without blinking, their eyes shimmering with excitement. Looking at them, had it not been for the fact that the assessment was still ongoing, they likely would have rushed forward to strike up a conversation. Even Cheng Siyu had a strange, brilliant glint in her eyes. As soon as Chen returned to the crowd, Yu Xingfeng rushed toward him, his face beaming with excitement.
Brother Chuan, you're my idol. You actually cleared the entire Dragon Bone Tower. That is absolutely badass. Yu Xingfeng looked at Chen with an expression of pure adoration. Before the assessment began, he never could have imagined that Chen would not only take first place but also conquer the Dragon Bone Tower in its entirety. It was simply too incredible. Chen merely gave a faint smile, offering no further comment. However, with the feat of clearing the Dragon Bone Tower preceding him, this demeanor appeared profound and unfathomable in the eyes of others, like a towering mountain or a deep pool. Yu Xingfeng's admiration for Chen grew even deeper. Silence. Tan Ziyuan's voice rang out.
He commanded immense prestige among the students. As soon as he spoke, the crowd fell silent immediately.
This year's assessment concludes here.
I am very pleased that there were no failures. I hope you will continue to work hard in the future. You must never slacken in your cultivation.
After a brief pause, Tan Ziyuan glanced at Chen, cleared his throat, and continued. The first place in this year's annual assessment is Chen.
Second place, Xiao Licheng. Third place, Cheng Siyu. Fourth place. The top 10 students listed above, please come with me to the Academic Affairs Office to collect your rewards. The rest of the students are to leave the peak immediately.
As soon as Tan Ziyuan spoke, the students dared not disobey and turned to head down the mountain. The top 10 students from the assessment followed behind the teachers as they descended.
On the way to the Academic Affairs Office, the top 10 students crowded around Chen one after another, trying to strike up a conversation and get on his good side.
Classmate Chen, my name is Yu Ziwei. I look forward to working with you. Classmate Chen, I'm Niu Liang from Class 5. Are you free later? Would you like to grab a meal together? My name is Hua Jiaqin. You can just call me Jiaqin. Are you free tonight? I have some questions about skills that I'd like to ask you. Hey, Hua Jiaqin, that's a bit too direct, isn't it? And so blatant, too. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Chen had always been indifferent to this kind of socializing, so he could only offer casual, non-committal responses. As for the intentional or unintentional invitations from several girls, he simply ignored them. After a while, Xiao Licheng also walked over.
Xiao Licheng. Good to meet you. Chen glanced at the former top student and took his outstretched hand. Chen. Let's exchange pointers when we have time in the future. No problem.
The exchange between the two was very brief, carrying a sense that everything was understood without being said. After Xiao Licheng, Cheng Siyu also stepped forward, extending her hand with a beaming smile.
Great master, I've heard your name for a long time. I didn't expect you to be even more formidable than the rumors. I'm truly impressed. You are very impressive as well. I heard your name back when I was in the General Studies Department.
Chen smiled as he shook hands with Cheng Siyu. The girl's palm was very soft and slightly warm to the touch.
Liao Quan, standing to the side and watching the two chatting and laughing, couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy.
But when he thought of Chen's talent and strength, that jealousy turned into frustration.
Chapter 34, Taking the Lead. Upon arriving at the Academic Affairs Office, Tan Ziyuan offered some words of encouragement to the students before starting to distribute the rewards. The prize money would be transferred to their respective bank accounts later. Only the yuan tempering pills were handed directly to each person. Looking at the exquisitely crafted porcelain bottle in his hand, Chen felt a secret surge of joy. With these 12 yuan tempering pills, combined with the whale devour breathing skill, he could increase his stats by at least 3 or 4 points. After the rewards were distributed, the other students left in high spirits. However, Chen, Xiao Licheng, and Cheng Siyu were asked to stay behind by Tan Ziyuan. The University Martial Arts Exchange Competition is only 2 months away. During this time, you must practice hard and strive for a breakthrough before the competition. Whether our school can achieve excellent results this year depends on the three of you. Tan Ziyuan looked at the three of them with piercing eyes. Especially at Chen. Comprehensive universities are not like transcendent universities that specialize in cultivating warriors.
In transcendent universities, powerful warrior students emerge one after another.
Case in point, Haiyan University only sees a few level 3 warrior students each year as graduation approaches.
But as far as Tan Zayuan knew, many transcendent universities already had 4 or 5 level 3 warriors at this point in time.
In 2 months, that number would likely at least double. This was the primary reason why comprehensive universities had always been inferior to transcendent universities.
Upon hearing Tan Ziyuan's words, Xiao Liqing and Cheng Siyu's expressions turned solemn. They were well aware of the strength of transcendent universities, and a sense of crisis immediately welled up in their hearts.
Chen's expression flickered slightly. Since the annual assessment could trigger a self-discipline achievement, could the university martial arts exchange competition do the same? Just as this thought arose, a large block of text suddenly appeared before him.
The pursuit of progress knows no bounds. Climbing toward higher peaks is also a form of self-discipline. Take the lead, lead Haiyan University to win the championship in the Beluga City University Martial Arts Exchange Competition.
Upon completion, you will receive 4,000 discipline points. Sure enough.
Chen's eyes lit up, and it took a great deal of effort to suppress the ecstasy in his heart and keep it from showing on his face.
Another achievement.
And this time, the reward was a full 4,000 discipline points. It was the highest rewarding achievement so far. It seemed that martial arts events like this could likely trigger corresponding achievements. Chen secretly made a note of this, then cleared his mind and continued listening to Tan Ziyuan. Although the Dragon Bone Tower had the effect of healing injuries, it could not replenish exhausted stamina. Having just gone through a series of intense battles, Chen and the other two were quite exhausted.
After leaving the academic affairs office, the three chatted for a few moments before going their separate ways.
Chen left the school directly and returned home.
Upon returning home, the first thing he did was check his achievements.
As expected, the chief achievement had been completed, and 1,000 discipline points were acquired. By now, Chen had 2,500 discipline points in hand. He opened the redemption shop and redeemed the chi-gathering gloves without hesitation. The chi-gathering gloves were light silver in color, embroidered with precise patterns resembling circuit boards, giving them a distinct high-tech feel. Chen touched the surface. It felt like leather, yet was somewhat different.
The chi-gathering gloves seemed to have an auto-adaptation function.
They initially looked a bit large, but as soon as he put them on, they tightened immediately, fitting Chen's palms perfectly. It felt as if an extra layer of skin had grown over his hands. Delighted with his new acquisition, Chen practiced a round of rushing thunder fist in the living room and clearly felt a significant boost in the technique's power.
Impressive. Chen revealed a satisfied smile.
With these chi-gathering gloves, the power of the rushing thunder fist true martial form could reach even greater heights. The redemption shop would not refresh for another 23 hours, so Chen did not waste any time and began practicing shadow step and the shadowless blade technique in the living room. The results of the annual assessment quickly began to spread. When they learned that Chen had taken first place in the annual assessment, many people were completely blindsided.
Although Chen's defeat of Zhang Xiuhai had shocked many.
In the perception of the vast majority, the absolute limit of Chen's strength would be a top 10 ranking in the warrior department. No one expected him to suppress Xiao Liqing and Cheng Siyu to take the top spot in the assessment. For a time, Chen's reputation at Haiyan University rose to another level, reaching its absolute zenith. At the edge of the school playground, Hui and Liu Yan sat side by side on a stone bench. Hui, who had just heard from elsewhere that Chen had won first place in the assessment, was still in a daze, unable to snap out of it for a long while. Ever since Chen helped him teach Dangbin a lesson, Chen's staggering performances had come one after another, leaving Hui feeling overwhelmed. In his impression, Chen was no longer the old friend who joked around, but was gradually becoming profound and mysterious. This left Hui's emotions feeling very complicated. As if sensing his thoughts, Liu Yan comforted him.
Everyone has their own destiny, just try to take it in stride.
Hui sighed, shaking his head without saying a word.
It wasn't that he didn't understand this truth.
It was just that watching a former close friend gradually reach heights he could never hope to attain inevitably left him with complex emotions. This was only human nature. Moreover, he understood that as Chen's strength increased, their paths would cross less and less in the future. This wasn't to say that Chen would forget their past friendship. It was simply the reality of the situation. One was an ordinary person. The other was a warrior, and quite possibly a warrior of extraordinary achievement. The two were destined to have fewer and fewer points of intersection. Growing apart was an inevitability. Compared to the shock or sentimentality others felt upon hearing the news, Zhang Xiuhai was consumed by a mix of shock and fury. Crack! A vase crashed to the floor, shattering into countless pieces. Still venting his rage, Zhang Xiuhai raised his foot and kicked another vase sitting on the bedside table. Instantly, another vase smashed to bits. Entering the room, Zhang Lilong frowned deeply as he looked at the shards covering the floor. "What kind of madness are you throwing now?" Zhang Xiuhai whipped his head around, his face distorted with a mask of resentment. "Brother, you have to help me get revenge." Zhang Lilong gave a cold snort. "Revenge? For what?" "You and Chen dueled in front of everyone, with the understanding that you'd bear your own injuries. What possible reason could I use to help you get revenge?" Zhang Xiuhai froze, gritting his teeth in pure hatred. "Am I just supposed to let this injury slide?" Zhang Lilong stepped over the debris, walked to the window, and stood still, speaking unhurriedly. "What's the rush? Chen is currently the golden child of Haiyan University. If we move against him now, Haiyan University will definitely not let it go. For now, we must endure." Zhang Xiuhai said unwillingly. "Then how long do we have to endure?" Zhang Lilong glanced at him and said indifferently. "The martial arts exchange tournament is in 2 months. I will persuade father to find a way to arrange for our school and Haiyan University to be in the same group. When we face Chen then, I will naturally vent your frustrations for you." Zhang Xiuhai's eyes lit up. Zhang Lilong was different from him. Due to his outstanding talent, his elder brother attended a transcendent university. He possessed formidable strength and was already a level 3 warrior at a young age. With his brother's strength, dealing with Chen would be effortless. Furthermore, injuries are inevitable in a match. Even if his brother severely injured Chen, then no one could say anything was amiss. At this thought, the resentment on Zhang Xiuhai's face eased considerably, and he grew ruthless in his heart. "Damn that Chen, I'll let you enjoy yourself for 2 more months." Chapter 35, Promotion to Level 3. The living room. Chen sat cross-legged on the sofa, tilted his head back to swallow the last vitality tempering pill, and continued practicing the whale devour breathing skill. As his chest rose and fell slowly, the pill transformed into medicinal power, merging into every part of his body. About half an hour later, Chen opened his eyes and summoned the system panel with a thought. Name, Chen. Level, 2. Stat Strength 32, Constitution 30, Agility 32, Spirit 23. Discipline Points 500. Skill. Whale Devour Breathing Skill Expert 22,500. Rushing Thunder Fist. Shadow Step Expert 33, 1000. Shadowless Blade Technique Proficient 91, 1000. The refinement efficiency of the Expert Whale Devour breathing skill is incredibly high. In just over half a day, Chen had completely digested the medicinal power of all 12 vitality tempering pills. And these 12 origin tempering pills added a total of 4 attribute points to his stats. Specifically, 2 points in Constitution, 1 point in Strength, and 1 point in Agility. Just 3 more attribute points and I can break through to level 3. Chen felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Checking the redemption shop system panel again, there were a little over 7 minutes left until the refresh. Chen took a deep breath and waited patiently. The moment the countdown hit 0, he decisively chose to refresh. EXP Crystal, use on a designated skill to gain 5 years of cultivation experience and insights for that skill. Price, 500 discipline points. D-rank dungeon key, opens a D-rank dungeon upon use. Upon completion, rewards are granted via treasure chests based on the clearance rating. Durability, 5/5. Price,
1000 discipline points.
Invisibility cloak, capable of concealing the wearer's form and erasing their scent, but cannot eliminate sound.
Price, 1000 discipline points.
Unexpectedly, this refresh brought 2 new types of items.
A D-rank dungeon key. Chen's eyes flickered with anticipation.
The previous E-rank dungeon key had provided him with 3 excellent items: the Pale Bone, the Phantom Blade Technique, and the Protective Jade Pendant. This dungeon key was of a higher rank. The rewards for clearing it would undoubtedly be even more precious. Chen made up his mind immediately.
He had to redeem this D-rank dungeon key.
Looking at the invisibility cloak, it was also a great item.
However, the fact that it couldn't eliminate sound was a significant flaw.
Perhaps it was because of this drawback that the invisibility cloak only cost 1000 discipline points. It was far cheaper than the Chi Gathering gloves, which cost 2000 discipline points. But that didn't matter as long as he managed the distance correctly. The invisibility cloak could still be highly effective. It happens to pair perfectly with the Dark Raven mask. The Dark Raven mask, which could block detection methods.
A stealth cloak to conceal one's figure and scent.
Chen felt as though he was drifting further and further down the path of operating from the shadows. Unfortunately, he currently lacked enough discipline points to exchange for either the D-rank dungeon key or the stealth cloak. With 500 discipline points, the only thing he could afford was an EXP crystal.
Spending 500 discipline points, an EXP crystal instantly appeared in Chen's hand.
Use
Phantom Blade Technique.
Familiar, flickering shadows abruptly surfaced in his mind. As soon as the images vanished, Chen immediately felt a warm current surge from deep within his body, flowing through his limbs and bones in the blink of an eye. By the time the warmth subsided, he was pleasantly surprised to find his body felt significantly lighter.
Chen understood at once. His energy level had broken through to level 3. Name, Chen. Level, 3. Stat Strength 34, Constitution 31, Agility 38, Spirit 23. Discipline points 0. Skill. Whale Devour Breathing Skill Expert 22,500. Rushing Thunder Fist. Shadow Step Expert 33, 1000. Phantom Blade Technique Adept 24, 1500. Chen scanned the data.
The adept level of the Phantom Blade Technique had increased his stats by a total of 9 points. The greatest boost was to Agility, which increased by a full 6 points. Next was Strength, which increased by 2 points.
Finally, Constitution increased by 1 point.
This must have been influenced by the increase in energy level. If I were still at level 2, the stats gained from reaching Adept in the Phantom Blade Technique would have definitely exceeded 10 points.
Chen thought to himself.
The Phantom Blade Technique was, after all, a 3-star skill. Every breakthrough provided a leap in physical fitness.
Correspondingly, the proficiency required to break through levels was staggering. Moving from Adept to Expert required a full 1500 proficiency points. Even using EXP crystals, it would take 2 of them to manage it. Total 4-dimensional stats, 126 points.
Feeling the surging strength within his body, a heartfelt smile appeared on Chen's face.
Energy level 3 is an entirely new realm.
He could clearly feel a massive leap in his power.
I wonder where I stand among other level 3s now. The thought suddenly occurred to Chen.
The only level 3 creature he had fought so far was the Silver-Armored Dragon Man. However, the Silver-Armored Dragon Man was at the bottom tier of level 3, making it an inadequate benchmark for judgment. If he were to face the Silver-Armored Dragon Man again now, Chen was fully confident he could kill it within 10 rounds without even using the true martial stance of the Rushing Thunder Fist.
I need to find an opportunity for a real combat test.
Speaking of which, now that I'm a level 3 warrior, the Actual Combat 3 achievement should be put on the agenda.
Chen quickly opened his achievement list. Combat Practice 3, defeat 100 warriors, requiring a total combined value of the 4 primary stats to be no less than 120 points.
Upon completion, receive 2000 discipline points.
Current progress, 0-100. 100 warriors, ha! Chen pondered slightly. Actual Combat 3, could still be completed at the Iron Fist Club. There was no shortage of level 3 warriors there. The only problem was that it might take quite a bit of time. After all, last time it took him most of the day just to defeat 10 warriors. It looks like I'll have to upgrade my membership. Diamond members of the Iron Fist Club have the privilege of initiating King of the Hill challenges. One can set up a ring and have other members come up one after another to challenge them. Using this method, as long as one has enough strength, fighting 20 or 30 matches a day wouldn't be a problem. The Actual Combat 3 mission could be finished in just 3 or 4 days. With this in mind, Chen quickly checked his account on his phone. The 50,000 bonus for taking first place in the annual assessment had been deposited into his account this morning. Chen now had a total of nearly 60,000 star coins in his account. Upgrading from gold to diamond membership at the Iron Fist Club only required paying the difference in price. That meant 51,000 star coins. Back to being broke again. Chen couldn't help but grimace. It was quite ironic that a dignified level 3 warrior like himself was being stumped by a few tens of thousands of star coins. But there was no helping it. He was, after all, still a student. Only after graduation, by working for the military or a financial conglomerate, could he earn a substantial amount of money. For now, his only option was part-time work. Martial arts sparring partner, private martial arts tutor, temporary security. Fortunately, with his status as a level 3 warrior, there would be plenty of people eager to hire him for part-time jobs. As long as he worked hard, earning over 10,000 star coins a week shouldn't be a problem. Chen wavered between focusing on cultivation and taking up a part-time job. However, he soon pushed the matter to the back of his mind. Regardless, he had to complete Actual Combat 3 first. I'll head to the Iron Fist Club tomorrow. Chapter 36, Get Over Here and Meet Your Death. Early the next morning. Chen woke up early. After finishing breakfast and practicing the whale devour breathing skill for a while, he headed out toward the city center. The reward for completing Actual Combat 3 is 2,000 discipline points, which is just enough for me to exchange for the invisibility cloak and AD rank dungeon key. Sitting in a corner of the bus, Chen pondered over the exchange. He only had 2 uses left on the lucky dice in his possession. If he encountered the lucky dice again in the future, he would need to exchange for another one. After all, the D rank dungeon key had 5 points of durability, meaning it could open 5 treasure chests. Using the lucky dice in conjunction with opening chests would yield a much higher probability of obtaining useful items. Perhaps he could even pull something that would cause his strength to skyrocket. To break through to energy level 4, the total value of his 4 primary stats needed to reach 160 points. Chen is still 34 points short. He estimates that he will need to upgrade both Shadow Step and the Absolute Shadow Blade technique to the true martial realm before he can advance to level 4 warrior. Exhaling a long breath, Chen temporarily set aside his thoughts and turned to gaze out the window, staring blankly at the scenery as it retreated rapidly. The long-lost leisure brought a profound sense of tranquility to his mood. But in the next second, a succession of urgent ringtones shattered this peace. They were interspersed with bursts of buzzing vibrations. The phone in Chen's pocket began to vibrate as well. The hauntingly familiar scene caused Chen's expression to change instantly as he hurriedly took out his phone to check. Just as expected. It was a warning message for a spatial invasion. Chen couldn't help but feel stunned. The last spatial invasion occurred less than a month ago. How could another one be happening now? What on earth was going on? One must know that in the past 20 years, Whale City had only experienced just over a dozen spatial invasions. The shortest interval between 2 occurrences had been 11 months. Now, a second one was happening after only about half a month. Was this a coincidence? Or had some unknown change occurred? Unfortunately, now was not the time to ponder this. As the ringtones and vibrations rang out, the bus cabin instantly fell into chaos. All the passengers scrambled to get off the bus, rushing toward the nearest shelter. Chen snapped back to his senses, opened the window, and nimbly climbed out of the bus. However, he paused for a moment. Instead of following the phone's instructions to head to the nearest shelter, he turned and ran toward a distant building. When he first crossed over to this world and encountered a spatial invasion while hiding in a shelter, Chen had made up his mind, once he possessed enough strength, he would hunt the alien race upon encountering another spatial invasion, rather than hiding in a shelter in constant fear. And now, he was already a level 3 warrior. He finally possessed the strength to face the alien race head-on and fight them. Now is undoubtedly the time to put determination into action. Facing slaughter and daring to fight is unquestionably a form of self-discipline. The insights gained from life and death combat will make you stronger. Alien Race Resistance Vanguard I, kill 100 members of the alien race. Requirement, total 4-dimensional stats must not be lower than 60 points. Reward upon completion, 500 discipline points. Current progress, 0-100. Extreme Combat I, kill 1 intelligent lifeform. Requirement, their total 4-dimensional stats must be 20 points higher than your current stats. Reward upon completion, 1000 discipline points. Current progress, 0-1. Chen paused in his tracks, a look of pleasant surprise appearing on his face. He actually triggered new achievements. Moreover, the achievement rewards were quite high, totaling 1,500 discipline points. Setting aside Alien Race Resistance Vanguard for a moment, this extreme combat is quite interesting. Chen's current stats totaled 126 points. 20 points higher than him would be 146 points. On average, that would be 36 or 37 points per individual stat. However, the vast majority of intelligent beings do not have balanced 4-dimensional stats. They tend to favor 2 or 3 of them. Taking a human warrior as an example, spirit stats are generally not high. Therefore, a human warrior with a total of 146 stats would typically have at least 2 of their strength, constitution, and agility stats at 40 points or higher, or even above 45. It is important to know that as stats increase, power does not grow in a simple linear fashion. Rather, the further one progresses, the greater the strength enhancement brought by each individual point of stats. So, a 20-point stat gap is already a staggering difference. This extreme combat achievement would not be easy to complete. I wonder if I can take them down using the true martial stance. As Chen pondered this, he continued running toward the building. With the achievement rewards on the line, his resolve to hunt the alien race became even firmer. By the time Chen reached the building, a massive dark red vortex had already appeared in the sky above the block. Faint lightning flickered within the vortex, exuding a heart-pounding sense of oppression. Chen glanced at it, then withdrew his gaze and stepped into the building. The building he chose was a commercial office tower, over 10 stories high. There was a reason why he had chosen this specific location. According to statistics, over 80% of the alien race civilizations invading this world remain at a primitive, savage level or a medieval stage, lacking structures like concrete buildings. By choosing a commercial office building as the upcoming battlefield, Chen naturally secured the geographical advantage. Furthermore, the complex layout inside the office building was perfectly suited for the application of shadow step. On an open street without obstacles, one could easily be besieged by the alien race. But inside an office building, there was absolutely no need to worry about that. With only 2 or 3 minutes left until the shelters closed, the people inside the office building had long since fled. Chen had already put on the dark raven mask in a secluded corner on his way there. Now, without any concern about exposing his identity, he stood boldly at the main entrance on the first floor, watching the dark red vortex in the sky. I wonder which alien race civilization is invading this time. Dragon lizards? Or corpse spirits? Of the spatial invasions that had occurred in Beluga City over the past 20 years, 8 out of 10 were initiated by these 2 alien race civilizations. Chen estimated that, barring any surprises, the protagonist of this spatial invasion would likely be one of these 2 civilizations as well. As time passed, the dark red vortex in the sky rotated faster and faster. The swirling clouds, like the tentacles of an octopus, split into hundreds of strands, extending from the sky down to the ground. One of them happened to land about 200 meters away from the office building. In the next moment, the dark red mist abruptly dispersed and vanished. Over 30 hideous humanoid creatures appeared suddenly. This group of uninvited guests was covered in pitch-black scales. They looked like upright lizards in appearance.
They had palms like eagle claws and mouths full of sharp fangs. Clad in thin leather armor and wielding spears or steel blades, they looked extremely fierce. They were none other than one of the Federation's arch-enemies, the dragon lizard alien race. It's the black-scaled lizardmen. Chen had previously seen actual footage of humans fighting the dragon lizard alien race on television. He immediately recognized that the 30-plus monsters were the black-scaled lizardmen, the main force of the dragon lizard alien race's army. These demi-human monsters possess robust physiques and a ferocious temperament that makes them fearless of death. They can fight fiercely even in the pitch-black night. Their energy level generally ranges between level 1 and level 5. Among them, black-scaled lizardmen of level 3 or higher already serve as non-commissioned officers in their army. Judging by the crude armor and weapons of that group in the distance, there were clearly no elite warriors of NCO rank among them. In other words, this was a group of level 1 and level 2 black-scaled lizardmen. Chen gripped the hilt of pale bone, and a surge of excitement so scorching it surprised even himself suddenly welled up from deep within. Could it be that I have bellicose genes hidden in my bones? Chen licked his lips, stopped overthinking, and let out a sharp whistle. The shrill sound of the whistle was particularly piercing on the silent street. The black-scaled lizardmen turned their heads almost instantly, their violent and cruel gazes landing on Chen all at once. With a composed expression, Chen raised his right thumb, swiped it sharply across his throat, and smiled as he performed a standard throat-slit gesture toward the black-scaled lizardmen. "Come and get it, you bastards! Step up and die." Chapter 37, Hunting and Gathering. Most black-scaled lizardmen could not understand human speech. However, the meaning of a throat-slitting gesture was universal across many planes of existence. Chen's provocation successfully enraged the group of black-scaled lizardmen. The demi-human monsters immediately let out furious roars and came charging toward Chen. Seeing this, Chen gave a cold smirk and retreated into the building without haste. The main entrance on the first floor of the office building was only about 2 meters wide, allowing at most 3 black-scaled lizardmen to enter simultaneously. Chen stood about 2 meters away from the door, gripping the pale bone blade in his hand. Soon, the black-scaled lizardmen rushed to the front of the office building, raising their weapons as they charged toward Chen inside the doorway. They were met by the sharp and swift flash of a blade. A dense web of blade light flooded the area near the gate, tearing through the air with a piercing, whistling shriek. The 3 leading black-scaled lizardmen, charging with the most ferocity, didn't even have time to scream before they were decapitated in an instant. Warm blood sprayed out, splattering across the faces of the lizardmen following behind. Even creatures as brutal as the black-scaled lizardmen couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Before they could snap out of it, the chilling blade light had already shifted direction, sweeping toward them once again. In an instant, a bloodbath erupted near the main gate. Under the dense web of blades woven by the adept-level phantom blade technique, these black-scaled lizardmen none higher than level 2 were like mere ants, utterly powerless to resist. With every flash of the blade, another black-scaled lizardman lost its life. Driven perhaps by the savage animal instincts embedded in their bones, these demi-human monsters continued to charge at Chen with fearless desperation, even though they were clearly no match for him. Their sheer ferocity and brutality were plain to see. But Chen was not alarmed. Instead, he was overjoyed. If the black-scaled lizardmen had scattered and fled, he would have had to exert effort to hunt them down. The current situation was exactly what he wanted. In less than a minute, all 30-plus black-scaled lizardmen were wiped out. Severed limbs and broken bodies lay strewn all around the entrance of the office building. Dark red blood flowed slowly across the floor, forming a glaring pool of gore. Standing amidst this bloody scene, Chen's expression remained calm, and unexpectedly, he felt no sense of abnormality. Instead, he felt a hearty sense of exhilaration. This made him feel more and more that there might truly be a bellicose gene hidden within his body. Shaking his head, Chen reined in his stray thoughts and opened the achievement list. Alien Race Resistance Vanguard I, kill 100 members of the alien race, requiring a total of 4-dimensional stats of no less than 60 points. Upon completion, you will receive 500 discipline points. Current progress, 34,100. Not bad, it looks like I'll be able to complete this task very soon. A smile appeared on Chen's face.
100 alien race creatures wasn't exactly a large number. Judging from the situation just now, there were at least several hundred streaks of dark red mist falling into Beluga City. If each one contained 30 to 40 black-scaled lizardmen, then the total number invading Beluga City would likely reach tens of thousands. In Beluga City, there may not be much else right now, but there is certainly no shortage of alien races. Killing 100 members of the alien race would not be difficult. Chen exhaled and began searching through the piles of corpses on the ground. Hunting the alien race was undoubtedly perilous, with one's life on the line at any moment. Yet, at the same time, it was a highly rewarding profession. The reason for this is that the alien race possesses many valuable resources. Throughout the long-standing war with the alien race, and with the goal of maximizing resource utilization, the Federation has conducted detailed research into their biological structures, discovering many valuable materials. These materials are highly versatile and can be used to forge weapons and armor, or to craft potions and elixirs. The Federation offers substantial prices to acquire these materials. On one hand, it is about securing resources. On the other hand, it encourages civilian warriors to hunt alien races more frequently, thereby easing the defensive pressure on the military. This has also given rise to the profession of bounty hunting. Furthermore, the black-scaled lizardmen possess numerous materials of significant value. For instance, their fangs, sharp claws, and the small number of scales found on certain parts of their bodies. These are all excellent materials for crafting weapons. Chen had long harbored the idea of hunting the alien race to earn star coins. To this end, he had consulted a vast amount of information in the school library. His goal was to be prepared for the day he eventually encountered a spatial invasion. He just hadn't expected that day to come so soon. After a considerable amount of effort, Chen finally finished harvesting the materials from all the corpses, placing them into a plastic bag he had picked up inside the office building. A small bag of materials like this is worth at least 30 to 40,000 star coins. The rewards for hunting the alien race are indeed incredibly generous. No wonder so many people want to become bounty hunters. Chen's eyes gleamed slightly. Now he had yet another reason to hunt the alien race. If he could earn enough star coins during this spatial invasion, he wouldn't have to worry about money for a very long time. At this thought, Chen's heart grew increasingly fervent. After stowing the bag into his spatial backpack, Chen left the building. Originally, he had chosen the office building as a location out of a desire for safety and stability. However, it now appeared that dozens of black-scaled lizardmen no longer posed any threat to him. He could completely take the initiative to seek out and hunt the black-scaled lizardmen. That being said, Chen did not swagger down the street. Instead, he stuck to the shadows and corners as he made his way, observing the surroundings while hurrying along. The streets were littered with stalled vehicles, and shards of glass remained scattered across the ground. It was clear how rushed and urgent the evacuation had been not long ago. The faint sounds of roars and gunfire echoed from the distance. After a moment's thought, Chen changed direction to continue his search. With the military present, he wouldn't be able to kill many black-scaled lizardmen even if he went there, so it was better to stay away and avoid the commotion. On the way, Chen glanced at Palebone. After the intense slaughter just now, Palebone had finally absorbed a significant amount of soul power. About 1/5 of the slender groove in the center of the blade had already turned red. At this rate, killing approximately another 120 black-scaled lizardmen should be enough to fill the groove completely. After searching along the street for a moment, Chen quickly discovered a group of black-scaled lizardmen. In the middle of a traffic-clogged intersection, over 30 black-scaled lizardmen were huddled together, engaged in some unknown activity while letting out occasional shouts of excitement. Chen did not strike recklessly. Instead, he observed for a while to ensure there were no sergeant-level black-scaled lizardmen among them before gripping his hilt and dashing out. Executing the shadow step, Chen moved as fast as a bolt of lightning, covering a distance of over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. As the distance closed, he finally saw clearly what the black-scaled lizardmen were doing. This pack of demi-human monsters huddled around several blood-drenched corpses, feasting greedily. Their razor-sharp claws and fangs were coated in a sickening lather of blood and shredded flesh. Chen's gaze turned cold as his speed surged once more.
With vehicles obstructing their line of sight and the black-scaled lizardmen preoccupied with fighting over food, they only noticed Chen's presence when he closed within 10 meters, scrambling to grab their nearby weapons to retaliate. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Screech! The sharp blade light pierced through the void like a bolt of lightning, sweeping across the necks of two black-scaled lizardmen. With a sudden tearing sound, like cloth being ripped apart, two massive heads soared into the sky. Chen charged into the midst of the black-scaled lizardmen like a tiger among a flock of sheep, instantly unleashing a whirlwind of blood and gore. Caught completely off guard, the black-scaled lizardmen were unable to organize any effective defense. Coupled with the massive disparity in strength, in just over a minute, more than 20 black-scaled lizardmen had fallen beneath Chen's blade. Even though the black-scaled lizardmen were exceptionally fierce, they could no longer change the outcome of their defeat and demise under these circumstances. About half a minute later, the last black-scaled lizardman fell to the ground, filled with unwilling resentment, and breathed its last. The intersection returned to tranquility in the blink of an eye. The entire force of over 30 black-scaled lizardmen had been wiped out, leaving not a single one alive. Chapter 38, Combat Power Detector. Chen flicked his blade, shaking off the blood clinging to it. After this battle, the grooves on the pale bone had filled up significantly once more. What followed was the tedious yet rewarding task of harvesting materials. Before long, Chen finished the collection and stowed the materials into his spatial backpack. Only then did he approach the corpses, frowning as he began to examine them. There were 4 corpses in total. Without exception, all had been gnawed beyond recognition and left mutilated by the black-scaled lizardmen. Scattered nearby were several blood-stained blades and 4 sets of tattered reinforced combat suits. Chen glanced over and quickly recognized that these reinforced suits were the Type 2 monolith models produced by the Ring Star Consortium. The Ring Star Consortium was the largest conglomerate in Beluga City. Their business spans the entire city of White Whale, and it is rumored that they have operations in other cities as well. At the same time, the Ring Star Consortium is the sole designated producer of military equipment and supplies for the White Whale City military. In addition, the various warrior equipment produced by the Ring Star Consortium is highly popular within the warrior community. The Type 2 Rock Combat Suit is the best-selling model of nano combat suits produced by the Ring Star Consortium. It is said that its defensive capability is comparable to 3 layers of standard leather armor stacked together. A full power strike from a peak level 1 warrior can only manage to tear a single small opening in it. Afterward, it can be fully restored using a specialized repair fluid. The results are truly remarkable. However, the price of this combat suit is far from low. It retails on the market for 79,999 star coins. Ordinary warriors simply cannot afford it. In most cases, only bounty hunters would purchase the Type 2 Rock Combat Suit. As for military warriors, they have their own specialized combat suits provided by the army. It seems these 4 are likely bounty hunters. Chen shook his head slightly. Since these 4 bounty hunters could afford Type 2 Rock Combat Suits, their strength certainly wouldn't be weak. There might even be level 2 warriors inside. They were simply unlucky to have encountered a large swarm of black-scaled lizardmen outnumbered and overwhelmed. They ended up as fodder for the alien race. This is the peril of battling the alien race. The slightest lapse in caution can cost you your life. You might not even have a corpse left to bury. Shaking his head, Chen turned and left, preparing to continue his hunt for the black-scaled lizardmen. Killing a few more of the alien race could be considered a way of avenging those unlucky souls. Just then, a glint of light caught the corner of Chen's eye. Turning his head, he saw a glass lens lying quietly on the ground a few meters away, shimmering under the sunlight. Driven by curiosity, Chen walked over and picked up the glass lens. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the glass lens was actually a monocle. The light silver frame featured smooth, flowing curves, exuding a strong sense of high-tech sophistication. "What is this?" Chen studied it for a moment, his expression suddenly shifting. He put on the monocle and walked briskly toward a shop along the street. The side of the shop facing the main street consisted of a smooth glass wall. Standing before the glass wall, Chen fixed his gaze on his own reflection. He felt around the frame with his hand, quickly located a button, and pressed it gently.
There was no reaction. Chen froze for a moment, then quickly realized what was happening. He took off the dark raven mask and pressed the button again. This time, there was finally some movement. Dense clusters of blue numbers abruptly emerged on the empty mirror surface. The numbers flashed by rapidly like a waterfall before disappearing, leaving only a single digit behind. 126. Just as I thought. Shen's eyes lit up. It's a combat power detector. A combat power detector is essentially a miniaturized, portable life energy tester. It is simply more precise and offers higher accuracy. It can accurately detect the life energy fluctuations of intelligent beings, thereby calculating their total four-dimensional stats. True to its name, this is a device capable of detecting a target's approximate combat power. Good stuff. Shen stroked the combat power scouter on his face, a look of joy flashing in his eyes. Although the scouter can only detect the total value of the four-dimensional stats and cannot gauge a warrior's skill mastery or an alien race's innate talents, it is already quite impressive. At the very least, it allows for a rough understanding and assessment of the target's power level. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The role this device can play in combat is self-evident. In the circle of warriors, especially among bounty hunters, many long to possess a combat power detector. However, combat power detectors are extremely expensive. A standard combat power detector has a market price of up to 300,000 star coins. It is simply not something an ordinary warrior can afford. Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. It seemed that among the 4 dead bounty hunters, one of them was quite wealthy. Perhaps some scion of a rich family had hired a few bounty hunters, seeking thrills in the spatial invasion, only to accidentally lose his life. Regardless, this was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. With the combat power detector in hand, Chen's subsequent actions would undoubtedly become much more convenient. Putting his mask back on, Chen went to a nearby large supermarket, found 4 woven bags, left behind enough star coins, and then returned to the intersection. Suppressing his discomfort, Chen gathered the bodies of the 4 bounty hunters into the woven bags and placed them in a secluded alley by the side of the street. Here, there was no need to worry about the corpses being desecrated by the black-scaled lizardmen. Once the spatial invasion concludes, someone will naturally discover the bodies here and handle them. Having finished all this, Chen let out a long sigh of relief. After all, having taken the man's belongings, it was only right to do something in return. Stepping out of the alley, Chen continued on his way. By now, the vast majority of people in Beluga City had already entered the shelters. The sprawling city was shrouded in a heavy silence. Because of this, the sounds of fighting and the roars of beasts echoed with startling clarity through the quiet streets. Following the sound, Chen quickly located another group of black-scaled lizardmen wandering the streets, smashing and destroying everything in their path. Pressing the button on the frame, square boxes quickly appeared on the lens of the combat power tester. After aiming at the black-scaled lizardmen for a few seconds, the corresponding detection values popped up. 68, 73, 89, 65, 92. None of them exceeded 100 points. The one with the highest combat power was only 97 points. The lowest one was 65 points. Chen nodded to himself. They were all level 1 and level 2 black-scaled lizardmen, posing no real threat. Without hesitation, he revealed himself and charged toward the group of black-scaled lizardmen, brandishing the pale bone. Minutes later, over 30 more corpses of black-scaled lizardmen lay scattered across the street. Chen's expression suddenly shifted. He opened his achievement list and was pleasantly surprised to find that Alien Race Resistance Vanguard I had been completed. 500 discipline points. And with it, a new achievement has emerged. Alien Race Resistance Vanguard 2, kill 300 alien race members, requiring a total 4-dimensional stats value of no less than 60 points. Upon completion, you will receive 1,000 discipline points. Current progress, 0300. 1,000 discipline points. An eager expression appeared on Chen's face. Once he completed this achievement, he would be able to exchange for a D-grade dungeon key. 300 alien race members wasn't particularly many. If I push a bit harder, I should be able to finish before the spatial invasion ends. Chapter 39, The Importance of Spirit Stats. Full of motivation, Chen immediately resumed his search without a moment's rest after gathering the materials. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the city center. The once bustling and prosperous city center was now deathly silent, resembling a ghost town. As Chen was walking, a faint sting suddenly pricked his right temple, and a powerful surge of warning erupted in his heart. Without a second thought, he immediately lunged forward. In the next instant, a shrill whistle of tearing air suddenly rang out. A sharp arrow streaked through the space where he had just been standing, sinking deep into a roadside wall with a dull thud. It was clear that if Chen had not dodged in time, this arrow would have struck him right in the head. At this moment, Chen suddenly realized the importance of spirit stats. On a battlefield riddled with danger, a powerful sense of perception can help a warrior avoid most crises. And to enhance one's perception, one must increase their spirit stats. It seems I'll have to focus more on boosting my spirit stats from now on. The thought flashed by, and a familiar sense of warning surged in Chen's heart once again. He immediately executed Shadow Step to dodge. But this time, a total of 8 arrows came streaking toward him. In his haste, Chen could only exert his full strength to dodge 6 of them. The remaining 2 were impossible to evade no matter what he did. However, Chen's expression remained calm, showing no sign of panic. The moment the 2 arrows struck his body, a faint, almost imperceptible layer of white light suddenly emerged, enveloping him from head to toe. Though the shimmer appeared thin, it was incredibly resilient, blocking the 2 arrows with effortless ease. Protective Jade Pendant 998-1000. This rare item, obtained from a platinum chest in an E-rank dungeon, played a crucial role at this very moment. This was also one of the reasons why Chen had the confidence to hunt the alien race all by himself. The arrow, having lost its momentum, fell to the ground with a clatter. Seizing this split second, Chen had already identified the direction from which the arrow had been fired. It was the rooftop of a 3-story restaurant directly across the street. Without hesitation, Chen decisively dashed across the street and leaped into the restaurant. 4 or 5 black-scaled lizardmen were guarding the restaurant. Seeing Chen charge in, they immediately shrieked and rushed forward to kill him. A flash of blade light swept past. The black-scaled lizardmen were turned into corpses halfway through their charge, collapsing forward onto the ground, motionless and silent. Meanwhile, Chen had already stepped onto the stairs leading to the second floor. In just over 10 seconds, Chen reached the rooftop. Standing on the vast, open rooftop were 7 or 8 lizardmen armed with bows and arrows. Unlike the black-scaled lizardmen, these lizardmen on the rooftop were relatively thinner and smaller in stature. However, their 2 arms were noticeably thicker and longer. Their scales were a rusty, dark red, exuding a profoundly somber and gloomy aura. Venom Dusk Lizardmen. Chen's brows furrowed as he instantly recognized the origin of these lizardmen. Venom Dusk Lizardmen are long-range units within the Dragon Lizard alien race army, and their numbers are relatively few. Unlike the black-scaled lizardmen who enjoy wanton destruction, Venom Dusk Lizardmen typically only appear on the front lines of battle against human armies. Chen was surprised to actually see a Poison Dusk Lizardman here. Though doubts flashed through his mind, Chen's movements did not slow down. Taking advantage of the moment the Poison Dusk Lizardman was drawing its bow, he flickered and charged forward like a bolt of lightning. The Poison Dusk Lizardmen were skilled in archery. Given enough distance, they could pose a massive threat to warriors of the same level. If 5 or more Poison Dusk Lizardmen joined forces, they could even kill human warriors of a higher rank. In the war against the Saurian alien race, many high-ranking warriors met a bitter end under the arrows of these dusk-poison Saurians. Chen had only heard rumors of this before, but just now, he experienced it firsthand. If not for his protective jade pendant, he likely would have sustained significant injuries moments ago. However, in stark contrast to their formidable archery, the dusk-poison Saurians' close-quarters combat abilities were far inferior to those of the black-scale Saurians. Once the distance was closed, this group of dusk-poison Saurians became nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. Within 2 or 3 breaths, the 8 Poison Dusk Lizardmen had already turned into corpses. How could Poison Dusk Lizardmen appear here? Could there be an army nearby engaging in battle with the dragon lizard alien race? Chen walked around the rooftop, gazing into the distance, and quickly discovered the reason. Diagonally across from the rooftop, inside a residential complex, a fierce battle is unfolding. On one side of the conflict are over 100 black-scaled lizardmen. On the other side are 7 or 8 warriors, clad in standard military uniforms and wielding weapons. Behind the group of warriors stand more than 20 terrified civilians. They include men and women, young and old alike. Watching this scene, Shun understood immediately. After years of spatial invasions, the Federation had already developed a mature response mechanism. When monitoring satellites detect anomalies in spatial gravity, the authorities issue a warning 10 minutes in advance. Within the city, the distance to the shelters assigned to each person via computers and big data is within a 10-minute walk. As long as one enters the shelter within this time frame, there is a high probability of remaining safe. However, there are exceptions to every rule. If there is no shelter in the vicinity and a spatial invasion happens to occur nearby, preventing one from reaching safety within the allotted time, then one can only pray for the best. The situation currently unfolding in the residential area clearly falls into this category. Most of those 20-odd residents were likely unable to reach a shelter in time for some reason and were forced to remain in the complex. As a result, they were discovered by the black-scaled lizardmen. Fortunately, the military warriors arrived just in time, otherwise, it would have undoubtedly ended in another tragedy. As for the venom dusk lizardmen on the rooftop, they were likely targeting the group of army warriors stationed in the residential complex. Chen was merely a victim of collateral damage. The spot where he was ambushed by the venom dusk lizardmen was only a few hundred meters away from the main gate of the complex. The venom dusk lizardmen presumably feared he might interfere with their plans, so they intended to eliminate him beforehand. Instead, they ended up bringing utter destruction upon themselves. Once he understood the key points, Chen quickly formed a plan in his mind. After swiftly gathering the materials from the poison dusk lizardman's corpse, he strode toward the stairs. Clang! Wu Cheng parried an incoming spear with his blade and delivered a backhand slash across the black-scaled lizardman's chest. The black-scaled lizardman let out a scream as blood instantly gushed out like a fountain. Before he could even catch his breath, Wu Cheng followed up immediately with a blade strike that slashed right through its neck. The black-scaled lizardman was killed instantly. Despite taking down a level 2 black-scaled lizardman, Wu Cheng felt no joy. He scanned his surroundings, panting heavily, his heart filled with bitterness. While leading his team on a clearing mission, he had discovered survivors under attack by the alien race and had stepped in to rescue them without a second thought. They had almost brought the situation under control, but who could have expected a massive swarm of black-scaled lizardmen to suddenly charge out and surround them completely? In the distance, poison dusk lizardmen snipers were positioned on the rooftops. The situation had turned extremely dire in an instant. After more than 10 minutes of brutal fighting, the original team of over 20 had been whittled down to just 7 or 8 people, including himself. In contrast, there were still at least 100 black-scale lizardmen remaining. The disparity in strength between the two sides was overwhelming. If it weren't for the narrow terrain that allowed them to barely maneuver, they would have been overwhelmed by the black-scaled lizardmen long ago. Damned alien race! Wu Cheng cursed under his breath, swinging his blade to charge at another black-scaled lizardman. Under the fierce onslaught of the black-scaled lizardmen, the army warriors were forced into a steady retreat. Their defensive perimeter was being compressed layer by layer. Seeing that they were only a few steps away from retreating into the civilians behind them, He Quan finally couldn't help but shout. Captain, we can't back up any further. We have to do something. Chapter 40, is this a freaking level 1 warrior? Do something? My ass. Wu Cheng screamed inwardly. What could he possibly do? With the toxic twilight lizards sniping from the shadows, they couldn't break through even if they wanted to. Before they could run very far, they would be picked off one by arrows striking from behind. Furthermore, Wu Cheng's sense of duty as a soldier made it impossible for him to abandon the civilians and flee. Now, the only option left was to fight desperately and hold on. To wipe out the alien race, the Defense Corps dispatched a large number of mobile units to patrol the area. Given enough time, a mobile unit might just happen to patrol nearby. If that happened, they would still have a glimmer of hope. Everyone, hold your ground. Reinforcements will be arriving soon. Despite the slim odds, Wu Chang shouted words of encouragement to his teammates. As his voice trailed off, he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Why did it seem like no arrows from the dusk venom lizards had struck for quite some time? One must realize that at least half of their fallen comrades had perished under the cold arrows of those creatures. Could it be that a mobile unit had actually arrived and dealt with the dusk venom lizards? At this thought, a flicker of hope suddenly ignited in Wu Chang's heart. Just then, a sudden commotion broke out behind the black-scaled lizardmen. Wu Chang initially thought the military reinforcements had arrived and was overjoyed, but when he turned to look, he was instantly struck by deep disappointment. The newcomer wasn't a mobile squad at all, but a single warrior. The individual was even wearing a strange mask on their face. Just as Wu Chang was feeling disappointed, a sudden exclamation came from beside him. "It's that mysterious person." It was He Quan's voice. Wu Chang slashed away a black-scaled lizard man in front of him, taking a moment to turn his head toward He Quan. "You know that person? He's the mysterious man who took down Zhu Wu that night," He Quan said hurriedly. That night, he and Shijie were hunting Zhu Wu, only to nearly fall into his hands instead. Fortunately, they were rescued by a masked, mysterious warrior. Yet afterward, no matter how the two of them tried to recall, they couldn't remember the person's physical build. They couldn't even remember the person's gender or voice. The only impression remaining was that mask white with black patterns and engraved with the image of a dark crow. This incident had caused quite a stir within their squad. Wu Chang, naturally, was also aware of this matter. Upon hearing that this warrior was the one who had taken down Zhu Wu, he couldn't help but steal a few more glances. However, the disappointment in his heart did not diminish in the slightest. Based on the descriptions from He Quan and Shijie, that masked warrior possessed a strength level only at the peak of rank 1. However, given the current situation, even the addition of a rank 2 warrior would be of no avail. Let alone a rank 1 warrior. It would be nothing more than throwing away another life in vain. With this thought in mind, Wu Chang shouted in the direction of the masked man. "Friend, there are many alien race members here, leave quickly. There should be a mobile squad from the defense corps nearby. Please find them and inform them of the situation here." The sonorous voice carried far into the distance. The masked man paused for a moment, but instead of leaving as Wu Chang suggested, he quickened his pace and headed this way. At the same time, the black-scaled lizard men also reacted, immediately splitting off more than a dozen of their kind to charge toward the masked man with loud shouts. Seeing this, Wu Chang's expression froze. He sighed inwardly, unable to help feeling a sense of resentment toward the masked man. This person was simply too reckless and impulsive. He had clearly seen the situation here, yet he still plunged right in. Did he really have no fear of death? Wu Chang shook his head with a bitter smile. It seemed that they were truly going to meet their end here today. Having just entered the residential area, Chen was unaware of Wu Chang's thoughts. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. His purpose for coming here was to slaughter the alien race and complete the achievement. As for saving people, that was merely incidental. Watching the black-scaled lizardmen charging toward him, a cold sneer appeared on Chen's face as he suddenly flashed forward. The clear, resonant ring of the blade instantly drowned out the surrounding shouts and roars. Dense flashes of blade light soared into the sky, filling the void. The silver brilliance of the blade glow almost dyed the air above the residential area with a layer of silvery mist. Dazzled by the blade light, more than a dozen black-scaled lizardmen had no time for their vision to clear before they felt a sudden sharp pain in their necks, their consciousness plunging into eternal darkness. In a mere instant, over a dozen black-scaled lizardmen were decapitated, their entire squad wiped out. This scene left everyone in the residential area dumbfounded, their eyes fixed in a vacant stare. Even the remaining black-scaled lizardmen were stunned by the sight, halting their movements one after another. A Tier 3 warrior? Wu Cheng gasped, staring at the scene before him in a complete daze. Among those dozen or so black-scaled lizardmen, nearly half were level 2. Yet, without exception, every single one was decapitated and killed instantly in a single strike. This level of strength was definitely beyond the level 2 tier. This masked individual was actually a level 3 warrior. Recovering from his shock, Wu Chang immediately turned his head toward He Quan, casting an inquiring glance his way. Is this a damn level 1 warrior? He Quan understood the captain's look, but his mouth hung open, unable to find the words. He was equally bewildered at this moment. Clearly, the last time he saw this masked man, the other party indeed only had level 1 strength. But less than a month has passed. How did he suddenly become a level 3 warrior? Could it be that this masked man was actually hiding his true strength last time? He Quan's face was filled with confusion and bewilderment. Meanwhile, Chen had already charged into the ranks of the black-scaled lizardmen with his blade, beginning a wholesale slaughter. Up to this point, Chen had already killed over 100 black-scaled lizardmen. The initial hesitation and trepidation he felt when first facing the alien race had long since vanished without a trace. All he had was absolute confidence and self-assurance. Unbeknownst to him, the continuous slaughter had already triggered a transformation in his mindset. At this moment, he could truly be called a warrior who had tasted blood, rather than a student still sheltered in an ivory tower. Squelch! 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 Wherever the blade flashed, blood splattered. One by one, the black-scaled lizardmen turned into corpses and collapsed to the ground. These black-scaled lizardmen, at most level 2, were simply no match for Chen. With Shadow Step unleashed to its full potential, this group of black-scaled lizardmen couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Often, they would only feel a figure flash before their eyes before their vision spun, and darkness surged like a tide, instantly drowning their consciousness. Terrified screams and agonizing shrieks instantly echoed through the air above the residential complex. Standing to the side, Wu Chang and the others were already dumbfounded, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Clearly, the black-scaled lizardmen were the ones with the advantage in numbers. Yet the scene before them looked as if the monsters were the ones being surrounded by Chen alone. In just 2 or 3 short minutes, 70 or 80 black-scaled lizardmen had already fallen beneath Chen's blade. The once dense swarm of black-scaled lizardmen had been decimated, with fewer than 30 remaining. Such a staggering casualty rate struck terror even into the hearts of the black-scaled lizardmen, a race renowned for their ferocity. Chen's gaze remained indifferent as a torrent of sharp blade light poured from his hands like flowing water, relentlessly reaping the lives of the lizardmen one after another. By the time fewer than 10 lizardmen were left, their spirits finally broke. Screaming in terror, they turned and fled. Unfortunately, in the face of Shadow Step, such an attempt was destined to be in vain. Before they could flee far, the remaining black-scaled lizardmen were overtaken by Chen and slaughtered to the last man. As the final black-scaled lizardman collapsed, the residential area instantly returned to silence. The surroundings fell into a deathly hush. Everyone stared blankly at the lizardmen's corpses strewn across the ground, their mouths dry and words failing them. Wu Chang and his companions, in particular, felt as if they were in a dream, gasping in shock at the scene before them. Taking on 100 single-handedly and annihilating every last black-scaled lizardman, such power was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Just who was this masked man? Was he from the military? Definitely not. Then it must be a non-governmental transcendent organization. The Hunters Guild? The Merchant Alliance? Or the Silver Light Society? Chapter 41, Lizardman Centurion. Chen ignored the gazes of those around him and opened his achievement list to take a look. The progress for Alien Race Resistance Vanguard 2 had reached 129,300. This left Chen highly satisfied. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the achievement was completed. Withdrawing his gaze, Chen began to harvest the materials. These were all star coins, after all, and certainly could not be wasted. Even with the self-discipline system in place, future cultivation would undoubtedly require spending a significant amount of star coins. If nothing else, if he were to fight against the alien race in the future, he would definitely need to purchase a set of combat gear. Although the protective jade pendant was powerful, it had a durability limit. Every use brought it closer to depletion. Ordinary attacks could be absorbed by the combat suit alone. There was no need to waste the durability of the protective jade pendant. Due to the large number of corpses, it took Chen about half an hour to finish harvesting all the materials. During this time, Wu Chang and the others watched quietly, not daring to interrupt. In fact, Wu Chang and his group were in a very awkward position at that moment. Having suffered heavy casualties, they were utterly incapable of escorting a group of civilians through the streets to reach the military camp. He wanted to ask the masked man for help, but the words remained stuck in his throat. The two sides were merely strangers meeting by chance. The masked man had already saved their lives. It would be truly unreasonable to ask for further favors for no reason at all. The best course of action now was to find a place to hide within the residential area and wait for rescue to arrive or for the spatial invasion to end. It wasn't until Chen finished gathering the materials that Wu Chang stepped forward, saying with a look of deep gratitude, "Thank you for saving us. May I ask how we should address you?" Chen glanced at Wu Chang, then at the teammates behind him, quickly recognizing He Quan among the crowd. After a few seconds of silence, he said indifferently, "Just call me Dark Raven." This was clearly not a real name. However, Wu Chang didn't mind. There were numerous private supernatural organizations, many of which were filled with eccentric individuals. He had long since grown accustomed to such things. In any case, as long as the person wasn't a warrior criminal, Wu Chang wouldn't pry further. Moreover, the person in front of him had saved their people twice. By no means did he seem like a criminal. "What do you plan to do next?" Chen asked casually. Wu Chang hesitated for a moment before revealing their plan to wait for rescue within the residential complex. Upon hearing this, Chen gave a slight nod and turned to leave. Seeing this, Wu Chang quickly called out a warning. "Brother Dark Raven, the plaza north of the complex has been taken over by black-scaled lizardmen. You'd better be careful and stay away from that area." Chen turned around abruptly. "The square? How many black-scaled lizardmen are there?" Wu Chang said with a solemn expression. "At least 400 or 500. And there's also a centurion." A centurion is a low-ranking non-commissioned officer within the lizard-like alien race military. Despite being a low-level officer, their energy level is at least level 3. A single lizard centurion paired with 400 to 500 black-scaled lizards was a lineup that far exceeded the mobile squad's capacity to handle. They could only wait for the Defense Corps to dispatch a main battalion to wipe them out. Therefore, upon making the discovery, Wu Chang immediately led his team to steer clear of that plaza. Wu Chang suspected that the black-scaled lizardmen who had just besieged them likely originated from the lizardman army stationed in the square. Wu Chang had shared this information primarily to warn Chen to stay away from the square. However, he was immediately stunned to see that Dark Raven's eyes suddenly lit up upon hearing his words. It was truly a case of being handed a pillow just as one was getting drowsy. Chen was overjoyed. He had been wondering how to complete the achievement more quickly, and now, a solution had unexpectedly presented itself. As long as he dealt with the Lizardman army in that square, completing the Alien Race Resistance Vanguard 2 task would be more than guaranteed. Furthermore, that Lizardman Centurion was a level 3 lifeform. It might even help him complete the Extreme Combat I achievement. Chen made up his mind immediately. His next move would be to head over to the square and check it out. "Thanks for the intel." Offering a quick word of thanks, Chen turned and left without a moment's hesitation. When they saw Chen head straight north after exiting the residential complex, Wu Chang and the others couldn't help but stare in bewilderment. What's going on? Didn't they just tell him how dangerous it was to the north? Why was he still heading that way? He Quan looked at Wu Chang blankly and asked, "Captain, what do we do now?" Wu Chang's expression shifted uncertainly for a long while before he suddenly gritted his teeth, having made up his mind. "He Quan, you and the others take the civilians into the building to hide and wait for rescue. I'm going to check on the situation with Dark Raven." Given the number of lizardmen troops in the square, even a level 3 warrior would face life-threatening danger if they weren't careful. After all, Dark Raven was their savior. Wu Chang could not stand by and watch him step into such a perilous situation. With that, without waiting for He Quan's reply, Wu Chang hurriedly gave chase. The square Wu Chang mentioned was not far from the residential complex.
It was a place where residents from several nearby neighborhoods usually went for walks and leisure. Chen did not approach rashly. Instead, he first went to the rooftop of a nearby apartment building to observe the situation in the square from a distance. Looking down from the rooftop, he had a panoramic view of everything happening in the square. The once clean and tidy square had now become a boisterous playground for the alien race. Densely packed black-scaled lizardmen crowded the square to its limits. It matched the intelligence provided by Wu Chang. There were approximately 400 to 500 of them by visual estimate. Interspersed among them were dozens of poison dusk lizardmen with dark red scales. However, what caught Chen's attention the most was a burly and towering lizardman standing in the center of the square. The lizardman sat on a sofa scavenged from somewhere, his head buried in an original human thigh as he gnawed away. Blood streamed from the corners of his mouth, staining much of his leather armor a deep crimson and giving him a truly hideous appearance. Resting upright by his feet was a massive, razor-sharp great axe that gleamed with a cold light. So that's the lizard-man Centurion. Chen activated his combat power scanner. Unfortunately, the distance was too great to detect the specific combat power of the lizard-man Centurion. Chen had no choice but to give up and turn his gaze elsewhere. These lizard-men seemed to be holding a gathering. They dragged human corpses into the square and then began to feed excitedly. It was unclear where they had obtained the wood, but bonfires were burning in the four corners of the square. A crowd of black-scaled lizardmen danced around the bonfire, their excitement palpable. Watching the raucous gathering in the square, a cold sneer flickered across Chen's face. He looked down at the pale bone blade in his hand. After the slaughter back at the residential complex, the grooves on the blade had turned entirely crimson. This meant that Pale Bone had fully accumulated soul power and was ready to unleash a devastating strike at any moment. Tightening his grip on the hilt of Pale Bone, Chen turned to leave the rooftop, but a scene caught the corner of his eye, causing him to quickly turn back to look. About 700 or 800 meters to the east of the square, a group of people was moving cautiously along the main street. There were about a dozen of them in total, most in their early 20s. However, that was not what concerned Chen. What surprised him was that those people were actually students from the Haiyan University Warrior Department. Xiao Liqing, Cheng Xiu, Liao Quan, and the others were all among them. Chapter 42, Students Stepping Toward the Abyss. What are they doing here? Chen looked surprised. However, he quickly figured it out. According to the regulations of the Beluga City Military Affairs Bureau, when a spatial invasion occurs, all non-military personnel with an energy level below level 2 must immediately enter a shelter. Those who do not have time to reach a shelter must find a place to hide on the spot. As for warriors with an energy level of level 2 or higher, they may enter a shelter or choose to remain outside. However, they shall bear full responsibility for any losses or consequences arising from this decision. In fact, the operations of civilian supernatural organizations to form teams and hunt the alien race are conducted in accordance with this very regulation. Meanwhile, Xiao Liqing, Cheng Xiu, and the others were all level 2 warriors. According to the regulations, it was acceptable for them not to enter the shelter. However, considering that most student warriors had never experienced actual combat and possessed shallow fighting experience, Haiyan University had historically discouraged students from the warrior department from going out to hunt alien races during a spatial invasion. Usually, at times like this, students from the warrior department would obediently follow the school's instructions and enter the on-campus shelters. But looking at the situation before her, Xiao Liqing and his group had clearly failed to follow the school's instructions this time. They've certainly got some nerve. Chen grinned, his gaze following the path Xiao Liqing and the others were taking, eventually landing on the square where the lizardmen were in the midst of their revelry. Because their line of sight was obstructed, Xiao Liqing and his group had no idea they were gradually walking straight into an abyss. The street remained deathly silent. Only the faint sound of footsteps echoed as they walked. A dozen or so students moved cautiously along the storefronts, their expressions alert as they scanned their surroundings. Seemingly unable to endure the oppressive silence, one boy finally couldn't help but speak up. "I'm saying, is it really okay for us to run out like this? The school clearly ordered us to enter the shelter." Liao Quan glanced back sideways at the boy who had spoken, curling his lip as he said, "What is there to be afraid of?
The school only advises against going out. They haven't strictly forbidden it, nor do they have the authority to do so. Besides, the shelter is already closed. It's too late for us to head back now anyway. The boy's lips trembled as he hesitated, the words catching in his throat. All right. Cheng Siu spoke up just in time, cutting off their argument. Since we're already out here, there's no point in dwelling on it. We should focus on our surroundings instead. Especially the venom dusk lizard men. Once they set their sights on us, we'll be in serious trouble. Everyone's expressions tightened in unison. Although they had never clashed with the dragon lizard alien race before today, they had heard of how troublesome the poison twilight lizardmen could be. This long-range unit, unique to the dragon lizard alien race, possessed exceptional archery skills. Once targeted by a swarm of poison twilight lizardmen, even a level 3 warrior could suffer an unexpected defeat if they weren't careful. Liao Quan had always been obedient to Cheng Siu. Seeing her speak up, he said no more, merely casting a contemptuous glance at the boy. The team fell silent once again. Cheng Siu looked at the crowd, letting out a soft sigh in her heart. In truth, she didn't entirely approve of this operation. When all is said and done, they are still just students. In their daily lives, they merely spar with one another, stopping as soon as a point is made. They possess absolutely no experience in life and death combat. Plunging headlong into the alien race battlefield without the guidance of seniors is, in fact, an extremely dangerous and ill-considered move. However, Liao Quan exerted every effort to persuade the majority, and eventually, even Xiao Liqing was swayed. She simply went with the flow and did not voice any opposition. But in reality, deep down, she had been feeling a strange sense of unease. Fortunately, although they encountered several waves of black-scaled lizards along the way, the numbers were small, only in the single digits, so they were dealt with quite easily. Because of this, the team's current morale was actually quite good. At this thought, a figure suddenly flashed through Cheng Siu's mind. If only Chen were here too. With him present, the team's strength would undoubtedly be significantly bolstered, and their safety greatly enhanced. Unfortunately, Chen was not on campus when the spatial invasion broke out. Since no one in the group had Chen's contact information, they eventually had no choice but to give up on the idea. At that moment, Xiao Liqing, who was walking at the very front, suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. What's wrong? Liao Quan asked hurriedly. Xiao Liqing did not answer, but instead made a gesture as if listening intently. After a moment, he turned back and said, "There's a sound up ahead." Everyone focused their attention to listen. Sure enough, just as Xiao Liqing had said, the faint sound of shouting could be heard coming from ahead. It was a sound they had heard countless times along the way, one they had long since grown intimately familiar with. It was unmistakably the cry of a black-scaled lizard man. Black-scaled lizard men ahead. An excited glint flashed in Liao Quan's eyes as he tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade. The other boys also showed expressions of eager anticipation, ready for the fray. Along the way, everyone had taken down at least 2 black-scaled lizardmen. The fear they once held for the alien race had long since vanished. All that remained was a thirst and excitement for battle. At this point, every additional black-scaled lizardman killed was another trophy to boast about upon their return. While the others were either exhilarated or restless, only Xiao Liqing and Cheng Siu remained relatively composed. Judging by the sound, there must be at least 30 of them. Cheng Siu said hesitantly. Xiao Liqing also frowned. There are too many of them. To be safe, let's change direction and keep looking for smaller groups of lizardmen. However, upon hearing this, Liao Quan rejected the idea without a second thought. Don't do that. Backing down without even trying, that's just too cowardly. If you're worried, we'll just move in a bit closer to investigate. If there really are a lot of them, it won't be too late to run then. The other boys didn't want to leave just like that either, and they all voiced their agreement upon hearing his words. Seeing this, Xiao Liqing and Cheng Siu exchanged a glance and had no choice but to agree. And so, the group slowed their pace and continued forward. Before long, they reached the corner. The group cautiously leaned out from the corner, looking toward the direction where the sound was coming from. At that sight, everyone's body froze in unison,
their faces contorted in absolute horror. On the square over 200 meters away, hundreds of densely packed black-scaled lizardmen were gathered together, eating and drinking. Even from 200 meters away, they could feel the boisterous atmosphere of the gathering. Including Liao Quan, the few boys who had been eager to try their hand just moments ago suddenly looked as if they had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Their faces turned visibly pale in an instant. The girls were even more bloodless, biting their lips hard to keep from crying out in alarm. Xiao Licheng reacted the fastest, gesturing for everyone to retreat. It was only after retreating more than 10 meters that the crowd's tense bodies gradually began to relax. Xiao Licheng made a prompt decision and said in a low voice, "We need to leave, now." This time, no one objected. Even Liao Quan did not believe that the people present alone could deal with hundreds of black-scaled lizardmen. Once the decision was made, everyone immediately turned around and began retracing their steps. But they had barely covered 20 or 30 meters when a sharp whistling sound suddenly pierced the air. A boy walking at the back let out a blood-curdling scream as an arrow tore straight through his arm. Seeing this, the faces of both Xiao Licheng and Chang Xiyu turned pale with shock. Venom Dusk Lizardmen. A low, muffled horn blast suddenly echoed from the sky not far away. It was the poison dusk lizardmen on the rooftops calling for their kin. Not long after the horn sounded, the abrupt sound of hurried footsteps came from behind the corner at the end of the street. Immediately after, a large number of black-scaled lizardmen charged out from the corner, brandishing their weapons and rushing toward the group with murderous intent. Xiao Licheng's expression changed completely. Run! Chapter 43, A Terrifying Blow. The silent retreat instantly devolved into a frantic rout. Everyone knew this was a life-or-death moment. No one dared to slow down, burying their heads and sprinting forward with everything they had. Even the injured boy gritted his teeth, running for his life with desperate resolve. Everyone knew all too well that once the black-scaled lizardmen caught up, they would end up as nothing more than rations for these monsters. Yet despite running for their lives, the situation remained dire. Black-scaled lizardmen were born with the exceptional balance of a feline. They were capable of leaping and sprinting across buildings. A massive swarm of black-scaled lizardmen pursued them from the rooftops, relentlessly closing the distance between them. Glancing back at the scene, Liao Quan suddenly let out a shrill, panicked cry. "Those monsters are about to catch up." No one needed him to say it. Everyone understood the situation. If they continued running like this, it wouldn't be long before the black-scaled lizardmen atop the buildings circled around to intercept them from the front. In their current state, even the slightest delay would mean being completely surrounded. As for stopping and turning back to fight, they didn't have the strength for that. There weren't just a dozen or 20 black-scaled lizardmen chasing them from behind. There were over 100. They simply couldn't handle it. Their earlier excitement and pride had completely vanished. It wasn't until this very moment that Xiao Licheng and the others truly understood the sinister nature of a spatial invasion. It was never something a group of students raised in a greenhouse could handle with ease. Unfortunately, now that they finally understood this truth, they would have to pay for it with their lives. What a heavy price to pay. I don't want to die. Tormented by fear, Liao Quan's entire face twisted into a distorted mask. However, at this moment, no one had the leisure to mock his cowardly appearance. Listening to the beastly roars drawing closer behind them, everyone's faces turned deathly pale. As her gaze swept across the expressions of the crowd, a sense of despair welled up in Chang Xiyu's heart. Was she really going to die here today? At that moment, Chang Xiyu's gaze suddenly froze, and she looked ahead in astonishment. In the middle of the street about 200 or 300 meters ahead, a figure had appeared out of nowhere. The man held a pale blade and wore a strange mask with black patterns on a white background, standing all alone in the center of the thoroughfare. Even though a large swarm of black-scaled lizardmen was charging toward him, he remained standing still in his original spot, as if he hadn't noticed them at all. Chang Xiyu was filled with doubt and uncertainty. Yet her kind nature made her unable to bear watching the other party rush to their death, so she hurriedly shouted at the top of her lungs. "Run!" The others noticed the masked man's presence at this moment as well, their faces showing expressions of shock.
However, they could barely save themselves right now and had no capacity to worry about anyone else, so they all kept their heads down and sprinted wildly. The masked man paid them no mind. He simply let them run past him without sparing them so much as a glance. At the same time, the black-scaled lizard men also noticed the presence of the masked man. Perhaps it was their beastly intuition that made them sense the threat he posed. Without hesitation, these monsters abandoned their pursuit of Chang Siyu and the others, shifting their target toward the newcomer instead. The black-scaled lizard men atop the buildings leaped down one after another, converging with their companions upon landing. Over 100 black-scaled lizard men surged toward the masked man like a dark, torrential flood. Their ferocious and violent aura was enough to make anyone turn pale with terror. Turning back to witness this scene, the students were filled with both horror and confusion. What is he doing? Is he planning to take on over 100 black-scaled lizard men head-on? He's insane. This guy is absolutely out of his mind. Even a level 3 warrior couldn't withstand an onslaught of this many lizard men. This is insane. In a spatial invasion like this, warriors of level 4 and above would typically congregate at a few major battlefields to assist the defense corps against the main forces of the alien race. Under normal circumstances, these powerhouses would never appear in a place like this. The crowd didn't believe for a second that a random passerby they happened to encounter could be a level 4 or level 5 powerhouse. Therefore, in their eyes, the masked man's current actions were nothing short of a mantis trying to stop a chariot, a suicidal endeavor. A flicker of pity flashed through Chang Siyu's eyes, and she let out a silent sigh. Chen was unaware of what Chang Siyu and the others were thinking. Nor did he care in the slightest. His sole purpose for being here was to hunt the alien race. Originally, Chen had planned to lure the black-scaled lizardmen in the square out in batches and then take them down one by one. Otherwise, even he would be unable to simultaneously deal with 400 or 500 black-scaled lizardmen plus a lizardman centurion. In a way, the actions of Chang Siyu and the others had done him a small favor. As long as he slaughtered the group of black-scaled lizardmen before him, the lizardman army in the square would be reduced by at least a quarter. With his thoughts racing, Chen slowly raised the blade in his hand. Then, he suddenly slashed it across the air. The moment the blade slashed down, a profound and desolate force, seemingly surging from the depths of the soul, suddenly coalesced onto the pale edge, erupting violently with the force of his swing. Buzz! As the pale blade cut through the air, a massive, crescent-shaped wave of energy equally pale and surging with immense power shot forth, hurtling toward the black-scaled lizard man. The blade energy moved with the blinding speed of a lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, it was already upon the black-scaled lizard man. Feeling the sharp, violent blade intent rushing toward them, many black-scaled lizardmen revealed looks of horror and instinctively tried to dodge. However, it was already too late. Boom! A world-shaking explosion, like a thunderclap, erupted with a roar that threatened to shatter eardrums. Wherever the pale blade chi passed, all the black-scaled lizardmen exploded into a mist of blood that filled the air. They possessed not even the slightest shred of power to resist. The pale blade energy swept all the way to the end of the street before finally dissipating. Looking back at the center of the main street, the once dense swarm of black-scaled lizardmen had long since vanished. All that remained was a thick mist of blood drifting through the air. Silence. Dead silence. Chang Siyu and the others had stopped in their tracks at some point, staring blankly at the scene before them. In this instant, they were completely stunned into a mental void by this supernatural sight, their mouths agape and unable to utter a word. What is this? Skill. But what kind of skill could annihilate hundreds of black-scaled lizardmen in a single strike, leaving not even a trace of their remains? In all their lives, they had never witnessed such a terrifying skill. It took a long while before Chang Siyu and the others finally began to snap out of it. When they looked at the masked man again, their eyes were filled with intense shock and awe. This level of strength has already far exceeded the level 3 tier. The mysterious person in front of them is at least a level 4 warrior. They had been mocking him as a lunatic just moments ago. Now it seemed they were the ones who were truly blind. After exchanging glances for a moment, it was Chang Siyu who finally broke the silence. The girl took a few steps forward and said cautiously, Senior.
The masked figure seemed to snap back to reality, glanced at her, and waved a hand. The gesture clearly signaled for them to leave immediately. This demeanor of not wanting to say a single word seemed perfectly normal in the eyes of the crowd. After all, it was only natural for a powerful martial arts master to be cold and aloof. Cheng Siu, fearing she might provoke this mysterious expert, did not press the matter further. After offering a few soft words of gratitude, she departed with the others. It wasn't until their figures had completely vanished from sight that Chen fixed his gaze on the drifting blood mist before him, a grin spreading across his face.
This power is absolutely insane. Chapter 44, Unscientific Transcendent Strength. To be honest, Chen had expected that a strike from Tsangu fueled by fully accumulated soul power would be formidable, but this exceeded his expectations. But he never imagined that the power would reach such a staggering level. Not a single trace remained of the hundreds of black-scaled lizard men. It was simply terrifying. That crescent-shaped, pale blade energy left an especially deep impression on him. Although the martial arts he had practiced before could be considered extraordinary. However, from a scientific perspective, it could still be considered somewhat self-consistent. It wasn't until he saw that blade aura just now that Chen truly felt he was witnessing something transcendent. Speaking of which, does the martial arts of this world actually involve things like blade aura? Chen thought to himself. His understanding of this world's transcendent strength was, after all, far too limited. While he was aware of energy levels, his knowledge was limited to levels 1 through 5. As for what lay beyond level 5, he had no way of knowing. Perhaps this world contained extraordinary strengths even more unscientific than saber chi. It was simply that, at his current level, such things remained out of reach. A long time passed. Chen turned his focus back to the situation at hand. Looking at the blood mist drifting before him, he felt a slight sense of regret. The pale blade chi was powerful, but it was far too wasteful of materials. With a single strike, not even a single scale remained from the hundreds of black-scaled lizard men. It was a total loss. Forget it, completing the achievement is more important than materials anyway. Chan achievement. The Alien Race Resistance Vanguard 2 achievement is only about 50 more kills away from completion. One more wave of black-scaled lizard men should just about do it. Of course, Chen didn't plan to stop after hunting just 50 more aliens. This, Alien Race Resistance Vanguard, was clearly a series achievement. After 2, there would likely be 3, 4, and beyond. The black-scaled lizard men on the square are perfect for grinding achievements. Chen glanced at Tsangu. Although he had just unleashed the pale blade chi, the 100 or so black-scaled lizard men he had slain had already refilled more than half of Tsangu's energy reservoir. He estimated that after taking down a few dozen more, he would be able to unleash the pale blade chi once again. Chen's mind raced as he quickly formulated a plan. On the square. The lizardman centurion casually tossed aside the gnawed clean thigh bone and let out a loud burp. Human flesh is still the most delicious of all. The lizardman centurion swayed his head for a moment before suddenly remembering that the subordinates he had sent to hunt down the human warriors had not yet returned. A bunch of useless trash. Taking this long just to hunt down a few human warriors. The lizardman centurion let out a cold snort and kicked aside the subordinates standing next to him. Go see if they've returned yet. The subordinate scrambled to his feet and went sprinting out of the square. Just then, a sudden commotion broke out at the entrance of the square. Irritated, the lizardman centurion looked up, ready to lash out, only to realize that something was wrong. At some point, a human warrior had charged through the entrance of the square, raising his blade and slaughtering his subordinates. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen of his men had been cut down. The black-scaled lizard men were momentarily stunned. It was the first time they had ever encountered such an arrogant human warrior. He actually dared to charge into their army alone to kill. Keep in mind, there were over 300 of their companions present on the square. Snapping back to his senses, the lizardman centurion was instantly consumed by rage. Kill him. Kill that human for me. Amidst the furious roars, the black-scaled lizardmen shook off their stupor, charging toward that human warrior with bloodshot eyes.
Seeing this, the other party turned and fled without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, all the black-scaled lizardmen had chased them out of the square. Suddenly, only the lizardman centurion remained in the vast square. As its rage subsided slightly, the lizardman centurion quickly realized something was wrong. How did that human warrior get here? Setting aside the 100 or so subordinates who had gone to hunt down prey, there were over a dozen poison dusk lizardmen guarding the vicinity of the square. Why hadn't they sounded any warning? The more the lizardman centurion thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Could this be a human trap? At this thought, the lizardman centurion's heart sank, and he hurriedly headed toward the exit of the square. But after only a few steps, he suddenly sensed a massive, majestic aura powerful to the extreme erupting from outside the square. That profound and eerie aura felt like a heavy boulder rolling down from his heart, making it almost impossible to breathe. The lizardman centurion's expression shifted drastically. On the street. After slaying dozens of black-scaled lizardmen, the grooves on the pale bone blade were once again filled to capacity. Without a word, Chen raised his blade and swung it violently across the air, aiming at the black-scaled lizardmen crowding the entire street. In an instant, a crescent-shaped, pale blade aura tore through the air. Carrying an overbearing momentum like a mountain toppling into the sea, it crushed through the crowded street like a charging chariot. Everywhere it passed, the black-scaled lizardmen were, without exception, ground into a mist of blood by the terrifying blade aura. The pale blade aura plowed forward for a full 200 meters before finally losing its momentum and dissipating into the air. By this time, more than half of the 300-plus pursuing lizardmen had been wiped out, leaving only a sparse 30 or 40 standing frozen in place, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Chen didn't stop, flashing forward as he charged toward the remaining black-scaled lizardmen. Those black-scaled lizardmen had already been scared out of their wits by the terrifying scene just now. Seeing that horrific human warrior charging toward them, they suddenly snapped out of it with strange cries, turning and fleeing in all directions. Unfortunately, they had only run a few steps before Chen caught up, wiping them all out as easily as slicing through vegetables. After finishing off the last black-scaled lizardman, Chen immediately opened his achievement list. As expected, Alien Race Resistance Vanguard 2 has been completed. 1,000 discipline points. And with it, a new achievement has emerged. Alien Race Resistance Vanguard 3, kill 1,000 members of the alien race, requiring a total 4-dimensional stats value of no less than 60 points. Upon completion, you will receive 2,000 discipline points. Current progress, 288 1,000. 1,000 of the alien race, that's not an easy number to reach. Chen pondered silently. Still, the reward of 2,000 discipline points sent a surge of excitement through him. Right, there's also the limit combat achievement. Coming back to his senses, Chen gripped his blade and headed toward the square. He hadn't forgotten that a lizardman centurion was still waiting in the square. Although he had just unleashed the pale blade chi, the deaths of over 300 black-scaled lizardmen had already refilled the grooves of the pale bone. Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of quiet amazement. Pale bone was truly a weapon of mass destruction against hordes of minions. On a battlefield swarming with low-level fodder, the pale blade chi could be unleashed incessantly. The sheer scale of the slaughter would be terrifying. It felt just like using a cheat code. Then again, the self-discipline system itself was the ultimate cheat. The items it produces are essentially equivalent to cheat codes in the real world. After all, whether it's the Dark Raven Mask, the Dungeon Key, the Recovery Potion, or the Protective Jade Pendant, none of them seem like things that belong in reality. As luck would have it, just as Chen rounded the street corner, he ran headfirst into a lizardman centurion who had rushed over to investigate the situation. The moment they locked eyes, both sides froze in unison. The lizardman centurion was struck with utter astonishment. How is this human warrior completely unscathed? Where are my subordinates? Where have all 300-plus warriors gone? Compared to the lizardman centurion's horror, Chen was much more composed. The small fry had all been dealt with, only the lizardman centurion remained, and he was no longer a threat. He reached out and pressed the switch of the combat power detector. In an instant, the combat power value of the lizardman centurion appeared on the lens.
148. Chen's eyes lit up. This value was exactly 22 points higher than his. The conditions for the limit challenge, kill target, have been met. As long as he kills this lizardman centurion, he can complete another achievement. Chen felt a surge of joy and, without a word, swung his blade with lightning speed. The chilling flash of the blade instantly enveloped the lizardman centurion from above. Chapter 45, The Rhythm of Slaying Enemies Above One's Level. The battle erupted in an instant. In the blink of an eye, man and lizard were locked in a fierce struggle on the deserted street. Chen was intent on testing the gap between himself and a lizardman centurion to see where he ranked within the level 3 energy level. Therefore, he refrained from using his pale blade chi right away. Instead, he relied on Shadow Step and the Shadowless Blade technique to engage the lizardman centurion in a grueling battle. The dragon lizard alien race does not possess skills like human warriors do, which allow them to coordinate with their physical fitness to exert even greater strength. But that did not mean they were weaker than human warriors. Lizardmen possessed physiques far more powerful than those of humans. Their sharp claws and fangs were naturally excellent weapons. The hard scales covering their entire bodies were innate armor, sufficient to withstand bullets. A lizardman of the centurion rank could withstand a barrage of gunfire for a short period, relying solely on their scales. Beyond that, lizardmen also possessed beast-like intuition and combat instincts. They were often better adapted to brutal life and death struggles than humans. And they were even more fearless of death. When the total value of their four-dimensional stats was roughly the same, human warriors actually held little advantage against lizardmen. However, that only applied to ordinary warriors. The lizardman centurion soon discovered that his past understanding of human warriors was completely useless against the masked man before him. The opponent's physical fitness was clearly inferior to his. Yet the man's skills were shockingly powerful, far superior to any level 3 warrior he had ever fought before. Even a level 4 warrior in his memory, who had once sent him fleeing in a pathetic state, could not compare to the person before him in terms of pure skill. The lizardman centurion roared repeatedly, his offensive becoming increasingly fierce, yet he remained unable to do anything to Chen. Having fought until now, Chen already had a general idea of his own strength level. Expert Shadow Step and Adept Extreme Shadow Blade, combined with the razor-sharp Pale Bone, allowed him to hold his own even against enemies whose total base stats exceeded his by more than 20 points. If the Rushing Thunder Fist, true martial form, were added to the mix, that limit could be pushed even higher. In a flash of thought, Chen made his decision. Unwilling to delay any longer, he twisted his waist and pivoted his hips, throwing a punch like a cannon blast straight at the lizardman centurion. Rushing Thunder Fist. A deafening clap of thunder erupted with a roar. The sudden flash of lightning illuminated the sheer terror in the lizardman centurion's eyes. In the next instant, a fist entwined with countless bolts of lightning crashed heavily onto his chest. Boom! A sound like muffled thunder erupted with a roar. The hardened scales, capable of withstanding a hail of bullets, were as fragile as tissue paper before the lightning-clad fist. They shattered and crumbled instantly, splattering in all directions along with mangled flesh. A bloody, gaping hole appeared instantly on the lizardman centurion's chest. His towering frame was sent flying backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground and sliding another 7 or 8 meters before finally coming to a halt. Cough, cough, cough. Having just struggled to his feet, the lizardman centurion spat out a large mouthful of blood. However, he ignored everything else and looked up at Chen in sheer horror. He seemed unable to comprehend how this human warrior could still unleash such a terrifying move in an instant. Chen slowly withdrew his fist. After breaking through to level 3, the power of the Rushing Thunder Fist's true martial stance rose accordingly, surging by a massive margin. Previously, he had worried that the Rushing Thunder Fist's grade was too low and that it might fail to keep pace with his rising strength once he reached level 3. Looking at it now, those concerns were entirely misplaced. With a faint glint flashing in his eyes, Chen charged toward the lizardman centurion once more, blade in hand. Strike while the enemy is down, finish him off. As if sensing his impending death, the lizardman centurion descended into a total frenzy. He launched a desperate, suicidal assault on Chen, intent on dragging him down to the grave with him. However, he had been unable to do anything to Chen even at his peak, let alone now while being severely wounded. 4 or 5 minutes later, accompanied by a roar of unwilling despair, the lizardman centurion collapsed to the ground covered in blood, breathless and still. Without even glancing at the corpse, Chen immediately opened his achievement list. Limit Break Combat I has indeed been completed. Looking at the additional 1,000 discipline points on the system panel, Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. This is enough to exchange for the D-rank dungeon key and the invisibility cloak. In addition to that, a new achievement appeared. Limit Break Combat 2, kill one intelligent lifeform with a total sum of 4-dimensional stats at least 40 points higher than your own current stats. Upon completion, you will receive 2,000 discipline points. Current progress, 0-1. 40 points. Chen clicked his tongue in secret amazement. His current total for the 4 primary stats was 126 points. An additional 40 points would bring it to 166. That was already within the range of energy level 4. This was clearly setting the stage for him to slay enemies far above his own level. However, looking at the reward of 2,000 discipline points, Chen shrugged and accepted it anyway. After all, the payout was just too good to refuse. To kill a level 4 lifeform, I'm afraid I'll have to use Pale Bone's ultimate move. The true martial form of the rushing Thunderfist was sufficient for dealing with those at the peak of level 3, but nothing more. It falls short when dealing with level 4 enemies. However, the Pale Saber Chi was a different story. Recalling the scene where the Pale Saber Chi wiped out nearly 300 black-scaled lizardmen in a single strike, Chen suddenly felt a surge of confidence. The problem is, where can I find a level 4 black-scaled lizardman? A level 4 black-scaled lizardman is undoubtedly of officer rank within the Saurian alien race army. Even a level 3 lizardman centurion is surrounded by 400 to 500 subordinates. The number of minions surrounding a level 4 lizardman officer would only be greater. Taking it down would be no easy feat. As he was reflecting, Chen's expression suddenly shifted, and he glanced toward the entrance of the square. The moment he looked over, someone happened to be walking into the square. It was none other than Wu Chang, whom he had just met not long ago. Wu Chang looked at the empty square, his expression somewhat dazed. On his way chasing after Chen, he had encountered several black-scaled lizardmen and spent a considerable amount of effort to deal with them. He had thought that after such a delay, he might have arrived too late. Who would have expected to witness such a scene? Where were the black-scaled lizardmen? Aren't there over 400 black-scaled lizardmen in this square? Where did they all go? There are quite a few black-scaled lizardman corpses lying on the streets outside, but even by the most generous count, there are only 70 or 80 of them. That's not even a fifth of what he saw before. Could the remaining black-scaled lizardmen have moved elsewhere? Wu Chang was utterly perplexed, but his expression quickly shifted to joy when he spotted Chen nearby. He scrambled over to him in a hurry. "Brother Dark Raven, you're okay." Mid-sentence, Wu Chang's gaze fell upon the corpse at Chen's feet, and he froze instantly. Wasn't this a lizardman centurion? The military structure of the dragon lizard alien race was unique. Officer-level lizardmen wore a string of bone tooth necklaces as a symbol of their status. The greater the number of bone teeth, the higher the rank. A centurion-level officer typically possesses 2 bone teeth on their person. On the chest of the lizardman corpse before him lay 2 bone teeth, each the size of a thumb and strung together by a slender hemp rope. There was no mistake, this lizardman was indeed the centurion who had previously occupied the square. Wu Chang looked at Chen with a shocked expression, waves of disbelief crashing through his mind. The Dark Raven brothers had actually taken down a lizardman centurion. Chapter 46, Transcendent Organizations. The Beluga City Defense Corps and the Dragon Lizard alien race are old rivals. They have been at war with each other for decades. As a member of the Defense Corps, Wu Chang's understanding of the Saurian alien race far exceeded that of an ordinary bounty hunter. Centurions within the Saurian alien race military vary in strength. One can generally gauge their prowess by the number of soldiers under their command. The more soldiers a centurion leads, the greater their individual power. The Saurian centurion occupying the square commanded a force of over 400 soldiers. His strength level was undoubtedly in the upper middle tier among the many centurions. Even if he hadn't reached the peak of level 3, he wasn't far from it. An enemy of this caliber would likely be too much for even their own company's lieutenant to handle. Yet now, this lizardman centurion had been slain by Dark Raven. And judging by Dark Raven's unscathed appearance, he clearly still had plenty of strength to spare. Just how high had his true strength reached? Wu Chang was momentarily struck with shock, and the look he directed toward Chen grew even more reverent. It took a good while before Wu Chang snapped out of his daze and asked tentatively, "Brother Dark Crow, the black-scaled lizardmen on this plaza. They won't be coming back. Don't worry." Chen gave a casual response and crouched down to begin harvesting materials from the lizardman centurion. Seeing this, although Wu Chang was still completely bewildered, he kept his mouth shut and stopped asking questions to avoid disturbing Chen. The materials from the lizardman centurion were far more valuable than those from ordinary black-scaled lizardmen. After finishing the collection, Chen estimated that selling them for 1 or 200,000 would definitely be no problem, and his mood instantly brightened significantly. Returning to the area outside the square, he harvested all the corpses of the black-scaled lizardmen on the main street. Only then did Chen return to the square with satisfaction and casually strike up a conversation with Wu Chang. "Do you know how long this spatial invasion will last?" Wu Chang paused for a moment, thinking for a while before answering. "This spatial invasion is rated E+. Based on past experience, the Defense Corps should be able to suppress it within a day at most." Chen's eyes flickered slightly. "One day, it looks like Alien Race Resistance Vanguard 3 won't be completed." That being said, Chen wasn't particularly disappointed. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities to kill the alien race. There were many anomaly points within the boundaries of Beluga City. As long as he could obtain a permit, he could enter them to hunt the alien race. On the contrary, it would be a good thing if the spatial invasion could end sooner. It was rare to encounter someone so knowledgeable about spatial invasion. Just as Chen was about to ask a few more questions, he suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps. Turning his head toward the sound, he saw a large crowd of people suddenly rushing into the square entrance. The newcomers were numerous, totaling at least 30 people. However, Chen keenly noticed that these people did not seem to be part of the same group. Upon entering the square, they immediately split into 3 distinct factions, each with roughly the same number of people. Upon seeing the newcomers, Wu Chang's brow furrowed instantly as he muttered under his breath. "What are they doing here?" Chen asked, "Who are these people?" "They belong to a civilian paranormal organization." Wu Chang pointed toward the dozen or so people leading the way. "Those are bounty hunters from the Hunters Guild." He then pointed to another group trailing about 7 or 8 meters behind. "And those are people from the Merchant Alliance." Compared to the mismatched attire of the bounty hunters, the members of the Merchant Alliance wore standardized uniforms and were well equipped, appearing much more disciplined. However, what caught Chen's attention even more was yet another group of people. Although these people were dressed differently, they all wore identical silver badges on their chests. Each of them possessed a formidable aura, with a hint of untamed arrogance in their expressions. Those are members of the Silver Light Society. Noticing Chen's gaze, Wu Chang introduced them in a low voice. "Be careful, that lot has always been flamboyant and overbearing. They are not to be trifled with." Chen nodded non-committally. While the two were talking, members from the 3 transcendent organizations had already arrived at the center of the square. Looking at the empty square, the group was clearly somewhat bewildered. Didn't the reports say there were a large number of black-scaled lizardmen here? Where did they all go? Could the intelligence have been wrong? I doubt it. Didn't you see that people from the Merchant Alliance and the Silver Light Society are here too? Could they have migrated? The leader of the bounty hunters, a bearded man, turned to look at Wu Chang and Chen. After a brief glance, his eyes lit up slightly. "Isn't this Captain Wu? What are you doing here?" Wu Chang squeezed out a faint smile and offered a greeting. "Long time no see, Deacon Gu." As a soldier, Wu Chang had never held much affection for the undisciplined lifestyle of bounty hunters. However, the man before him, Deacon Gu, was a level 4 martial arts powerhouse, so he did not dare to be disrespectful. Gu Dongming let out a hearty laugh and looked toward Chen, who was standing nearby. He was just about to ask a question when he was suddenly interrupted by a chorus of startled exclamations. This is a lizard man centurion. The voice belonged to one of the bounty hunters under his command. Gu Dongming turned his head to look, his gaze falling upon the corpse on the ground, a look of surprise instantly surfacing on his face. The members of the Merchant Alliance and the Silver Light Society were also drawn by the commotion, stepping forward one after another to investigate. The bone-tooth necklace of a lizard-man centurion held only symbolic significance and possessed no actual material value. Chen wasn't interested, so he didn't take it. It was still resting securely on the lizard-man centurion's chest. Upon seeing the bone-tooth necklace, the crowd no longer had any doubts. A middle-aged man leading the Merchant Alliance said with a smile, "Captain Wu, your defense corps' operational efficiency is truly impressive. We gathered our team and rushed here the moment we received the intel. It's been less than an hour, and we thought we were fast enough, but it seems you're still one step ahead of us." A cold snort suddenly rang out. It came from the bald, burly man leading the Silver Light Society. His muscles were so massive they strained against his combat suit, creating sharp, prominent contours. A palpable sense of pressure radiated from his entire body. Clearly, he was also a martial arts powerhouse who was no less formidable than Gu Dongming. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the bald, burly man glanced sideways at Wu Chang and said indifferently, "It seems the defense corps is quite composed, still having the spare capacity to send people to sweep the periphery. Could it be that the defense corps has already brought the situation on several main battlefields under control?" These words were somewhat sarcastic and mocking. However, everyone present knew the truth in their hearts. Beluga City covers a vast area, making it difficult even for the defense corps to protect the entire city when a spatial invasion occurs. Therefore, areas outside the main battlefield are typically left to civilian transcendent organizations for clearing. The defense corps only dispatches small mobile units at most to rescue citizens who haven't had time to evacuate. A tacit understanding has formed between the defense corps and the civilian transcendent organizations regarding this arrangement. This is how such situations have always been handled in the past. Upon receiving intelligence that a large number of alien race had gathered in the square, members of the three transcendent organizations rushed over in a hurry, intent on making a significant score. To their surprise, the alien race in the square had already been dealt with by the defense corps, leaving everyone on a fruitless errand. It was hardly surprising that the Silver Light Society was dissatisfied with this outcome. Wu Chang naturally understood this, and his expression instantly darkened. However, wary of the bald man's strength, he ultimately refrained from lashing out, instead stating expressionlessly, "It wasn't us who killed the lizard man centurion, but my brother from the Dark Ravens here beside me." The moment these words were spoken, everyone's eyes instantly snapped toward Chen. Chapter 47, Take that mask off for me. Gu Dongming, the middle-aged man, and the bald burly man were all experienced veterans, and each possessed exceptional discernment. Judging solely by the wounds on the lizard man centurion's body, it was clear that the creature had been dealt a devastating heavy blow before its death. The one who struck must have had a strength level of at least the peak of level 3. They had originally assumed it was the work of an elite from the military, but they never expected it to be this masked fellow. Furthermore, based on what Wu Chang implied, this person did not seem to be a member of the military. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered slightly as he asked with a smile, "I wonder which transcendent organization you belong to, brother?" Chen shook his head, "I am just an ordinary warrior. I haven't joined any transcendent organizations." Upon hearing this, a strange light flashed through the eyes of Gu Dongming, the middle-aged man, and the burly bald man. A warrior with peak level 3 strength who hadn't joined any transcendent organization. That was certainly a rare sight. Moreover, although this person was wearing a mask, judging by his voice, physique, and bone structure, he definitely couldn't be very old. At most, he wouldn't be over 30. For a peak level 3 warrior of this age, his talent could already be considered outstanding.
At this thought, the three of them simultaneously felt the urge to recruit the person before them into their respective organizations. Civilian transcendent organizations were unlike the military, where elite graduates from the warrior department competed to join without the military doing anything. If they wanted to obtain excellent new blood, they had to use various methods of promotion and recruitment. Sometimes, when they encountered a promising prospect, they had to take the initiative to solicit them. Gu Dongming reacted the fastest, taking out a business card and handing it to Chen. "Brother Dark Crow, let me introduce myself. My name is Gu Dongming, and I am a deacon in the organization department of the Hunters Guild. I am also responsible for recruitment work on a daily basis. It's like this, our Hunters Guild is one of the top 3 civilian transcendent organizations in Beluga City. After joining, there are usually no mandatory member missions, but you can voluntarily contribute to the association to earn points and exchange them for various cultivation resources to help yourself grow. I'm not sure if you've read any web novels? The Hunters Guild is similar to an adventurer's guild in fantasy novels. Missions are posted, you claim them voluntarily, and participation in any activities is also voluntary. I wonder if you're interested in joining?" With the self-discipline system at his disposal, Chen didn't rely much on cultivation resources. Consequently, Gu Dongming's offer didn't hold much appeal for him. Of course, joining the Hunters Guild wasn't out of the question. If he ever needed a specific resource in the future, he might be able to utilize the guild's channels. But the problem was, Chen's current identity was Dark Raven. It didn't take a genius to realize that the Hunters Guild would never allow him to join under such ambiguous circumstances. They would inevitably demand that he reveal his true identity. Although Chen had decided to gradually reveal his talent and strength, he didn't want to move too fast. He had no intention of exposing the fact that he had already become a level 3 warrior just yet. So, after accepting the business card, he said politely, "Thank you, but I don't have any plans to join a transcendent organization for the time being." Gu Dongming was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. However, he had a good temperament and showed no dissatisfaction. He laughed and said, "Then if you ever have the thought of joining a transcendent organization in the future, please be sure to consider our Hunters Guild." Chen nodded and agreed. After Gu Dongming finished speaking, a middle-aged man stepped forward and handed over his business card as well. "My name is Yin Huan, the manager of the South District branch of the Merchant Alliance in Beluga City. Our Merchant Alliance welcomes any warrior with potential to join us. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't join. Our Merchant Alliance is also very happy to establish a trading relationship with warriors. Brother Dark Crow, if there is anything you want to buy or sell in the future, you can contact me anytime. I guarantee you a discounted price." Thinking of the materials in his spatial backpack, Chen felt a stir of interest and accepted the business card. Seeing this, the smile on Yan Huan's face deepened. Watching from the side, Wu Cheng couldn't help but feel a sense of quiet admiration. The Hunters Guild and the Merchant Alliance are 2 of the largest transcendent organizations in Beluga City. While they are always eager for talent, it is rare to see 2 level 4 warriors personally step out to recruit someone. Only a warrior with such outstanding potential as Brother Dark Crow would receive such treatment. Moreover, with both the Hunters Guild and the Merchant Alliance making their moves, the Silver Light Society surely wouldn't want to be left behind. Sure enough, the burly bald man spoke up immediately after. "Dark Crow, isn't it? I'm not as long-winded as these 2, so I won't waste words. As long as you join our Silver Light Society, I'll personally authorize a signing bonus of 1 million for you. Furthermore, from this day forward, you are our brother. If anyone dares to bully you, we will never let them get away with it." Unlike the Hunters Guild or the Merchant Alliance, the members of the Silver Light Society carried a faint air of banditry in their speech and mannerisms. And just as Wu Cheng had said, they acted in a flamboyant and overbearing manner. Even while attempting to recruit him, the bald man's words carried a sense of condescension. Since Chen wouldn't even join the Hunters Guild or the Merchant Alliance, he naturally wouldn't choose the Silver Light Society. He shook his head without a second thought upon hearing the offer. "Thanks, but no thanks." The bald man narrowed his eyes, his expression instantly turning a few degrees colder. Although he had seen Chen turn down the recruitment offers from the Hunters Guild and the Merchant Alliance, he assumed that by offering a high signing bonus of 1 million, coupled with the Silver Light Society's prestigious reputation, this backgroundless warrior would surely accept. To his surprise, the young man still had the audacity to refuse. The bald burly man was a level 4 powerhouse, while Chen was merely a level 3 warrior. Faced with a refusal from a nobody, a sense of resentment toward Chen's perceived insolence immediately welled up in his heart. A young man with a scar on his face noticed the faint dissatisfaction in his boss's expression. His eyes darted around as he took a step forward and said in a low voice, "Brother, our boss is giving you face by inviting you. It's not very wise of you to refuse like this, is it?" If the previous words were merely condescending, this time they carried an implicit threat. Wu Cheng's expression shifted slightly. Gu Dongming and Yan Huan, however, remained composed. It was clearly not the first time they had witnessed the Silver Light Society acting this way. In fact, a dark thought even crossed both of their minds. If a conflict broke out between Dark Crow and the Silver Light Society, they could step in to help, which might allow them to recruit this high-potential warrior into their organization. Holding onto this train of thought, the two of them coincidentally remained silent. They signaled their subordinates with their eyes, telling them not to act rashly. Facing the scarred youth's aggressive words, Chen remained composed and spoke indifferently. "What, does the Silver Light Society have a habit of forcing people to join? Some things can be done but not said. And they certainly cannot be brought out into the open." As soon as Chen finished speaking, the expressions of the Silver Light Society members shifted slightly, and the looks they directed at him instantly turned extremely hostile. As one of the three major transcendent organizations in Beluga City, the Silver Light Society possessed formidable strength. Aside from the military, they feared no one. Their reputation was even more prestigious within the warrior circles. Usually, ordinary warriors wouldn't dare utter a peep when seeing them, let alone offer a sarcastic remark. A warrior with no background actually dared to mock them to their faces. He was simply tired of living. The bald giant's face grew increasingly grim as he let out a cold snort. Whether or not to join a transcendent organization is a warrior's freedom. Our Silver Light Society never forces anyone. As for you, what are your intentions by slandering our Silver Light Society for no reason? The bald giant was irritated by Chen's lack of tact and framed him with a few choice words. The scarred youth understood instantly. He gave Chen a sinister look and said, "Boss, this guy wears a mask even while hunting alien races. He might just be a wanted criminal. Let's just take him down and interrogate him properly." Wu Cheng finally couldn't hold back anymore. With a livid face, he shouted, "Tao Li, stop making such baseless accusations. Brother Dark Crow saved members of our defense corps." The scarred young man glanced at him and asked, "In that case, have you seen this guy's true face?" Wu Cheng's expression instantly froze. Seeing this, the scarred youth understood immediately and let out a sneer. "Since you haven't even seen him, how do you know he's not a wanted criminal? For all we know, the only reason he saved you was to gain your trust and hide his true identity." Anyone with a normal IQ could tell that these words were utter nonsense. But the bald brute, Tao Li, only needed a pretext to strike. Seeing Wu Cheng speechless, Tao Li let out a cold sneer and lunged toward Chen, reaching out to snatch at his mask. "What kind of skill is hiding your face like a coward? Take that mask off for me." Chapter 48, Beyond Our Level of Access. Tao Li's sudden move caused Wu Cheng's expression to change drastically. Snapping back to his senses, he immediately moved to intervene. However, just as he made his move, a figure flashed before him. The scarred young man who had just spoken was now blocking his path. "Captain Wu, our boss is doing your defense corps a favor here. You'd better just stay put and watch." Wu Cheng's face turned ashen, yet he was utterly helpless. He was only a level 2 warrior, while the scarred youth blocking his path possessed the strength of a peak level 2. With this man standing in his way, there was no way he could bypass him to assist Dark Crow. Not to mention, there were over a dozen members of the Silver Light Society watching him like hawks from the sidelines. These lawless bastards. Wu Cheng was consumed with fury. On the other side, Chen and Tao Li had already engaged in combat. With a swift flicker of his body, Chen evaded Tao Li's grasping hand. As his attack missed its mark, Tao Li let out a soft grunt of surprise, followed by a cold sneer spreading across his face.
I'd like to see just how long you can keep hiding.
A faint, eerie light flickered briefly in Chen's eyes.
Hide? He had no intention of hiding forever.
Chen let out a cold sneer and raised the blade in his hand. Seeing Chen assume a stance for a direct confrontation, a flicker of contempt flashed in Tao Li's eyes. His opponent was merely a level 3 warrior feeling certain of victory. He charged straight ahead without any defensive precautions. The scarred youth standing nearby witnessed this scene and let out a mocking smile.
Overestimating himself.
To actually dare to face the boss head-on, who gave him such courage? The words were abruptly cut short by a thunderous roar. A massive, crescent-shaped blade aura materialized out of thin air in front of Chen, streaking through the void like a bolt of lightning toward Tao Li.
The pale blade aura was nearly as tall as a person.
Even from more than 10 meters away, one could feel the sharp, biting intent of the blade rushing toward them. In an instant, everyone present felt a sudden tightness in their chests, as if a heavy boulder had been pressed upon them, creating the suffocating illusion that they could not breathe.
The expressions of Wu Chang, Gu Dongming, Yan Huan, and the others shifted drastically.
Tao Li, who was directly facing the strike, underwent an even more violent change in countenance. He felt a chill surge up his spine, leaving his entire scalp tingling with numbness. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he were staring death in the face.
Break for me!
Enveloped by the terror of death, Tao Li let out a distorted roar of fury, instinctively drawing his blade to slash at the incoming pale saber chi. Driven by the desire to survive, he poured every ounce of strength into this strike, the finest blow he had ever delivered in his life. Under the shocked and bewildered gazes of the crowd, the blade and the saber chi collided violently in mid-air.
Time seemed to freeze for a fleeting instant.
In the next moment, accompanied by a piercing screech of twisting metal, the finely crafted blade in Tao Li's hand shattered with a roar, erupting into a spray of flying shards. The pale blade energy drove straight in, crashing violently into Tao Li's chest. Before he could even let out a scream, Tao Li was instantaneously shredded into a mist of blood by the powerful and sharp blade energy.
Boom!
The pale blade energy's momentum remained unchecked, surging forward dozens of meters and plowing a deep trench into the hard ground before finally dissipating at the edge of the square.
Silence. A deathly silence fell over the crowd.
Everyone stared at the scene before them in a daze, their hearts leaping into their throats. Not daring to breathe a single word, they were completely stunned into silence by this supernatural display.
Splash!
The abrupt sound shattered the silence. It was the scarred young man. His legs had given out, and he collapsed directly onto the ground. In an instant, everyone's eyes were fixed on him,
including Chen's.
Meeting Chen's indifferent gaze, the scarred youth's face instantly turned deathly pale, his lips trembling as he stammered. Spare my life. I was blind not to recognize your greatness.
Please, be the bigger man and spare me.
The scarred youth trembled violently, all his previous bluster and arrogance completely vanished.
However, everyone present could well understand why he was acting this way.
A single strike to annihilate a level 4 warrior. Such power was simply terrifying. This was by no means a level 3 warrior, he was at least level 5. Perhaps even higher. Even as well-traveled as Gu Dongming and Yan Huan were, they had never witnessed such a fearsome, pale blade aura. That kind of supernatural saber chi might very well be a level of strength that transcends level 5. At this thought, Gu Dongming and Yan Huan's hearts skipped a beat in unison. A level 5 warrior was already a major figure to them, let alone someone above level 5. That was someone on a completely different level from them. At the thought of having just tried to recruit such a powerhouse as if he were merely a promising newcomer, Gu Dongming and Yan Huan couldn't help but swallow hard, their hearts racing with trepidation. Mercy! Have mercy, my lord! The scarred young man was still pleading for his life. Chen glanced at him, his figure blurring as he flashed past the scarred youth in an instant. Screech! A massive head went flying high into the air. Since a grudge had already been formed, there was no longer any need for mercy. Chen had never been one to be soft-hearted.
At this moment, every additional member of the Silver Light Society he killed was equivalent to further weakening the enemy's strength. Naturally, he would not hold back. The remaining members of the Silver Light Society had already been terrified by the Pale Blade Chief from moments ago. Seeing Chen kill the scarred youth without hesitation, they let out strange cries and turned to flee toward the square's entrance. Chen caught up with an expressionless flash of movement. Among the members of the Silver Light Society present, the strongest were Tao Li and the scarred youth. The rest were merely level 2 warriors, posing no threat to Chen whatsoever. In less than 2 minutes, Chen had dealt with the remaining members of the Silver Light Society, letting not a single one escape. The members of the Silver Light Society, who had been arrogant and overbearing just moments ago, were now nothing more than corpses strewn across the ground. Even Tao Li, a level 4 warrior, was left with nothing but dust and bone. Witnessing this scene, the crowd felt their throats go dry, their mouths agape and speechless. Having dealt with the members of the Silver Light Society, Chen glanced at the crowd before turning to leave the square without looking back. It wasn't until Chen had been gone for over half a minute that those present gradually came to their senses, their expressions shifting to ones of profound relief. I never imagined that man could be so powerful. I originally thought he was just a level 3 warrior, but I never expected him to be a hidden martial arts powerhouse. It's a good thing we didn't offend him just now. What a relief. Otherwise, we'd probably have ended up just like those guys from the Silver Light Society. At the mention of the Silver Light Society, many felt a sense of schadenfreude alongside their relief. The Silver Light Society acted with such arrogance that members of both the Hunters Guild and the Merchant Alliance utterly detested them. The members of the Silver Light Society had offended a mysterious martial arts powerhouse and paid with their lives. The onlookers felt only a sense of satisfaction, without the slightest hint of sympathy. Gu Dongming and Yan Huan paid no heed to the chatter of their subordinates. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock and suspicion reflected in each other's eyes. Reasonably speaking, a powerhouse like Dark Crow should have long since risen to fame within the warrior circles of Beluga City. It was impossible for him to remain so obscure. Yet, they had never heard even the slightest bit of intelligence regarding Dark Crow before this. Just who exactly is this guy? After a long silence, Yan Huan was the first to speak. Deacon Gu, your guild has always been well informed, and you're famous for your vast knowledge. Do you recognize that blade chi from just now? What kind of skill was that? Gu Dongming forced a bitter smile upon hearing this. Manager Yan, you flatter me. I've never even heard of a skill like that. After a pause, he added in a low voice. That level of strength is not something people at our level can even come into contact with. Yan Huan was stunned for a moment, then fell silent and said no more. Listening to their conversation, Wu Cheng's expression became incredibly complex. Back at the residential complex, he had thought Dark Crow was merely a level 3 warrior. Upon arriving at the square and seeing the corpse of the Lizardman Centurion, his estimation of Dark Raven's strength rose once again, assuming it to be at the peak of level 3. However, the scene that followed where Dark Raven effortlessly crushed and killed Tao Li completely overturned his speculation. By now, Wu Cheng found himself entirely unable to see through Dark Raven's true power. That man seemed shrouded in a layer of mist from head to toe, making him elusive and unfathomable. Thinking back now, those black-scaled lizardmen in the square must have all been wiped out by him. No wonder he said those black-scaled lizardmen would not appear again. Chapter 49, Burning Cloud Blade and Qixin Tree. Leaving the square, Chen continued to search for traces of the black-scaled lizardmen. As for the feud with the Silver Light Society, he didn't take it to heart at all. With the Dark Raven mask, all detection methods were ineffective against him. The people of the Silver Light Society have no way of uncovering his identity. Even if they wanted to retaliate, they wouldn't know where to start. What's more, once he exchanges for the invisibility cloak, his movements will become even more clandestine. By then, the Silver Light Society likely won't even be able to catch a glimpse of his shadow. In contrast, another matter came as quite a pleasant surprise to Chen. Extreme Combat 2 has been completed. Tao Li was a level 4 warrior with total stats exceeding his by more than 40 points, satisfying the intelligent lifeform requirement for the Extreme Combat 2 achievement. The achievement was completed the instant the kill was made. 2,000 discipline points. Chen was in high spirits. With this, he now had a total of 4,500 discipline points in his possession. Furthermore, a new achievement appeared immediately after. Limit Combat 3, kill an intelligent being whose total 4-dimensional stats are at least 60 points higher than your current total stats. Upon completion, you will receive 3,000 discipline points. Current progress, 0-1. 60 stat points, that means 186 points. That's almost at the standard of a level 5 lifeform. Chen clicked his tongue in secret amazement. However, given the reward of 3,000 discipline points, it was only natural for the difficulty to be slightly higher. Closing the system panel, Chen continued his hunt with renewed vigor. Yet, after searching for a while, Chen discovered that the number of black-scaled lizardmen had significantly decreased. By the time evening arrived, he had searched for half an hour without spotting a single one. Meanwhile, traces of armored vehicles and military soldiers began to appear on the streets. It was clear that the situation on the main battlefield had been brought under control, and the Defense Corps had begun sweeping the periphery for the remaining alien race. This meant that the spatial invasion had reached its final stages. Seeing that continuing the hunt would yield little further gain, Chen decisively abandoned the operation. Leaping down from the building's rooftop, he avoided the military patrols on the main street and turned into a narrow alleyway. The moment he entered, Chen flicked his wrist, and the invisibility cloak he had just exchanged from the redemption shop instantly appeared. With a flick of his wrist, the invisibility cloak instantly covered his entire body. In the next second, Chen vanished completely. About 7 or 8 seconds later, 2 figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of the alley. Staring at the empty alleyway, their expressions shifted slightly. They immediately dashed through the passage to the other exit, looking left and right. Unfortunately, that figure was nowhere to be seen. We lost him. Were we spotted? Unlikely. With our tracking skills, even a level 5 warrior shouldn't be able to notice us, unless that person is a peak level 5 powerhouse specializing in spirit. That's true. I'm more curious about how he shook us off. I didn't even notice when he disappeared. It seems he has very strong anti-tracking capabilities. Forget it, let's head back and report. The two sighed, turned around, and left. Chen had no idea that he had successfully evaded being followed, avoiding the exposure of his identity. He had only exchanged for the invisibility cloak out of caution for his return journey. Upon returning home, Chen immediately opened the redemption shop and spent 1,000 discipline points to exchange for a D-grade dungeon key. Name, Banner Hill. Difficulty, D. Recommended challenge level, 3. Level 3. Chen's eyebrows shot up. The previous challenge level for the Burial Wilderness was level 2. And he didn't manage to achieve an S-rank evaluation until he reached the peak of level 2. Following this pattern, he would have to wait until he reached the peak of level 3 before he could achieve an S-rank evaluation for Banner Hill. From the perspective of maximizing gains, it would be best to wait until his strength reached the peak of level 3 before grinding this dungeon. I'll hold on to it for now. Chen shrugged and tucked the dungeon key into his spatial backpack. With over an hour left before the redemption shop refreshed, Chen patted his stomach, preparing to take care of his hunger first. After finishing his meal and taking a shower, the redemption shop happened to refresh. Redemption shop next refresh, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Random skill EXP card, after use, randomly gain 301,000 skill proficiency. Price, 200 discipline points. Burning Cloud Blade, a fine-grade weapon that increases damage against cold-blooded creatures by 10%. Price, 600 discipline points. Chi Heart Tree, absorbs sunlight, moonlight, and water to convert into energy. Produces 1 Chi Heart Fruit every 12 hours. Consumption temporarily enhances sensory perception. Price, 1,000 discipline points. Among the 3 items, he decisively redeemed the random skill EXP card without a second thought. Chen then looked at the second item, the Cloud Burning Blade. Previously, he had come across an excellent grade weapon called the 9-pattern sword. However, the 9-pattern sword did not possess the additional traits of the Cloud Burning Blade.
Perhaps it was for this reason that the cloud-burning blade's price was 1/5 higher than that of the 9-pattern sword. 10% increased damage against cold-blooded animals. What a pity, if only I had found this earlier. Chen thought of the black-scaled lizardmen. Lizards, it seemed, were cold-blooded animals. This blade would likely be very effective against the dragon lizard alien race. But on second thought, with pale bone in hand, he didn't seem to have much use for the burning cloud blade. After all, Chen was not a dual wielder. It is impossible to wield two blades at once. And when it comes to dealing with black-scaled lizardmen specifically, pale bone is far more effective than the cloud-burning blade. However, this blade isn't entirely useless. Chen rubbed his chin, lost in thought. The appearance of pale bone was far too distinctive once seen, it was difficult to forget. After the spatial invasion, it could be said that pale bone has become inextricably linked with the identity of Dark Raven. In particular, the Silver Light Society will undoubtedly launch a massive manhunt for Dark Raven in the coming days. If he continues to use pale bone from now on, it would be very easy for his identity to be exposed. Therefore, he must find a weapon to replace pale bone for everyday use. The cloud-burning blade is clearly an excellent choice. Chen quickly made his decision, spending 600 discipline points to exchange for the cloud-burning blade. Having done all this, his gaze fell upon the final item. The Chi Heart Tree, and the Chi Heart Fruit that can enhance perception. Chen's eyes lit up slightly. After today's battle, he had already realized the vital importance of perceptual ability. Especially on a battlefield fraught with hidden dangers. It might just save one's life at any given moment. Naturally, items capable of enhancing sensory perception are incredibly precious. Without hesitation, Chen directly exchanged for the Qixing tree. The Qixing tree was not large, measuring roughly 40 centimeters in height and no more than 20 centimeters in width. The leaves were a vibrant emerald green, resembling the finest jewels, and emitted a refreshing, delicate fragrance. Chen cleared out a potted plant in his home, transplanted the Qixing tree into it, watered it thoroughly, and placed it on the balcony. Now, I just have to wait 12 hours for it to bear fruit. Returning to the living room, Chen immediately used the random skill EXP card. Obtained 775 skill proficiency points. Good luck! Chen smiled and poured all of his skill proficiency into the shadowless blade technique. Name, Chen. Level, 3. Stat Strength 34, Constitution 31, Agility 38, Spirit 23. Discipline points 700. Skill. Whale Devour Breathing Skill Expert 25 500. Rushing Thunder Fist. Shadow Step Expert 56 1000. Shadowless Blade Technique Adept 815 1500. Still nearly half the proficiency short of a breakthrough. Chen's gaze fell upon the Shadowless Blade Technique. Once the Adept-level Shadowless Blade Technique breaks through again, it will provide him with an increase of at least 10 stat points. It would be enough to make his strength surge once more. 2 or 3 more random skill EXP cards should just about do it. Chapter 50, Detailed Introduction to Extraordinary Civilian Organizations in Beluga City. The second day after the spatial invasion ended. Everything was back to normal. Beluga City continued to operate as it always had. Chen arrived at Haiyan University and found students everywhere discussing the events of yesterday. The names of Xiao Liqing and the others could be heard faintly in the air. Arriving at the exclusive teaching area of the warrior department, Chen took out his phone and gave Yu Xingfeng a call. Truth be told, it was somewhat embarrassing since transferring to the warrior department, Chen hadn't set foot in Haiyan University a single time, except for the day of the annual assessment. As a result, he wasn't particularly well acquainted with many people in the warrior department. So far, Yu Xingfeng was the only person with whom he had exchanged phone numbers. The phone rang twice and was quickly picked up. Yu Xingfeng's voice came through from the other end of the phone. "Hey, Chen, what's up? Are you free? Let's meet up, there's something I want to ask you about." Without a second thought, Yu Xingfeng readily agreed. "No problem. Let's meet at the cafe in cafeteria number 2 in a bit. The warrior department has 4 cafeterias exclusively serving warrior students. The variety of food available far exceeds that of the General Studies Department. Among them, Cafeteria Number 2 primarily serves Western cuisine. Because it houses a cafe, many Warrior Department students prefer going there to discuss matters. By the time Chen arrived at the cafe, Yu Xingfeng was already there, waving to him from a corner seat. Yu Xingfeng was dressed in a white training uniform, likely having just come from the cultivation area. The crisp white training gear clashed sharply with the cafe's aesthetic, yet it was a common sight within the Warrior Department. At that moment, quite a few people in the cafe were dressed in similar attire. "You're a busy man, it's rare for you to find the time to meet with me," Yu Xingfeng teased with a chuckle. Once Chen had sat down and finished placing his order, Yu Xingfeng continued his light-hearted banter. "We're not a couple, why do we need to see each other every day?" Chen shot back with a smile, then asked as if casually. "I've heard a lot of people discussing the spatial invasion and mentioning Shaoliqing and the others. Did something happen?" At the mention of this, Yu Xingfeng's spirits lifted, and he gave a mischievous grin. "I heard that yesterday Shaoliqing and his group went out together to hunt the alien race, but they ran into an entire army. They almost didn't make it back alive. I heard Liao Quan almost pissed himself back then, screaming at the top of his lungs like a woman. Luckily, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared and saved them. Word is that the mysterious person was wearing a mask and wiped out over 100 black-scaled lizardmen with a single strike." At this point, Yu Xingfeng clicked his tongue in amazement. To be honest, killing over 100 alien race members in one blow, that level of strength must be at least a peak level 4, or possibly even level 5. Shaoliqing and the others are quite lucky to have encountered such a powerful expert. Chen's eyes flickered slightly as he smiled and chimed in with a few words of agreement. Once the waiter served the coffee and the two had chatted for a bit longer, Chen finally got down to business. "How much do you know about private transcendent organizations?" "I know a fair bit, but why are you asking? Are you planning on joining one?" Yu Xingfeng glanced at Chen in surprise. In his estimation, given Chen's talent, he would definitely have been promoted to a level 3 warrior by the time he graduated. At that point, whether he chose to enlist in the military or join a financial conglomerate, there would certainly be people competing to recruit him. Furthermore, the compensation and benefits would undoubtedly be so generous as to be the envy of others. There was simply no need for him to join a private transcendent organization. "I don't have any plans for now, I just wanted to get a sense of things first." Chen spoke the truth. He really did just want to understand the situation. Although he wasn't worried about the Silver Light Society finding him, knowing one's enemy is the key to victory. Gathering intelligence on the foe in advance offered nothing but benefits. Should he suddenly clash with the Silver Light Society, he wouldn't be caught at a disadvantage due to a lack of information. Beyond that, the massive haul of materials Chen acquired during the spatial invasion urgently needed a buyer. Normally, selling alien materials would be as simple as exchanging them at the relevant military agencies or selling them to warrior equipment shops. However, the volume of materials Chen had on hand was no small amount. Selling or exchanging them haphazardly could easily attract unwanted attention from those with ulterior motives. It might even risk exposing his connection to the Dark Raven. If he were to sell the materials under the identity of Dark Crow, the available buyers would be extremely limited. The business alliance might be a suitable choice. However, Chen needed to look into it further before making a decision. Yu Xingfeng didn't suspect a thing upon hearing this. He took out his phone, tapped around for a moment, and then handed it to Chen. Chen gave him a puzzled look, but took the phone and saw that it was a forum post. Detailed introduction to private transcendent organizations in Beluga City. Chen was taken aback. There's actually a post like this? Suppressing the doubt in his heart, Chen scrolled down and began to read intently. The post was very long, listing dozens of private transcendent organizations within Beluga City, categorizing them into 3 tiers and introducing each one in detail. There were only 3 transcendent organizations in the first tier. These were all entities that Chen had encountered before. They were the Hunters Guild, the Merchant Alliance, and the Silver Light Society. Among them, the structure and functions of the Hunters Guild were largely consistent with what Gu Dongming had described yesterday. Its primary purpose is to provide a platform for bounty hunters to accept missions and exchange resources. Hunters can take on assignments at the Hunters Guild and earn points upon completion, which can then be used to redeem various cultivation resources. Generally speaking, the Hunter Guild exerts little binding force over its members. It typically mobilizes personnel by issuing missions. Among the three major organizations, it offers the highest degree of freedom to its members. It is worth mentioning that the Hunter Guild also maintains the closest ties with the military among the three major organizations. Many tasks that are inconvenient for the military to carry out are released as missions through the Hunter Guild and completed by bounty hunters. When the military is short-staffed, they also summon bounty hunters in the same manner to provide assistance. Next is the Merchant Alliance. As the name suggests, the composition of this organization is heavily tied to commerce. In fact, that is exactly the case. The Merchant Alliance is backed by over 20 large-scale enterprises in Beluga City, second only to the major financial conglomerates. These enterprises provided the funding and resources to establish the Merchant Alliance. With their unsparing support, the Business Alliance developed rapidly. In less than 20 years, it caught up from behind to become one of the three major transcendent organizations in Beluga City. At the same time, it is the wealthiest transcendent organization in Beluga City, bar none. The organizational structure of the Business Alliance is loose on the outside but tight on the inside. The internal tightness refers to the fact that the Business Alliance owns more than a dozen well-equipped and highly disciplined warrior mercenary teams. The combat power of the elite among them is even comparable to that of the military's special forces. The relaxed exterior refers to the Business Alliance's peaceful conduct and its practice of building extensive goodwill. This organization, with its commercial background, adheres to the business principle of harmony breeds wealth in its operations. Due to its immense strength and emphasis on credibility, many powerful warriors are willing to trade and interact with the Business Alliance. Every year, a vast amount of resources flows through the Business Alliance's channels, including many incredibly rare and exotic treasures. Chen nodded secretly as he saw this. It seemed that the Business Alliance was indeed a good choice. He could find an opportunity to get in touch with Yen Huan. If the cooperation went smoothly, all the spoils obtained in the future could be sold through the Business Alliance. With a plan in mind, Chen continued to read further. The organizational structure of the Silver Light Society lies somewhere between a Hunters Guild and a Merchant Alliance. Unlike the loosely organized Hunters Guilds, it maintains a rigorous hierarchical relationship between its members. It exerts a high degree of control over its constituents. Yet, it lacks the strict discipline found in the mercenary groups under the Merchant Alliances. If one had to describe it, the Silver Light Society is actually more akin to a large-scale gang. Their style of operation is also very similar to that of a gang. Arrogant, domineering, and protective of their own, they excel at solving problems with their fists. There are even many lower-tier transcendent organizations serving as subsidiary forces under the Silver Light Society. These transcendent organizations are nominally independent, but in reality, they are hired thugs cultivated in secret by the Silver Light Society. They specialize in doing the dirty work that the Silver Light Society cannot afford to be associated with. Rumor has it that the Silver Light Society also controls many businesses in the gray areas. It is precisely because of the substantial profits brought by these businesses that the Silver Light Society is able to maintain its current scale and vast network of affiliated forces. After all, as one of the three major transcendent organizations in Beluga City, the Silver Light Society's power is indeed formidable. That being said, Chen felt no fear in his heart. The enemy is in the light, while I am in the shadows. As long as the Silver Light Society fails to uncover Dark Raven's true identity, they will never find him. Besides, what does it matter if the Silver Light Society is powerful? Once he grows strong enough to crush them, it will be the Silver Light Society's turn to live in fear. Chapter 51, The Chi Heart Fruit. Chen composed himself and continued reading. After the introduction of the three major transcendent organizations in the first tier, it was time for the second tier. The number of transcendent organizations in this tier was slightly larger. There were 7 in total. Paperclip, Night Snake, the Knights, Red Moon,
The Rose Society. Molten Flame. Divine Blade.
Regarding these 7 transcendent organizations, the post provided limited information, and most of it was largely the same.
Only a few points left a slight impression on Chen. For instance, Night Snake and Red Moon are said to be subsidiary organizations of the Silver Light Society. For example, the members of the Rose Society are all female.
And for instance, the members of Divine Blade are all masters of saber techniques.
And so on and so forth.
The third tier contains the largest number of transcendent organizations, totaling more than 30.
The overall strength of these organizations is far inferior to those in the first 2 tiers. There is also relatively little introductory information about them in the post.
Chen read through it carefully, committing the intelligence to memory before returning the phone to Yu Xingfeng.
Where did you find this post? I saw it on Warrior's Home. Warrior's Home?
It's a forum where warriors exchange intelligence. Word is, it has a military background. Yu Xingfeng had a mysterious look on his face, then finally added with a smile. However, the information on there is quite comprehensive. Reading it for a while really broadens one's horizons. The only thing is, many posts require payment to view, and they can't be copied or saved, which is a bit of a hassle.
Shen's eyes lit up.
He had been worrying about how to learn more about warriors. If he could log into the Home of Warriors, wouldn't the problem be solved instantly?
How can I browse the posts on the Home of Warriors? You have to register as a member first. However, only warriors can register for the Warriors' Home.
The identity verification process requires sponsorship from 3 veteran members who have been registered for over a year. Seeing that Chen looked quite interested, Yu Xingfeng said with a chuckle.
If you want to register as a member of the Warriors' Home, I can help. Leave the membership sponsorship to me. Chen was not one to stand on ceremony. He nodded and said, Then I'll be in your debt. Don't mention it. Registering as a member would take a little time.
After bidding Chen farewell, Yu Xingfeng hurried off to find the right person. Chen thought for a moment and decided to head to the cultivation zone, where he found a quiet room to begin practicing his skills. Although the living room at home was quiet, the space was ultimately too cramped to move freely.
Once I've earned enough money, should I just move to a new house?
The sudden idea crossed Chen's mind, but he quickly reconsidered, feeling it wasn't quite feasible.
It would be too flashy.
Besides, if Yin found out when she returned, she would definitely ask where the money came from, and explaining it would be another headache.
Speaking of which, if Yin knew I'd become a level 3 warrior, I wonder how shocked she would be.
At the thought of Yan's mouth hanging open in surprise, a faint smile played across Chen's lips.
That evening, back at home.
The redemption shop happened to refresh. Redemption shop next refresh, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds.
Random skill EXP card, grants 100/500 skill proficiency upon use. Price, 100 discipline points. Random skill EXP card, grants 100/500 skill proficiency upon use. Price, 100 discipline points. Random stat card, targeted stat card, randomly increases 3 stats upon use. Price, 100 discipline points. Good luck! 2 random skill EXP cards actually dropped.
Although they are all low-end versions, they are still quite good.
Chen decisively redeemed all 3 items and used them all at once. Obtained 298 skill proficiency points. Obtained 405 skill proficiency points.
Chen opened the system panel and took a look.
The 3 randomly added stats were 2 points of spirit and 1 point of constitution.
As for skill proficiency, there were a total of 703 points. And the skill proficiency required for the shadowless blade technique to break through to expert was less than 700 points.
It was enough. Chen immediately upgraded the shadowless blade technique. The sensation of breaking through skill realms and physical strengthening was as intoxicating as ever.
After coming to his senses, Chen looked at the system panel once again.
Name, Chen. Level, 3. Stat Strength 36, Constitution 33, Agility 44, Spirit 26. Discipline points 400. Skill. Whale Devour Breathing Skill Expert 28500. Rushing Thunder Fist. Shadow Step Expert 65 1000. Shadowless Blade Technique Expert 0 2500. As expected, the expert level Shadowless Blade Technique indeed increased his stats by 10 points. The results were 6 points of agility, 2 points of strength, 1 point of constitution, and 1 point of spirit. All 4 stats had been improved. Chen was slightly surprised. This was the first time a skill breakthrough had also triggered an increase in spirit stats. Was it because the Shadowless Blade Technique was unique? Or did all high-star skills boost spirit stats once they reached a certain level? This remained to be verified in the future. Chen momentarily set his doubts aside and stretched his body on the spot. A moment later, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The breakthrough in his Shadowless Blade Technique, coupled with the 10-point boost to his stats, had brought about another leap in his strength. Chen was confident that if he faced the Lizardman Centurion again, he would emerge the victor even without using the Rushing Thunder Fist true martial form. He had 33 skill proficiency points remaining. Chen casually applied the points to the Shadowless Blade Technique and then stepped out onto the balcony. A day had passed, and the Qixin tree had already borne 2 Qixin fruits. Chen reached out to pick them and examine them closely. Qixin fruit, upon consumption, perception is enhanced by 20% for 30 minutes. If spirit stats are above 50, the enhancement effect is halved. If spirit stats are above 99, it has no effect. Effects do not stack. Chen nodded to himself. The effect is actually quite decent. After stowing the 2 Qixin fruits into his backpack space, Chen gazed out at the deep night sky. After a moment of reflection, he pulled out a business card. The next day, Chen headed to the North District, where he purchased several anonymous SIM cards from a roadside newsstand before taking a detour into the East District. Finding a secluded spot, Chen donned his dark raven mask, inserted a SIM card, and dialed the number he had memorized. The call was answered almost immediately. "Hello, who is this?" "Yan Huan?" "Speaking." "And you are?" "Dark Crow." There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line before Yan Huan's voice rang out again, his tone noticeably more enthusiastic. "So it's Mr. Dark Crow. Is there something I can help you with? I have a batch of goods I'd like to sell." "No problem." Yan Huan didn't even ask what they were, agreeing to the deal without a second thought. "We have branches all across Beluga City. You can pick one, and we'll handle the inspection and transaction on the spot. The Merchant Alliance values integrity above all else. We would never suppress prices or cheat our customers." Chen casually named a location in the East District. Yan Huan replied without a second thought. "Blue Dream Bar at 213, Beach Street. It's one of our secret exchange hubs not open to the public. We only provide trading services there for distinguished guests like yourself, Mr. Dark Raven. Tomorrow morning at 10. Chen didn't waste words. He gave a time and hung up the phone. He then pulled out the SIM card, crushed it to pieces, tossed it into the trash can, and turned to leave. Chapter 52, Warrior's Home. Evening. Chen received a call from Yu Xingfeng, saying that his membership for Warrior's Home had been approved. After hanging up, Yu also sent him a website URL along with an account and password. Chen's spirits lifted as he hurriedly logged onto the website. The Warrior's Home operates on a real name registration system. The account name is simply his own name, Chen. After changing his password, Chen finally entered the forum. What appeared before him was a forum page filled with dense textual information. At the very top were 2 buttons for switching between pages. Local Forum and Other Cities. The currently active one is Local Forum. Below, it is divided into 4 sections: General Chat, News, Guides, and Trading. Among them, the General Chat section has the highest traffic and the largest number of posts. Almost every time it is refreshed, roughly every 10 seconds, dozens of new posts appear. The vast majority of them were discussions regarding skills. There were also some bits of hearsay and rumors. Does anyone know where I can buy cheap yuan tempering pills? A new shop selling warrior equipment has opened in the East District of Beluga City. The quality is great and the prices are low. Regarding the mysterious warrior incident during the spatial invasion 2 days ago. Before long, Chen spotted a post that seemed to be related to him. Driven by curiosity, he clicked on it immediately. Sure enough, the content was about him, or rather, about Dark Raven. The post essentially stated that during the spatial invasion 2 days ago, a mysterious masked warrior calling himself Dark Raven had appeared. Single-handedly, armed only with a blade, he had wiped out the entire Lizardman army gathered in the central plaza. This included a Lizardman Centurion along with over 400 black-scale Lizardmen. Afterward, Dark Raven also clashed with the Silver Light Society. The Silver Light Society struck first, and Dark Raven resolutely drew his blade in a counterattack, killing the level 4 warrior Tally with a single strike before slaughtering all 10+ members of the Silver Light Society. Because it involved both the spatial invasion and the Silver Light Society, this post sparked quite a stir on the forums. The view count exceeded 100,000. The number of replies has even reached over 1,000. A single person wiped out over 400 black-scaled lizardmen and a centurion? Good grief, that's about the level of a military tank deployment. The Silver Light Society finally got what was coming to them. How gratifying. Those guys from the Silver Light Society have been acting all high and mighty this time. They've really bitten off more than they can chew. They deserve it. The Silver Light Society definitely won't let this slide. That Dark Crow is probably in for some trouble. To be able to kill a level 4 warrior in a single strike, Dark Raven must be at least a level 5 powerhouse. He won't be caught by the Silver Light Society that easily. Chen skimmed through the posts at a glance. Most of the replies were either gloating over the Silver Light Society's misfortune, or speculating about Dark Raven's strength and origins. I didn't expect this to cause such a significant stir. Chen smiled, exited the thread, and continued browsing. After scrolling through dozens more posts without finding the information he was looking for, he left the general discussion section and clicked into other categories. There wasn't much of interest in the news section. It was mostly filled with various official news updates and announcements released by Beluga City. Chen skipped it entirely and entered the guide section. This section has far fewer posts than the general discussion section, but the quality is significantly higher. How to master the taming tiger fist faster. Which medicinal supplements are best for bone forging techniques? Warrior weapon grade classifications. Chen's attention was quickly drawn to the last post, and he hurriedly opened it. But in the next second, a payment prompt popped up. Chen froze for a moment, then quickly realized what was happening and clicked on several other posts. Sure enough, the vast majority of posts in the strategy section were paid content, requiring a corresponding amount of star coins to view. Makes sense, otherwise, no one would share information for nothing. Chen glanced at the number of likes on the post and found it wasn't bad, over 2,000 likes. He figured the content must be high quality and practical. Then he looked at the payment amount, 19,999 star coins. Chen winced as if he had a toothache. Nearly 20,000 star coins for a single post. This money is simply too easy to make. If 100 people buy it, that's nearly 2 million star coins. Chen was almost tempted to publish a post of his own to make some money. Unfortunately, the dry goods in his head weren't yet substantial enough to support such an endeavor. In the end, Chen topped up 20,000 star coins into the forum and unlocked the post's content. According to the descriptions in the post, warrior weapon grades are ranked from lowest to highest as common, refined, 100 tempered, and 1000 tempered. The scope of common grade weapons is extremely broad. It encompasses everything from ordinary kitchen knives to high-quality swords forged from alloys. Weapons of this grade possess no special attributes, being at most somewhat sharper than average. However, their advantage lies in being easy to acquire and affordable. Many warriors use common-grade weapons as their primary arms. In comparison, the quality of fine-grade weapons is significantly superior. Weapons of this grade far surpass common-grade weapons in both sharpness and durability. Cutting through iron as if it were mud and slicing a hair with a mere breath. These are the phrases used to describe fine-grade blades. The legendary divine weapons, often spoken of in ancient times, also refer to fine-grade weaponry. Beyond this, a select few elite weapons within the superior grade also possess certain mystical properties. Upon reading this, Chen immediately thought of the cloud-burning saber. The cloud-burning saber was a superior grade weapon. Its sharpness and durability went without saying, but it also boasted a 10% damage increase against cold-blooded creatures. This was clearly the weapon property mentioned in the post. So, what about palebone? Chen continued reading. Compared to common and fine-grade weapons, refined-grade weapons belong to an entirely different level. They have seemingly transcended the realm of ordinary weaponry. The most prominent feature of refined-grade weapons is their inclusion of extremely powerful unique abilities, which can unleash terrifying lethality in combat. A level 2 or 3 warrior armed with a refined-grade weapon could even be capable of killing a level 5 warrior. This can no longer be described as merely fighting above one's level. Because of such formidable capabilities, refined-grade weapons are considered the divine tools that every warrior dreams of possessing. Many warriors dream of owning a refined-grade weapon. However, refined-grade weapons are rare treasures that can only be found by chance, not sought. To this day, no one knows how these weapons are forged. The only intelligence currently available is that most refined-grade weapons are obtained from anomalies. Those who possess refined-grade weapons are either formidably powerful or come from extraordinary backgrounds. For an ordinary warrior, let alone acquiring one, even catching a glimpse of such a weapon with their own eyes is a pipe dream. In fact, setting aside refined-grade weapons, it is already as difficult as climbing to the heavens for an ordinary warrior to get their hands on an elite-grade weapon. Unlike common-grade weapons, which can be purchased on the open market with money, elite-grade weapons rarely circulate in public trade. They typically appear at major auctions. Alternatively, they are found on the internal exchange lists of the military and various civilian transcendent organizations, used to incentivize members to complete missions and redeem them with points or merit. From the looks of it, pale bone must be a 100 refined-grade weapon. Chen glanced at the pale bone by his side, sighing inwardly with emotion. He hadn't thought much of it before, but now it seemed his luck was truly exceptional. Opening the treasure chest yielded a refined-grade weapon right away. If the post's content is accurate, then the value of the pale bone is clearly no less than that of the 3-star skill, the shadowless blade technique. To pull a gold-tier item from a silver treasure chest, that is some truly incredible luck. Chapter 53, The Silver Light Society's Bounty. After a moment of reflection, Chen turned his attention back to the post. Above the 100 refined-grade weapons are the 1,000 refined-grade weapons. However, there isn't much description regarding 1,000 refined weapons in the post. It only mentions that 1,000 refined weapons are indestructible and generally possess multiple powerful specialized attributes. These weapons are even rarer than the 100 refined grade. At least within Beluga City, the poster has not heard of anyone owning a 1,000 refined weapon. Above the 1,000 refined grade weapons, there exist even higher tiers of armaments. However, those were beyond his current reach, and naturally, he had no way of learning about them. After browsing through the post, Chen nodded inwardly. This post contained a wealth of practical information. Much of the content consisted of things he wouldn't normally encounter, nor could he find them in the school library. It makes sense when you think about it. Ordinary warriors have no real need to know these things. Even if they were aware of the existence of refined or masterwork grade weapons, they would have no way of acquiring them. Such information would be nothing more than trivia to satisfy their curiosity. At the end of the day, wouldn't they still be stuck using common grade weapons anyway? Those 20,000 star coins were well spent. Chen exited the thread and continued browsing. It wasn't long before he found another post that piqued his interest. This one was about the classification of skill levels. This post was also paywalled, though the price wasn't quite as high. 5000 star coins. Without a second thought, Chen topped up another 5,000 star coins and decisively unlocked it. The content of the post was brief, merely mentioning that skills are categorized by a star rating system. 1 star is the lowest, with the levels increasing sequentially.
Listed below are the skills for each star level. Among them, there are over 100 types of 1-star skills. Most of these are common skills that one hears about in daily life. Whale Devour Breathing Skill Rushing Thunder Fist. The number of 2-star and 3-star skills drops sharply, with only about 20 types remaining. Among them, the only one Chen had heard of was the Great Thunder Sound Fist. This is the advanced technique of the Rushing Thunder Fist. It is said that once practiced to the adept level, every punch is accompanied by the rolling roar of thunder. Each strike possesses power equivalent to the mastery level of the Rushing Thunder Fist. It is incredibly formidable. However, the Great Thunderclap Fist is not available on the open market. Instead, it is held exclusively by the military. Only non-commissioned officers with the rank of warrant officer or higher are authorized to practice it. The same applies to most other 1-star skills and 2-star skills. They are either secret skills passed down through major martial arts families or controlled by martial arts factions such as the military, financial conglomerates, and private transcendent organizations. They are rarely taught to anyone outside of their core members. It is precisely because of this joint blockade by martial arts families and factions that ordinary warriors have virtually no access to 1-star skills or 2-star skills. To cultivate more advanced skills, one has no choice but to join these martial arts families and warrior factions. Class gatekeeping, it seems every world is the same. Chen sighed inwardly. If it weren't for the self-discipline system, he wouldn't have access to high-star skills right now either. To enhance his strength, he would surely have been forced to join these organizations, trading his freedom for the opportunity to grow. Shaking his head, Chen looked toward the 3-star skills. To his surprise, the 3-star skills did not list any specific categories. The poster stated that he wasn't sure himself. All he knew was that the difference between a 3-star skill and a 1-star or 2-star skill lay in the fact that once mastered to a certain level, it would have a positive impact on the soul. Externally, this manifested as an increase in spirit stats. Chen immediately recalled the 1 point of spirit stat he gained when Shadow Step broke through to the expert level, and everything suddenly clicked. He continued scrolling down. Above the 3-star skills, there were also 4-star and 5-star tiers. However, those sections were likewise completely blank. Chen now understood why this post only cost 5,000 star coins. You get what you pay for. There wasn't much substantial information in this post. It was indeed only worth this much. Chen glanced at his account. He didn't have much of his savings left. So, he exited the strategy section. Once the transaction with the Merchant Alliance is done and I have more cash on hand, I'll come back and browse slowly. Chen then opened the trading section. As the name suggested, this section was a platform exclusively for trading between warriors. Buying a second-hand combat suit must be at least 70% new, either the Rock series or the Lion series, PM for price. 1 stalk of Flame Spirit Grass. Consume after grinding and soaking in water to slightly increase constitution. Price is 50,000 star coins, act fast if interested. Is anyone selling the Golden Peak Saber technique? I'll pay 100,000 star coins for it. At a glance, most posts were buying or selling weapons, skills, and medicinal herbs. To Chen's surprise, there were even bounty posts inside. The publisher was the Silver Light Society. Out of curiosity, Chen clicked in to take a look. He was instantly startled by what he saw. It actually had something to do with him. Bounty for Dark Crow. Characteristics: white mask with black patterns and a dark crow design engraved on it. Weapon is a white blade suspected to be made of bone. Gender unknown. Bounty: 2 million star coins, plus senior membership in the Silver Light Society. Note, if captured alive, the bounty increases by an additional 1 million star coins, plus the status of a level 3 officer in the Silver Light Society. TSK 2 million star coins. If captured alive, it was even 3 million star coins. Chen grinned. He hadn't expected himself to be worth quite so much. He continued reading the replies below. Damn, 3 million star coins. The Silver Light Society is really going all out. A Tier 3 executive of the Silver Light Society? That's incredible. I heard that even a level 4 warrior is just a senior member there.
A Tier 3 executive must be at least a level 5 warrior, right? What's so strange about that? I heard Dark Crow is a level 5 warrior himself. If anyone can capture him alive, they definitely need to be at level 5 strength. If you ask me, the Silver Light Society has calculated this perfectly. This way, they not only deal with Dark Crow but also pull a top-tier expert into their own camp. By comparison, a mere 3 million star coins is nothing to them, just a drop in the bucket. The Silver Light Society is so arrogant and overbearing they'll get what's coming to them sooner or later. Only a fool would take their bounty. Is the Silver Light Society retarded? They have no clues at all, just a mask and a blade. Even if someone catches a suspect, how do they prove it's actually Dark Crow? The guy above doesn't get it. When the time comes, whether it's him or not will depend entirely on what the Silver Light Society says. Wouldn't that save them 3 million? The Silver Light Society's reputation within the warrior circle could be described as utterly abysmal. Half of every 10 replies were mocking the Silver Light Society. The rest were mostly gloating or just enjoying the chaos. Of course, Chen understood. These people were just talking big. If the opportunity to kill Dark Crow were placed right in front of them, 99% of them would strike without a moment's hesitation. After all, a 3 million star coins bounty was at stake. That was the reality of it. A bounty? You guys can take your time looking. Chen let out a cold sneer. The Dark Crow mask blocked all detection methods and could even blur the image of him in others' minds. The Silver Light Society didn't even know his height, weight, or even his gender. How were they supposed to catch him? Not to mention that for every operation, Chen used an invisibility cloak to conceal his movements. Under these circumstances, if the Silver Light Society could actually find his true identity, they would have conquered Beluga City long ago. Rather than just being one of the 3 major transcendent organizations. Closing the thread, Chen continued browsing. Aside from various resource trades and bounties, there was another type of transaction in the forum: anomaly point raid parties. Chapter 54, Anomaly Point Levels and Teaming Up. Since the start of the martial arts era, a large number of anomaly points had appeared successively in many cities. Beluga City was, naturally, no exception. According to official statistics, the number of anomalies currently secured in Beluga City has reached triple digits. Approximately half of these are under the control of the military. The remaining half are held by various major factions and organizations. This phenomenon is a result of the prevailing environmental conditions. Although the military is the most powerful force in Beluga City, it cannot manage and oversee as many as 100 anomalies simultaneously. To alleviate the pressure, the military has no choice but to auction off some anomalies of relatively lower importance. However, even these slightly less significant anomalies remain rare treasures for the major organizations. This brings us to the classification of anomalies. Anomalies are essentially permanent spatial gateways connected to other worlds. Based on the size of the connected otherworldly realm, they are classified in descending order as large planes, medium planes, small planes, demi-planes, plane fragments, and plane shards. The first 3 are all complete, independent planes. The value of a complete planar world is self-evident. Without exception, these types of anomalies are held firmly by the military and are never leaked to outsiders. Of course, even if the military wanted to contract out such anomalies, few organizations would dare to take them on. A complete plane might be manageable if it were devoid of civilized races, though the odds of that are extremely low. But if a civilization exists there, no organization in Beluga City besides the military possesses the strength to withstand an entire alien civilization. Even the 3 major transcendent organizations, the Hunters Guild, the Merchant Alliance, and the Silver Light Society, are no exception. As for demi-planes, they refer to planar sections severed from a complete plane due to disasters caused by spacetime anomalies. Alternatively, they can be extra-dimensional spaces that have existed for a short time and lack the necessary conditions to have developed into a complete plane. The area of the 2 types of demi-planes mentioned above is far less vast than that of a complete plane. The indigenous forces within them are also far weaker than the latter. The difficulty of exploration and development is relatively lower.
That being said, developing a demi-plane remains an overwhelming task for many organizations. Therefore, their goals are mostly focused on plane fragments and plane shards. Plane fragments refer to planar dimensions separated from a complete plane that are even smaller in area than a demi-plane. For instance, a specific portion of a continent, a particular section of a sea, and so on and so forth. These types of anomalies are significantly easier to develop. It is said that the three major transcendent organizations each have one or two such anomalies in their possession. Finally, plane shards are the entry-level version of plane fragments. While also being sections separated from a complete plane, plane shards cover a much smaller surface area. Typically, they consist of only a single city, a forest, or an island. Because these plane shards are so geographically limited, any indigenous forces present tend to be relatively weak. Even second-tier transcendent organizations possess sufficient strength to develop them. Currently, most of the anomalies held by major martial arts families and transcendent organizations are merely at the level of plane fragments. To accelerate the development of these anomalies and alleviate their own burdens, many organizations choose to sell the exploration rights to these sites. All gains obtained within the anomaly belong entirely to the explorers themselves. In this way, explorers can acquire spoils of war. Meanwhile, the organizations controlling the anomalies can recoup their capital and simultaneously weaken the indigenous forces, achieving two goals at once. It was a clear win-win for both parties. Furthermore, the exploration rights for an anomaly point usually come with a limited number of participants. This can range from as few as 5 or 6 people to as many as 10. To share the high cost of purchasing exploration rights and to bolster the team's strength, many warriors recruit teammates on the warrior's home platform. Over time, this has become a common type of transaction within the trading section. If I enter the anomaly for exploration, I'll be able to hunt the alien race. Chen glanced at Alien Race Resistance Vanguard 3. The progress for this achievement was only at 436-1000. Considering it was uncertain when the next spatial invasion would occur. To complete this achievement, the anomaly was undoubtedly the only choice. With this in mind, Chen immediately clicked the filter and set the parameters for anomaly points. After refreshing, only a few dozen recruitment posts for anomaly points remained on the page. Without exception, they were all anomaly points at the plane fragment level. It made sense. Anomaly points of the plane fragment level were incredibly perilous. Those who dared to enter were bound to be well-coordinated teams with deep rapport. Why would anyone come to the forum for a last-minute recruitment of teammates? Isn't that just gambling with one's own life? However, even among anomalies at the plane fragment level, there are specific grade classifications based on the size of the planar area and the strength of the indigenous forces. These are ranked from highest to lowest as grade A, B, C, and D. The lowest, grade D, can be explored by a team of just 5 or 6 level 2 warriors. The danger level is low. For the higher C rank, a team must be led by a level 3 warrior and accompanied by 7 or 8 level 2 warriors to be relatively safe. As for B rank, only a team consisting entirely of level 3 warriors is qualified to explore. Furthermore, for safety considerations, it is best to have 1 or 2 peak level 3 warriors. The highest level, a rank, belongs to the realm of level 4 warriors. Considering his own strength, Chen set his sights on the Class B and Class C planar fragment anomalies. Among the 40-plus recruitment posts, Class D anomalies accounted for half. Next in frequency were the Class B and Class C anomalies. Chen scanned the listings and quickly selected a target. The anomaly mentioned in this recruitment post was located in the East District and belonged to the Knights Order, a second-tier transcendent organization. The rating is grade B. The connected planar fragment is an island inhabited by numerous indigenous creatures, carrying a significant level of danger. However, it is also rich in resources, offering higher potential returns than other anomalies of the same grade. According to the poster, their team already consists of 4 level 3 warriors and they are looking to recruit 2 more level 3 warriors. The gains obtained within the anomaly will be split equally at that time. Chen didn't care much about the potential earnings. Instead, the high density of indigenous creatures was what appealed to him. Without much hesitation, Chen clicked on the poster's profile and sent a private message, asking if they were still recruiting teammates. The other party replied quickly. Brother, send me your total 4-dimensional stats. 139. TSK, almost at the peak of level 3. Your strength is impressive, brother. What about your skills? As if afraid Chen might misunderstand, the other party added an explanation. Don't take it the wrong way, brother, this is standard procedure. After all, if we're going to move together, it's better to understand each other's capabilities first. I understand. One expert movement technique and one expert saber technique. Chen didn't explicitly mention the names of the skills. After all, the Shadowless Blade technique and Shadow Step 1 being a 3-star skill and the other ranging from 1-star to 2-star were involved. Both were skills that ordinary warriors would find extremely difficult to come across. To an outsider, he might be mistaken for a scion of a martial arts family or a core member of some transcendent organization. The idea of such a person joining an anomaly recruitment thread on a public forum was suspicious no matter how one looked at it. Although there was a high probability the other party had never heard of these two skills, Chen felt it was better to keep a low profile just in case. The other party clearly assumed Chen was referring to 1-star or 2-star skills, responding only with a brief "not bad." This was followed by several minutes of silence. Chen guessed they were likely discussing it with their teammates. After another 2 minutes or so, the other party finally sent a message. Sorry to keep you waiting, brother. We'll meet at the Vermilion Bird Dojo in the East District at 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow before heading to the anomaly. The terms will be exactly as stated in my post. How does that sound? Chen immediately looked it up. The Vermilion Bird Dojo was located on the edge of the East District. It seemed that the anomaly was likely situated in the suburbs. No problem. Then it's a deal. See you the day after tomorrow. See you then. Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Now, Alien Race Resistance Vanguard 3 should finally be within reach of completion. However, before heading to the anomaly, he still had some preparations to make. Chapter 55, The Trade. 213, Beach Avenue. Blue Dream Bar. The previous night's clamor had only recently subsided. Most of the staff had already headed back to rest, leaving only a few people lingering in the bar, chatting idly. Meanwhile, inside the office deep within the bar's corridor, Yan Huan sat in a leather armchair, puffing on a cigar while keeping an eye on the wall clock. In just over 10 minutes, the mysterious Dark Raven would arrive at the bar to conduct the transaction with him. The fact that Dark Raven had killed Tao Li and over a dozen members of the Silver Light Society had caused quite a stir within the warrior circles, especially among the transcendent organizations. As the Silver Light Society's power grew more formidable, fewer people had dared to openly oppose them in recent years, let alone brazenly killing a high-ranking member of the Silver Light Society in broad daylight. As soon as the news broke, it immediately caused a massive uproar. The Silver Light Society reacted swiftly. They dispatched personnel to search everywhere for Dark Crow's whereabouts while simultaneously posting a bounty on the warrior's home forum. Unfortunately, it was destined to be in vain. After all, aside from the clues of the mask and weapon, the Silver Light Society knew absolutely nothing about Dark Raven. How could they possibly catch him? In fact, Yan Huan was also deeply shocked. He had clearly watched with his own eyes as Dark Raven took out the members of the Silver Light Society that day. Yet, looking back afterward, he realized he had actually forgotten Dark Raven's voice and physical build. Aside from the mask and the weapon, every single memory of Dark Crow had been completely wiped from his mind. It was as if they had never existed at all. When he questioned the subordinates who had accompanied him that day, he found they were all in the exact same state. This eerie situation made Yan Huan's hair stand on end, leaving him paranoid and looking over his shoulder for quite some time. Consequently, his sense of awe and dread toward the mysterious Dark Crow only intensified. Possessing such mysterious and unpredictable methods, combined with the terrifying strength displayed by slaying Tao Li in a single strike that day, this Dark Raven is highly likely a powerhouse with an energy level exceeding level 5. Toward such a powerhouse, Yan Huan felt a profound sense of awe from the bottom of his heart. Yet at the same time, his determination to conduct business and maintain close contact with him grew even firmer. According to his experience, such powerhouses often possessed many high-quality items. Once a stable, long-term trading relationship was established, it might even allow him to move up another notch in his position within the merchant alliance. At this thought, a surge of excitement welled up in Yan Huan's heart. Unknowingly, the time had already reached 10 o'clock sharp. A flicker of doubt flashed through Yan Huan's eyes. Why hasn't Dark Crow arrived yet? Could he have been delayed by something? Just as he was wondering, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Yan Huan snapped back to his senses and said casually, "Come in." "What is it?" The door opened gently, and a masked figure walked in composedly. "Manager Yan, long time no see." With a loud thud, Yan Huan leaped up from his reclining chair, staring at Dark Crow in front of him with a face full of astonishment. He had clearly been staring at the surveillance monitors the entire time, yet he hadn't seen anyone enter the bar, let alone approach his office door. Furthermore, there were subordinates guarding both the bar entrance and the hallway. How did Chen bypass those men and reach the office door so silently? Yan Huan was filled with doubt and alarm. It took a moment for him to realize his loss of composure. He quickly cleared his throat and said with some embarrassment, "Pardon my intrusion." "Please, have a seat, Mr. Dark Raven." Having witnessed Dark Raven's unpredictable and godlike methods once again, Yan Huan grew increasingly in awe of him. Consequently, his demeanor and tone unconsciously became even more respectful. "What do you intend to sell today, Mr. Dark Raven?" With a flick of his wrist, a heavy bag instantly appeared in Chen's palm, landing on the coffee table with a dull thud. A spatial item. Yan Huan's pupils contracted slightly. Such a precious object was something even his superior, the regional general manager responsible for the Merchant Alliance's entire Eastern District business, did not possess. At this thought, Yan Huan became increasingly certain that this Mr. Dark Crow must have a significant background. He pulled himself together, picked up the bag, and opened it. What met his eyes was a dense collection of scales, fangs, and sharp claws. Yan Huan felt a slight pang of disappointment. Although these materials harvested from the black-scaled lizardmen were of considerable value, as a manager, he had handled countless similar items and had long since grown accustomed to them. They were hardly a surprise. This fell quite short of his initial expectations. On second thought, however, this was Mr. Dark Raven's first collaboration with the Merchant Alliance. Since trust had not yet been established between the two parties, it was only natural that he wouldn't bring out his best goods right from the start. These black-scaled lizardman materials are likely being used by Mr. Dark Crow as a stepping stone. If this transaction goes smoothly, the next one will likely involve the truly high-quality goods. At this thought, Yan Huan's spirits lifted, and he quickly called over the staff to conduct an inventory. The two uniformed staff members were highly skilled, completing the inventory of all materials in less than half an hour. The final quoted price came to 716,000 star coins. "Mr. Dark Raven, you are a valued client of our Merchant Alliance, and since this is your first visit, I will take the liberty of adding another 10% to the market price. Let's round it up to a total of 790,000 star coins. What do you think?" This price had already exceeded Chen's expectations. After all, although he had killed many black-scaled lizardmen, most of them had been ground into dust by the pale blade chi, leaving not a single scale behind. Consequently, the actual quantity of materials he obtained was not particularly large. Had it not been for the materials from the Lizardman Centurion included in the lot, the total value would likely have been 400,000 to 500,000 star coins at most. "Let it be so." Chen nodded slightly, his voice devoid of any ripple of emotion. "And the settlement method?" Yan Huan understood immediately and said with a smile, "Please rest assured, Mr. Dark Crow, our business alliance always settles in cash. For larger amounts, we use bearer instruments. Alternatively, if there are specific items you desire, you can exchange your credits for goods on the spot. Our business alliance possesses the most comprehensive and efficient warehousing and logistics network in all of Beluga City. As long as an item is on our manifest, it can be delivered to you within half an hour at most.
Chen nodded to himself. As expected of a transcendent organization backed by formidable commercial power. In the realm of commerce, they truly possessed profound heritage and extensive experience. Trading with an opponent like this was indeed reassuring. However, Chen did not settle the payment immediately. Instead, he took out another small pouch, placed it on the coffee table, and gestured for Yan Huan to take a look. Puzzled, Yan Huan picked up the bag and opened it nonetheless. Inside were 3 fruits the size of longans, crystal clear and translucent, resembling green emeralds. Yan Huan was well-traveled and had handled countless commodities, yet even he could not recognize the fruits in this bag. Based on experience alone, he had a faint intuition that these 3 fruits were no ordinary items. "Mr. Crow, this is..." Yan Huan looked up at Chen, who sat opposite him, with a look of confusion. "This is the heart of the Jilin fruit," Chen explained in a calm and unhurried manner. After consumption, it enhances sensory perception by approximately 20% for a duration of half an hour, with no side effects. However, for warriors with spirit stats higher than 50 points, the enhancement effect is halved. It is ineffective for those with spirit stats above 99 points, and the effects do not stack with multiple doses. Hearing Chen's words, Yan Huan was momentarily stunned, but as he snapped back to his senses, a sharp light flickered in his eyes. When he looked at the fruit in the bag again, his gaze was as if he were looking at some kind of precious treasure. Chapter 56, a multi-millionaire with an annual income of 70 million. Although he had a faint suspicion that whatever Mr. Dark Crow produced after the material trade would be no ordinary item, Yan Huan was still greatly surprised upon learning the effects of the dragon heart fruit. The more powerful a warrior is, the more they understand the critical importance of perception. Especially on treacherous battlefields and within anomaly points, a keen sense of perception can save one's life at a critical moment. However, enhancing one's perceptual abilities is no easy feat. Among the 4 primary stats, spirit is undoubtedly the most difficult one to improve. Therefore, there are times when warriors have no choice but to consume potions to enhance their sensory perception. However, these types of potions more or less carry side effects. If used in a critical situation and the enemy is not killed within the duration of the effect, the subsequent side effects are enough to drive a person into a desperate situation. So, unless it is absolutely necessary, no one would use this kind of potion during combat. It is easy to imagine that if something capable of enhancing sensory perception without any side effects were to appear, it would undoubtedly be sought after by countless warriors. Yan Huan was filled with excitement. He was right. Those materials from earlier were merely Mr. Dark Crow's way of opening the door. This Qixing fruit was the item he truly intended to trade. It was a relief that he hadn't been dismissive of the man just now. "Sir, are you certain this dragon heart fruit truly has no side effects?" Seemingly worried that Chen might take offense, Yan Huan hurriedly added. "Please don't misunderstand, I'm not doubting you, it's just..." Before he could finish, Chen cut him off with a wave of his hand. "No need to explain, I understand. You can take these 3 dragon heart fruits to test their effects. Once the results are confirmed beyond a doubt, we can discuss further transactions." Yan Huan froze for a moment before immediately catching on, his face lighting up with joy. From the sound of it, Mr. Dark Crow still had quite a few dragon heart fruits in his possession. This was a massive deal. Yan Huan's mind raced, and he instantly made a decision, saying solemnly, "Rest assured, sir, the Merchant Alliance will not let you suffer a loss. We will purchase these 3 frost heart fruits, at a price of 100,000 star coins each, and the same price will apply moving forward. What do you think?" "You can." Chen nodded slightly, then suddenly said, "I want a set of Type 4 Colossus combat armor. Deduct the cost from the settlement amount." Yan Huan was slightly stunned. Naturally, he was well aware of the Type 4 Colossus combat armor. It was one of the flagship products of the Ring Star conglomerate. Specifically designed for level 3 warriors. Once equipped, it could withstand more than 20 hits of level 3 damage, that is, the full force strike of a level 3 warrior. Or 3 hits of level 4 damage. Its defensive capabilities were outstanding. But the price was also extremely high.
A single set cost a full 500,000 star coins. Many level 3 warriors had to save for a very long time to afford one. In Yen Huan's eyes, since Mr. Dark Crow was a warrior whose strength far exceeded the level 3 tier, there should be no need for him to buy Type 4 Colossus combat armor. However, he quickly thought of a reason. He's probably preparing it for a junior. Relieved by this thought, Yen Huan didn't dwell on it further and smiled at Chen. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll send someone to fetch it immediately. The Merchant Alliance operated with extreme efficiency. In less than 10 minutes, a complete set of Type 4 Colossus combat armor and a safe containing 490,000 star coins in cash were placed before Chen. Chen packed the items and, without saying much, left the blue dream bar under Yen Huan's respectful gaze. Walking out of the blue dream bar, Chen turned into an alleyway, immediately threw on his invisibility cloak, and his figure vanished instantly. However, he did not leave instead, he waited patiently for 10 minutes. Chen nodded inwardly only after ensuring that no one was following him. It seemed the Merchant Alliance had some integrity after all, as they hadn't dispatched anyone to tail him. Adjusting his invisibility cloak, Chen turned and stepped out of the alley, leaving for real this time. Back at home, Chen let out a sigh of relief. The transaction had gone quite smoothly. Everything he wanted was now in his possession. Looking at the Type 4 Colossus combat suit and the 490,000 in cash inside his spatial backpack, a smile spread across Chen's face. The Type 4 Colossus combat suit was prepared for tomorrow's anomaly exploration. The battle with the Venom Dusk Lizardmen had made Chen realize that he needed to put more thought into his equipment. The durability of the protective jade pendant was precious, depleting with every use. It had to be saved for critical moments. For everyday combat, the combat suit would suffice to shoulder the burden. Counting these star coins, I have a balance of just over 500,000 star coins in hand. Whether it's buying meat or paying for reading materials on the warrior's home, it's enough to sustain me for quite some time. Chen looked toward the dragon heart tree on the balcony. With the dragon heart tree, he now had a stable source of income for the future. The dragon heart tree could condense 2 dragon heart fruits a day, which meant 200,000 star coins. That added up to 6 million star coins a month. In a year, that would be 72 million star coins. Once he did the math, even Chen was startled. Rounding it off, had he actually become a multi-millionaire with an annual income of over 70 million? Chen once again realized the sheer power of the self-discipline system. Of course, he didn't plan to sell all the dragon heart fruits. He would definitely keep a portion for himself in case of emergencies. Snapping back from his excitement, Chen sat down on the sofa and opened the redemption shop. He had been so busy browsing posts on the warrior's home last night that he hadn't had the chance to use his refresh opportunity yet. Chen refreshed the list immediately. Redemption shop next refresh, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Any stats card, upon use, increase any specified stat by 3 points. Price, 200 discipline points. Scale locking technique, a 3-star external cultivation skill. Price, 1000 discipline points. Magic bag, generates 1 pom-pom every 24 hours, storing up to 3 at a time. When a pom-pom is taken out and thrown, it randomly transforms into a creature with an energy level between level 3 and level 5. This creature will serve the user for half an hour, disappearing once the time expires or if it dies. Price, 1000 discipline points. Good stuff. Chen's eyes lit up. The 3 items in this refresh were unexpectedly practical and high quality. The Any Stats card went without saying. Although it was twice as expensive as the random stat card or targeted stat card, the effect of increasing any chosen stat by 3 points was incredibly useful. Finally, he didn't have to rely on luck anymore. As for the scale locking technique, a 3-star skill, it was exactly what Chen urgently needed right now. Truth be told, he had wanted to practice an external cultivation skill for a long time. An excellent external skill would be enough to significantly boost his survivability in combat. I must exchange for this skill. Chen made up his mind instantly. As soon as he accumulated enough discipline points, he would exchange for the scale locking technique immediately. As for the magic bag,
Chen was equally interested. This item was essentially a tool that could summon up to 3 summoned beasts. Although the duration was only half an hour. The summoned beasts would be at least level 3 in strength, and could even reach level 5. This point alone was enough to make up for the short duration. Before breaking through to the level 5 tier, the magic bag would remain highly effective. After a brief thought, Chen quickly added the magic bag to his exchange list as well. However, he only had 400 discipline points right now, so for the time being, he could only exchange for the any stats card. The Alien Race Resistance Vanguard 3 reward is 2000 discipline points. Once I complete this achievement, I'll be able to exchange for both the scale locking technique and the magic bag. Chapter 57, Teaching a Master His Own Craft. Spending 200 discipline points to exchange for the any stats card, Chen used it on his spirit stats without hesitation. Without a doubt, his most unbalanced attribute at the moment is his spirit stats. Name, Chen. Level, 3. Stat Strength 36, Constitution 33, Agility 44, Spirit 29. Discipline Points 200. Skill. Whale Devour Breathing Skill Expert 42 500. Rushing Thunder Fist. Shadow Step Expert 101 1000. Shadowless Blade Expert 68 2500. At this point, Chen's total 4-dimensional stats have reached a staggering 142 points. He is only 18 stats points away from the level 4 threshold of 160. Once Shadow Step and Shadowless Blade break through to mastery, I should be just about ready to promote to level 4. Chen flashed a heartfelt, joyful smile. Almost every few days, his strength would surge upward by another notch. This sensation of constant self-improvement was truly exhilarating. The next day, Chen woke up early and changed into his Type 4 Colossus combat suit. To facilitate combat, the combat suit balanced enhanced defense with lightweight portability. The Type 4 Colossus suit was no exception. Despite having Colossus in its name, this suit was actually thinner and lighter than most others. Wearing it felt like being covered in a slightly thicker layer of skin. It was incredibly elastic, with almost no sense of restriction. After all, it is a combat suit worth $500,000. However, it wasn't without its drawbacks. Chen glanced down and decided it would be better to throw another set of clothes over it. Otherwise, it was just too conspicuous. Being too big is sometimes quite inconvenient. After getting dressed, Chen stuffed his pre-prepared food, water, and wilderness survival supplies into his backpack and headed out. About an hour later, Chen arrived at the meeting point, the Vermilion Bird Martial Arts Hall. Although it was only just past 8, the Vermilion Bird Martial Arts Hall was already open. Standing at the entrance, he could hear bursts of shouting coming from inside. Peering through the window, he saw dozens of young men and women in matching white training uniforms practicing their skills, a lively and bustling scene. Watching this scene unfold, Chen suddenly remembered that Combat 3 remained unfinished. He had originally intended to go to the Iron Fist Club to complete this achievement. However, a spatial invasion had suddenly occurred while he was on his way. Once the spatial invasion ended, a series of other events followed, leaving him with no time to visit the Iron Fist Club until now. Once this exploration is over, I should find an opportunity to finish Combat 3. Chen had made up his mind. Snapping back to reality, he caught a glimpse of a girl walking toward him out of the corner of his eye. As he turned to look, Chen's eyes couldn't help but light up. The girl appeared to be in her early 20s with exquisite features. Even her somewhat loose-fitting combat suit could not hide her graceful curves. The exposed skin of her neck and wrists was snowy white and translucent, appearing so delicate that it almost seemed as if one could see through to the bone. Combined with her cold, blade-like aura, she left a deep impression on anyone who caught sight of her. The girl walked straight toward Chen, stopping 2 meters away before slowly speaking. "Vermilion Bird Exploration Team?" Her voice was like a flowing spring, pleasant to the ear, yet carrying a hint of chilling coolness. The Suzaku Exploration Team was the group the original poster belonged to. Chen immediately realized that the girl in front of him was the other warrior recruited by the poster. "Like you, I am also a warrior recruited by the Suzaku Exploration Team." The girl nodded, glanced at Chen, and said flatly, "My name is Su Xian." Chun. Chen had figured it out. Although Su Xian appeared to have a do-not-approach vibe about her, she wasn't actually cold. The reason she gave off such an icy impression was likely due to her features and temperament. After all, it was the first time the two had met, so they fell into silence after the introductions. Fortunately, someone walked out of the martial arts hall at that moment. "You two must be Chen and Su Xian. Sorry for the wait, I didn't expect you to arrive so early." The speaker was a man with rugged features. He was about 30 years old and appeared quite steady. 3 others followed behind him. 2 men and 1 woman. One was a young man in his late 20s with long hair tied into a ponytail at the back of his head. He had a toothpick dangling from the corner of his mouth, giving off a bit of a shiftless vibe. The other man was slightly shorter, not even 1.7 meters tall, but he had a very sturdy build. He looked a bit older, roughly around 30. The only woman was the youngest, likely only 23 or 24. She had delicate features and seemed to be the outgoing, lively type. Including the rugged man, all 4 wore Type 2 rock combat suits and carried bulging backpacks. The 4 took turns introducing themselves. The rugged man was named He Haidong, the leader of this exploration team. The girl was named He Xin, He Haidong's younger sister. The young man with the ponytail was named Chang Yuanqing. The short, stout man was named Gong Jun. Just as the recruitment post stated, all 4 were level 3 warriors. The other 3 were one thing, but Xin was only 23 or 24 years old and already possessed level 3 strength, which caused Chen and Su Xian to steal a few extra glances at her. As if guessing what they were thinking, He Haidong said with a chuckle, "My sister is a top student from the warrior department of Linchuan University. Her martial arts talent has been outstanding since she was a child." Linchuan University was a transcendent university specifically dedicated to cultivating warriors. Those who could enter the warrior department of a transcendent university were without exception geniuses and elites. No wonder He Xin had become a level 3 warrior at such an age. Chen was instantly enlightened. Just as He Haidong finished speaking, He Xin's face flushed red as she tugged at his sleeve. "Big brother." He Haidong quickly realized his blunder. According to the registration data on the warrior home, Chen and Su Xian were a year younger than He Xin, yet they were also level 3 warriors. From this perspective, the talent of these two was even more remarkable than He Xin's. To praise He Xin's talent in front of them, wasn't that like trying to show off one's axe skills in front of Lu Ban, the master carpenter? Seeing the captain's slightly embarrassed expression, Chang Yuanqing coughed lightly and shifted the topic. "Brother Chen and sister Su Xian are level 3 warriors at such a young age. You must also be from a warrior department. Which university are you from?" Su Xian said flatly, "I'm from Jingyan University." Upon hearing this, He Haidong and the other 3 were instantly filled with respect. Jingyan University was one of the top 3 transcendent universities in Beluga City. In the past 10 years, they had won the Beluga City University Martial Arts Exchange competition 4 times. In terms of status, it undoubtedly crushed Linchuan University. More importantly, Jingyang University is managed with extreme rigor. The student management system is modeled entirely after military academies. The campus is closed for cultivation from Monday to Friday, and students are only permitted to leave on weekends. Furthermore, Jingyang University admits only 100 students each year, and the competition is fierce, with students being eliminated annually. Under such a harsh system, those who manage to graduate successfully from Jingyang University every year are, without exception, elite performers who far surpass their peers. Level 3 warrior is merely the minimum requirement for graduation. Historically, there have even been graduates who reached level 4 warrior. Upon learning that Su Xian was a student at Jingyang University, He Haidong felt increasingly embarrassed. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have bragged about his sister just now. Clearing his throat, He Haidong looked at Chen and said sheepishly, "And what about you, Chen? Which university are you from?" Chen shrugged. "I'm from Haiyan University." "Haiyan University?" He Haidong frowned in confusion. Which transcendent university is that? The others also looked blank, clearly having never heard of it. Among the dozen or so transcendent universities in Beluga City, there doesn't seem to be one called Haiyan University, is there? Chen explained with a calm expression. Haiyan University is a comprehensive university, not a transcendent one. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Chapter 58, Hitching a Ride with the Convoy. Because of Su Xian, He Haidong and the other three subconsciously held Chen in high regard. They had assumed he was also a student from the warrior department of some prestigious transcendent university. Who would have thought he actually came from a comprehensive university? For a moment, He Haidong and the others looked at each other in silence. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Snapping back to reality, He Haidong quickly changed the subject. It's getting late, let's head to the anomaly point now. He Xin and the other two chimed in agreement. Chen and Su Xian had no objections. The group set off shortly after. Due to the size of the group, the six of them had to split into two vehicles to set off. He Haidong, Chen, and Su Xian shared one car. The remaining three took the other. Both vehicles belonged to the Vermilion Bird Exploration Group. With the low hum of their engines, the two cars drove steadily and swiftly toward their destination. In the car behind, Gong Jun was behind the wheel. He Xian and Chang Yuanqing sat in the back seat, discussing Chen and Su Xian. I never expected Su Xian to be a top student from Jingyan University. TSK, and she's so beautiful, a total goddess. Pa, is that all you ever think about? Everyone has an eye for beauty. If you don't believe me, ask old Gong if his heart skipped a beat. Gong Jun, sitting in the front row, cleared his throat. Keep your chatter to yourselves, don't drag me into this. Besides, I'm married. I only love my wife. Chang Yuanqing curled his lip, ignored Gong Jun, and continued while stroking his chin. That Chin guy, on the other hand, surprised me a little. He's a level 3 warrior, yet he's actually from a comprehensive university's warrior department? At this point in previous years, level 3 warriors in comprehensive university warrior departments were few and far between. He Xin was taken aback for a moment, then nodded slightly. Now that you mention it, you're right. Chang Yuanqing's eyes darted around as a thought suddenly struck him. Do you think it's possible that Chen isn't actually a level 3 warrior? He Xin and Gong Jun seemed to realize something upon hearing this, their expression shifting to shock. Are you suggesting Chen lied about his energy level? No way, right? What would he gain from doing that? Wouldn't his cover be blown the moment he engages with the alien race? It is impossible to know a warrior's true energy level on the warrior's home platform. It relies entirely on the honesty of both parties. In the past, there have been instances where low-level warriors lied about having a high energy level to sneak into exploration teams and hitch a ride for a share of the profits. Although such behavior has proven to be incredibly foolish and is usually exposed in no time, there are still those who refuse to believe in the risks and try their luck, one after another. As a result, many warriors have suffered losses because of this. There was even an instance where an unlucky level 3 warrior formed a team, only to realize after entering the anomaly that everyone else in the squad was a level 2 warrior looking for a free ride. As a result, they nearly perished inside the anomaly and barely made it out alive. After that incident, a consensus began to form among warriors. If anyone is caught trying to hitch a free ride, they are to be abandoned immediately within the anomaly to fend for themselves. And more often than not, these people ultimately meet their end inside the anomaly. This series of actions finally curbed the unhealthy trend of hitching rides with convoys. By now, one rarely hears of anyone daring to do such a thing anymore. Therefore, neither He Xin nor Gong Jun quite believed it. Especially He Xin. It was mainly Chen's bright and handsome appearance that gave her a very favorable impression of him. From the bottom of her heart, she truly hoped that such a handsome guy wouldn't turn out to be a fraud. Seeing that the two of them didn't believe him, Chang Yuanqing didn't mind and simply shrugged. It's just a guess on my part. But one thing is for sure, that Chen is definitely a greenhorn. Who enters an anomaly without bringing enough food, water, and wilderness survival supplies? Look at Su Xian, she knows what she's doing. Her backpack is bulging, she must have packed plenty of supplies. Reminded by Chang Yuanqing, He Xian and Gong Jun suddenly realized the situation. They had been so distracted by the fact that Su Xian came from Jingyan University that they hadn't paid much attention. Looking back now, Chen was indeed empty-handed, not even carrying a weapon. He didn't look like someone about to enter an anomaly point for exploration at all. Could he really just be a free rider tagging along with the team? Now, even He Xian and Gong Jun couldn't help but waver. Of course, maybe I guessed wrong. Perhaps Chen has a spatial tool on him. Chang Yuanqing gave a hollow laugh. He Xian shot him a slight glare. Stop being so sarcastic. How incredibly rare and precious spatial tools were. Even Yi Haidong didn't have one, so how could a student from a comprehensive university's warrior department possess something so precious? Half an hour later, the vehicle reached the outskirts and finally pulled up in front of a farmhouse. The group got out of the car one after another. The entrance to the anomaly is right inside this farmhouse. He Haidong pointed toward the main gate and explained to Chen and Su Xian. Looking ahead, a checkpoint had been established at the farm's main gate, where over a dozen brawny men stood guard, their vigilant gazes scanning back and forth. Peering through the gate, one could faintly see numerous figures in matching uniforms moving to and fro. The manor was clearly under heavy guard. After presenting the exploration permits they had purchased in advance, the Vermilion Bird exploration team entered the farm with ease. The group soon arrived at the center of the farm. Chen finally laid eyes on the legendary entrance to the anomaly. In the middle of an empty field stood a gate of light. The gate was an irregular rectangle, approximately 7 to 8 meters high and over 3 meters wide. At its center was a slowly rotating silver vortex, interspersed with shimmering specks of light like a galaxy, looking exceptionally beautiful. While Chen was observing the entrance, Chang Yuanqing quietly approached He Haidong, intending to speak, but a member of the Knights Association stationed nearby frowned and urged them forward. Are you from the Vermilion Bird exploration team? Don't just stand there dazing, get inside now. He Haidong didn't dare offend the night order, so he hurriedly ushered everyone in. Chang Yuanqing and the other two looked at each other helplessly, having no choice but to follow. The group immediately stepped into the silver vortex. In an instant, their vision was flooded with silver light. By the time his vision cleared, Chen found himself standing on a sandy beach. The rhythmic sound of crashing waves echoed in his ears. Chen turned his head to look and was instantly stunned. Just over 20 meters away lay a vast, azure ocean. However, this ocean was remarkably peculiar. The longitudinal length was less than 50 meters beyond that lay a gray void. It was as if an invisible boundary had abruptly severed the entire ocean. Logically, a severed ocean should have been deathly still. Yet, looking around, everything appeared perfectly normal and unaffected, from the surging waves to the fish swimming freely. This harmonious yet eerie scene couldn't help but evoke a lingering sense of unease. So this is a plain fragment. Su Xian's low murmur drifted from beside him. The girl's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the ocean before them. She seemed deeply intrigued by the scene. Noticing Chen's gaze, Su Xian said with a calm expression, "Plain fragments are portions severed from a complete plane. It is said that a faint, mystical connection still exists between them and their original source plane." The girl pointed toward the distant gray void that seemed capable of swallowing everything. They say that if one is powerful enough to penetrate that void, they can return to the source plane where the fragment originated. It was the first time Chen had heard such a theory, and his interest was instantly piqued. How do you know that? I saw it in an ancient text. Chen came to a sudden realization and looked back toward that expansive gray void. One could tell even with their toes that the gray void was clearly related to space. To reach a realm capable of involving space, just how high would one's energy level have to be? Level 5, at the very least, would be far from enough. Chen shook his head slightly, suppressing the curiosity in his heart. Chapter 59, Suspicion and Testing. This was not the first time He Haidong and the others had been here.
They were long accustomed to the surrounding scenery. He Haidong did not rush Chen and Su Xian, allowing them to take in their surroundings. Anyone visiting a planar fragment for the first time would be firmly captivated by the surrounding scenery. This was perfectly normal. While Chen's attention was fixed on the landscape, Chang Yuancheng and the other two quietly approached He Haidong to share the suspicions they had formed back in the car. After listening, He Haidong couldn't help but show a look of hesitation. Judging by Brother Chen's demeanor, he doesn't seem like that kind of person, does he? I'm just speculating, I'm not saying for certain that he's just hitching a ride with the convoy. Chang Yuanqing spread his hands. It's just that one can never be too careful. If that really is the case, it's better for us to make plans early. It's far better than suddenly discovering a teammate is unreliable in the heat of a fierce battle. Chang Yuanqing's words were not without merit. He Haidong hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. All right, we'll test his strength in a bit. Chen was unaware of the plans He Haidong and the others were making. However, being naturally sharp-witted, he quickly noticed a strange look in their eyes when they looked at him. Though puzzled, Chen did not call them out, instead making a mental note of it. Su Xian didn't notice anything unusual and asked He Haidong, "What's our next move?" He Haidong cleared his throat, took a map out of his backpack, and spread it out on the ground. This plane fragment is an island. There are quite a few mines on the island, which contain abundant reserves of rare mineral resources. Chen glanced at the map, then looked toward the distant mountains. Their current position was on the beach at the very edge of the island, which also placed them on the outskirts of the mountain range. If all the mountains within sight were mineral-rich, then the value of this plane fragment would be immense. Unlike in the human world, materials classified as rare ores in most planes usually hold a value far exceeding that of gold or silver. The fact that this anomaly was prized by the Knights Association clearly indicated it belonged to that majority. Our next destination is here. He Haidong pointed to a mountain range near the outer perimeter on the map. This is a mine, and it houses a kobold lair. Kobolds? The image of a short, humanoid monster immediately flashed through Chen's mind. In various works of human fantasy, kobolds are depicted as small, reptilian humanoids with a tendency toward both cowardice and cruelty. They possess scaled skin, and for the most part, they are dressed in rags and have hideous features. Furthermore, kobolds are social creatures that live in groups. They prefer to use mines as their dens, where they mine ore and smelt weapons, gradually developing into tribal clans with a strict social hierarchy. This mine is located near the edge of the island, so its resources aren't as rich as those in the center, but the kobold clan gathered here shouldn't be overly powerful either. He Haidong continued. At the very least, there won't be any kobold lords or guardians. The kobold clans maintain a strict internal hierarchy. At the very top of this hierarchy is the kobold lord. Its energy level typically reaches level 5. Next are the kobold guards. Their energy level is generally at level 4. Following them, in descending order of rank, are the kobold foremen, kobold sappers, kobold laborers, and kobold slaves. Among them, both the kobold foremen and kobold sappers are level 3 creatures. The kobold laborers and kobold slaves are level 2 creatures. Given the strength of the Vermilion Bird Adventure Group, they could manage against kobold foremen and kobold sappers. However, if they encountered kobold guards, they could only pray that the enemy didn't outnumber them, otherwise, their lives would be in grave danger. And should they cross paths with a kobold lord, even the hope of escaping would likely be a pipe dream. Kobolds usually stockpile the excavated ore deep within the mines. As long as we wipe out the kobold clan inside, all that ore will be ours. Upon hearing He Haidong's words, the spirits of Chang Yuancheng and the other two visibly lifted. Only Chen and Su Xian remained composed, their expressions unchanged. Chen had joined the anomaly exploration team specifically to hunt the alien race, so he was largely indifferent to the potential profits. Instead, it was Su Xian's demeanor that caught him somewhat by surprise. If Su Xian wasn't here for the rewards either, then what was her reason for joining the exploration team? Before Chen could figure it out, Su Xian suddenly asked, "How are we going to launch the attack?" He Haidong had already prepared his thoughts, so he answered without hesitation.
The island is barren everywhere with no trees, so there's no way to use fire to smoke them out. A night raid is also pointless against kobolds who live in dark mine shafts. The only way left is a direct assault. Of course, we won't just be charging in blindly. We can start by luring some of the kobolds out of their lair to eliminate them. By doing this several times, we can weaken the kobold clan's strength as much as possible. Attacking the lair afterward will be much easier. No one had any objections to this plan. After a brief rest, the group set off toward their destination. Although this was merely an island, its landmass was quite substantial. The distance looked short on the map, yet it took the group over half an hour to reach the vicinity of their destination. The 6 of them hid behind the rocks, observing the cave entrance some 50 meters away. Kobolds are just like goblins, they love to prey on the weak. Once they spot a lone target, they will swarm it all at once. So, we can start by sending someone as bait to lure out as many kobolds as possible. Haidong scanned the group, his gaze finally landing on Chen. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. "Chen, how about we leave this task to you?" Just as he finished speaking, Su Xian suddenly interjected. "Let me do it. I've already mastered the star shift steps to the adept level, so it'll be much easier for me to lure them out. Star shift steps is a 1-star skill, 2-star skill." Upon hearing this, Haidong and the other 3 couldn't help but look at Su Xian with newfound respect. To possess a 1-star skill, 2-star skill, Su Xian's background was clearly extraordinary. Furthermore, to have cultivated a 1-star skill, 2-star skill to the adept level at such an age showed that his talent was even more remarkable. He truly lives up to being a student of Gingyang University. However, Haidong had other intentions and naturally could not agree to Su Xian's request. Chen's movement technique has already reached the expert level, it's more appropriate for him to do it. Su Xian's brow furrowed slightly. She was merely cold by nature, not stupid. At this point, there was no way she could fail to notice that something was off with Haidong. An adept 2-star movement technique is bound to be swifter than an expert 1-star technique by any logic. She was the more suitable choice. Why was Haidong so insistent on having Chen go? On the other side, catching the slightly evasive glances of Xian and the other 2, Chen understood the situation after a moment's thought. He had spent a considerable amount of time on the Warriors' home forum over the past 2 days, so he had naturally come across rumors regarding team leeching. Looking at the current situation, the Vermilion Bird Exploration Group clearly viewed him as a suspect and wanted to test his strength. After realizing this, Chen couldn't help but break into a wry smile. Of course, strictly speaking, there was nothing wrong with the Vermilion Bird Exploration team's approach. Anomaly exploration is no child's play. Having an unreliable teammate is a very serious matter. For the sake of safety, it was perfectly reasonable to test his strength before the real heat of battle arrived. Furthermore, although he was acting as bait, the kobold slaves and kobold laborers on the periphery of the lair were only level 2 creatures, and their strength was not particularly formidable. If he truly was a level 3 warrior, then this operation would be quite easy. More importantly, Chen had come specifically to hunt the alien race and had long been looking forward to an opportunity to hunt one down alone. Haidong's proposal at this moment could be said to coincide perfectly with his own thoughts. Therefore, without waiting for Su Xian to speak again, Chen agreed without the slightest hesitation. "No problem, leave it to me." Chapter 60, actually referring to a 2-star movement technique. Watching Chen leave the rock and move along the cliff wall toward the mine entrance, a look of guilt appeared on Xian's face. She leaned in close to Haidong and whispered, "Brother, I think we've misjudged Chen." Chen's hesitation-free acceptance of the bait mission caused much of the suspicion in Haidong's heart to dissipate. At this moment, he was also starting to waver. After a moment of hesitation, Haidong gritted his teeth and said, "If I've wronged Chen, I'll personally apologize and admit my mistake to him later." Su Xian had also come to her senses by now, her brow furrowing slightly. As a fellow recruited temporary teammate, she found the Zhuke exploration group's conduct somewhat distasteful. However, in the end, she didn't say anything more. After all, from the perspective of team safety, Haidong's approach was not wrong.
Furthermore, if Chen were a level 3 warrior, this mission would pose no real danger. With this in mind, Su Xian could only suppress her concerns and focus her gaze on Chen, ready to step in and provide support at any moment. Chen paid no heed to what the others were thinking. His attention was fixed entirely on the kobold sentries at the entrance of the mine. The two kobolds were slightly shorter than an adult human. In appearance, they looked like large canines walking on their hind legs. Their unarmored and unclothed bodies were covered in coarse fur, and they stood with a slight hunch. However, they possessed broad shoulders and forelimbs adapted for grasping objects. The initial visual impression was like that of an upright ape in the early stages of evolution toward Homo sapiens, only replaced by a member of the canine family. They leaned lazily against the rock wall, their crudely forged steel blades resting by their feet. One of them was even dozing off, its head nodding up and down rhythmically. Chen lightened his steps, approaching the mine entrance silently and swiftly. The faint sound of his footsteps was masked by the brushing of the wind. The kobolds guarding the entrance remained completely oblivious. It wasn't until Chen was less than 10 meters away that the alert kobold finally realized there was an intruder, scrambling in a panic to grab the weapon at its feet. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Chen suddenly lunged forward, his figure flashing across the 10-meter gap in the blink of an eye. The moment the kobold's palm brushed against its weapon, it felt a searing pain in its neck, followed immediately by a total loss of consciousness. Without a moment's pause, Chen shifted the direction of the cloud-burning blade in his hand. Screech! With a flash of the blade, the other dozing kobold lost its life while still deep in its dreams. The two sentries were merely bottom-tier kobold slaves, and with the advantage of a calculated surprise attack, Chen found it incredibly simple to deal with them. Flicking the blood off his blade with a swift motion, Chen strode deep into the mine. At this point, there was no longer any need for stealth or concealment. Over 50 meters away. Watching Chen slay the two kobold sentries in a flash, he hied on and the others were all momentarily stunned. What incredible speed! This is definitely not a one-star expert movement technique. He Haidong gasped inwardly. He had seen one-star and two-star expert skills before, and they were nowhere near as lightning fast as Chen's. Wait! He Haidong suddenly had an epiphany. Chen had never actually claimed that he was practicing a one-star movement technique. Could it be that when he said expert, he was actually referring to a two-star technique? He Haidong gasped at the realization. He Xan, Chang Yuanqing, and Gong Jun soon reached the same conclusion, their faces clouding with shock. By now, how could they not realize they had misjudged Chen? Someone capable of mastering expert 1-star and 2-star skills couldn't possibly have the strength of a mere level 2, no matter how one looked at it. A look of astonishment also flashed through Su Xian's eyes. She had trained her star shift steps to the adept level, making her nearly unrivaled among her peers. Just what was Chen's background, that his movement technique could be even more exceptional than hers? Su Xian joined the Anomaly Exploration team because she wanted to further hone her skills through life and death combat and seek a breakthrough. She never expected to encounter a peer here whose movement technique surpassed her own. In an instant, Su Xian felt a flicker of curiosity toward Chen. Snap! The sound of boots crushing gravel echoed through the air. Chen walked through the mine tunnel, scanning his surroundings. The tunnel was quite spacious, spanning over 10 meters in width. Torches hung along the uneven walls on both sides. The flickering flames caused the surrounding light to shift and waver. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried, chaotic footsteps suddenly echoed from the tunnel ahead. Chen looked up and saw a dense swarm of kobolds rushing out from the corner ahead. Upon spotting Chen, the kobolds immediately charged toward him with loud, chaotic shrieks. Chen let out a cold sneer. At some point, the cloud-burning blade in his hand had been replaced by pale bone. Now that he was out of He Haidong and the other's sight, he no longer required to use the cloud-burning blade as a cover. By directly killing enemies with the pale bone, he could also absorb the power of their souls. With a flash of his figure, Chen did not retreat but instead charged forward, bolting into the midst of the kobolds like a tiger among a flock of sheep. A flash of blade light instantly unleashed a gore-drenched bloodbath. Among the kobolds that rushed out,
about one-third wore tattered leather armor and held pickaxes. Their physiques were noticeably stronger than those of the kobold slaves. Evidently, these were the kobold laborers, a rank higher than slaves within the kobold clan. Despite also being level 2 creatures, kobold laborers generally possess the strength of a level 2 peak, making them significantly stronger than the slaves. Of course, for Chen, it was still just a matter of a single strike. In less than a minute, the dozens of kobolds were completely wiped out. Holding the blood-stained pale bone, Chen strode further into the depths of the mine. The deaths of dozens of their kin were like water splashed into boiling oil, causing the entire kobold lair to erupt in an instant. A massive swarm of kobold slaves and laborers surged out from tunnels in every direction, charging toward Chen with strange, piercing shrieks. However, this action was no different from moths flying into a flame. With the shadowless saber technique unleashed at full power, Chen was almost entirely shrouded in an impenetrable veil of blade shadows. The moment the kobolds rushed into the shadows, they were instantly mangled by the whirling blades, collapsing to the ground in bloody heaps with dying whimpers. Shrill screams and the sharp whistling of breaking air echoed incessantly throughout the mine. Chen took a moment to glance at his achievement list. In just 5 or 6 short minutes, the progress for the achievement, Alien Race Resistance Vanguard 3, had already reached 602-1000. In other words, the number of kobolds who had died by his hand had already reached triple digits. I wonder just how many kobolds are in this mine. Is this enough for me to complete this achievement? Chen glanced at Tsungu. The grooves on the pale blade had turned completely blood red. The soul power was fully stored, ready to unleash the ultimate skill at any moment. Just then, the view ahead suddenly opened up. Chen looked closely and found that he had arrived at an open area resembling a basin. Hundreds of kobolds stood in the basin, glaring fiercely at Chen. Among them were 5 or 6 kobolds whose physiques were significantly larger than those of the kobold slaves. They stood taller than adult human males and were equipped with far superior gear. Kobold sappers. Level 3 creatures. However, what caught Chen's attention even more was the exceptionally burly kobold, who was surrounded by the kobold sappers like a star encircled by a constellation of moons. Standing upright, it was over 2 meters tall, its body covered in knotted, stacked muscles that looked like natural armor. Just looking at it gave off an immense sense of oppression. In its hand, it carried a 5-foot-long, heavy hooked axe cast entirely of iron. Identifying a kobold's rank was actually very simple. The higher the rank of a kobold, the more massive its physical size. Starting from the laborer rank, kobolds generally possess physiques that surpass those of adult human males. By the time they reach the lord rank, their standing height can even reach 3 to 4 meters. The burly kobold in front of him stood a full 2 meters tall, clearly marking it as a foreman among its kind. A peak level 3 creature. Roar! The slaughter of its many subordinates had already driven the kobold foreman into a towering rage. Upon spotting Chen, it let out an immediate roar and swung its battle axe forward with a powerful sweep. The surrounding kobold sappers, laborers, and slaves instantly began howling and shrieking, charging toward Chen in a state of sheer frenzy. Facing the massive enemies charging with murderous intent, Chen's expression remained unchanged. He slowly raised pale bone, then suddenly slashed it through the air. Screech! Amidst a piercing whistle of displaced air, a massive, crescent-shaped pale blade energy manifested out of nowhere, piercing through the void like a bolt of lightning and sweeping toward the kobold army. Chapter 61, I asked you to be bait, but you wiped out the nest instead. Outside the mine, behind a cluster of rocks. He Haidong and the others were listening intently to the sounds coming from within the mine. They would wait for Chen to emerge, then immediately retreat, leading the kobolds away from the mine to gradually eliminate them. Judging by the scale of this mine, the kobold clan inside consists of at most 500 or 600 members. He Haidong had done extensive homework beforehand. Only kobold clans that possessed a lord or a guardian would reach a scale of over 1,000 members. A kobold clan led by a foreman was considered a small clan, numbering 500 or 600 at the absolute most. As long as they lured them out a few times and took down 100 or 200 kobolds, launching a full assault would be much easier. Not long after Chen charged into the mine, the sounds of shouting and killing quickly erupted.
He Haidong and his team immediately tensed up, preparing to provide support. But to their surprise, the sounds of battle died down shortly after. Following that, intermittent noises continued to drift out, but the sounds grew fainter and fainter, as if moving deeper into the mine. The group looked at each other in confusion.
Chen didn't go deeper into the mine, did he? There's no need. He only needs to kill a few kobolds to let them know there's an intruder, and they'll naturally give chase. Maybe he wants to lure out a larger group?
Recalling Chen's lightning-fast movement from moments ago, the group felt that this was indeed a possibility. Superior skill breeds bold courage, after all. If he could lure out more kobolds, it would make the subsequent assault on the mine much easier. So, the group continued to wait patiently. But as time ticked by, Chen still hadn't emerged.
Instead, the noises coming from inside the mine gradually faded away until there was total silence. Xian finally couldn't hold back anymore. Could something have happened to Chen?
The words had barely left her mouth when a sudden boom echoed in their ears. The source of the sound was unmistakably from within the mine.
Everyone's expression shifted slightly. Haidong made a snap decision and stood up. Let's go in and check it out. The others immediately followed suit.
The group moved past the corpses at the mine entrance and strode quickly into the tunnel. They hadn't gone far when they were met with the sight of bodies strewn across the ground. About 30 or 40 of them, all kobold slaves and laborers. Experienced as he was, Haidong made a judgment after a quick glance. The 5 of them didn't stop, continuing deeper into the mine. As they ventured further in, the number of corpses on the ground increased. By the time they reached the inner sections, looks of shock had begun to appear on the faces of Haidong and the others. All 5 of them were level 3 warriors, and they felt confident that dealing with dozens of level 2 creatures would be no problem. However, to do what they were seeing slaughtering their way deep into the mine single-handedly and leaving behind over 100 kobold corpses was not something easily achieved. Not to mention, most of these kobolds had been killed with a single blow. It was clear that the killer had remained composed and at ease from start to finish, finding the task exceptionally easy.
Amazing! Xian's eyes widened as she let out a low exclamation. Chang Yuanqing and Gong Jun were equally shocked. Did Chen do all of this? Who else could it be? Gong Jun swallowed hard. We've been guarding the cave entrance the whole time. No one but Chen has gone inside. That made perfect sense. Chang Yuanqing was instantly left speechless.
Thinking back to his previous doubts about Chen, he felt his cheeks burn with embarrassment. This time, he really had been blind. Su Xian gazed into the depths of the mine, a strange light flashing in her eyes. It seemed Chen was even more powerful than she had imagined. To kill nearly 200 kobolds required more than just exceptional movement techniques. Let's go, Chen should be just up ahead. Haidong strode forward. The others snapped out of it and hurried to follow. Before long, the space ahead suddenly opened up. Everyone looked around and found themselves in a basin-like area. This was the deepest part of the mine. Based on past experience, such places usually teemed with monsters and their leaders. Thus, as they entered, everyone was on high alert, cautious as if facing a formidable foe. However, what they saw left them completely stunned. To their surprise, the basin was completely empty. Not even the shadow of a single kobold could be seen. There was, however, a long trench on the ground not far from the entrance, stretching forward for over 100 meters. Scattered rubble lay all around, looking as if the earth had been violently plowed by something. Yet, not a single kobold corpse could be found in the vicinity. Haidong and the others were filled with doubt and uncertainty. What on earth happened? Tap. The sound of footsteps drifted over. Everyone looked toward the source of the sound and saw Chen walking out from a cave entrance at the far end of the basin, completely unharmed. Chen! Xian let out a cry of pleasant surprise. The others also breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Chen was safe and sound. Why did you guys come in? Chen asked as he walked over. We saw that you hadn't come out for a long time and were worried something had happened to you, so we came in to check. He Haidong explained, then his expression turned solemn as he said seriously. I'm sorry, Brother Chen, we messed up this time. He then proceeded to explain their suspicions about him trying to leech off the team. Chen had guessed this long ago and wasn't surprised, merely waving his hand dismissively. It's fine, I understand your concerns. Seeing Chen forgive them without a second thought, He Haidong and the others felt even more guilty. Look at Brother Chen, what a magnanimous person. In contrast, they had judged a noble heart with their own petty suspicions. It truly shouldn't have happened. Where are the kobolds here? Did you deal with all of them? Su Xian asked. Chen shook his head and said, when I arrived, it was already like this. This, of course, was not the truth. In fact, the kobold foreman, the guards, and the entire swarm of laborers and slaves had long since been ground into dust by the pale blade chi, all of them converted into achievement progress. After this battle, Alien Race Resistance Vanguard 3 had been successfully completed. 2,000 discipline points. Chen felt an immense surge of joy in his heart. Of course, he couldn't tell the others the truth about such things. After all, the existence of Palebone was far too sensitive and could not be exposed. Hearing Chen's words, He Haidong and the others did not doubt him, though they remained perplexed. After a moment of reflection, He Haidong finally came up with a barely plausible explanation. The kobold clan here was likely wiped out by someone else long ago. Those kobold laborers and slaves outside are probably just a wandering group that fled here from somewhere else. Although the others still harbored some doubts, this was the only explanation that made sense. Snapping back to reality, the group couldn't help but feel a secret sense of wonder. Chen was originally only supposed to be responsible for luring the kobolds out, but who would have thought he would end up slaughtering his way through the entire kobold nest? Instead, they had spent most of the time watching the show, without needing to lift a finger. By the way, Chen pointed toward the cave entrance deep within the basin. That's where the kobold clan stores their ore. Everyone's spirit lifted as they hurried into the cave. Just as Chen had said, the cave held a mountain-like pile of dark red ore, estimated to be at least a dozen tons. This is smelt iron ore. Gong Jun stepped forward, picked up a piece of ore, and spoke with excitement after examining it for a moment. He Xin and Chang Yuanqing also showed looks of delight upon hearing this. Smelt iron ore sells for as much as 100,000 yuan per ton on the market. The bulk purchase price would be slightly lower. But with over a dozen tons of ore in front of them, selling it for 1.5 to 1.6 million yuan would be no problem at all. Even split among 6 people, each person would receive over 200,000 yuan. To reap such rewards from a single mission was already a massive harvest. However, He Haidong showed no joy. Instead, he looked at Chen and said earnestly, Chen, you were the one who dealt with all the kobolds in the mine. We won't take a single piece of this or it's all yours. Chapter 62, Flying Wing Exploration Team. As soon as He Haidong spoke, the cave fell silent. He Xin, Chang Yuanqing, and Gong Jun looked at each other in silence, offering no objections. Just as He Haidong said, Chen had single-handedly wiped out the kobolds in the mine. They hadn't lifted a finger from start to finish. It would be shameless of them to try and claim a share of the spoils now. More importantly, they had just doubted Chen and felt quite guilty about it, making them even less willing to take advantage of him. Su Xian, naturally, had no objections either. She hadn't come here for the profit in the first place. Besides, a mere 200,000 or so star coins meant nothing to her. Chen glanced at He Haidong, and seeing his serious expression, he didn't indulge in any awkward pleasantries and simply nodded in agreement. The atmosphere around them immediately relaxed. The expressions of He Haidong and the other 3 also lightened considerably. However, in the next second, their expressions suddenly froze. They watched as Chen placed his hand on the pile of ore without any visible movement. The mountain of ore vanished instantly. A spatial tool. He Haidong was dumbfounded. Spatial tools were incredibly precious. He never imagined that Chen would actually possess such a rare and extraordinary item. He Xin and Gong Jun were equally slack-jawed. A few seconds later, both instinctively turned their heads to look at Chang Yuanqing. On the way here, Chang Yuanqing had jokingly remarked that Chen might have a spatial tool, never expecting his words to hit the mark. However, Chang Yuanqing wasn't happy at all. Instead, he wished he could dig a hole and bury himself in it. He had assumed Chen was an inexperienced rookie who failed to carry food, water, and survival supplies. But now it seemed clear that he had stored them in a spatial item. There was no need for him to lug around a heavy tactical backpack like they did. Chen paid no mind to Chang Yuanqing's awkwardness. Less than 2 hours after entering the anomaly, he had not only obtained ores worth over 1 million but also pocketed 2,000 discipline points. It was a massive haul, and he was in an excellent mood. And as expected, a new achievement appeared. Alien Race Vanguard 4, kill 10,000 members of an alien race. Requirement, total 4-dimensional stats must be no less than 60 points. Reward upon completion, 4,000 discipline points. Current progress, 10,000. 10,000 alien race kills, a long way to go. Chen thought to himself. However, as long as there were new achievements to pursue, it was fine. No matter how high the difficulty, he would complete it sooner or later. If worst came to worst, he would just have to participate in more anomaly explorations in the future. With the distribution of spoils concluded, the group turned and walked out of the cave, preparing to leave the mine. Anomaly exploration naturally involved more than just clearing this one mine. The map He Haidong brought marked 4 other locations. The ultimate goal of their expedition was to clear all 5 mines. With 1 down, 4 remained. On the way back, the group ignored the kobold corpses lining the path. Although kobolds had an energy level no lower than that of the black-scaled lizardmen, they were far less valuable. They possessed no valuable materials on their bodies. If one had to name their only value, it was their talent for mining. In places where kobolds gathered, one could often find a significant amount of ore. Thus, the group didn't spare a single glance at the corpses on the ground and headed straight out of the mine. Unexpectedly, just as they stepped out of the mine, Chen and the others ran head-on into another group. There were 10 newcomers in total. All of them were dressed in combat suits and carrying tactical backpacks, looking every bit like professional explorers. The moment the two parties met, they instinctively assumed combat stances in unison. Anomalies are far removed from the real world and are not restricted by laws or regulations. In such places, the darker side of human nature is magnified infinitely. Teammates turn against each other over unfair distributions of loot. Exploration teams draw blades against one another for the sake of profit. There are even teams that don't hunt the alien race at all, choosing instead to ambush other explorers and plunder their spoils. Dark incidents of all kinds occur within these anomalies every single day. Inside an anomaly, it isn't just the alien race one needs to guard against, but fellow human explorers as well. After the initial instinctive wariness, both sides sized each other up and quickly recognized one another. The burly man leading the other group relaxed his posture slightly and gave a forced, insincere smile. So, it's the Vermilion Bird Exploration Group. He Haidong, didn't you guys just lose 2 teammates a while back? You managed to fill the vacancies with new blood this quickly? The faces of He Haidong and his 3 companions darkened at those words. That's none of your business, Du Chang. Mind your own affairs first. He Haidong clearly detested this man named Du Chang. After speaking, he moved to walk straight past him. However, Du Chang took a wide step sideways to block his path. He Haidong's expression shifted instantly as he said coldly, Du Chang, what do you think you're doing? Don't be in such a rush. When old friends meet, shouldn't we chat for a bit before you head off? Du Chang ignored He Haidong's icy glare and cast a smiling glance at the mine entrance behind them, his grin becoming meaningful. It looks like you've just cleared out a kobold nest. I bet the haul was decent. What, 2 million? As soon as those words were spoken, the surrounding atmosphere grew heavy with tension. He Xin and the others tightened their grips on their weapons. He Haidong stared directly at Du Chang without flinching, punctuating every word. Are you looking to start a fight? Inside an anomaly point, inquiring about another team's haul is a major taboo. This was especially true given the clearly strained relationship between Du Chang and the Vermilion Bird Exploration Group. Such a question inevitably brought to mind the possibility of a struggle over spoils of war. Du Chang and He Haidong locked eyes for a moment before Du Chang suddenly broke into a grin. "I was just asking casually, you're overthinking it." "Alright, I won't delay you any further. If you're leaving, then go ahead." With that, he stepped back to clear the path. He Haidong gave Du Chang a deep, searching look before leading his group away. Watching the Vermilion Bird exploration group disappear into the distance, a narrow-eyed young man in his 20s approached Du Chang and whispered, "Captain, we're just letting them go like that?" From the looks of it, their haul this trip is definitely significant, at least 1 or 2 million. Du Chang crossed his arms, responding without turning his head. "What's the rush?" Aside from those 2 newcomers, the rest of the Vermilion Bird team are veterans. They aren't weak. If we go head-to-head, we'd lose at least 1 or 2 men. It's not worth it. Send someone into the mine to check it out first, then we'll decide on a plan. Du Chang held immense prestige within his team. As soon as he spoke, the group chorused their agreement, and several men were dispatched to investigate the mine. At the same time, once they were far from the mine, the expressions of He Haidong and the other 3 turned solemn. Seeing this, Su Xian asked, "Who are those people?" "They are the Flying Wing Exploration Group." He Haidong's face was grim. The Flying Wing Exploration Group has a pretty bad reputation in this circle. It's said they've ambushed other teams to steal their loot before, but because there were no witnesses, nothing has ever been proven. He Xian added worriedly, "I'm afraid we've been marked by the Flying Wing team this time." Gong Jun's expression was equally grim. The Winged Exploration team are all level 3 warriors, and Du Chang is even at the peak of level 3. Their strength far exceeds ours. If they really make a move against us, the consequences will be unthinkable. Seeing the atmosphere of the team begin to stagnate, He Haidong hurriedly said, "Don't worry too much, perhaps we're just overthinking things. After all, we aren't exactly soft persimmons that anyone can squeeze. Unless the Winged Exploration team has lost their minds, they won't attack us at the risk of suffering heavy losses themselves." There was some truth to these words. The tense expressions on everyone's faces finally relaxed a bit. Su Xian secretly stole a glance at Chen. Whether it was just now or at this moment, Chen had remained composed from beginning to end. It was as if he didn't take the threat of the Winged Exploration team to heart at all. Moreover, she could tell that Chen wasn't feigning calmness, he truly didn't care. This made Su Xian increasingly curious. She had originally thought Chen was just an ordinary warrior department student from a comprehensive university. But as they spent more time together, she felt more and more that Chen was shrouded in layers of mist. It made one feel an uncontrollable urge to uncover the truth. For the first time in her life, Su Xian felt a strong sense of curiosity toward a boy. Chapter 63, A Rat in a Trap, No Escape Even with Wings. The appearance of the Winged Exploration team cast a slight shadow over everyone's hearts. But the exploration had to continue. Following the map, the group continued toward the next mine. The mines He Haidong selected were all located on the outskirts of the island, belonging to the areas where the kobold forces were weakest. There was basically no need to worry about the appearance of Lord or Guard level kobolds. And after witnessing Chen's formidable strength, everyone felt a bit more confident about the upcoming exploration. On the way, He Haidong secretly marveled at his own good luck. The 2 helpers he had recruited were both quite capable. Chen, in particular, was even more formidable than he, a veteran level 3 warrior. It was hard to imagine that such a talented warrior was merely a student from a comprehensive university's warrior department. About an hour later, the group arrived at the second mine. This time, Su Xian volunteered to act as bait. He Haidong thought for a moment and agreed. After taking out the 2 sentries guarding the entrance, Su Xian flashed into the mine. Before long, the sounds of fighting echoed from within. Su Xian wasn't as fierce as Chen. She couldn't simply tear through a kobold lair single-handedly. About 4 or 5 minutes later, the girl came charging out of the mine. Behind her followed a swarming mass of over 100 kobolds. Leading them was a kobold sapper. He Haidong was overjoyed and gestured for everyone to retreat. The group retreated 400 to 500 meters away from the mine before stopping to turn in charge at the kobolds. He Haidong pinned down the kobold sapper. The remaining 5 began to slaughter the kobold laborers and slaves. It was at this moment that Su Xian, Xin, and the others truly witnessed Chen's ferocity. His entire being became a blurred afterimage, weaving and leaping through the dense crowd of kobolds, sweeping back and forth. Everywhere he passed, blade light danced, rapidly harvesting the lives of kobold after kobold. In just over a minute, more than 50 kobolds had died by his hand. Such devastating casualties instantly terrified the remaining kobolds, who scattered in all directions with strange shrieks of panic. Xin and the other 2 stared blankly, utterly dumbfounded. They knew Chen was fierce, but they hadn't expected him to be this fierce. Almost single-handedly, he had forcibly broken the kobold battalion. Even Su Xian watched with a strange brilliance flickering in her eyes, her gaze shining bright. It wasn't until Chen began chasing down the fleeing kobolds that the others snapped out of their daze, regaining their composure and joining the pursuit. Before long, the 100 or so kobolds were completely wiped out. Turning back, Chen and several others joined the siege against the kobold sappers. Under the combined efforts of 6 level 3 warriors, the pathetic kobold sappers lasted only a few rounds before being decapitated by a single blade. It was Chen who landed the finishing blow. Watching his achievement progress increase by over 70, a faint, almost imperceptible smile played across the corners of his mouth. After a brief rest, the second lure began. This time, Chang Yuanqing took over as the bait. Slightly fewer kobolds emerged in pursuit this time, just over 100. However, they were led by 2 kobold sappers. Nevertheless, under the group's coordinated attack, the threat was dealt with without any major incidents. Only a few kobold slaves managed to escape. But it no longer mattered. After 2 consecutive lures, even the stupidest kobolds would have realized what was happening. The bait plan was no longer effective. Next came the direct assault. With Ren Haidong and Chen leading the way, the 6 of them charged straight into the mine. The kobold clan in the mine originally numbered only about 500 or 600. The previous 2 luring operations had already eliminated over 200 kobolds, nearly half the population. Those remaining were no longer a significant threat. The only ones who could be considered troublesome were the kobold foreman and 3 kobold sappers deep within the mine. After a considerable effort, and with He Haidong sustaining some minor injuries, they finally managed to kill these 4 level 3 monsters. Because others were present, Chen did not use the pale bone, he used the burning cloud blade throughout the entire fight. Even so, he held his own in a one-on-one duel against the kobold foreman. By the time he finally delivered the killing blow to the kobold foreman, the others were looking at him as if they were staring at some kind of inconceivable creature. Keep in mind that the kobold overseer was a peak level 3 creature. Chen took down the kobold overseer single-handedly and appeared virtually unscathed. This level of strength was already incredibly close to level 4. It's simply unbelievable. And Chen was only in his early 20s. To possess strength nearing level 4 at this age, calling him a natural-born prodigy wouldn't be an exaggeration. Su Xian marveled inwardly. With this level of strength, Chen would undoubtedly belong to the elite few even at Gingyan University. If such a figure appeared in a transcendent university, it wouldn't be quite as shocking. Yet, he was a student from a comprehensive university. It was truly astonishing. Chen, however, remained calm. His total 4-dimensional stats had already reached 142 points. Combined with his expert-level Shadow Step and Shadowless Blade technique, as well as his fine-grade weapon, the Cloud Burning Blade, if he still couldn't kill a kobold overseer, he might as well give up martial arts entirely. Due to the intense battle, a gash had been torn in the front of Chen's jacket, revealing the combat suit underneath. He Haidong caught a glimpse of it by chance, and his heart skipped a beat. Type 4 Colossus Combat Suit. A high-end combat suit worth 500,000 star coins. He Haidong gasped inwardly. 1-star skills, 2-star skills, spatial items, a Type 4 Colossus combat suit, plus that incredibly sharp blade suspected to be a fine-grade weapon. The amount of high-quality gear Chen possessed was staggering. At this moment, He Haidong was absolutely certain. Chen must come from an extraordinary background.
He was either a direct descendant of some martial arts clan or a core member of a transcendent organization. Once this thought took root, He Haidong's attitude toward Chen became even more cordial. He didn't dare treat him as just a temporary team member to be ordered around. After dealing with the monsters, the group quickly located the ore stored by the kobolds in one of the caves. They were quite lucky the quantity of ore this time was even greater than the last. Split equally, each person would receive about 300,000, a very decent harvest indeed. He Xian and the others all beamed with joy. The loot would be converted into star coins and distributed once they were out. For now, everything was kept with the team leader, He Haidong. He Haidong did not possess a permanent spatial artifact. Instead, he used a spatial bag to store the ores. This was a disposable spatial item. It had a volume of only 10 cubic meters and, once activated, would only last for 48 hours. If the items were not removed in time, they would be destroyed along with the collapse of the space. In terms of performance, it was far inferior to permanent spatial artifacts. However, its advantage lay in its price. A single spatial bag cost only 30,000 star coins. For ordinary warriors who had no access to permanent spatial artifacts, it was a practical and affordable alternative. After storing all the ore into the spatial bag, the group walked out, chatting and laughing. Outside the mine, Du Chang stared at the entrance, a cold light flickering in his eyes. That guy He Haidong is really pushing it. He just wiped out one kobold clan, and now he's already moving on to the second. Beside him, Zhuo Chao let out a mocking laugh. Isn't that great? He's basically collecting the ore for us. Boss, based on the traces left in the warehouse of that previous mine, the Vermilion Bird exploration team must have secured at least 1 million worth of smelting iron ore. Add in the ore from this mine, and we're looking at least 3 million in total. If we can get our hands on that, this trip won't be for nothing. At the mention of 3 million, the members of the winged exploration team all had eyes shining with blatant greed. Du Chang gave a dark chuckle and asked, "Are the preparations ready?" "All ready." A sinister smile appeared on Zhuo Chao's face. The 20-odd female kobolds have all been killed. We've placed a corpse every set distance along the path. To ensure nothing goes wrong, I've also added a generous amount of delirium incense to the corpses. Even a level 4 creature would go berserk and lose all reason upon smelling it, leaving nothing but hatred in its mind. It won't be long before they arrive. By then, the members of the Vermilion Bird exploration group will be like turtles in a jar trapped with no way out. Du Chang nodded with satisfaction. Well done. Alright, let's head out first. That pack of monsters should be arriving any moment now. Chapter 64, One man guards the pass, 10,000 cannot force through. For some unknown reason, Su Xian had a faint, ominous premonition. Similar premonitions had occurred before, and every time, something very bad followed. Without exception. And now, the same feeling was resurfacing. Could it be that something dangerous was about to happen? Su Xian's brow furrowed deeply. She wanted to warn everyone, but she couldn't find a valid reason. She couldn't exactly say it was just her intuition, could she? No one would believe that. While she was hesitating, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in her ear. What's going on? Su Xian turned her head and met Chen's inquiring gaze. You look like something's wrong. I'm fine. After a moment's hesitation, Su Xian decided not to speak up. After all, it was just a feeling. What if nothing happened? Besides, there were 6 level 3 warriors in the team right now. Among them was Chen, an expert whose strength was approaching level 4. Su Xian couldn't imagine anything in this vicinity that could pose a threat to their group. Thinking this way, the girl felt a slight sense of relief and added another sentence. Thank you, I'm fine now. That's good then. Seeing that Su Xian didn't appear to be in any trouble, Chen nodded and withdrew his gaze. The group soon returned to the vicinity of the mine entrance. Joyful smiles were plastered across the faces of He Haidong and the other 3. Less than 4 hours after entering the anomaly, they had already secured a harvest worth over 300,000 per person. Even if they gained nothing else for the rest of the trip, this journey would already be worth it. Without a doubt, it was a spectacular start. It seemed this exploration trip would be very smooth. The group walked out of the mine laughing and chatting, only for their expressions to freeze simultaneously. Centering on the mine entrance, countless kobolds had appeared from all directions at some unknown time. Kobolds covering the mountains and fields completely surrounded the mine entrance, staring at the group with blood-red eyes. Looking at their demeanor, they seemed desperate to skin them alive, crush their bones, and devour every bit of their flesh. What's going on? Why are there so many kobolds? Chang Yuanqing's voice stammered, his face deathly pale. The others weren't faring much better, their expressions incredibly grim. Casting their eyes around, there were at least nearly 1,000 kobolds surrounding them. Among them were even 30 or 40 kobold laborers, and 5 or 6 kobold taskmasters. Seeing this scene, He Haidong's face instantly drained of all color. Kobold taskmasters held a significant status within kobold clans, enough to command a small tribe. However, one mountain cannot hold 2 tigers. A small tribe could only have 1 kobold taskmaster. If multiple kobold taskmasters appeared at the same time, it meant there was a higher order existence in the tribe suppressing them. A kobold guard? Or a kobold lord? Judging from the current situation, there is a high probability it's a kobold guard. However, this did not lighten He Haidong's heavy heart in the slightest. A kobold guard is a level 4 creature. Even if all of them combined their strength, they might not be able to defeat a single kobold guard. Not to mention there were dozens of level 3 monsters and nearly 1,000 level 1 and level 2 monsters before them. This was clearly a desperate situation. What He Haidong couldn't understand was why a large clan led by a kobold guard would appear in the outer regions. And why did they happen to be blocking the entrance to the mine? One must know that kobolds rarely leave their dens easily. Just then, a cry of alarm rang out. "Look over there!" He Xin shouted, pointing not far away. Everyone followed the direction she pointed and saw a bloody corpse lying on the ground about 10 meters away. Judging from its leaner build compared to its kin and the full curves of its chest, it was clearly a female kobold. He Haidong understood instantly, and his face turned ashen. "Someone is framing us." Su Xian immediately asked, "What's going on?" Gong Jun took over the conversation and explained. Female kobolds are very rare within a clan. They are the foundation for the clan's reproduction and growth, and are highly valued. Once someone attempts to harm a female kobold, it will absolutely trigger the wrath of the entire clan. Looking at the situation, someone must have killed a female kobold and then thrown the body here to frame us, wanting us to die under the kobold's siege. At this point, everything became clear to everyone. The only ones who would go to such great lengths to frame them and want them dead at a time like this was the Flying Wing exploration team. Those damn bastards! Chang Yuanqing gritted his teeth. Su Xian's heart sank. Her bad premonition had finally come true. And it was worse than ever before. Faced with the current situation, she truly couldn't conceive of a way to resolve it. During the brief gap in their conversation, the surrounding kobolds remained motionless, surrounding the mine with murderous expressions as if waiting for a specific command. That command arrived swiftly. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly erupted from the distance. The moment the sound rang out, the kobolds outside the mine acted as if a switch had been flipped. They shifted from absolute stillness to explosive motion, charging toward Chen and the others with feral screams. That surge of frenzied momentum was enough to make anyone turn pale with fear. Fall back into the mine, quickly! He Haidong made a split-second decision. If they stayed outside, they would be swamped and devoured by the countless kobolds. Their only glimmer of hope lay in retreating into the mine and using the relatively narrow terrain of the tunnels to hold off the kobold assault. The group retreated into the mine in a desperate rush. Through their previous forceful push, they had already scouted the layout of the mine and quickly selected a tunnel roughly 4 meters wide. This was already the narrowest passage within the mine. By positioning themselves here, they would only have to face a dozen or so kobolds at a time. With the 6 of them, they could hold the line without being completely surrounded. The battle broke out instantly. And it was far more intense than anything they had faced before. It was impossible to tell how many female kobolds the Flying Wing exploration team had slaughtered. The monsters before them were consumed by pure hatred, fighting with a suicidal frenzy and utter madness. Faced with the tidal wave of the kobolds' fierce assault, the group instantly felt an immense pressure, their expressions turning exceptionally grim. Only Chen remained as composed as ever, and in fact, he even seemed a bit pleasantly surprised. The monsters that others feared like tigers were, in his eyes, representations of achievement progress. With every kobold slain, the achievement progress ticked up by 1 point. What could be more motivating than this? The cloud-burning blade spun in Chen's hand until it became a blur of rapidly leaping light, a defense so tight not even a drop of water could splash through. Any kobold brave enough to rush into that sphere of light was, without exception, shredded and killed. Eventually, Chen felt the pace of the slaughter was too slow and began to press forward directly. The cloud-burning blade in his hand unleashed a continuous barrage of slashes, causing the air to churn violently like boiling water in an instant. He Haidong and the others suddenly saw a flash of cold light before their eyes, and the pressure on them abruptly lightened. When they focused their gaze again, 20 to 30 more kobold corpses already littered the ground. Chen had actually killed dozens of kobolds in a single heartbeat. Screech! The piercing sonic boom of breaking air suddenly rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Under the stunned gazes of He Haidong and the others, a kobold sapper lunged fiercely at Chen from the side. Yet, while it was still mid-air, a chilling blade light struck first despite being launched later, sweeping across its neck. The massive head instantly soared into the sky. A dignified level 3 creature couldn't even survive a single exchange. The crowd watched with glazed eyes, completely dumbfounded. At this moment, a single phrase flashed through all their minds simultaneously. One man guarding the pass, 10,000 cannot force their way through. Chapter 65, Sudden Insight. The astonishing power of the blade technique. Chen fell into a marvelous state of being. Everything in his surroundings seemed to drift away from him. Only the edge of the blade in his hand and the dense swarm of enemies ahead remained. Only a single thought occupied his mind. Swing the blade and slay the enemies before you. Too many enemies? Then swing the blade faster. Even faster. So fast that every enemy is ensnared within a web of blades woven by your own hands. Squelch! 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 The sounds of blades slicing through flesh rang out one after another. The speed grew faster and faster. Until finally, the sounds merged into a continuous drone, echoing incessantly through the surroundings. It felt as if only a moment had passed. Yet it also felt as if years had gone by. At a certain point, Chen suddenly felt his blade swing through empty air, and he instantly snapped out of that profound, mysterious state of mind. Looking around, he realized that at some point he had left the original tunnel and advanced more than 100 meters forward. Looking back, the ground behind him was covered in a dense carpet of kobold corpses, completely obscuring the floor like a rug made of the dead. And at the end of that carpet, He Haidong and the other 4 were staring at him with dull expressions, their faces filled with disbelief. Looking ahead about 10 meters away, the remaining kobolds were watching him with terrified expressions, frozen in place and not daring to step forward. They looked as if they were staring at some incredibly terrifying monster. What happened to me, just now? Chen's expression shifted as he quickly summoned the system panel. Shadowless Blade Technique Expert 1076-2500. Chen was instantly shocked. He remembered that when he checked earlier, the proficiency of the Shadowless Blade Technique was only at 87-2500 foot. It had suddenly surged by nearly 1,000 proficiency points. Could it be that was the legendary enlightenment just now? Chen was lost in thought. It wasn't unheard of for a warrior to experience a sudden flash of insight during a fierce life and death struggle, leading to a massive leap in skill attainment or even a direct breakthrough in realm. Chen guessed that his situation just now was likely exactly that. Nearly 1,000 skill proficiency points. If I were still at the proficient level, I probably would have broken through the realm directly. Chen clicked his tongue in secret amazement. The boost from the epiphany was nothing short of massive. It was only because his Shadowless Saber technique was already at the expert level, requiring a vast amount of proficiency to advance further, that he didn't directly break through to the next realm.
Nevertheless, it had increased his proficiency by nearly 2/5. This saved him at least 3 random skill EXP cards. The gains were already substantial. Chen glanced at his achievements again. The progress for Alien Race Vanguard 4 had risen to 645,10,000. In other words, he had just slaughtered over 500 kobolds. It was no wonder those kobolds were too terrified to continue their assault. However, just because the kobolds were afraid to attack didn't mean Chen would let them go. These were all points for his achievement progress. Chen let out a cold laugh and charged toward the kobolds. As his blade danced, he unleashed another wave of carnage. In the rear, he Haidong and the others watched the scene, left utterly speechless. When they first saw nearly 1,000 kobolds, they were on the brink of despair. They thought they would likely lose their lives here today. They never expected such a dramatic turn of events. Chen had suddenly displayed divine prowess, single-handedly cutting down more than half of the kobold horde. He had even frightened them into a retreat, leaving them too scared to take the initiative to attack. The situation had now completely reversed. It was Chen alone chasing down and hacking away at the kobolds. This scene gave He Haidong and his group a surreal sense of absurdity, as if they were dreaming. This was simply too inconceivable. After a long silence, He Xin finally spoke up. "Well, what was that just now?" He Haidong took a deep breath and said in a low voice. "If I'm not mistaken, that was an epiphany." Epiphany. Everyone was shocked by the words. An epiphany could be said to be something every warrior dreams of. However, such an occurrence is a matter of chance and cannot be forced. Many warriors go their entire lives without ever experiencing an epiphany. Among them are no shortage of martial arts geniuses with exceptional talent. They never expected that Chen would actually have an epiphany under these circumstances. No wonder Chen's blade technique was so astonishing just now. Su Xian murmured to herself, a trace of daze still lingering on her pretty face. The mastery of the blade Chen had displayed previously was already extremely impressive. At the very least, Su Xian had never seen any peer whose blade technique could surpass Chen's. But even such excellent technique was far inferior to what he had just shown. That incredible power where dozens of kobolds were killed simultaneously with a single slash still left Su Xian feeling breathless with admiration just thinking about it. Screech! Chen swung his blade to kill a kobold, feeling a bit of regret in his heart. After emerging from the state of epiphany, performing the shadowless blade technique no longer possessed that staggering power from moments ago. The efficiency of killing kobolds immediately dropped by a significant margin. However, that was only his perspective. The kobolds certainly didn't see it that way. Seeing their companions fall one after another under Chen's blade, with dozens more dead in the blink of an eye, the kobolds finally broke down. Screaming and shouting, they began to flee toward the exit of the mine. But before they could get very far, they ran headlong into a burly figure. Whoosh! Amidst a dull whistling sound, a sharp battle axe swept through the air, cutting 4 or 5 fleeing kobolds in half at the waist. Immediately after. Roar! A deafening roar echoed through the mine, shaking the tunnel so hard that dust came fluttering down. The scattered kobolds stopped in their tracks, looking at the burly figure with faces full of terror. Chen stopped his pursuit and squinted at the figure ahead. It was a kobold nearly 3 meters tall. His entire body was knotted with muscles, bulging in thick layers. Just looking at it was enough to feel the explosive strength contained within. In its hand, it held a steel battle axe about a meter long. Warm blood was still dripping from the blade of the axe. A kobold guard. He Haidong gasped, his eyes filled with horror. The worst-case scenario had happened after all. The leader of the kobold clan besieging them was actually a level 4 kobold guard. He Xian, Su Xian, Chang Yuanqing, and Gong Jun all turned pale simultaneously. Only Chen remained calm. With his back to the others, he silently pulled out his combat power detector, aimed it at the kobold guard, and pressed the switch. 176. Chen raised an eyebrow. The total value of these 4-dimensional stats was 34 points higher than his own. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The most important factor was the difference in life level between energy levels.
From level 3 to level 4, there is a leap in the very essence of life. This is something that 4-dimensional stats cannot reflect. Despite this, there wasn't a hint of panic on Chen's face. Seemingly dissatisfied with its calm composure, the kobold guard let out a roar toward the sky, then brandished its battle axe and charged toward Chen like a rumbling heavy chariot. Even from 100 meters away, Haidong and the others could feel the fierce aura rushing toward them, and their faces instantly turned white. Su Xian looked at Chen's back, a flash of worry in her eyes. Unfortunately, even if she wanted to step forward and help, she couldn't. The surviving kobolds didn't dare approach the battlefield between Chen and the kobold guard, so they turned and charged toward them instead. The group had no choice but to rouse their spirit to deal with the threat. Fortunately, more than half of the kobolds had already been slain by Chen, and some had fled, leaving only about 200 remaining. Although the numbers were still significant, they were at least able to barely hold their own. Chapter 66, No One Can Save You. The battlefield was instantly split into two parts. One part consisted of the battle between Haidong's group and the kobolds. The other part was the life and death struggle between Chen and the kobold guards. Strictly speaking, this was the first time Chen had truly faced off against a level 4 creature. Although Tao Li had also been a level 4 warrior, Chen had used the pale blade aura to kill him instantly in order to intimidate the others. The two of them had never actually engaged in a direct confrontation. The kobold guard before him was the first level 4 opponent he had faced head-on. Whoosh! Whoosh! The heavy battle axe tore through the air, whipping up a violent gale that stung Chen's skin. One could well imagine that if a direct hit were landed, the outcome would be disastrous. Even though the Type 4 Colossus combat suit he wore claimed to be able to withstand 3 full-strength strikes from a level 4 creature, Chen had no intention of testing that theory himself. After dodging another of the kobold guard's attacks, Chen glanced over at Haidong's side. Seeing that they could still hold out for the time being, his eyes flickered, and he suddenly turned and rushed into another tunnel. Thinking that Chen was trying to escape, the kobold guard immediately roared and gave chase. The mine contained numerous tunnels branching out in all directions. Chen sprinted for a distance before finally coming to a halt in the middle of a spacious tunnel. Turning back to face the pursuing kobold guard, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "No one will see me here." With a whisper, Chen flicked his wrist, and the cloud-burning blade vanished instantly. When it reappeared, it had been replaced by the pale bone. When he had previously used the pale blade aura to slaughter the kobolds, the hundreds of dead kobolds had already filled the pale bone's grooves once again. Chen slowly raised the blade and slashed it down with sudden violence. A massive, crescent-shaped pale blade aura swept out in an instant, piercing through the void like a bolt of lightning and shooting straight toward the kobold guard. Beastly intuition allowed the kobold guard to sense the sheer terror behind this strike. A glimmer of profound horror flickered in its pupils. However, it was already too late to dodge. It could only swing its battle axe downward in a heavy frontal cleave, desperately attempting to withstand the blow. In terms of actual strength, the kobold guard was a notch stronger than Tao Li. Unfortunately, such a minor disparity in strength made no difference in the face of the pale blade chi. Accompanied by the ear-piercing screech of twisting metal, the steel battle axe instantly shattered into fragments. The pale blade chi drove straight through, slamming into the kobold guard's chest like a cannonball. With a dull thud, the kobold guard's burly body instantly exploded into a mist of blood that filled the air. Silence returned to the tunnel in the blink of an eye. Chen's expression remained calm. He wasn't at all surprised by this outcome. He estimated that only a level 5 lifeform could possibly withstand the power of the pale blade chi head-on. Anything below level 5 was certain death. It's a pity this kobold guard only had 176 stats. The kill targets required by Limit Combat 3 had to have a total of 4-dimensional stats at least 60 points higher than Chen's. Based on his current total of 142 stats, that meant a total of 202 stats. And that was already within the realm of level 5. Shaking his head, Chen cleared his mind and began running back along the path he had come. Inside the tunnel, the battle had reached its conclusion. As the last kobold sapper fell, Haidong and the other 4 breathed a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted. He Xin and Chang Yuanqing slumped directly to the ground. After the fierce struggle, although they had successfully wiped out the remaining kobolds, they were at the end of their tether. Gong Jun had gained a bloody gash on his flank. That was a wound left by a kobold sapper's pickaxe, which had come perilously close to disemboweling him. After emergency treatment and bandaging with blood-clotting spray, Gong Jun's face had turned a pale, sickly white due to excessive blood loss. He Haidong was in slightly better condition, though he too was covered in wounds. If even a single kobold sapper were to appear now, all 5 of them would likely meet their end here. However, misfortunes never come singly. The sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. Immediately following was the sound of loud, boisterous laughter. Impressive! Truly impressive! Your Vermilion Bird exploration team has really made me look at you in a new light. To think that so many kobolds couldn't kill you, that strength is truly admirable. Du Chang stepped out from the shadows. Behind him followed 9 team members. The group looked at He Haidong and the others with mocking gazes. Their eyes were like those of a predator watching mice they held in the palm of their hands. Du Chang! I knew this was your doing. He Haidong glared at Du Chang through gritted teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. Chang Yuanqing, Gong Jun, and He Xin also directed furious glares at Du Chang. You despicable cowards! He Xin spat. Du Chang didn't care in the slightest. Winners can afford to be magnanimous toward the defeated. He scanned the surroundings, his eyebrows arching slightly. Wait, why is one person missing? Chuo Chao said with a smile, most likely went off to lure the kobold guards away. Du Chang thought that made sense given the Vermilion Bird exploration team's strength. It was already shocking enough that they could rout nearly 1,000 kobolds. It was absolutely impossible for them to have killed the kobold guards as well. They had clearly used a sacrifice the pawn to save the rook tactic, having a team member lead the kobold guards away. He is quite the martyr, isn't he? Du Chang let out a sneer. He Haidong and the others looked grim, gritting their teeth in silence. It was only later that they realized Chen had lured away the kobold guard. In their eyes, although Chen was powerful, the hope of him killing a kobold guard above his own level was truly slim. This departure likely meant he was heading toward a grim fate. And without Chen, it was impossible for the 5 of them exhausted and injured to defeat Du Chang's group, who had been waiting in comfort. It seemed death was inevitable today. The 5 of them exchanged glances, bitterness filling their hearts. After managing to survive the clutches of the alien race, to ultimately die at the hands of fellow human warriors was truly ironic. Du Chang didn't care what He Haidong and the others were thinking. He waved a hand toward his team members. We don't know when the kobold guard will return. End this quickly, take the goods, and get out of here. A brawny man stepped forward with a grin, pointing at He Xin and Su Xian. Boss, those 2 chicks are quite easy on the eyes. It'd be a waste to just kill them. How about, He Xin and Su Xian's faces instantly turned pale. The eyes of the other Flying Wing exploration team members lit up, and they all wore meaningful smiles. He Xin was delicate and pretty, while Su Xian was a rare beauty. They had been lusting after them in their hearts for a long time, but out of fear of Du Chang, they hadn't shown it. Now that someone had brought it up, their desires were immediately stirred. Du Chang glanced sideways at the man who spoke and slapped him hard on the back of the head. Idiot! You're ruled by your crotch all day. You'll die because of your lust sooner or later. This is a damn anomaly point, not a hotel. If you want some alien race to jump out and stab you in the ass while you're halfway through, go right ahead, I won't stop you. The man shrank back, not daring to say another word. Seeing their leader's anger, the rest did not dare harbor any more petty thoughts. They exchanged glances and began walking toward He Haidong's group simultaneously. At the sight of this, He Haidong and the others gripped their weapons tightly, their faces etched with grim determination. Even Gong Jun struggled to his feet, clutching his wound. Even if they had to die, they weren't going to make it easy for these bastards. They were determined to go down swinging and take a piece of them. Taking in the expressions of He Haidong and his crew, Du Chang sneered repeatedly. Futile struggle. You're all dying here today. No one can save you. The words had barely left his mouth when a calm voice suddenly rang out. Is that so? I beg to differ. Chapter 67, Damned Rich People. The sudden voice took everyone present by surprise. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw a figure slowly emerging from another tunnel. Once they recognized the face of the newcomer, looks of joy broke out across the faces of He Haidong and the other four. Chun. Are you all right? Chen gave the five of them a slight smile before turning his gaze toward the members of the winged exploration team. Du Chang squinted as he sized Chen up for a moment, quickly recognizing the young man as one of the new recruits of the Vermilion Bird exploration team. A flash of suspicion and surprise immediately crossed his eyes. You're actually still alive? Where is the kobold guard? Chen said flatly, I killed it. Du Chang froze for a second before bursting into a derisive sneer. Zhuo Chao and the others erupted into boisterous laughter. What a load of crap! Why don't you just say you killed the kobold lord while you're at it? Talk like that and you'll bite your tongue. Kid, if you think you can intimidate us like this, you're being far too naive. The members of the Wing Exploration Group looked at Chen with eyes full of mockery and playful disdain. A greenhorn like this actually killed a kobold guard? What an utter joke! He Haidong and his companions looked at each other, their hearts filled with doubt. They couldn't understand why Chen would tell such an easily debunked lie. Was it really just to intimidate the Wing Exploration Group? But unless the corpse of a kobold guard was placed right before their eyes, there was no way the Wing Exploration Group would ever believe such a thing. Du Chang quickly lost interest in Chen and gave his team members a meaningful look. Immediately, two members stepped out from the crowd, walking toward Chen with sinister grins. This young man was in his early 20s at most. No matter how strong he was, his power had to be limited. He had likely only recently been promoted to level 3. It was even possible he wasn't even a level 3 warrior yet. Therefore, they didn't take Chen seriously at all. Kid, in your next life, make sure you don't brag so much. Why waste words on a greenhorn like this? Just kill him and get it over with. The moment the last word fell, the speaker suddenly felt a chill on his neck, followed immediately by his vision spinning wildly. What happened? A thought flashed through his mind. It was also the final thought of his life. In the next instant, boundless darkness surged in like a tide, drowning his consciousness. Splash! His head fell to the ground, rolling several meters away. Warm blood sprayed from the severed neck, splashing all over the man standing opposite him. The latter's pupils shrank violently just as he tried to raise his weapon. A frigid flash of a blade had already swept across his throat. The man's body stiffened, his eyes bulging as he reached out, trying to clutch his throat. But before he could complete the motion, his entire body collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Du Chang's expression changed drastically. From the moment Chen lunged into action to the successive deaths of the two wing members, not even a single breath's time had passed. He hadn't even had the chance to intervene before both of his team members were dead. Damn it! Shocked and enraged, Du Chang let out a thunderous roar. Kill this kid! By now, how could he not see that this boy he had looked down upon was actually the strongest person in the entire Vermilion Bird Exploration Group? The remaining wing members also snapped back to their senses, ferociously charging toward Chen. Chen let out a cold laugh. Instead of retreating, he lunged forward to meet them head-on. The two wing members in the lead swung their blades from the left and right, aiming for Chen's neck and flank respectively. Chen leaned his upper body back, dodging the blade aimed at his neck, then immediately followed up with a backhand slash. The razor-sharp edge instantly slit his opponent's throat. In an instant, another man was dead. However, seizing this opportunity, the other man's blade slammed heavily into Chen's flank. But before the man could show any joy, he suddenly felt something strange about the impact. Through the gash cut into the clothing, the combat suit underneath was clearly visible. Type 4 Colossus combat suit. The man froze for a split second. In that brief moment of hesitation, a flash of cold steel slashed across his neck. Before his consciousness was swallowed by darkness, the man couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn rich people! In the blink of an eye, two more members had fallen to Chen's blade. Du Chang's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He charged forward like a lion pouncing on a rabbit, a cold glint of steel piercing straight toward Chen's face. Unexpectedly, his weapon was actually a silvery white spear. It was Chen's first time seeing someone use a long spear as a weapon, and a glimmer of genuine interest flickered in his eyes. However, he had no intention of engaging Du Chang directly. With a movement as swift as a whirlwind, he bypassed him entirely and charged toward the others instead. Although the members of the Flying Wing Exploration Team were all level 3 warriors, none of them aside from Du Chang were particularly formidable within that rank. Chen had slain nearly 100 level 3 creatures himself. After a brief clash, he judged that none of these people had a total sum of 4-dimensional stats exceeding 130 points. Their skill mastery was equally mediocre. It made sense if they were truly powerful, they would be out hunting alien races rather than resorting to such low-life tactics as ambushing their own kind. Screech! The sharp sound of a blade tearing through the air suddenly erupted. Another Flying Wing member clutched his throat, falling to the ground dead with a look of sheer terror. Chen's footwork was light and swift, like a hunting cheetah, steadily harvesting the lives of his prey one by one. Du Chang lacked proficiency in movement techniques and simply could not keep up with Chen's shadow. He could only watch helplessly as his team members fell one after another under Chen's blade. His emotions shifted from initial rage and irritation to shock and, eventually, utter panic. By the time even Zhuochao was killed by Chen, Du Chang's hands and feet had gone cold, and his entire body felt as if it had been plunged into an ice cave. Looking around, he realized he was the only member of the Flying Wing Exploration Team still standing. The others had long since become motionless corpses strewn across the ground. How could this happen? Du Chang's face was filled with disbelief, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He never imagined that Chen could be this powerful. He had wiped out the entire team single-handedly. Those were 9 level 3 warriors. Could it be that the kid was telling the truth? Did he really kill the kobold guards? As soon as this thought surfaced, Du Chang felt a chill surge up his spine, making his scalp tingle with dread. Equally stunned were He Haidong, Su Xian, and the others. Just moments ago, they were prepared to fight to the death, hoping to at least take a few members of the Flying Wing Exploration Team down with them. Who could have imagined such a sudden reversal? In the blink of an eye, the members of the Winged Exploration Group had been nearly wiped out by Chen, leaving Du Chang as a commander without an army. The situation had shifted so abruptly and rapidly that they still hadn't fully processed what was happening. So powerful. Chang Yuanqing couldn't help but swallow hard. Could it be that what Chen said was true? Has the Kobold Guard really been killed by him? Gong Jun muttered to himself. He Haidong and He Xian looked at each other in dismay. Su Xian pursed her lips, her eyes sparkling as she stared at Chen's back. In fact, by this point, they all knew very well in their hearts. 9 times out of 10, the Kobold Guard had indeed been slain by Chen. The speculation that he was lying to intimidate the Winged Exploration Group was pure nonsense. Looking at the scene before them, it was clear that Chen possessed more than enough strength to crush the Winged Exploration Group. There was absolutely no need for him to lie. He really did kill the Kobold Guard. Realizing this, all 5 of them were filled with shock. Killing a high-level creature while being at a lower level. This was something they had only ever heard of. This was the first time they had witnessed it personally. They never expected that such a martial arts genius actually existed in reality. Chapter 68, A True Martial Arts Genius. After dealing with the small fry, Chen turned his gaze toward Du Chang. Previously, Du Chang had been relentlessly pursuing Chen, trying to force a confrontation. But now that Chen's attention was finally fixed on him, he shuddered as a chill ran down his spine. Your turn. Chen gave a cold laugh and charged toward Du Chang, brandishing his blade. Du Chang let out a shout and thrust his spear in a backhand move, but Chen parried it with his blade and threw a straight punch directly at him. Boom! A deafening crack of thunder suddenly exploded. Du Chang's mind was instantly jolted by the shock. By the time he snapped back to his senses, he was horrified to find a fist, its surface entwined with brilliant flashes of lightning, already lunging before his face. What is this?
That was the only thought Du Chang had time to flash through his mind. The next second, a surge of force so majestic and immense it bordered on the extreme slammed violently into his chest. In an instant, a series of scalp-numbing, crisp cracks of breaking bones rang out in quick succession. It was impossible to tell how many bones Du Chang had broken across his entire body in that single moment. His whole body was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, hitting the tunnel wall with a resounding boom. Gravel and debris showered down. Du Chang slowly slid down the wall and collapsed onto the ground. By the dim light of the fire, one could see that the combat suit on his chest had completely shattered and vanished, revealing a massive gap. And within that gap was a deeply caved-in chest. Du Chang lay motionless on the ground, his eyes wide open, all signs of life long gone. Terror and despair still lingered on his contorted face. Silence. Silence filled the tunnel. He Haidong, Su Xian, and the others stared at the scene in a daze, their throats dry and mouths agape, unable to utter a word. The members of the Vermilion Bird Exploration Team, in particular, were filled with utter shock. Despicable as Du Chang was, his formidable strength was undeniable. Even He Haidong admitted that if he were to face Du Chang, he would lose more often than he would win. And yet, such a powerful level 3 warrior had been killed by Chen in a single encounter. Even a level 4 warrior's strike would be nothing more than this. Just now, what was that? After a long silence, He Xian finally spoke in a low voice. Su Xian took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in her heart, and said in a solemn tone. That must be the true martial form. True martial form? He Xian, Chang Yuanqing, and Gong Jun were filled with confusion. Only He Haidong wore an expression that said, as I thought. Seeing his 3 teammates looking bewildered, he explained in a low voice. Legend has it that there is a realm above mastery for skills, known as the true martial realm. A skill that reaches the true martial realm doesn't see a significant increase in power under normal conditions, but it gains a move called the true martial form. Once unleashed, its power can reach several times that of mastery. The manifestation of an external phenomenon is precisely the unique characteristic of a true martial form. If I'm not mistaken, what Qin just performed should be the true martial form of the rushing thunder fist. At this point, He Haidong's face was filled with awe. He had only heard of the true martial form in rumors and had never actually heard of anyone around him cultivating a skill to the true martial realm, let alone witnessing it with his own eyes. To think he would see it now in a young man in his early 20s. It was simply incredible. He Xian, Chang Yuanqing, and Gong Jun were also too shocked to speak. Several times the power of mastery? That was terrifying. No wonder Du Chang was killed instantly on the spot. With this kind of power, there were likely few level 3 warriors who could withstand it head-on. The shock in Su Xian's heart was even greater than that of the members of the Vermilion Bird Exploration Team. Coming from a martial arts family with a long heritage, her understanding of the true martial realm was deeper than He Haidong's. A mastery skill can still be achieved through sheer physical fitness once the energy level is high enough. But that same method is completely ineffective for the true martial realm. Reaching the true martial realm is no longer something that can be achieved through simple physical fitness and time. Talent, opportunity, and hard work, none of them can be missing. Those who can cultivate a skill to the true martial realm are, without exception, individuals with stunning skill, talent, immense perseverance, and great fortune. As far as Su Xian knew, no one had ever reached the true martial realm in their early 20s. Yet, this understanding was shattered today. Looking at Chen's figure, Su Xian couldn't help but be filled with wonder. This is a true martial arts genius. Compared to Chen, the title of genius that had been bestowed upon her in the past and which she was sometimes proud of suddenly seemed somewhat laughable. Chen did not notice the changes in everyone's expressions. His mind was entirely focused on the achievement list. Combat 3, defeat 100 warriors, requiring a total of 4 stats not lower than 120 points. Upon completion, you will receive 2,000 discipline points. Current progress, 11,100. As expected, killing a warrior also counts toward the defeat conditions. Back when he took down Taoli, the progress for Combat 3 had increased by 1 point. At that time, Chen wondered if killing a warrior counted toward the achievement criteria.
Now, he could finally be certain. Closing the system panel, Chen turned to look at everyone. Are you all alright? We've sustained some injuries, but at least we've kept our lives. He Haidong wore a wry smile. If Chen hadn't appeared in time, they truly would have lost their lives today. Thanks to you, Chen, you saved all our lives. He Haidong looked at Chen with a sincere expression. The others also showed looks of gratitude one after another. Chen waved his hand dismissively. We are all companions in the same team now, helping each other is only right. There's no need for formalities. Let's leave this place first. He Haidong nodded and let out a sigh. Now, aside from Chen, everyone had sustained significant injuries. Gong Jun, in particular, had completely lost his combat effectiveness. Under these circumstances, continuing to explore the anomaly was clearly out of the question. They had to leave as soon as possible and return for medical treatment. The only silver lining was that their previous gains were enough to cover the cost of the exploration rights. At the very least, the trip hadn't been in vain. After reaching an agreement, He Haidong and Chang Yuanqing searched the bodies of the members of the Flying Wing exploration team. Unfortunately, aside from some food, fresh water, and outdoor survival supplies, they found absolutely nothing of value. It was evident that after entering the anomaly, the Flying Wing exploration team hadn't had the chance to strike at other groups yet. They had chosen them as their first target, only to end up meeting their downfall. Pa! Serve them right. Still seething with anger, Chang Yuanqing spat on the corpses. Alright, that's enough. He Haidong waved his hand, signaling that it was time to leave. The group began walking toward the exit of the mine. A few kobolds were still lingering outside the cave. They were the ones who had been routed by Chen and fled earlier. Upon seeing Chen, this god of slaughter, the kobolds immediately scattered in all directions. The group had no desire to pursue them and headed straight for the beach. Over an hour later, the party arrived at the shore. After passing through the silver vortex standing on the beach, everyone soon returned to the main plane on the other side. Seeing He Haidong and his group emerge covered in wounds, the nearby members of the Knights Association looked on with indifference, long accustomed to such sights. Anomalies were fraught with danger, let alone injuries. It was not uncommon to see people missing limbs. Some teams even entered and never came back. By comparison, the condition of the Vermilion Bird exploration team was actually considered quite good. Chen, Su Xian, if you trust me, leave the ore to me to handle. I have the right connections to get a good price, and I'll transfer the funds to your accounts afterward. He Haidong said. Chen and Su Xian had no objections. After leaving their account information, He Haidong and the other three bid their farewells and departed. They were in a hurry to take Gong Jun for medical treatment. In the blink of an eye, only Chen and Su Xian were left at the scene. Thank you so much for today. Su Xian stared fixedly at Chen, her beautiful face filled with earnestness. I will always keep this kindness in my heart. If there is anything you need my help with in the future, just ask. Chen smiled and nodded in agreement. Although they hadn't known each other for long, he could see that Su Xian was a serious person. Since she had put it that way, Chen wouldn't act coy or overly polite. After exchanging phone numbers, Su Xian reached out her fair hand. The University Martial Arts Exchange is coming up in just over a month. I hope to face you in the competition then. I won't be as pathetic as I was today. Chen smiled slightly and shook the girl's hand. Then I shall look forward to it. Su Xian nodded firmly, the corners of her lips curling into a faint, exceptionally moving smile. Chapter 69, Scale Locking Technique in Magic Bag. In just half a day, the exploration of the anomaly point had come to an end. However, Chen didn't feel much regret. The primary goal of this trip, completing the Alien Race Resistance Vanguard 3 achievement, had been successfully achieved. His shadowless blade technique had also increased by nearly 1,000 proficiency points. One could say he had more than exceeded his goals. So, there was nothing to be disappointed about. Upon returning home, Chen immediately opened the redemption shop and exchanged for the scale locking technique and the magic bag without hesitation.
Scale locking technique, 3-star physical tempering skill, price, 1,000 discipline points.
Chen immediately chose to cultivate. In an instant, a vast amount of skill knowledge and cultivation insights emerged out of thin air.
It took Chen a good while to digest the information in his mind. Looking at the system panel again, it had already undergone a change.
Name, Chen. Level, 3. Stat strength 36, constitution 33, agility 44, spirit 29. Discipline points 200. Skill. Whale devour breathing skill expert 42 500. Rushing thunder fist. Shadow step expert 121 1000. Shadowless blade technique expert 1079 2500. Scale locking art beginner 0500.
Chen held his breath and focused, secretly circulating his inner strength. In an instant, the muscles across his entire body tensed up, and a faint silver light flickered across the surface of his body. The shape of that fleeting silver light actually resembled individual scales.
No wonder it's called the scale locking art.
Chen praised with admiration, and with a flick of his wrist, a long blade appeared in the palm of his hand. The blade was obtained from a member of the winged exploration team. It was merely a common grade weapon. Chen extended his arm and gently swung the blade against it. The moment the blade struck his arm, it actually produced a crisp clanging sound, as if metal were striking metal. Chen's eyes lit up, and he increased his strength by a few degrees.
It wasn't until he used 80% of his strength that the blade finally left a shallow wound on his skin. This defensive power is even more formidable than the monolith combat suit. A joyful smile appeared on Chen's face.
As expected of a 3-star physical tempering skill, it is already this powerful at just the beginner level. Once it reaches expert or even mastery, even without wearing a combat suit, a level 3 warrior would likely be unable to break through his defense. Satisfied, he exited the system panel, and Chen turned his gaze toward another item in his hand. Magic pouch, generates 1 palm every 24 hours, storing up to 3 palms at a time. After taking out and throwing a palm, it will randomly transform into a creature with an energy level between level 3 and level 5. This creature will serve the user for half an hour, disappearing after the time expires or upon death.
Price, 1,000 discipline points.
The magic pouch was only the size of a palm, looking just like an ordinary cloth bag. After opening the bag, 3 egg-sized fuzzy palms were lying quietly inside. Chen took one out, weighing it in his palm. It felt like squeezing a bouncy ball covered in fur. After a moment's hesitation, Chen decided against testing the effects of the magic pouch in his living room. After all, the summoned creatures were randomized. If he accidentally summoned a massive creature or something like a slime monster that made a mess of the house, cleaning it up afterward would be a major hassle.
10 minutes later,
Chen arrived at the deserted park where he had previously finished off Ju Wu. By now, he had already put on his dark raven mask. Taking out a palm, Chen tossed it forward.
Upon landing, the palm exploded into a large cloud of white mist with a loud pop.
When the mist dissipated, the palm had vanished, replaced by a massive monster covered in fiery red scales, its size comparable to a public bus. The monster looked like a cross between a crocodile and a lizard. It lay on the ground with its limbs tucked in, looking quite lazy. It glanced up at Chen and let out a cry, seemingly as a greeting.
Faint sparks flickered between its teeth and the corners of its mouth. What kind of creature is this?
Filled with curiosity, Chen began to walk around the crocodile monster to observe it. He had read a vast amount of data on otherworldly creatures in the Haiyan University Library and on the warrior's home website, significantly enriching his knowledge. Yet, he had never seen a creature quite like the crocodile before him. The crocodile monster seemed oblivious to Chen's scrutiny, lying leisurely on the ground and occasionally wagging its tail. Chen took out his combat power detector, aimed it at the crocodile monster, and pressed the button. After a beep, the combat power value appeared.
180. It's actually higher than a kobold guard. Chen was taken aback. It seemed his luck was quite good.
He had summoned a level 4 creature on his very first try. If he had such a creature to assist him during a battle, things would undoubtedly be much easier. Looking at the crocodile monster's hard scales, Chen nodded to himself. After all, one couldn't use the pale blade chi all the time. If he encountered danger and Pale Bone happened to not have enough stored soul power, he would be in a real bind. But now that he had the magic pouch, he had another trump card for the future. As for the random level of the summon creatures, worst case scenario, he could just use the lucky dice to boost his luck in advance. Wait! A sudden flash of inspiration struck Chen. The magic pouch could summon creatures up to level 5. Could it be used to complete Limit Combat 3? Limit Combat 3 required killing an intelligent creature whose total 4-dimensional stats were 60 points higher than his own, but it never said it couldn't be a summoned creature. Unlike the virtual lifeforms in the Dragon Bone Tower or the dungeons, the creatures summoned by the magic pouch were real. The more Chen thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He immediately cancelled the crocodile monster's summons and sent it back. Then, he took out a new pom-pom and threw it forward. With a bang, a sturdy and burly lion with a fiery red tail instantly appeared before Chen's eyes. A red-tailed lion. Chen recognized the creature's origin immediately. He happened to have seen it in an illustrated handbook of creatures from another world. This was a level 3 creature. It fell far short of the conditions required for Limit Combat 3. Helplessly, Chen had no choice but to send the red-tailed lion back. Only one pom-pom left. Chen pursed his lips. There was still one lucky die with 2 durability left in his spatial backpack. But he couldn't afford to waste the precious remaining uses of the lucky die at a time like this. Therefore, if this pom-pom still failed to summon a suitable creature, he would have to wait 24 hours for the magic pouch to condense new pom-poms. I hope luck is on my side this time. Chen threw the pom-pom forward. Suddenly, with a loud thud, a massive monster abruptly appeared before his eyes. The creature looked like an earthworm that had been magnified countless times. It was at least a meter in diameter. Its body stretched 7 or 8 meters long. The top of its upright upper body featured a gaping maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. A large amount of thick, disgusting, unidentified slime dripped slowly from the corners of its mouth. This is a burrower. Chen's eyes lit up as he quickly pressed the combat power detector. 208. It really is a level 5 creature. Chen was overjoyed. The burrower was one of the species from the other world. According to the data he had read, a juvenile burrower could reach energy level 3. Upon reaching adulthood, it would leap straight to level 5. Of course, the burrower in front of him only had 208 stats, placing it on the weaker end of the level 5 spectrum. But it still met the requirements for Extreme Combat 3. Without hesitation, Chen directly ordered the burrower not to resist or move. The user has absolute authority over creatures summoned from the magic bag for the duration of the summon, so there was no need to worry about the creature turning on him. Chen delivered several consecutive slashes before finally hacking off the burrower's mouthparts along with the upper half of its body. Even so, the burrower continued to twitch for a long while before it finally stopped breathing. Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in secret. The vitality of a level 5 creature was indeed tenacious. Even with the burrower offering 0 resistance, it still took him considerable effort to kill it. If he had faced it head-on, he would have stood absolutely no chance of winning unless he used the Pale Blade Chi or summoned a level 5 creature of his own from the magic bag. This was a clear testament to the overwhelming power of a level 5 creature. Steadying his mind, Chen quickly checked the achievement list. Sure enough, Extreme Combat 3 was marked as complete. Chapter 70, King of the Hill Mode. It worked! Chen grinned widely. His hunch had been correct. Speaking of which, does this count as exploiting a bug? Chen glanced at the extra 2,000 discipline points, feeling exceptionally pleased. Whatever, as long as the achievement is finished. Unsurprisingly, a new achievement appeared immediately after. Extreme Combat 4, kill one sentient being with a total sum of the 4 core stats at least 100 points higher than your own current total. Reward upon completion, 5,000 discipline points. Current progress, 0-1. The difficulty of the new achievement had skyrocketed once again. Given Chen's current total stats of 142 points, he would need to kill a sentient being with a total stat value of 242 to complete it. 242 total stats, even with the Pale Blade Chi, that would be a struggle. Chen shook his head, deciding to set this achievement aside for now and wait until his strength improved further. 3 achievements left. Chen looked over the achievement list. Combat Experience 3, defeat 100 warriors with a total sum of the 4 core stats of at least 120 points. Reward upon completion, 2000 discipline points. Current progress, 11,100. Taking the lead, lead Haiyan University to victory in the Beluga City University Martial Arts Exchange Tournament. Reward upon completion, 4,000 discipline points. Alien Race Resistance Vanguard 4, kill 10,000 members of an alien race with a total sum of the 4 core stats of at least 60 points. Reward upon completion, 4,000 discipline points. Current progress, 646 10,000. Taking the lead, would have to wait until the University Martial Arts Exchange Tournament was held, so there was no rush. The Progress 4, Alien Race Resistance Vanguard 4, was still over 9,000 short, which wasn't something that could be finished in a short amount of time. Looking it over, the only one that could potentially be completed soon was Combat Experience 3. I'll head to the Iron Fist Club the day after tomorrow. Chen quickly made his decision. Exiting the list, he went to the balcony to harvest and store the ripened Qixin fruit. Chen then washed up and prepared for bed. After a day of continuous combat, although he remained uninjured, his spirit was somewhat weary. The following day was spent entirely on skill cultivation. It wasn't until evening, when the redemption shop refreshed, that Chen finally stopped. Redemption shop next refresh, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Stamina potion, instantly restores all stamina upon consumption. Price, 200 discipline points. EXP crystal, use on a designated skill to gain 5 years of cultivation experience and insights for that skill. Price, 500 discipline points. Lucky dice, increases luck for 24 hours after use. The magnitude of the boost depends on the number rolled. The higher the number, the greater the boost. Durability, 5-5. Price, 1,000 discipline points. Good luck. Chen smiled slightly. All 3 items were top-tier goods. The stamina potion went without saying. It was an item he would exchange for every single time it appeared. The lucky dice was also exactly one of the things he urgently needed. Whether it was for the magic bag or opening treasure chests after clearing dungeons in the future, he would need to use lucky dice. With plenty of discipline points on hand, it was best to exchange for a few extras as spares. And the EXP crystal was even more of a no-brainer. Chen still had 2,200 discipline points. Without any hesitation, he directly exchanged for all 3 items. EXP crystal. Designate scale locking technique. After a series of fleeting, flickering images passed by, a warm current, like being soaked in a hot spring, surged through his entire body. Once things returned to normal, Chen opened the system panel, which had already undergone significant changes. Name, Chen. Level, 3. Stat Strength 37, Constitution 37, Agility 44, Spirit 29. Discipline points 500. Skill. Whale Devour Breathing Skill Expert 47 500. Rushing Thunder Fist. Shadow Step Expert 118 1000. Shadowless Saber Technique Expert 1097 2500. Scale Locking Technique Proficient 496 1000. As usual, the EXP crystal provided over 900 skill proficiency points. It directly pushed the scale locking technique into the proficient level. His stats increased by 5 points. Specifically, 4 points of constitution and 1 point of strength. This increase was within Chen's expectations. After all, it was only a breakthrough to the proficient level. If it were a 1-star skill or 2-star skill, given his current energy level, the stat boost from breaking through to proficient would likely be at most 1 point. As the energy level increases, the stat gains from breaking through stages and low-star skills drop to an appalling degree. Therefore, for an ordinary warrior without high star skills, level 3 is basically the limit. Unless they are extremely lucky and obtain certain natural treasures that can increase stats, there might be a glimmer of hope to reach the level 4 tier. Fortunately, Chen possessed the self-discipline system, allowing him to continuously acquire high star skills, so he didn't have to worry about that. Coming back to his senses and looking at the data on the system panel, Chen nodded with satisfaction. A total of 147 stat points, combined with Shadow Step, the Shadowless Blade technique, and the Scale Locking technique. With this level of strength, he would be hard-pressed to find a rival among level 3 warriors, unless he encountered a level 4 warrior. If he entered the arena challenge mode at the Iron Fist Club, there shouldn't be any problems. The next day, Chen left early in the morning and headed toward the Iron Fist Club in the city center. The profit of over 300,000 from the anomaly exploration had already been transferred to his account by He Haidon last night. After deducting the shared cost for the exploration permits, a little over 200,000 remained. This was more than enough to apply for a diamond membership at the Iron Fist Club. As for the 490,000 in cash obtained from the trade with the Merchant Alliance, he had placed it in his spatial backpack instead of depositing it into his account. After all, for his current identity, this 490,000 was of unknown origin. Although the amount wasn't massive, a sudden influx of 490,000 into his account would inevitably attract unwanted attention. It was better to keep it as cash and use it whenever necessary. On the contrary, the 200,000 plus from the anomaly exploration had a transparent and clean source, allowing him to use it without any burden. Before long, Chen arrived at the Iron Fist Club. "Welcome." The girl at the front desk habitually flashed a professional smile as she saw someone enter. Once she recognized that the visitor was Chen, who had rejected her that day, her expression instantly turned somewhat resentful. "Ahem.